When the doctor has a plug, chapter 1345 to chapter 1429. After the man threw a few punches, he stood there panting heavily. He stopped punching. As for the man who was punched, he held his head high proudly. The wife sighed. "Forget it, you can go." After the man said that, the man became embarrassed. Go. The man stared with his eyes wide open and stuttered for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. He was so confident just now, but now he was embarrassed. Xianxia and the police were dumbfounded by the man's words. "Let it go just like that," the man hesitated for a long time. Can I leave?" However, after saying that, he didn't want to leave. He walked to a chair at the side and sat down. "Forget it, if I leave, don't say that I'm a killer." The policeman at the side said, "You're talking as if I'm letting you go." The man was speechless. Even an upright official couldn't solve a family matter. The police had no right to interfere in such matters. After all, adultery was at most a moral issue. Not to mention a crime, it wasn't even worth breaking the law. If it wasn't for the fact that the woman's life was in danger, the police wouldn't have the right to arrest her. After all, this wasn't as bad as prostitution. The man sighed and signed for Xianxia. "Doctor, save her." Even if the man didn't say it, Xianxia would save her. However, he was curious. Was the man not angry anymore? On the other side, Xianxia walked towards the emergency room and prepared to continue with the next step of the work. Meanwhile, the original husband and the adulterer were still chatting. Brother, I really didn't know that she was married." The policeman wasn't old, at most in his 30s. Looking at the cheating man, he was speechless. "You're even chatting." After the wife heard that, she sighed. "Actually, she's sick." The moment she said that, the three of them were stunned. Xianxia stopped in his tracks and prepared to ask the nurse to be more careful. At the same time, he checked for syphilis and AIDS. What was this? How could he forget about this? The cheating man was so frightened that he stood up immediately. He was almost scared to death, his eyes were wide open and filled with fear. The policeman was even more confused. Wasn't this too dramatic? The cheating man's face was ashen as he looked at his wife in despair. "Really? Doctor? Can you give me an injection?" "I know. You guys have something to block the infection, right?" "Doctor? You have to save me, it's my first time." Seeing this, the wife sneered, "It's not some random disease. Actually, I'm not angry anymore. After all, we're about to get a divorce. Since he's capable of doing something like this, it's definitely not the first time. The first time, I was very angry and desperate. After all, who could be happy when their wife cheated on them? After that, I asked her for a divorce. As you all know, after going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to file for divorce, there is a cooling-off period of half a year for us to think about it. Actually, at that time, I thought that if she could change, maybe life could still go on. Our child is already 4 years old. Neither of us wants a divorce, right?" At this point, the man laughed bitterly. "Perhaps you all think that I'm a coward and not a man, but I can still tolerate this. After all, this is a woman I've been pursuing for a long time. I've liked her for a long time. We have a child and a family. I thought that if she could reflect and apologize seriously, perhaps I might really hesitate. But she hasn't changed. She has never changed. When it comes to cheating, there are only 0 times and countless times. I've already gotten over it. Since we're about to get a divorce, it doesn't matter anymore. I'll take the child and live with my parents. She'll live alone." After the man finished speaking, everyone understood his reaction. But the cheating man was still very flustered. After all, if it was like what the wife said, a woman who cheated might really be sick. What's wrong with her? "Big brother, tell me quickly." I'm dying of anxiety." The wife sneered. "Enough. You've already prepared yourself for the moon. Don't tell me you're not prepared to get sick." This sentence made the cheating man speechless for a moment. The man continued, "When she was abroad, she used drugs. After she came back, she quit for a period of time. Then, she became very anxious. The doctor diagnosed her with anxiety, severe anxiety, and manic symptoms. But, the most important thing is that she's addicted to sex. Chen Song was stunned. He had heard of sex addiction before. After all, Chen Song was proficient in STDs naturally, he knew about these diseases. But this was the first sex addiction patient that Chen Song had seen. For a moment, Chen Song was also a little confused. He didn't expect that a night shift would bring about such a complicated matter. Sex addiction was rare, it was rarer than Marfan syndrome. At least, this was the first case that Chen Song had encountered so far. How should he describe sex addiction? Generally speaking, there were two main factors, internal and external. In terms of internal causes, the hormone secretion in the body was in disorder. Once a person's sex hormones were 10% higher than an ordinary person's, it was medically known as hypersexuality. It was a type of sexual dysfunction. Most of it was due to endocrine diseases, such as adrenal tumors, pituitary tumors, and so on. However, there was another kind, which was external causes. Most sexologists believed that sex addiction was a psychological problem. It was equivalent to many factors, such as the environment of one's growth and habits. Moreover, research showed that excessive pursuit of sexual stimulation and frequent changes of the opposite sex could lead to this. Because the mind was ultimately unified with the body. For example, if you liked to eat something, it was an expression of the heart. If you did it for a long time, your body would make you honest. Therefore, Chen Song sometimes felt that cheating was really addictive. The result of addiction was that it was difficult to quit, and there might even be withdrawal syndrome. However, the man's words were not only strange to Chen Song. He thought of another thing. If the woman was the former, that was to say, it was caused by endocrine abnormalities. Could it be a pituitary tumor? Could it be caused by hemangioma, compression of the pituitary? Because the woman's behavior at this time was very similar to an emergency disease, sudden death due to intercourse. Chinese medicine called it withdrawal syndrome, and the people called it great diarrhea. This was all based on academic evidence. This kind of disease was fierce, and it could lead to sudden death, because during intercourse, the human body would be overly nervous and excited, which would stimulate the human nervous system. At this time, blood flow would accelerate and blood pressure would rise. If the person had heart disease, high blood pressure, and other diseases, it would be very easy to induce cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, leading to death. If at this time you drink some alcohol or something, a small amount of alcohol will stimulate the central nervous system again and strengthen the body's senses. It will stimulate the blood vessels even more intensely. Under such stimulation, the death rate will increase again. The more Chen Song thought about it, the more he felt that the woman's illness was somewhat strange. Chen Song quickly turned around and asked, did she have high blood pressure, diabetes, coronary heart disease and other diseases in the past? The original husband shook his head. High blood pressure, nothing else. She inherited high blood pressure in her family and she never took medicine. Chen Song thought about it. He was even more certain of his judgment. The woman was most likely suffering from intracranial vascular malformation, which was the so-called intracranial hemangioma. This could be all the factors that caused the patient's illness. The existence of intracranial hemangioma caused the patient's blood vessels to spasm due to a small amount of alcohol during intercourse. Blood flow increased and blood pressure increased. The high blood flow and increasing blood pressure directly ruptured the intracranial hemangioma, and this hemangioma, if Chen Song's guess was correct, was most likely the main reason for her sexual addiction. If that was the case, then everything seemed to be logical, but this was only Chen Song's speculative diagnosis. After all, the woman's brain was bleeding and many parts of her brain could not be seen clearly. If he wanted to make a clear diagnosis, he had to drill a hole. Therefore, since Chen Song could not guarantee whether the patient's condition was true, he naturally could not tell the family an uncertain truth. Everything would have to wait until the patient was stable. If that was the case, Chen Song felt somewhat helpless. The horror of the disease was here. It was not only about torturing a person's body, moreover, it would seep into every aspect of life and torment a person's soul. It would cause a person to be in so much pain that they would rather die. Furthermore, the disease would seep into life from every angle, making your home no longer a home, a person no longer a person, a ghost no longer a ghost. This might be the most dangerous part of the disease, right? If the disease was the devil, perhaps, at this moment, you would not doubt it, right? Some diseases, even if cured, would leave scars. Sigh, there was still a long way to go. Chen Song could not help but shake his head. On the way back to the resuscitation room, Chen Song's heart was really complicated. If Chen Song was only speculating, was there a possibility, perhaps the development of the intracranial hemangioma had caused her endocrine secretion to be in disorder, causing her to secrete more sex hormones and become addicted to sex. At this time, no one understood this phenomenon. The pressure of public opinion, family pressure, and society pressure, when all these pressures and illnesses were acting on one person, she exploded. He was anxious, he had gone mad, resulting in a so-called mental illness. In the face of her family's incomprehension, the distrust of her relatives, the torment of her illness, and the troubles brought about by her sexual addiction, would she sink into it? Don't think of a person as too strong. Don't think that a person's willpower is too strong. You can't even stand loneliness, and even studying is boring. Do you think you can face such torment? Would she give up on him? Although Chen Song thought it was just a speculation. However, if all this is true, do you think anyone will believe your nonsense? Moreover, if the truth came to light, could the broken mirror be restored? What was done could not be undone. Chen Song got up and went back to the operating theater. At the same time, a young resident doctor from the neurosurgery department came down. When he saw Chen Song, he was a little nervous. Professor Chen, hello. My name is Zhang Jipeng. Chen Song nodded and said, yes, come in and see the patient. Zhang Jipeng nodded and followed in. At this time, the patient's condition had stabilized. Her blood pressure had dropped to 170,100 and did not dare to drop any further. One had to know that lowering blood pressure was not just about lowering it to a normal value, but it needed to be lowered to a safe value. If the patient's blood pressure was lowered to a normal value, the patient's brain would not be able to pump blood because of low blood pressure, causing ischemia and hypoxia, which would worsen the condition. In fact, after cerebral hemorrhage, the hematoma was not only a pathological product of the surgery, but also a factor that caused the disease to develop and worsen. At this moment, the patient's intracranial hematoma played a crucial role in the pathological damage, because the volume of the intracranial tissue ischemic edema caused by the hematoma was even several times larger than the hematoma. These were the key factors that led to the patient's death. Therefore, many scholars believed that emergency surgery should be performed as soon as possible and strive to perform early surgery within 6 hours of the onset of the disease. In this way, the secondary damage could be reduced to the greatest extent, the success rate of rescue, and the rate of death and disability could be reduced to a better effect. Zhang Jipeng respected Chen Song very much. In the past, Chen Song's surgery on MIDI had been broadcast in the neurosurgery department. At that time, this surgery directly conquered the young doctor, Zhang Jipeng. Even the chief physicians were full of admiration for Chen Song. Chen Song did not put on any airs. He handed the film to Zhang Jipeng and told him about the patient's onset of the disease. After Zhang Jipeng took the film, he was stunned. What a big hematoma! Zhang Jipeng frowned. And, this area may be oppressing the pituitary gland, the place where it is connected to the hypothalamus, TSK, hiss. Seeing this, Zhang Jipeng could not help but take a deep breath. Suddenly, he began to sweat. This patient's condition was too dangerous. This was not a problem he could solve at all. What was the pituitary gland? The pituitary gland was very small in size, less than 0.6 grams. However, this 0.6 gram pituitary gland was the most complicated endocrine gland in the human body. The hormones secreted by the pituitary directly promoted the development of the thyroid, adrenal, gonads, breast, and other organs. If the pituitary gland was damaged, the patient had no chance of survival at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Jipeng's heart was filled with nervousness and uneasiness. A sense of frustration and powerlessness grew, and he did not even realize that his back was wet. What was a doctor afraid of? He was afraid of encountering such a difficult patient. This was like encountering a strong enemy. He could not beat them, but he could not run away. He had to bite the bullet. Zhang Jipeng blushed and said in shame, Professor Chen, I'm sorry. The patient's condition is too dangerous. I can't solve it myself. Chen Song did not blame him. This kind of thing was too common in the clinic. Chen Song could not solve it himself, so what right did he have to criticize others? The bleeding was fine, but after the blood was drawn, the patient's hemangioma ruptured. Would he have the ability to complete the surgery for a hemangioma close to the pituitary gland? Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly asked, "Who's the second-string doctor?" Zhang Jipeng was instantly stunned. The second-string doctor is Department Director Hong, but he just went to the emergency department not long ago. I'll contact the chief now. Zhang Jipeng did not have the ability to deal with this kind of patient, however, he was not in a mess. He quickly picked up the phone and contacted the department director. The patient's situation was very complicated at this time. He had to find the boss for this kind of thing. "Professor Chen, I'll call our department director who." It was only 11 o'clock at night. The call was picked up not long after. "Department director who, I'm little Zhang." Zhang Jipeng, Professor Chen Song, a patient with a stroke came to the emergency department. There's a large area of cerebral hemorrhage. I suspect that the intracranial hemangioma ruptured. The patient is unconscious now. The hematoma is quite big, about 4 by 3 by 4, and it's pressing on the pituitary. After that, Zhang Jipeng handed the phone to Chen Song. "Professor Chen, department director who is calling." Chen Song nodded. "Hello, department director who?" "I'm Chen Song." Hu Chuanbang's voice was deep. Chen Song had met him once. He was a man with a square face and a very imposing manner. "Yes, Professor Chen. I'll be there right away. Try to maintain the patient's vital signs as much as possible. Give him phenylsulfonamide and vitamin K, and at the same time, reduce intracranial pressure to prevent the swelling from spreading." Hu Chuanbang did not talk nonsense. He directly explained the situation to Chen Song. Then, he hung up the phone and hurriedly got up. As a doctor, even if you were the department director, you had to be prepared at all times. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song did not idle. He and Zhang Jipeng hurriedly began to prepare. Zhang Jipeng picked up the phone and called the operating theater. He tried to settle these things in advance before the department director arrived at the hospital. The operating theater of the neurosurgery department had specialized equipment and a team of nurses. This was a treatment unique to the neurosurgery department. Hu Chuanbang was also known as a neurosurgeon who was not inferior to Xue Xingren. Hu Chuanbang was obsessed with surgery all his life. However, he rarely received awards, so naturally, he was not an academician. He was a representative of the medical industry. With department director Hu's arrival, Chen Song could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As a doctor, you must remember 2 things. When it's time to do it, you must do it without hesitation. When it's time to do it, you must not be greedy. The surgery was irreversible. There was no second life. At this time, Chen Song only needed to maintain the patient's vital signs. Ice cap. External application of ice packs and ice caps did not reduce intracranial pressure. Instead, it was because the hematoma caused by cerebral hemorrhage could cause the surrounding tissues to lack blood and oxygen and form edema, resulting in neurological deficits. Cooling treatment could reduce the cerebral metabolism and oxygen consumption in the ischemic area around the hematoma, which was beneficial to the recovery of brain tissue and cells and reduce edema. At this moment, there was not much that Chen Song could do. Time passed by second, everyone was waiting anxiously. However, at this time, Nurse Lu said, "Professor Chen, the patient is becoming restless again." It seemed that the less dosage of sedatives was useless. Just as Chen Song was about to continue the injection, suddenly, he realized something. He hurriedly took the flashlight and walked to the patient. He opened his eyes and began to examine him. Suddenly, he realized that the patient's pupils on both sides were no longer as big as before. Furthermore, slow reaction to light. Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. He looked up at the monitor and found that the patient's blood pressure had risen again, and the pulse had slowed down. This was bad. Chen Song turned to Zhang Jipeng and said, "Dr. Zhang, the patient has a brain hernia. He needs immediate surgery." Zhang Jipeng was stunned. Brain hernia? How could he tell that it was a brain hernia? This was actually attributed to Chen Song's perfect neurological diagnosis ability. What was a brain hernia? It meant that when a certain part of the cranial cavity had a space-occupying lesion, the pressure in that part of the cranial cavity was higher than the neighboring parts. At this time, the brain tissue would shift from the high-pressure area to the low-pressure area, resulting in a series of clinical syndromes known as brain hernia. It did not mean that the brain was going to come out of the brain. If that was the case, even the gods would not be able to save him. At this time, the most important thing for a brain hernia was to open and drain it to reduce intracranial pressure. It could not be delayed for too long because once a brain hernia occurred, the situation would begin to worsen and must be treated urgently. To be honest, if it were not for the fact that Xianxia could not open the skull with his bare hands, he would have already performed the surgery in the emergency room. Looking at Zhang Jipeng's confused eyes, Xianxia did not have time to explain. Let's go, send him to the operating room. Do the surgery as soon as possible, or it will be too late. Zhang Jipeng reacted quickly. Anyway, in his heart, Professor Chen was better than him. Listening to him was the right thing to do. In fact, as a junior doctor, one had to have the awareness of a junior doctor. Do not be stubborn. It was better to be obedient in front of a big shot. Lu and Xianxia pushed the bed while Zhang Jipeng led the way. At the same time, he picked up the phone to inform the chief. Chief, Professor Chen said that the patient has a brain hernia and needs to undergo surgery immediately. Hu Chuanbang, who was driving, could not help but be stunned. He stepped on the accelerator and the old lacrosse sped up. Cooperate with Professor Chen. Hu Chuanbang did not know Xianxia well, but he had heard of Xianxia's deeds and knew that Xianxia could perform neurosurgery. Hu Chuanbang knew that he could only trust Xianxia now. If the patient really had a brain hernia, he would be dead if it was delayed for too long, but if it was not a brain hernia, there was no big problem with an early craniotomy. Therefore, Hu Chuanbang chose to trust Xianxia. Letting Zhang Jipeng cooperate was the best choice. Because, there was nothing he could do even if he did not agree. The three of them arrived at the operating theater not long after. Prepare for surgery. Zhang Jipeng quickly prepared. After coming out, Zhang Jipeng and Xianxia washed their hands together. To be honest, they were a little uneasy. After thinking about it, he felt that Xianxia should be able to be his support. Professor Chen, do you often do this surgery? Zhang Jipeng asked in a low voice. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. It's my first time doing it. Zhang Jipeng's soap fell into the sink. He panicked even more. Professor Chen, you're joking. Xianxia was stunned. I'm serious. Help me drain later. I'll open the skull. After saying that, Xianxia took the lead and walked inside. Zhang Jipeng was left with a dumbfounded expression. Then, he laughed. Professor Chen, you're too humorous. Xianxia did not explain. In the operating theater. Looking at the CT film on the screen, Xianxia began to judge and identify the place to punch the hole. To be honest, the perfect level of exploratory hole-punching surgery gave Xianxia the ability to choose the most suitable place to open the hole. At this time, Zhang Jipeng, who was dressed, asked, Professor Chen, shall I install the 3D positioning device? Xianxia shook his head. No need. Zhang Jipeng was stunned. How can we open the skull without the 3D positioning device? Where do we open the skull? Xianxia drew an area on the skull that had been prepared. Here. Zhang Jipeng's mouth twitched. Isn't that too casual, Professor Chen? Why don't you think about it? Xianxia had already picked up the scalpel. P.S. 3 chapters have been delivered. There are 3 more chapters tonight. Finally. I beg for monthly votes, big shots. Zhang Jipeng's heart was thumping wildly. It was even more exciting than first love. He felt that his heart should be able to bear it, otherwise, he would not have done extraterrestrial surgery. But, he realized that he felt that his mentality was good because he had not met Professor Chen. This guy was not in a good state of mind. This was a mental breakdown. Professor Chen did not use a 3-dimensional positioning device and directly punched a hole. Zhang Jipeng suddenly felt relieved when he remembered that Xianxia did not seem to need an X-ray to diagnose a brain hernia. Could it be, Professor Chen did not study the same neurosurgery as him? It was very possible. Professor Chen was full of a wild aura. Zhang Jipeng, who came from a medical school, could only sigh in admiration. Looking at the 2 holes made by Xianxia, Zhang Jipeng had already given up on redemption. Forget it, no matter where the hole was made, it was good enough to reduce the pressure. The anesthesiologist also looked at Zhang Jiping with a blank face and looked at Chen Song with some worry. Professor Chen, shall we start? Chen Song nodded. Thank you for your hard work. The anesthesiologist was quite familiar with Chen Song, who was famous in the operating theater. But this was the first time he had dealt with him. Sure enough, his first move was enough to stun him. It was indeed extraordinary. This unusual posture, this surgical gown was definitely sponsored by Meters Bonway. The four-dimensional model in Chen Song's eyes was constantly matching the patient's body. Combined with the CT film, Chen Song's brain was like a supercomputer. It was constantly calculating the size, depth, range of the hematoma, and so on. Then, Chen Song also determined the location of the craniotomy. The disinfection of the scalp was more troublesome. First, ether was applied to degrease, then the median sagittal line and incision line were drawn with a purple nail. Finally, iodine tincture and ethanol were used to disinfect. Zhang Jiping handled it carefully like a serf in a landlord's house. He did not dare to turn over and could only work. After the incision was done, the head was exposed. Before the skull was opened, the skin flap had to be removed. Chen Song was very professional. When the skin was cut open decisively, Zhang Jiping was suddenly stunned. Professor Chen, how did you do it? Why is there so little blood? The anesthesiologist could not stand it anymore. This silly child was so useless. Did he care about everything? Didn't you see Professor Chen add 0.5 milliliters of 0.1% epinephrine into the procaine during the anesthesia? Zhang Jiping was stunned and couldn't help but sigh. Details. The anesthesiologist nodded as well. It was rare for a normal doctor to do this. After all, this anesthesia was carried out by the doctor himself, so the addition of epinephrine was very detailed. Adrenaline could constrict blood vessels, which could reduce bleeding. These were used a lot in the emergency department, but not in the divine surgery department. So when Zhang Jiping saw it, he was a little surprised. However, when the scalp was cut open, the two of them would need to work together. Before Chen Song could say anything, Zhang Jiping had already pressed both sides of the incision with his fingers. Chen Song made an incision and electrocoagulated the obvious bleeding points. He then used a hemostatic forceps to clamp the bonnet aponeurosis and turned it over to stop the bleeding. At this moment, the skull appeared. Chen Song's sense of space was excellent. Holding a high-speed grinding drill, he began to grind away the bones. This process was both fast and slow, but Zhang Jiping, who was watching from the side, was a little nervous. Even he couldn't tell the reason. However, the surgery process was very fast. Not long after, Chen Song successfully reached the epidural. Next was the second one. The bone flap was neither big nor small. Chen Song successfully removed it. At this moment, due to the pressure, the dura was clearly bulging a little. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jiping also began to feel uneasy. At this time, he couldn't cut open the dura. He had to reduce the intracranial pressure. Otherwise, once he cut open the dura, if he was unlucky, his brain might really come out. The dura was relatively strong. As a defense system, he was still more reliable. It was too late to use mannitol. Ventricular puncture needle. Chen Song said directly. Hearing Chen Song's words, Zhang Jiping nodded and took it from the nurse. Ventricular puncture was a certain danger. Even experienced neurosurgeons had to be careful. Because the brain was not comparable to other tissues. When you were puncturing, you had to strictly control the direction and depth of the puncture. No more, no less. You also had to not damage the tissues and large blood vessels. Although Chen Song did not have this kind of surgical skill. However, based on his understanding of the patient's intracranial environment and the stability of his hands, Chen Song felt that he was more suitable than Zhang Jiping. If Hu Chuanbang was standing beside him, Chen Song would definitely not show off. At this moment, Chen Song directly and slowly went into the epidural, passing through the cerebral cortex, bypassing the important blood vessels. This step needed to be done with enough caution. Everyone around him held their breaths. They were afraid that they would disturb Chen Song. At this moment, Chen Song felt that the puncture needle had entered a different place. The perception of his fingers came into play again at this moment. Chen Song was instantly delighted. It could be used like this. Generally speaking, whether it was a thoracic puncture, a bone piercing, a waist piercing, or something else, it was all about a sense of emptiness. And it should be the same for ventricular puncture, although the density of the intracranial tissue was not very different. When it entered the hematoma area through the brain tissue, it would definitely bring a slight sense of emptiness due to the density change. Chen Song was waiting for this feeling. Chen Song even deliberately put on the perception gloves. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. At this moment, Chen Song said to Zhang Jipeng, "Come, slowly extract. Stop when I tell you to stop." Zhang Jipeng nodded. "Are we there?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes." The entire process of extracting the liquid had to be uniform, and it could not be too fast. As the blood was extracted, Zhang Jipeng was immediately pleasantly surprised. At this moment, even the way he looked at Chen Song was a little excited. To be honest, he did not expect it to be so smooth. He had seen too many ventricular punctures, and basically had to be repeated. However, the brain was different from other places. Even if it was a bone puncture, if it was damaged, it would only be a hole in the bone. But what about the brain? When such a puncture needle entered the brain, the accident was too unpredictable, and Chen Song's operation directly avoided any subsequent damage. With such a good start, Zhang Jipeng naturally could not ruin it. When he carefully extracted the liquid, Chen Song was also sensing the change in pressure. After less than a minute, Chen Song felt the change in pressure in the cavity and quickly said, "It's done." Zhang Jipeng nodded. "Okay." Although he did not know what Chen Song's standard was. But he realized that Chen Song was far superior to him. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the scene of Chen Song operating on Midi. It was brilliant. Was he going to see it again today? After the puncture needle was removed, Chen Song and Zhang Jipeng changed into a pair of clean gloves. Then, they put on a sterile sheet before they started the next step. This set of elegant operations made Zhang Jipeng feel a little uncomfortable. "Aren't we bold and unrestrained? Why did our style suddenly change and become graceful?" After Chen Song cut open the dura mater, suddenly, the two of them did not feel too abrupt of pressure. Everything went smoothly. In fact, neurosurgery was much more pretentious than other surgeries. The saline cotton sheets used by other surgeons had black lines on them. This was because the white brain matter of craniocerebral surgery was easily confused with gauze. Therefore, there were black lines left on the outside, and they could be pulled out with a pull. It was not difficult to find them, but if they were accidentally left in the cranial cavity, that would be a big problem. The exposed cerebral cortex also needed to be covered with normal saline cotton sheets and kept moist often. This kind of overly pretentious surgery really needed patience for surgeons. For the doctors in the orthopedics department who were bold and unrestrained, this was really a little aggrieved. Therefore, when an orthopedist and a neurosurgeon ate together, they would feel that the other party was dawdling. When they ate a prawn, they would even eat the prawn's head. At this moment, the door outside the operating theater opened. A middle-aged man with a square face hurried in. "Department director who?" "Department director who?" Everyone greeted him. This was the department director of the neurosurgery department, Hu Chuanbang. With the help of the nurse, Hu Chuanbang put on the surgical gown and hurried over. "How is it?" "I just completed a ventricular puncture and drew some blood. I need a surgical field." Hu Chuanbang glanced at the radiographic films, then looked at Chen Song and said, "You do it." Chen Song nodded and did not feel embarrassed. He was very good at removing hematoma. The difficulty of Midi surgery was even higher than this patient's. However, Chen Song still completed it. The only thing that was uncertain now was whether the patient had a cerebral aneurysm next to the pituitary. While Chen Song was performing the surgery, Hu Chuanbang asked about the patient's condition. Chen Song told him in detail. As he spoke, Hu Chuanbang could not help but ask, "You suspect that the patient's sex addiction is caused by the hemangioma affecting the pituitary gland's release of sex hormones?" Chen Song nodded without batting an eyelid. After all, the probability of sexual intercourse is not that high. If it's not because of the hemangioma, it's really rare at such a young age. After hearing Chen's speculation, Hu Chuanbang had a better impression of Chen Song. very good logical thinking, to be able to infer the patient's condition through the patient's past condition and pathogenic factors. This knowledge had already surpassed most of the chief physicians. In fact, after they became of the surgery, they had become very strict. On the contrary, they did not dwell on what they saw. Instead, they thought more deeply about the patient's medical history and the triggering factors. That was of Chen at this moment. Chen Song was able to win Hu Chuanbang's favor with just his skills alone. Zhang Jiping held the pipette and bipolar electrocoagulation forceps in his hand. His mind was in turmoil. How could he determine the cause of the disease just based on the two factors of sex addiction and sexual intercourse stroke? That was too amazing. Zhang Jiping felt that he must be a fake neurosurgeon. Professor Chen, who was in the emergency surgery department, was even more professional than him. That did not make sense. Chen Song held the mirror in his left hand, then took the pipette and carefully sucked away the remaining blood. Because it had not been long, the blood had not completely coagulated. After washing it with normal saline, the pipette was easily cleaned. There were not many deactivated tissues around the hemangioma at this time. Because the surgery was done in time, Chen Song's eyes were filled with yellow tissues. They were not completely deactivated. After Chen Song cleaned it up a little, it was the critical part. When the probe reached the pituitary gland, the surrounding blood vessels were also exposed. The three of them also saw the swollen hemangioma in front of the pituitary from the screen. How to deal with it? Chen Song was in a dilemma. Ding. Level 95 intracranial hemangioma monster, Lord level. It is recommended that you cooperate for a high-risk surgery. A level 95 monster. Chen Song did not know where to start. Chief Hu, why don't you do it? Hu Chuanbang nodded and took Zhang Jiping's place. Chen Song still held the probe lens in his hand and was a good assistant. Chen Song, who used the laparoscope perfectly, was suddenly looking forward to it. After all, he had a magical piece of equipment. It was commonly known as a divine tool for stealing skills. Hu Chuanbang looked at it seriously for a few minutes and began to think. The hemangioma in this position was too troublesome. It had to be dealt with. But, it would be very difficult to deal with it. Suddenly, he said, ligate the hemangioma and remove it and anastomose the blood vessels. Hu Chuanbang's casual words stunned Chen Song. Intracranial surgery was different from abdominal surgery. You can't remove the brain tissue, it could only be done by inserting it like a probe. And the pituitary itself was next to the blood vessels. Would it accidentally damage the pituitary, or, even if it was not damaged, could you complete the removal of the hemangioma and anastomosis in a short period of time? This was an artery, and there were many blood supply areas around it. Once the blood vessels were ligated, many areas would be ischemic and hypoxic. Therefore, time was extremely limited. However, it was Hu Chuanbang's first time performing this kind of surgery here. He could remove it without any damage, but he was not confident that he could complete the anastomosis in a short period of time. Professor Chen, I'll complete the previous work of the hemangioma, but I'm not confident that I can complete the anastomosis of the blood vessels in a short period of time. I might need your help. Hu Chuanbang was very calm when he spoke. There was no embarrassment. To be honest, these capable people could face their own shortcomings and never hide it. On the contrary, those who did not have real ability liked to put on airs. Hu Chuanbang's words directly made Chen Song's impression of him increase exponentially. Ding. Triggered mission, assist Hu Chuanbang to complete the blood vessel anastomosis and successfully complete the surgery. Reward, intracranial aneurysm removal, master level. Chen Song was instantly delighted. Intracranial aneurysm removal, this was a good thing. Okay, no problem. When Hu Chuanbang heard Chen Song agree, he was instantly delighted. He could really do it. As he spoke, Hu Chuanbang did not waste any more time. He directly used the vascular clamp to close the blood vessel, and the endotherm knife bypassed the brain tissue and entered. Decisively removed, this set of movements was very smooth. Chen Song was dumbfounded. That was because department director Hu's knife was too steady, right? Chen Song had always thought that his knife was quite steady, but at this moment, he realized that department director Hu's hand was as steady as Mount Tai. It was too amazing. This pair of hands must have been tempered thousands of times to become like this. P.S. There's one more chapter. Everyone, go to sleep after the comparison. Read it tomorrow morning. Then. I've actually written 8 chapters today. Can I ask for votes? Professor Chen, it's your turn. After Hu Chuanbang finished speaking, he quickly pulled away. At this moment, Chen Song also quickly started the blood vessel anastomosis. Intracranial blood vessel anastomosis relied on hard skills. It required Chen Song to complete it alone. Under such circumstances, Chen Song had to complete the blood vessel anastomosis within the specified time. At this moment, several pairs of eyes around were staring straight at the electronic display screen. They were waiting for Chen Song to begin. Chen Song took a deep breath and held his breath. The blood vessels located in front of the pituitary quickly began the anastomosis. Continuous suture. One needle. They watched as Chen Song's needle holder went in and out at a very fast speed. This suture needle was specially made and was more useful than ordinary ones. As a result, Chen Song's suturing speed also increased a little. On the originally enlarged screen, Chen Song's suturing seemed to have become a continuous image. It was too fast. Hu Chuanbang was dumbfounded by what he saw. The shock brought by the surgery video was far less than in real life. It was too amazing. This young man's blood vessel anastomosis speed was really a gift. His talent was extraordinary. Back then, Su Ziming had chatted with him and said that Chen Song's blood vessel anastomosis was the best he had ever seen. Even those academicians, famous doctors, and the like could not compare at all. At that time, Hu Chuanbang had thought that Su Ziming was exaggerating when he drank too much. But now it seemed, Hu Chuanbang really believed it. Only then did he realize that Su Ziming was not exaggerating at all. Because of the intracranial blood vessel anastomosis, he could completely see that Chen Song's initial jerkiness gradually disappeared after a few seconds. This meant that Chen Song's adaptability to intracranial anastomosis was really strong. In such a limited space and almost harsh environment, his anastomosis was not affected at all. It was simply too amazing. Even Hu Chuanbang thought so, let alone his little follower, Zhang Jiping. At this moment, he was already lying flat and watching the show. In his eyes, Chen Song's operation was gradually becoming more and more demonic. It was too abnormal. Forget it, he could not watch anymore. Every time he looked at her, he felt like he was doubting his life. It was too fast. The operation was finally over. After Chen Song pulled it out, he unblocked the blood vessels. At this moment, the operation was finally completed. In fact, anesthetists were the most loyal audience in every surgery, and they were also the most objective party. He clearly saw how good the surgery was. If you had an anesthesiologist friend and you needed to perform a surgery, you could ask him who you were looking for and he would definitely be able to give you the most objective answer. It was not that the director was powerful. The anesthesiologist had also finished watching the entire surgery. He couldn't help but sigh. What a match made in heaven, Professor Chen and department chief whose cooperation was amazing. Too awesome. When he thought of this, he even felt that Chen Song could come to the Department of Neurosurgery to further his career, and he would have a bright future. As the department at the top of the chain of contempt, the neurosurgery department was still very attractive. After the surgery, Zhang Jiping wrapped it up. Hu Chuanbang looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, Professor Chen, you're really fast. Chen Song smiled. Although it was a compliment, it still felt strange. You're the fastest surgeon I've ever seen. Chen Song smiled again. It was awkward but not impolite. Zhang Jiping nodded. Professor Chen has always been famous for being fast. Chen Song was speechless. There was no end to it, was there? Ding. Congratulations. You've successfully learned it. You've obtained otolith manipulation reduction, perfect level. Chen Song's face was instantly filled with joy. This was a good thing. He did not expect Department Chief Hu to have a perfect level otolith manipulation reduction. This technique was ordinary and was not considered a great surgery, but it was a very practical skill in the emergency department. It had a miraculous effect on the dizziness caused by otolith. Not bad, he was very satisfied. Ding. Assisted in completing the surgery to remove intracranial hemangioma. Obtained master-level intracranial hemangioma removal. Ding. Assisted in killing a level 95 intracranial hemangioma monster. Obtained intracranial hemangioma removal. Master level, looking at the system reward, Xianxia should be happy. But 2 master level intracranial hemangioma removal, this meant, quasi-perfect level, not bad, it was still good to have 2 more special effects. It was better than nothing. Thinking of this, Xianxia was satisfied. After the surgery, the patient was sent to the ICU. Xianxia and department chief who discussed, department chief who, do you think the patient's sexual addiction could be caused by the hemangioma? Hu Chuanbang sighed. It's very likely. But, sigh. Hu Chuanbang did not finish his sentence. Perhaps it was because he thought of the woman's situation at this time, it was really a little awkward. What if it was, what if it wasn't? Xianxia and the others left the operating theater. Some family members were waiting outside. Even though it was early in the morning, they were still waiting for their family member's surgery. But, the woman's family members were not outside. Xianxia shook his head. After returning to the emergency department, Xianxia saw the original husband, the adulterer, and the police. Xianxia told the police about the patient's situation. The police took the adulterer away. He went back to record his statement. Although Xianxia confirmed that the patient's condition was caused by her own body, he still had to go to the police station. After the original husband learned that his wife's surgery was successful, he also heaved a sigh of relief. He said to Xianxia, "Doctor, I'll pay the bill tomorrow. I don't have money with me now." The original husband should still have feelings for his wife. Otherwise, he would have initiated a divorce lawsuit instead of going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He also felt that he could not get a real answer during this 6 months of cooling-off period. Now it seemed. It was useless, forget it, he would wait until she recovered before getting a divorce. It was already late at night. Just as the man was about to leave, a voice rang out. Xianxia suddenly stopped the man. Wait a moment. The man was stunned and turned to look at Xianxia. Doctor, what's wrong? After hesitating for a while, Xianxia still felt that he should tell the man his guess. The final choice was still up to him. I have something to tell you about your wife. The man smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. Doctor, please go ahead. Xianxia said, your wife's sex addiction is actually caused by a disease. There is a hemangioma in front of the pituitary gland in her brain. It has been compressing and stimulating the pituitary gland for a long time, causing abnormal secretion of sex hormones, leading to sex addiction. And the rupture of this hemangioma is also caused by the hemangioma. After saying that, the man was suddenly stunned, he stood there and did not speak for a long time. Then, with a bitter smile, he walked out and began to cry loudly outside. Xianxia sighed. He did not know whether he should say it or not. However, it was reasonable for a doctor to tell the patient and their family members about this, considering their job as doctors. P.S. Late update, the veteran has done it, there are 9 chapters today, 6 tomorrow, thank you to old friends Heart Never Change for the 10,000 tip. Thank you for your support. It was proven that there were benefits to sucking up to rich women. For example, this was the first time Xianxia and the others were attending an international conference in business class. Professor Meng was the one who paid for it. The reason was that Professor Meng was happy. For the rich, it was hard to buy anything with money. Now that Professor Meng had obtained the ultimate treasure, the standard and method for typing aortic dissection, he felt a little embarrassed. He decided to use his own money to help the hardworking people, especially Xianxia, a migrant worker from the poor and lower middle class. The plane was business class, and even the hotel was a 5-star one. TSK, now I know the benefits of being rich. If I were 20 years younger, I might be able to fight for it too. Su Ziming chuckled. Lu Quan, who was at the side, complained, Director Su, think carefully before you say it. I've recorded it and will send it to sister-in-law when I get back. Su Ziming was stunned. Lu Quan, you won't get the Spiritual Civilization Award this year. Lu Quan smiled sheepishly. Director, I'm just kidding, but I think even if you have the heart, you don't have the kidney, oh. If you have Professor Chen's face, you can do it too. Forget it, it's too difficult. If you have Director He's waist, you can find a rich woman too. Well, Lu Quan was very experienced in digging his own grave. He was very steady. Needless to say, everyone was in a good mood, being invited to the 100th annual conference of the Association of Thoracic Surgeons in the United States. They felt full of energy. When they thought about becoming a member of the association, they were very excited. Even Chen Song was no exception. However, this time, Chen Song planned to return with a full load. He hoped that the Association of Thoracic Surgeons in the United States, which had more than 100 years of history, was as awesome as the legends said. This is the first time I'm so excited and willing to attend a conference. Su Ziming held the manuscript in his hand and could not help but sigh. Of course. You used to be a side character, and you were even a passerby in international conferences. But this time, you're the main character. Lu Quan said with a smile. Although Lu Quan's words were unpleasant, it was the truth. Of course, Su Ziming was not the only one who thought so. Everyone who attended the conference thought so too. Su Ziming, He Jiqian, Li Baoshan. These were all chief physicians who were still far from being a top doctor. If he didn't have the opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to take another step forward. It was very likely that he would stop there. After all, the emergency medical center had never been a hospital that produced results. The country spent a lot of money on emergency centers every year, but it was all emergency funds, not scientific research funds. Research funding was the most important factor in the development of a discipline. Of course, if the emergency center could become an international clinical trial base, they would also be able to produce results, and they would not lack money, but this was the National Emergency Mission Base, so it was naturally impossible to accept these clinical trials. On the other hand, Lu Quan, Su Aiqing, and the others were all young doctors in their 40s. They were in the prime of their lives, and this annual meeting of the Association of Thoracic Surgeons would be a golden opportunity for them. It would be very beneficial for their future development. When they arrived in New York, the hotel sent 3 Mercedes-Benz cars to pick them up. This was the benefit of a luxurious hotel. There was also a luxury car service, but it cost money. But when rich Lady Meng was happy, she spilled water. In comparison, the official organization of AATS 2020 could be said to be very temperamental. In the past, when participating in international conferences of pharmaceutical substitutes, they had to prepare everything from plane tickets to gifts, for fear that the doctors would be in a bad mood. However, the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons was different. Other than their 1,300 members, they wanted to come. Okay, we will first review your qualifications because we will only accept 1,700 non-members. This was the whole world. Even if you pass, remember to pay $100 as a membership fee, and then there is the submission fee. Food and lodging were on their own. Chen Song and the others were invited to participate, and they had booked their own plane tickets and accommodation. The officials promised that they would be reimbursed in the end. Chen Song was originally worried that business class plus a 5-star hotel would not be reimbursed. In the end, they said, "Professor Chen, you're so thrifty. When you go back, our staff will book you a first-class ticket." That sentence made Chen Song doubt his life. They were too rich. It had to be said that AATS was rich and generous, and its member benefits were really good. That was because AATS was too rich. Even when holding events and conferences, those pharmaceutical companies would sponsor them like crazy. Every year, they would give their members gifts. Moreover, the most important thing was their position in the industry. For more than 100 years, AATS had been doing one thing seriously, and that was the development of cardiothoracic surgery. Their words could affect the judgment of the Food and Drug Administration. The FDA often had to review drugs and devices in the field of cardiothoracic surgery through AATS. It was a fair third-party organization. Becoming an AATS member was naturally very meaningful for a doctor. The hotel was booked at the Four Seasons Hotel in New York. Chen Song felt that it was not because the hotel was expensive, but because of the good location. Chen Song had just checked in when the staff of the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons came over. They helped them with the relevant matters of the conference and sent the conference schedule. Chen Song and the others had to settle down with the association's board of directors a day in advance because they had to participate in the conference. The person who contacted Chen Song and the others was a young manager in his 30s from a pharmaceutical company named Hart. Chen Song had never heard of this pharmaceutical company, but the other party was very enthusiastic. They said that if Chen Song and the others needed, they could provide a tour guide, a driver, and a car. The other party's consideration and service made Chen Song feel for the first time that the United States valued doctors. At first, Chen Song felt embarrassed. Because when he met the pharmaceutical company in China, Chen Song's first reaction was to stay away from them and avoid them. Hart seemed to see Chen Song's embarrassment and said with a smile, "Professor Chen, you can rest. We'll pick you up for the meeting tomorrow. Have a good meal." After that, he left with a smile. Mengshi looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, "Don't be too sensitive. It's very normal for foreign doctors to cooperate with pharmaceutical companies, and hospitals will cooperate with pharmaceutical companies. Many hospitals' shares and investments are invested by pharmaceutical companies. Moreover, by becoming an AATS member, you can have priority in giving drugs to American pharmaceutical companies. And it's through the company's own channels." Giving drugs? When everyone heard that, they were immediately delighted. Giving medicine was useless for doctors, but for patients, it was very useful. After all, how many patients could not afford drugs every year? However, most of the drugs given in China were in the field of cancer. One could imagine that if doctors were qualified to give drugs. At noon the next day, Chen Song and the rest walked out of the venue. They felt refreshed. The morning was mainly to adjust the meeting process and speaking arrangements. At noon, the president of the association invited Chen Song and the rest for lunch. The president of the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons was a strange woman named Sabrina from the Cleveland Medical Center. The Cleveland Medical Center's cardiovascular and cardiac surgery specialty was ranked first in the world. In addition to Sabrina, the famous director, Ryan, was also there. They ate at a Chinese restaurant in Manhattan. It was very considerate of Chen Song and the rest. Because of this, everyone had a good impression of this exquisitely dressed woman in her 50s. "Professor Chen, I'm really happy that you're joining us. I'm very glad that outstanding elites like you have appeared at the 100th annual AATS meeting." Sabrina really gave Chen Song and the rest enough face. Perhaps, mainly to Chen Song. The table was not big and was divided into 3 or 4 tables. Su Ziming did not have time to eat. Instead, he began to take photos and post them on his WeChat moments. After lunch, Chen Song and the rest were sent back to the hotel. Su Ziming suddenly said, "Haha, Professor Chen, Wang Tong and the rest are here. There are also members of the AATS Association in our country and about 30 people attending the meeting. Should we go and take a look?" Everyone had just eaten. They had nothing to do anyway. Wouldn't it be good to meet an old friend in a foreign land? Seeing Su Ziming's eagerness to give it a try, everyone drove over. When they arrived at the hotel, Wang Tong was already waiting for them downstairs. Other than Wang Tong, there were 4 or 5 other people standing there. Wang Tong smiled when he saw Chen Song and the rest. "Professor Chen, you're here too?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes, we arrived yesterday." They were all from the cardiovascular surgery department, so Su Ziming, Lu Quan, and the rest were more familiar with each other. They began to greet each other. At this moment, more than 20 Chinese people appeared in the hall. Many of them looked familiar. The hotel's living room was very big. More than 20 people gathered together. Instead of being crowded, it was a little spacious. "Director Su. You're here too." "Hello. Hello." Chen Song looked around and suddenly found a familiar face. "Second uncle." "Eh?" Qin Yueming suddenly turned around and saw Chen Song standing there, grinning at him. "Xiao Chen. Why are you here?" Qin Yueming was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to see Chen Song in New York. Chen Song smiled and said, "I'm here to participate in the AATS 2020. Qin Yueming was stunned for a moment and was a little surprised. "You're an AATS member? Something's not right. Who invited you? Director Wang?" Wang Tong shook his head. "I invited Director He." Chen Song smiled. "I'm a guest invited by the association. Everyone in my group is." Although Chen Song's words sounded ordinary, it was like thunder in everyone's ears, a guest invited by the association. this was the treatment of a director. Only those who had made outstanding contributions to the field of cardiovascular surgery in the world could be invited as guests. It is said that the youngest member of the association is 39 years old, the most recent medical genius of the Cleveland Medical Center. Chen Song was going to set a new record. After being invited as a guest, they would definitely become a member. If they were lucky, they could even become a director if they had more votes in the referendum. Therefore, more than 20 people were stunned on the spot. Chen Song saw that the atmosphere was a little stagnant and thought that Qin Yueming didn't believe him. He immediately said, "Sister Su, take out our membership passes." Su Aiqing was more serious. She put everyone's membership passes in a bag. After more than 10 membership passes were taken out and hung around their necks, everyone was stunned. They were stunned when they saw the yellow passes. As expected, these were all special guest certificates, and more than 10 people were all of them? Everyone looked at each other and found it hard to accept. Since when was the AATS Association so cheap, and guests were automatically transferred to members? These were 13 AATS Association members. They had worked hard all their lives to be recognized as members. But these people in front of them were all young. Other than Chen Song, Mengshi was only 31 years old, and Su Aiqing. Lu Quan, the surrounding non-members who took the initiative to apply felt sour in their hearts when they saw this scene. Damn it, we've worked hard for 40 to 50 years and we still haven't become members. It's not easy to come to this meeting. You guys have it good. AATS 2020 100th annual meeting has a dozen guests. No, there's one more than a dozen. It's 2F** King Sour. Can't you let us live? It wasn't just them who were non-members. Even Qin Yueming and the other members were stunned. I'm so jealous. He looked at everyone's sour and envious expressions. Amidst the jealousy, there was also a trace of frustration. Chen Song didn't know that he had said something wrong. He was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do. Has everyone eaten? Why don't I bring everyone to a Chinese restaurant for dinner? Everyone calmed down when they heard this. Qin Yueming couldn't help but say, "You're really amazing. You're so young and you're already an AATS guest. You've set a record." At this moment, Su Aiqing walked to a man. "Teacher, you're here too." Su Aiqing graduated from Shijing Hospital. When she saw that her teacher was here, she quickly went forward to greet him. The man coughed awkwardly. After all, he wasn't a member of the AATS Association yet. His own student had become a guest. It was a coincidence. Lu Quan scratched his head and asked, "Teacher, have you eaten?" Lu Quan's teacher snorted. "Eat my ass. What kind of luck do you have? How did you get invited by the AATS Association as a guest?" Suddenly, Lu Quan's teacher frowned and said, "Did you apply for a fake certificate?" Everyone laughed bitterly. Lu Quan explained, "This is all thanks to Professor Chen. The AATS Association personally invited Professor Chen to participate. Professor Chen mentioned us in passing and they naturally agreed. We still have to speak on stage, so we're guests." Everyone heard this. They were furious. "Listen, is this human language? What do you mean by mentioning us in passing and we're guests? We worked so hard to prepare the thesis, prepare for the award, find people. It took so much effort to get the application approved. You guys are great. You actually got in through the back door." When Lu Quan's teacher heard this, he glanced at Lu Quan and glared at him disdainfully. He said resentfully, "Humph. You don't want to improve and only know how to take shortcuts every day. If shortcuts are useful, shortcuts. As the bald man spoke, he could not continue because he realized that the shortcut was really King useful. Shortcuts made him give up his courage. He could not find any evidence to refute it. As Lu Quan's teacher spoke, he couldn't continue. He glanced at Chen Song. "Professor Chen, nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Lu Zhizhou from Fuai Hospital. I've always wanted to get to know you. I finally got the chance today." Everyone's eyes lit up. There was a shortcut. What was the point of working hard? How could they not know what this group of people relied on to participate in the conference? Wasn't it because of this big shot in front of them? This big shot was too big, a god with 12 holes. and he could walk like a tiger. Professor Chen, nice to meet you. I'm Huaxi's Zhao Dexing. Nice to meet you. Professor Chen, nice to meet you. I'm Fudan Zhongshan Hospital's Chen Hua. Speaking of which, we're from the same family. Come to the south if you have time. I'll arrange it. Lu Quan watched as his teacher changed sides at the last minute. It was a slap to his face faster than flipping a book. He realized that he still had not learned the true meaning of his teacher. Indeed, Lu Zhizhou also felt that Lu Quan was far inferior to him. He did not mind his seniority at all, nor did he despise Chen Tsang for being young. He felt that he was more capable than Lu Quan and was more suitable to join Chen Tsang. After all, following Chen Tsang was equivalent to having meat to eat. This formula was now valid. They watched as this group of lucky young people stepped on the shoulders of giants and swaggered. This group of old people under the lemon tree really felt sour in their hearts. Sigh, the younger generation was too shameless. They were not happy. Their students had become AATS guest members at such a young age. This was indeed a happy event. They would feel proud if they said it. However, if they were really happy, they felt that they were not as good as their students. It was weird. Sigh, everyone sighed one after another. They could not help but sigh. This is fate. Qin Yueming, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Seeing Chen Tsang rise, as his uncle, he was naturally overjoyed. However, Qin Yueming's heart was also in turmoil. He was shocked. How long did Chen Tsang take? He was about to surpass him. Chen Tsang said it casually. He had brought more than 10 people here, and they could still be guests. As veteran AATS members, they knew very well how important this was. Therefore, these old members smiled and shook their heads helplessly. This batch of youngsters was truly ferocious. Qin Yueming smiled and said, let's go, let's go. It's not easy to meet you, so we have to let you treat us to a good meal. Everyone nodded and smiled. That's right. It doesn't matter if it's good or not. The key is that it has to be expensive. Otherwise, I'll feel terrible. Agreed, we're going to eat from the rich today. When Chen Tsang heard this, his expression changed. Wait. Let me give you a suggestion. Can we eat in China? How about a KFC meal today? Qin Yueming was confused. Why? Chen Tsang sighed. We can't create GDP for the US. That will put more pressure on the country. Immediately, everyone burst into laughter. Chen Tsang's joke instantly shortened the distance between them. Everyone's impression of Chen Tsang had also increased. To be honest, as veterans, they were happy to see so many promising youngsters join AATS. Why? Because they were ashamed, they did not bring the glory of their motherland to the AATS meeting. Even, their contribution to the world of cardiothoracic surgery was limited. Seeing the rise of the youngsters, the older generation could not help but feel emotional. Let's go to the Chinese restaurant you mentioned. Everyone nodded. Professor Chen is so humorous. An old professor at the side said with a smile. Chen Tsang could not help but sigh helplessly. He really was not humorous. He was poor, damn ma, he still did not give him money and insisted that he would give it to him in a few days. Chen Tsang really did not have much money now. However, he was thick-skinned, he felt that it was normal for him, Professor Chen, to not bring money when he went out. Did Ma Yun bring money? Did bring money? Did the leader bring money? Of course, he did not need to bring money. At the thought of this, Chen Tsang confidently looked at the 12 meal tickets he had brought. Who would pay the bill today? Not bad, it's you, Chief Su Ziming. Su Ziming looked at Chen Tsang's smile and shuddered in the summer. Professor Chen, Ziming, you just ate. Why don't you just give us the address? Wang Tong said with a smile. Everyone nodded. That's right, we were just joking. Su Ziming nodded. Yes, it's over there. It's a small red building. It's called Wutong. It's really good. We also benefited from it. The president of the AATS Association, Sabrina, took the initiative to treat Professor Chen to a meal. Everyone was even more jealous when they heard that. The president of the AATS Association? Treating Chen Tsang to a meal? Everyone had no choice but to give a thumbs up as a sign of respect. They did not say anything. They were convinced. Qin Yueming smiled and said, "Forget it, let's not go. Let's eat nearby. There's a buffet at 9 in the evening." Everyone nodded. Lu Zhizhou said to Lu Quan, "Kid, you've already collected your things. Where are you going to collect them?" Lu Quan was stunned. "Collect them? What do you mean?" Lu Zhizhou said angrily, "Your dog tag." Lu Quan saw that his teacher was angry and smiled awkwardly. We're delivering them to you. You'll be sitting in the hotel and someone will call and deliver them to you soon. Oh right, they've even arranged for a guide, a driver, a luxury car, and gifts. Professor Chen rejected them. "I say, teacher, just accept them. Don't reject them. You don't know when you'll come out again." Lu Zhizhou's eyes widened when he heard that. "Really?" Lu Quan nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course." Wang Tong could not stand it anymore. He could not help but say, all right. Director Liu, stop asking him. All you've asked about is VIP treatment. How is this guest treatment? This time, Professor Chen came to the conference and was received by the president. He even had a pharmacy agent to serve him. How is this a guest? This is a VIP. Let's ask the staff later. Lu Zhizhou was so angry that his scalp went numb. He was so envious that his body was about to explode. Jealousy, sin. Chen Song felt that he could not stay here any longer. If he stayed too long, there might be a civil war. He had to leave quickly. Well, directors, I won't disturb you. When the conference is over, I'll treat everyone to a feast. Have a good rest today and watch our performance tomorrow. Leaving behind a group of people, they watched as they got into a Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes-Benz, they sighed in unison. Sigh, why was there such a huge gap between people? Lu Zhizhou suddenly understood. Watch the performance tomorrow. What performance? Qin Yueming said expectantly, tomorrow will be the progress report. P.S. There's still 3 more updates. Looking for monthly votes. Big shots. That day was still very important to the field of cardiothoracic surgery in the world. The American Association of Thoracic Surgeons, AATS, known as the creator of the world's guidelines for cardiothoracic surgery, was about to hold its 100th annual meeting. The venue of the meeting was extremely lively. Everyone gathered in the 3,000-person conference hall, waiting for the start of this grand event. It was also Chen Song's first time attending. Everyone sitting in the guest seats was honestly a little nervous. As soon as the meeting began, a portrait appeared on the big screen. It was the president of the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons, who was also a person who had made outstanding contributions to cardiovascular surgery. As the image changed, the next portrait continued to appear. The appearance of each portrait was an exciting story, and each of them was a legendary figure. Among them were Nobel Prize winners, Lasker Prize in Medicine, Albany Prize in Biomedicine. If heroes created eras, they were worthy heroes in the field of cardiothoracic surgery. As the images continued to change, the applause of the people below continued to ring out. It did not stop for a long time. These exciting images were the spiritual leaders of the people below the stage. Doctors had beliefs. Beliefs might not be science. But it was definitely medicine. Was medicine science? For the time being, they reserved their opinions. Because the scope of medicine was too broad. Every person represented an era and also represented a great invention, progress, the birth of new surgical methods, and the discovery of mysterious substances in the development of medicine. To be honest, Chen Song was a little excited when he saw it. He hoped that many years later, his portrait would appear on it. It was not for everyone's admiration, but to guide the way. Sometimes, moving a person did not require impassioned words or melodious music. Perhaps the appearance of these images would make everyone present yearn for it. They remembered the career and mission that they had worked hard for all their lives. Of the 3,109 people present, who did not want to be a role model, at this moment, everyone's emotions were stirred up. Everyone was speechless, but their hearts were in turmoil. After a long time, the image stopped changing. When the last interface appeared, it was a question mark with the words below, "Where are you?" After this image appeared, everyone immediately became excited. "Where are you?" Everyone began to shout, "Here! Here! The image changed again, and a few large catalogs appeared: new progress, new discovery, new surgical method. Following the arrival of this year's president, Sabrina, on the stage, the audience burst into enthusiastic applause. There were no gorgeous special effects at the beginning, just a simple image. This was AATS's tradition. The first segment was to pay tribute to those who had made outstanding contributions to the cardiac surgery department. Sabrina was dressed in a black gown, looking dignified and elegant. Welcome home, everyone. Over the past year, it has been an extraordinary year because I have seen many new faces appear. They are new blood and vitality, and they are also the driving force for the vigorous development of the cardiovascular surgery department. Sabrina's voice was neither fast nor slow, but it could be heard everywhere. After a long while, the opening ended. Next up is the most exciting moment for us, the new progress this year. As Sabrina's voice fell, a new progress indicator appeared on the big screen. This year, many new concepts and new developments were born, allowing our medical concepts to be constantly innovated. This year was the year of the fastest progress and also a year of vigorous development. Next, we will give time to those who have created new developments. After she finished speaking, Sabrina stepped down from the stage, and a title appeared on the big screen behind her. After seeing the title, the audience burst into an uproar. Everyone burst into thunderous applause. No one expected such important content at the beginning. Originally, everyone thought that it would be played as the finale. However, no one expected it to appear so early. Aortic dissection typing standards and methods. After everyone saw the name, they were in an uproar. This content had been fermenting internationally for 2 weeks. Almost all the experts in the field of cardiovascular surgery had done some research on the new typing standards of aortic dissection. Just Xianxia alone was enough to shock everyone. Many of the previous surgeries seemed to have found a classification. The old typing methods could no longer satisfy modern research, but the appearance of Xian Type 1 seemed to have found an organization for those surgeries that could not find a specific classification. Moreover, everyone realized that after Xian Type 1 used the elephant trunk stent, the success rate of the surgery would be greatly increased. Therefore, as the president, Sabrina naturally could not study it. That was why she invited Xianxia and his team over. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the venue rose. Amidst the thunderous applause, a woman in a red slim-fit Xianxia walked up the stage. Xianxia could not help but take another look at teacher Meng. She was really a charming seductress. This outfit, however, Xianxia was overthinking. In the eyes of medical professionals, their bodies would automatically achieve dissection. That was right. At this time, looking at the expressions and eyes of the audience, it seemed that Xian Type 2 aortic dissection was much more charming than Mengxi. After Mengxi went up the stage, she bowed and spoke. Hello everyone, I believe that everyone is already aware of the name of aortic dissection typing standards. It is Xian Type 2 aortic dissection typing. Speaking of this, Mengxi blushed a little because the next sentence was something that Xianxia had asked her to say. This is the conclusion that my student Xianxia and I have analyzed and summarized. Next, I hope that the following time belongs to Xian Type 2 aortic dissection. After that, an image appeared on the screen. Xian Type 1. Xian Type 2. Xian Type 3. Xian Type 4. Xian Type 5. A total of 5. The moment they looked at the table of contents, many people were shocked. Compared to the traditional 2 or 3 types, Xianxia had more types, but this also meant that it was more accurate. The most important thing next was to look at the content. At this time, a white man in the front row looked at Mengxi on the stage and was a little absent-minded. He recognized Mengxi the moment she went up the stage. This was his former student. After 3 years, he did not expect that she would actually stand on this stage. So, she also had her own student, back then. Sigh, at this moment, the man was a little regretful. At this time, a young man sitting next to him opened his mouth for a long time. His eyes were wide open, but he could not speak for a long time. He did not expect that Mengxi, who was pushed away by him, would actually stand on this stage, and he needed a teacher to bring him here. Mengxi really wanted to prove herself. She wanted to stand in front of her teacher and tell him how terrible his choice was back then. She knew that this process might take a long time. But she was not afraid. However, she did not expect that one day, her student would allow her to step onto such a stage that even her teacher would dream of. It described the classification standards that all cardiovascular surgeons in the world dreamed of. That night, Xianxia cried all night. The proud her was not afraid of failure. However, even a heart of stone was afraid of being gentle, and even more afraid of being treated well. Xianxia handed the aortic classification standards and method to Xianxia. It allowed her to stand openly on the stage of the AATS 2020 conference and proudly say that this was the result of her and her students' efforts. Xianxia insisted on going home from the hospital. She hid under the blanket and cried all night. And today, she raised her proud head and put on her most exquisite clothes. She dressed up well and told those who had bullied her, "I, Xianxia, have men in my family too. My student is also my strong support." The PowerPoint screen jumped and the audience instantly fell silent. Everyone suppressed their excitement and listened to Xianxia's explanation with wide eyes. Xianxia's accent was very pure, her years of overseas study experience gave her a good spoken English. However, her lack of confidence came from the paper Xianxia had given her. As the exquisite classification appeared one by one, the image on the PowerPoint was accompanied by Xianxia's pleasant and generous voice, rendering the entire scene. It was so quiet that only the sound of notes could be heard, and this moment belonged to Xianxia. It belonged to Xianxia. Everyone looked at the young woman on stage and praised her. What kind of teacher could nurture such an outstanding young man like Xianxia? That was how talented and good-looking he was. After Xianxia's help over the past few days, Xianxia's analysis and understanding of aortic dissection was the first other than Xianxia. Xianxia, who was very knowledgeable about large blood vessels, had been crazily studying these few days. It was all for the sake of shining at this moment. She would not let Xianxia down, nor would she let herself down. Time passed by minute. Xianxia had already memorized the script by heart. Without the script, she looked at everyone with a confident and charming smile on her lips. She kept giving vivid examples. This kind of explanation made it easier for everyone to accept. Everyone looked at Xianxia on the stage, and they could vaguely see Sabrina's shadow. After an hour and a half, everyone felt bored. On the contrary, it was very meaningful. 1.5 hours was too little. However, Xianxia used a limited amount of time to let everyone have a vivid understanding of the types of Chen's aortic dissection. The details of the follow-up would be published in the journal. After Xianxia finished his speech, he stood up and bowed. As he left, the audience applauded like a sea. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianxia conquered the scene. Everyone gave her a round of warm applause. It was too exciting. Such great content was actually the result of the master-disciple duo. If this was spread out, it would definitely be a good story. Xianxia also gave his applause to his teacher Meng. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, he bowed, and then caught sight of his master and elder brother. However, her gaze did not stop. Instead, she turned around and left. She clearly saw the regret and unwillingness in her master's eyes. She also saw the jealousy and resentment in her elder brother's eyes. At this moment, to Xianxia, what had happened in the past had become insignificant. She did not expect that her capital and bargaining chip would come from her own student. Thinking of this, Xianxia was touched and felt a little regretful. If Xianxia graduated normally, she would rather not have these. Xianxia's good start made the mood of the audience high. After each person finished their speech, the members in the audience voted to support or not. After the end, the best thesis of the year would be selected according to the degree of support. At this moment, everyone could even predict. This collaboration between the teacher and student and the wonderful narration of the Chen's aortic dissection by the teacher was bound to become a popular champion. Of course, they did not know. This time, Xianxia had already planned it out. Contract, I want all of them. That's right, Xianxia had prepared 12 speeches. He planned to use these 12 speeches to sweep the top 10 list. He wanted to tell the world, China, by dominating the list and monopolizing the list, to tell the world, they had become stronger. The American Association of Thoracic Surgeons annual meeting had 3 sections and 3 lists: New Development, Top 10 Most Influential Developments of the Year, New Discovery, Top 10 Most Promising Discoveries and Scientific Research of the Year, New Surgical Method, Top 10 Most Valuable Surgeries of the Year. This time, Xianxia was well prepared, unprecedentedly well prepared. after Mengxi finished speaking, everyone below began to vote. Mengxi's teacher looked at Mengxi with a complicated expression. He held the voting device in his hand and hesitated for a moment. Then, he glanced at the student next to him and did not press it in the end. The student next to him looked at the teacher and was also a little jealous. The more outstanding Mengxi's performance was, the greater the pressure he felt, because the second person to go on stage was Mengxi's senior. What a pity, Mengxi's start was too strong. How could he play when he was leading by 20 people at the start? Everyone present was still immersed in the speech just now. If he went up now, he was undoubtedly looking for a beating. There was a kind of pressure called competing on the same stage. There was a kind of pressure called peer pressure. He had both of these points. Before he went on stage, his confidence and pride had already been crushed by Mengxi. He was badly wounded. When Mengxi's teacher saw this scene, he could not help but sigh. He was really wrong. He knew how outstanding Mengxi was. But he had put him in an important position. When the man went on stage, he forced a smile, his uneasy movements, his erratic gaze, all of these told everyone that he was not confident. That's right, he had a mental breakdown. He did not expect that the sensational Chen's arterial dissection typing was actually done together with Mengxi. He was already blocked by Mengxi's content. At this moment, he was even more badly wounded. An hour later, after his speech ended and he left the stage. Only then did sparse applause sound. It was very awkward. Everyone began to vote. Mengxi's teacher looked at his student encouragingly and comforted him. You are very outstanding. Be more confident. The man smiled bitterly. Outstanding. 2.5 hours later, it was time for the tea break. And the theme of this tea break was still Mengxi and Chen Song. Everyone kept talking about the typing methods and standards. From time to time, they would exclaim and sigh, as for that person just now, sorry, they did not even remember his name. Not to mention the content, today's protagonists were Chen Song and Mengxi. As teacher and student, the two of them developed a new type of aortic dissection in one fell swoop and successfully conquered everyone present. P.S. There will be one more chapter later. It's getting late. Everyone, go to sleep first. This is the 5th chapter. The 6th chapter will be here soon. Please give me your monthly votes. Thank you to 9 Songs of Zither Sword for your 50,000 tip. Thank you. Thank you. After the tea break, the third person appeared on the stage. Everyone realized that it was another Chinese. Furthermore, everyone was shocked when they saw Su Ziming walking slowly towards the stage. Could it be that he was from Chen Song's team again? Yes, they had more confidence. Remove the word could it be. Su Ziming's appearance on the stage once again aroused everyone's anticipation. Hello, everyone. I'm Su Ziming. Today's topic is a clinical analysis of data on how to reduce the mortality rate and complication rate of Marfan syndrome patients under the condition of relaxing the inclusion criteria. Initially, everyone was a little disappointed when they heard the data analysis. However, when they suddenly heard that the inclusion criteria were relaxed, everyone was dumbfounded. The inclusion criteria for Marfan syndrome patients could be relaxed. How dangerous was that? Furthermore, Marfan syndrome patients had a very high mortality rate. He was the only one in the world who relaxed the inclusion criteria for Marfan syndrome patients in clinical trials. Who gave him the courage? However, Su Ziming had also learned to be smart. Without saying a word, he presented the evidence. When the real data appeared on the big screen, everyone was silent. Following that, everyone could not help but gasp. The patient's situation was really terrible. Furthermore, the key was the inclusion criteria. When everyone saw the inclusion criteria, they could not help but whisper, "Is this crazy?" That was right, Chen Song directly changed the inclusion criteria back then. It was not only the people present. At that time, the entire experimental team was under immense pressure. At this moment, everyone began to worry. What was the result of relaxing the inclusion criteria? How many people would die? One had to know. The mortality rate of Marfan syndrome patients was extremely high. After the inclusion criteria were relaxed, they did not calculate the mortality rate. However, it was only high and not low. Everyone was looking forward to the clinical data results. Very soon, the screen changed and the data appeared. Death, one person, everyone was dumbfounded. Was it that low? Was this a joke? How many complications were there? Serious complications, 3 people. All of a sudden, everyone fell silent. Immediately after, everyone began to discuss spiritedly. It was obvious that everyone did not quite believe this data. Soon, a meta-analysis appeared, followed by various tables and graphs. Everyone looked at the data and kept thinking. The data analysis on the screen was very detailed and on point. After everyone saw it, they quickly calculated the authenticity of it. Really? That's what I calculated too. It's actually true. Oh my God. God. The experts below whispered to each other for a little discussion, but the conclusion shocked everyone, and at this moment, while everyone was still in shock, suddenly, a thesis topic appeared on Su Ziming's big screen. How to reduce the mortality rate and complication rate of Marfan syndrome patients. Instructor, Chen Song. At this moment, immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. The instructor was Chen Song. No, it's Chen Song again. There was no need to consider the type of Chen's aortic dissection. The whole world knew that it was the result of Chen Song's research. Otherwise, why would they use Chen's classification, type 1 Chen, type 2 Chen? Did it need to be more obvious? And at this moment, this summary of experience, the new development of Marfan syndrome, was the result of Chen Song's research. What did an instructor mean? In a clinical trial, an instructor was the technical guarantee of the clinical trial. And a graduation thesis and an instructor, Teacher Meng, was a requirement. But this was not a requirement. At this moment, everyone could not help but look at Chen Song. They saw that he was calm and collected. Su Ziming's accent was very strange, unprofessional. Chen Song complained in his heart, this guy, if he wants to go abroad with me, he must practice his spoken English. Otherwise, his Beijing English would only be 3 points better than Comrade Ma. But, this director Su was very confident. The audience below the stage listened with great interest. Sometimes, when the content was too strong and attractive, everyone would begin to ignore the speaker's spoken English. It was fine as long as they could understand it. The more Su Ziming spoke, the more engrossed and excited he became. His confidence was overflowing. Sometimes, people really needed a great victory to awaken the confidence and pride in their hearts, to make them believe that they were unique. Although Director Su could not do that at this time. However, old Su, who was in his second spring, was in place at this moment. The venue was silent as they listened carefully to old Su's performance in Beijing English. Time passed by minute. The more the audience watched, the more exciting it was. The more they watched, the more they admired it. Surprise, there was even a strong feeling of being completely convinced of his strength. It was too amazing. How amazing was Chen Song? He could actually perform such a surgery and method. At this moment, everyone came to a realization. No wonder they could relax the criteria. Because of their confidence, and Chen Song was their confidence, the speech gradually came to an end. Su Ziming's performance came to an end. He stood on the stage and did not go down. He bowed to the front and said, "Thank you, everyone." Immediately, there was a warm applause from the audience. It was endless. After Su Ziming finished speaking, he turned around and bowed in the direction of Chen Song. To be honest, Su Ziming was grateful to Chen Song from the bottom of his heart. Without Chen Song, what was he? In the capital, he was second-rate. He would not have the chance to stand on such an international stage, stand at the peak of the field of cardiothoracic surgery, and stand here to show his elegance to everyone. At this moment, Su Ziming was extremely grateful to Chen Song. Finally, I would like to thank my instructor, Chen Song, Professor Chen. Immediately, the applause shook the sky. For Su Ziming, it was also for Chen Song. At this moment, it was almost noon. Everyone suddenly felt that the order arranged by the officials was very humane. It was a wonderful speech, mixed with an ordinary relaxation in the middle. Anyway, it was not interesting, so it was better to take a break. Just as they took a break, there was another wonderful speech. This clinical experience summary was really too wonderful. The wonderful thing was that it was a valuable summary of experience and methodology for clinical workers. It provided a lot of new surgical progress for Ma Fan's surgery. It was really a surprise. For a moment, everyone looked sideways at Chen Song. What kind of skin could give birth to such a soul? Sigh, everyone was filled with emotions. At this moment, Chen Song became the focus of the scene once again, even if he did not appear on the stage for a minute, even if he did not say a word until now. However, He was the only king in the scene today, Chen Song smiled faintly. That's right, I've always been low-key. I just want to be the center of attention. P.S. Tired. Rest assured, remember to vote for the monthly vote. Clock in at 6 o'clock. Continue tomorrow. The 100th annual meeting. The significance was extraordinary, therefore, in order to participate in this meeting, everyone sharpened their brains to squeeze in. It was all to participate in this event. After more than 4 days of meetings, on the first morning, everyone felt that this trip was really worth it. 3 new progress reports. At the beginning, he attracted everyone's attention with Chen's aortic dissection typing. Moreover, Chen Song did not disappoint everyone's expectations. In Mengxi's narration, the new Chen's aortic dissection typing was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. While feeling emotional, everyone could not help but exclaim at the powerful appeal of the AATS association. Even Chen Song was invited. This sensational opening directly shocked everyone's hearts. It made everyone feel that this trip was not in vain, and Sabrina said that she was happy. Right, she was definitely happy. After all, if such a centennial event could be held well, it would definitely be a good thing. However, at the same time, she was more worried, because the opening was too good. It was so good that even she was caught off guard. If this continued, would it lead to a weak finish? Sabrina could not help but feel worried. Fortunately, the second contestant was a student from Sweden's Karolinska Institute, the representative of the academic faction, Ridley. However, she did not expect this person to be completely crushed after going on stage. Although his speech was smooth, his uneasy appearance was simply terrible. Compared to Mengxi, she was worlds apart. The second person's performance confirmed Sabrina's guess, making her even more worried about whether this arrangement was appropriate. To be honest, Sabrina admired Mengxi very much just now. It was as if she had seen a piece of unpolished jade. Although she was already showing signs of brilliance, there was still a lot of room for improvement. The key was that she was only 31 years old. Sabrina shook her head. She would talk about this later. She was more concerned about the meeting now. Just as Sabrina was worried, Su Ziming went on stage. A very surprising thing happened. Su Ziming seemed to have turned the tide. His speech with local characteristics once again raised the expectations of the audience. Su Ziming's unique stage sense and understanding of Marfan syndrome made everyone exclaim in delight. Finally, the morning meeting was finally over. This opening made Sabrina both surprised and happy. Forget it, let nature take its course. Lunch was a buffet in the hotel. The hotel considered experts from all over the world and prepared a variety of dishes for them. But at this moment, no one was in the mood to pay attention to this. A name kept coming out of their mouths, Chen Song. That was right, the 2 new articles in the morning struck a chord in the hearts of everyone present. Chen Song had yet to appear, but he had already caused a stir in the entire venue. He had never seen him, but he had heard of him. If it weren't for the fact that Lancet was the most knowledgeable magazine in the industry, no one would have remembered Chen Song's appearance clearly. But now that Lancet put Chen Song on its cover, everyone would remember this young but attractive man. Everyone was looking forward to Chen Song's report and speech even more. During lunchtime, Chen Song brought 12 people to eat together. Everyone surrounded Chen Song. Lu Quan looked at Su Ziming and said with a smile, "Director Su, do you know who has sat in your position before?" Everyone was stunned. "Who is it?" Lu Quan smiled embarrassedly. "Judas." Su Ziming was so angry that he shouted, "Lu Quan, your full attendance and spiritual civilization awards this year are all gone. Damn it, if I can betray Teacher Chen, Su Ziming, would be too ungrateful." Lu Quan was originally joking. After all, he had a good relationship with Director Su in the department. But, he did not expect Director Su to be serious. Su Ziming picked up a cocktail. The alcohol content was not high. He took the initiative to touch the glass in front of Chen Song and drank it in one gulp. "Teacher Chen, Su Ziming, have never thought of standing on such a high-level stage to express my opinions. Not to mention AATS, even though small associations look down on me. Really? Su Ziming, know what's good for me. I know how I got here today. You are younger than me, but there are different levels of knowledge and specialization. Those who are skilled are teachers. This glass of wine of mine is a toast to you. No matter where I go from now on, Su Ziming, will be your student. Without you, Teacher Chen, there would be no Su Ziming today. When everyone heard that, they were stunned. Chen Song glared at Lu Quan. Then, he picked up the tea from the cup and drank it in one gulp. Alright. Everyone is watching. Director Su was also agitated. They don't know Chinese. Chen Song was speechless for a moment. Lu Quan quickly came over with a glass of wine. Director Su, I was wrong. I was just joking. Please forgive me. Teacher Chen, I'll drink this glass of wine. Just as Director Su said, you will be my teacher for life. Although it was just a farce, it was also a wake-up call for everyone. If it were not for Chen Song, they would not have had the chance to step on such a stage. Not to mention AATS. Those domestic associations would not have had a chance to join them. With Chen Song's help, they learned the most cutting-edge knowledge, mastered the latest techniques, and understood the latest developments. It seemed that they were always at the forefront of many people. However, if it were not for Chen Song, they would not have had a chance at all. Talent was important. Opportunity was more important, accompanied by the sound of two apprenticeship. Chen Song heard the system notification. Ding. Successfully accepted disciple, Su Ziming. Ding. Successfully accepted disciple, Lu Quan. For every achievement, the disciple will receive a certain reward. After Chen Song heard the reward, he could not help but shake his head. He had seen this reward before. For every 5 levels Wang Yong increased, he would receive 1 experience reward. The reward was not much, but it was better than nothing. Chen Song looked at everyone. In fact, he knew in his heart that if it were not for them, Chen Song's research would not have been so smooth and progress would not have been so fast. Humans were a team to begin with. A lone tree could not form a forest. Chen Song also needed them. These people were actually very outstanding. To be able to get to where they were today, there were a few mediocre people. In fact, what they lacked was opportunity. And Chen Song could provide opportunities. Those who were capable were not loyal. Those who were not talented were not satisfactory. Therefore, it seemed that Lu Quan, Su Ziming, and the others were the most suitable for Chen Song's needs. Moreover, speaking of the bigger picture, the development of medicine had to spread eventually. The power of one person was limited. Chen Song stopped smiling and looked at everyone. To be honest, rights and obligations coexist. I can bring you to join AATS, teach you new techniques, and teach you new concepts. However, you have to remember the burden on your shoulders. You need to refine what you are best at and then teach it to more people. Everyone nodded when they saw that. The afternoon was relatively long. Moreover, everyone did not have as much time as Meng Shi and the others in the morning. The tight schedule allowed everyone to only have about 30 minutes. However, at the same time, it was very difficult to talk about something interesting in 30 minutes. Generally speaking, there would be one content in every field that stood out. However, there would inevitably be fierce confrontations. The first person in the afternoon was none other than He Zhiqian. He Zhiqian's appearance on stage attracted warm applause from the audience. It was not because his topic was attractive, it was because he was from Chen Song's team. Could it be that this was Chen Song's product again? As expected, with He Zhiqian's well-behaved opening, everyone saw Chen Song flashing on the big screen. Below the Chinese name was the English name. Everyone tried to remember these 2 Chinese characters. Because this name seemed to be filled with innumerable magical powers. He Zhiqian's content was the application and technique of elephant trunk stent surgery. Currently, the elephant trunk stent was not on the market yet. However, everyone in the cardiac surgery department knew that at the exhibition in the United Arab Emirates, a new cardiac surgery equipment took the lead and won the annual championship. That was the elephant trunk stent. But, when He Zhiqian began to talk, everyone below was stunned. That was because they realized that He Zhiqian was clearly describing every detail and technique of the surgery vividly. This time, everyone was stunned. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and the excitement in their hearts was difficult to describe. But, they were not excited about how amazing or eye-catching the surgery was. Instead, it was because Chen Song had actually shared something so private that it could even be considered exclusive. It was too rare and precious. what was a surgeon's secret? It was surgical experience, exclusive knowledge of surgery, perfect control of details, and so on. The elephant trunk stent technology was undoubtedly the most optimal surgical choice for aortic dissection surgery. But, why did Chen Song announce it at such a conference? Could it be that Chen Song did not understand this? Did he not know what such a thorough description of a surgery meant to the world's top cardiologists present? This meant that there were no secrets, everyone was likely to learn from it. Could it be that Chen Song did not understand this? The audience below the stage began to feel restless. Even the chairman and board members of the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons were stunned. Sabrina's eyes were also wide open as she watched the surgery. She couldn't take her eyes off it. How attractive was an exclusive surgery? Just look at the phones gathered at the scene. Almost everyone raised their phones to watch the surgery. It was a meticulous operation. Why did Chen Song do this? Everyone was curious. However, it didn't take long before everyone fell silent. There was no point in dwelling on this. Perhaps Chen Song was willing to do this simply because he was willing to share. Thinking up to this point, everyone's impression of Chen Song multiplied. Time passed by, second by second. 30 minutes was a very short time, and there wasn't much that could be said. However, He Ziqian had already tried his best to say everything he could. The speech ended, the applause was like a sea. It was endless. At this moment, everyone gave Chen Song and He Ziqian a thumbs up. Because of your academic attitude, because of your sharing of knowledge, after a long time, the moment He Ziqian bowed and left the stage, the Chinese who were attending the conference below were all excited. Honor can never be bought, it was fought for. Qin Yueming had been attending the annual meeting of the AATS Association for several years, but he had never spoken on stage. Those who could stand in that position were definitely the best in the industry. However, at the beginning of the AATS 2020 conference, 3 of the 4 speakers were Chinese. This was an honor, this was a feeling, it made his heart surge. He couldn't calm down for a long time. In the past, he felt that a person's ability and influence were limited. But today, Chen Song, his niece-in-law, would come with pride and return with honor. He Ziqian left the stage, the next person went on stage. The afternoon passed slowly just like that. After this person left, Lu Quan went on stage immediately. Chinese, it was the Chinese again. The instructor was still Chen Song. Lu Quan stood on stage and looked at the experts and professors from all over the world. He was extremely excited. He put away his usual casualness and confidently raised his head to face everyone. He couldn't help but sigh. He was really too lucky. Lu Quan left the stage. Zhu Heng went on stage immediately. Zhang Yu went on stage, one after another. Other than Chen Song and Su Aiqing, all 11 people went on stage. When the last person, Chief Li Baoshan, stood on stage, he said the last sentence, "My name is Li Baoshan. I'm from China. Thank you, everyone." Qin Yueming couldn't hold it in. Tears of excitement rolled down his cheeks. He couldn't control his excitement anymore. Today, it was a special event for China. Chen Song and his team stood at the pinnacle of cardiothoracic surgery in the world. There were less than 20 speakers today. There were 11 participants from China. Thinking of this, Qin Yueming had goosebumps all over. He didn't expect it. He didn't even dare to think about it, that such a day would come. Wang Tong clenched his fists and trembled with excitement. Such a scene was something he didn't even dare to dream about. But today, it was happening in real life. Lu Quan's teacher, Lu Zhizhou, had tears in his eyes. Chief Wang of Xijing, Professor Zhang of Zhongshan, President Yang of Tongji, they looked at each other with tears in their eyes. Their hands were clenched tightly and their bodies were trembling. This was probably the most romantic thing I could think of, right? This sense of recognition that came from their blood made them proud. These young wolves stood on the pinnacle of cardiothoracic surgery forum in 2020 with honor and pride. At this moment, they looked down on all the heroes. If this scene was seen by the Chinese, it would be filled with excitement and pride. Such a situation where more than half of the speakers appeared in a country had never happened in the past 50 years. It was only possible for such a thing to happen because they were all American experts when it was first established. However, academia had no borders. Medical treatment had no nationality. In the 50 years when academic exchanges flourished, such a thing was heard and asked, when their minds kept appearing, "Come from China." From China, this sentence hit their souls again and again. It was too powerful, it was too impactful. It was also enough to shock people, although academia had no borders. However, doctors had national borders. Honor had national borders, and today, they heard the word China the most. Li Baoshan stood on the stage and looked at the applause of the people below the stage. Suddenly, he looked at Qin Yueming. The two of the four heroes of the emergency department in Dongyang province met in New York, America. He saw Qin Yueming waving his fists excitedly. He saw the tears of the Chinese people around him. He also saw his surging heart. Today, he was 58 years old. This might be the last time he stood on such a stage. However, he had realized his teacher's unfulfilled dream. He summarized the things to take note of in major vascular surgery. He faced the past calmly. He had fulfilled his teacher's long-cherished wish. He had also untied the knot in his heart for 20 years. Tears also moistened the corners of his eyes. He did not wipe them away. Instead, he glanced at Chen Song. He realized that this kid was looking at him with a determined gaze. He smiled and walked off the stage in satisfaction. This step was the most confident step he had taken in the past 50 years. This step was also the easiest step he had taken in the past 20 years. As he stepped down from the stage, the applause was like a sea, drowning out the entire meeting venue. The people who came to the meeting were all doctors and professors in their 40s and 50s. They had enough academic knowledge and good upbringing. However, even so, the scene was still somewhat uncontrollable and noisy. At the beginning, everyone was whispering to each other in low voices. But later, everyone began to discuss heatedly. They looked at Chen Song until the end of the day. He still did not go on stage. 11 of his team's 12 people also went on stage, and these 11 people put on an academic feast for the AATS 2020 Association annual meeting. It was so shocking, every one of them was so outstanding. The speeches provided by every one of them were enough to convince them and make them gain a lot. Each of the 11 academic advancements was at the top 10 of the year. Moreover, they were all from China, and the most shocking thing was that they were all from the same team. Their participants were all Chen Song. Chen Song's aortic dissection was undoubtedly a postgraduate topic. This meant that Chen Song was the leader. As for the other 10, Chen Song was all the instructors, which was the so-called technical provider and supporter. Thinking of this, everyone was terrified when they thought about it. What kind of young man was this? He wasn't even 30 years old, but every one of his assistants was outstanding enough. Before the age of 30, he had created 11 legends in a single year. It was too magical. Leaning back in her chair, guild leader Sabrina looked at Chen Song, who was smiling faintly in the distance. Her eyes filled with caution. She thought that she had already paid enough attention to Chen Song. But now it seems, he still underestimated Chen Song. He was too mysterious. This was too amazing. Other than Sabrina, everyone else also looked in Chen Song's direction. Chen Song still did not go on stage, however, his name appeared 11 times, which was the same number of times as the name of his motherland. What was Chen Song talking about? At this moment, everyone was curious. He couldn't help but look forward to it. Why hasn't Chen Song come on stage yet? Furthermore, what they were even more curious about was what Chen Song was going to say on stage tomorrow. Even the classification of aortic dissection was given to Meng Shi. What did Chen Song have to prepare to shock everyone? They couldn't possibly say that Chen Song gave the good stuff to others and left the bad stuff to himself, right? That was impossible, therefore, there was only one possibility. What Chen Song had prepared was better than all of that. Thinking of this, everyone looked forward to it even more. At this moment, everyone pressed the buttons in their hands for Li Baoshan's speech on major blood vessels. At the end of every speech, there would be a score. The first and second days were about new developments. Everyone went on stage to express their opinions. At the same time, everyone pressed the support button. Tomorrow night, after the last person finished speaking, the final score would be announced. That would be the top 10 new developments of the year. Sabrina looked at the atmosphere and suddenly felt a little worried. She was very worried now. Would Chen Song's team be responsible for the top 10 new developments in this year's AATS 2020? Thinking of this, Sabrina felt that her premonition was getting stronger. If that was the case, that would be amazing. This was the first time something like this had happened since the establishment of the awards. The top 10 new developments all came from China. Wasn't that too exaggerated? However, if it was true, Sabrina would not reject it or interfere. That was the core element of the AATS Association's century-old establishment: respect for academic fairness. This was a fair academic platform. Every member had the right to vote. If such a thing really happened, it would be a good story. Sabrina could not help but laugh at that thought. The host went on stage, and after giving a speech, he asked everyone to eat in the restaurant on the third floor. It was not a buffet tonight. Instead, there was a table of dishes specially prepared by a chef. AATS never mistreated its members. However, the other non-members had to pay $300 each for food and drinks. Of course, they could choose not to eat here. However, most people who could come here to participate would not lack $300. It was worth it to spend money to participate in such a grand event. If they missed this village, there would not be such a place. The money was not cheap, but it was mainly for the members. Because they still had to attend the meeting in the afternoon, everyone had a small meal for lunch. However, most countries in the world paid more attention to dinner. A table could seat about 15 people. Qin Yueming and Wang Tong came over. Everyone was familiar with each other. Qin Yueming looked at Li Baoshan and said with a smile, "Baoshan, I've been envious of you the whole day. How did it feel to go up?" Li Baoshan was slightly stunned. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I felt that I was lucky to have found a good successor, Chen Song." Immediately, everyone burst into laughter. That was the truth. Without Chen Song, they would be in their own hospitals. Otherwise, they would have gone home to cook for their wives and children. They would not have the chance to come here. After Qin Yueming heard that, he was so envious that he cried. "I'm really proud. I've been in the association for a few years, but, to be honest, this is the proudest I've ever been." "You didn't feel it when you were there. When I saw you all go up one by one, you were all China people. I was so proud." "Great. That's great." Qin Yueming could not help but feel emotional. Wang Tong also echoed and nodded, "Yes, I was too proud. My ears kept ringing from the people around me. They said China. It was China again. I was so excited that my hands were trembling." Everyone was very excited. Their China compatriots also came over. The wine on the table was not bad. There was red wine and Mao Tai. Everyone was in high spirits and could not help but drink a few glasses. P.S. Thank you to Guoming for the 10,000 tip. "Thank you, boss. There were still 3 chapters to go. We are 12th in the monthly votes. Come on, we will be in the top 10 soon. Continue to ask for monthly votes." It was the second day of the AATS 2020 meeting. On this day, everyone was much calmer than the first day. Everyone's heart calmed down as they were used to seeing great storms and great waves. However, it could be seen. No one seemed to have slept well last night. The specific reasons seemed to vary from person to person. However, it was undeniable that when they woke up this morning and saw Chen Song, everyone was a little emotional. After a night of research, they realized that the dozen or so new developments yesterday were far deeper than they had imagined. Now, they were even more looking forward to the journal after the meeting. Today, the biggest anticipation was Chen Song. There was no one else, even if there were many veteran big shots going up to report their progress today. For example, Ryan, the dean of the Cleveland Medical Center. For example, Raymond Alpha of New York Presbyterian Hospital in the United States. Another example was the specialist from Mayo. If one had to rank the world's cardiothoracic surgeons, even the Mayo Clinic had to give way to the Cleveland Medical Center. The Cleveland Medical Center was first. Mayo was second. It could be seen how high the status of the Cleveland Medical Center was. It was said that in the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons, AATS, for more than 100 years, the Cleveland Medical Center had produced more than 10 presidents, including the current president, Sabrina, who was the chief cardiothoracic surgeon of the Cleveland Medical Center. At this moment, after Ryan went on stage, he began his own ideas. Chen Song knew that Ryan was very good at handling the valve surgery. Moreover, Ryan had been trying to study the heart beating non-stop at that time. He was one of the more powerful experts in the world. However, as soon as Ryan went on stage today, he began to analyze the new progress of the heart beating surgery. This made Chen Song stunned. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Chen Song smiled bitterly. His last speech was the progress of the heart-beating nonstop research. However, this did not mean a conflict, it meant a kind of development. Professor Ryan's international reputation was very high. He had proposed the study of the heart-beating nonstop a long time ago, but he had repeatedly encountered difficulties. After many capitals and groups invested a large sum of money, Ryan's surgery did not make much progress again. At that time, Ryan was so disappointed that he no longer wanted to do this. He turned around and did the opposite. He studied cardiac arrest, how to reduce the adverse effects of cardiac arrest, how to better develop the types of surgeries under cardiac arrest, and so on. Over the years, the results were remarkable. Ryan was a tall black man. His parents were both doctors. His good family background allowed him to come into contact with medicine at an early age. As the speech went deeper and deeper, Chen Song was pleasantly surprised to find that Ryan's speech had greatly inspired Chen Song. As time passed, Chen Song suddenly heard the sound of a system notification. Ding! Congratulations on forming the concept of cardiac arrest. Current progress, 5%. Chen Song was stunned. What the hell? He actually heard the concept of cardiac arrest from the speech. This was something that Chen Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ryan gave Chen Song a 5% experience bar, but what was the use of this 5% experience bar? At this moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Heart-beating principle, current progress, 29%. Chen Song was dumbfounded. The heart-beating principle that he studied only had a 29% progress bar. Wasn't this too miserable? Chen Song had always thought that he had a good understanding of the heart-beating nonstop. Now it seemed that there was still a long way to go. At this moment, Ryan finished talking about the concept of cardiac arrest. After that, he sighed and said to everyone, although I'm talking about the progress of cardiac arrest today, it doesn't mean that I've given up on the concept of cardiac arrest. In my opinion, cardiac arrest is still the future because the less we change the human body, the faster it recovers. Surgery shouldn't be a major modification, but a small improvement. Chen Song agreed with this point. The trauma of surgery was difficult to heal completely. Ryan looked at everyone and continued, there are still 20 minutes left, so I'll say a few more words about the heart beating nonstop. In fact, over the years, my research on it has failed, but there are some results. After that, Ryan began to summarize his past experience. Chen Song listened very carefully. At this moment, the system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Heart-beating principle increased to 30%. Reward obtained, heart-beating tetralogy of phalate surgery, perfect level. Instantly, Chen Song and the other big-mouthed people looked at the reward in disbelief. Unexpectedly, he really didn't expect that he would suddenly receive such a reward. What was tetralogy of phalate? This was a problem that had always existed in the cardiology department. In the current situation, not to mention repairing the heart nonstop, even stopping the heart was quite difficult. Chen Song suddenly realized that the concept of the nonstop heart and the concept of cardiac arrest were not simple things. It might even lead to a series of guidelines for cardiology surgery. Once these guidelines were released, this would cause a huge shock in the cardiology department. In the past, Chen Song's research was only the research and innovation of a single disease. Whether it was mitral valve repair or mitral valve replacement, or the aortic dissection surgery that Chen Song was vigorously developing, and so on, these were all branches of the cardiology department. However, cardiac arrest and nonstop heartbeat directly limited the development of the concept in the future, with the heart beating nonstop increasing to 30%. Chen Song's mind suddenly had too much information. It made Chen Song's heart nonstop beating concept achieve a qualitative leap. It seemed that 30% was a level. When Chen Song opened his eyes again, his heart was full of excitement. This might be the biggest gain of this trip. Tetralogy of phalate. There were also 2 progress bars for the concept. Chen Song had a premonition that when his 2 progress bars were complete, he, Chen Song, would have the final say in the cardiology department of the world in the future. Sabrina's position as president would also be his. Thinking of this, Chen Song's heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. He even had a feeling of eagerness to give it a try. The following speeches were all very good. Overall, Chen Song felt that his gains were still very rich. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The host invited Chen Song to go on stage. Suddenly, the audience was in an uproar. It was his turn. It was finally Chen Song's turn. Everyone watched as Chen Song slowly went on stage with a smile on his face. Dressed in a formal suit, he seemed to exude a damn charm. It was very dazzling. At this moment, if Chen Song was in the audience, he would definitely understand how powerful the +3 charm buff was. Charm added a sense of mystery to Chen Song. Chen Song's appearance was the center of attention. Everyone present, 3,109 people, except for Chen Song, were staring at him. Sabrina couldn't help but take out her notebook. Ryan and Mondalpha also picked up their phones silently. No one would let their guard down when it came to Chen Song. As insiders of the medical industry, everyone knew that this strange man in front of them might have come to the cardiovascular surgery department as a guest. After all, he was the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery. He was a person who was on the same level as President Sabrina. But, some people who were familiar with Act Tough King Chen had already started preparing. The recording pen on the table, the special tripod in their hands, the pen and the notebook were all ready, because they remembered that Chen Song had said at the founding meeting of the World Society of Digestive Surgery, "Time is limited. I'll speak quickly. Remember to keep up with me." When the people next to him saw their companions getting ready, they couldn't help but say, "Isn't it too exaggerated?" The man sighed, "Don't worry, I'll lend you my notes." His companion immediately laughed, "Don't worry, although I'm not as good as Professor Chen, I think I can keep up with the progress." When the man saw this, he nodded, "Good luck, but I still say the same thing. If you need my notes, you can borrow them from me later." "I don't believe that day will come." Before the two of them finished speaking, Chen Song went on stage and said with a smile, "Next, we're going to move on. Time is tight and the task is important. I won't say much and we'll start the introduction directly. Today's content is about the heart beating nonstop. It's a little difficult. I hope everyone can keep up with my pace. Don't look forward to the journal because the journal's submission is from 3 days ago. Today's content has new and solid content. Okay, let's begin." Chen Song's words made everyone laugh. Professor Chen is so humorous. "Yeah, I can't keep up with the pace. Isn't that too exaggerated? Yeah, we're members of the AATS Association after all. We can still do this." But, there were still a few people who became serious after hearing this. They became even more meticulous. In order to prevent any disturbances, the phone was switched to airplane mode. After Ryan heard Chen Song's introduction, he suddenly froze and looked up at Chen Song. "Is your heart beating nonstop?" However, was it really that simple? After so many years of research, he still had no results. Could Chen Song do it? Ryan was a little skeptical, but also, a little expectant. Sabrina glanced at Ryan and said with a smile, "Looking forward to it?" Ryan nodded. "If Chen Song surpasses you, will you be surprised?" Ryan was at a loss for words. If he were to surpass him, that would be a really sad thing. "I'll probably be sad for a day. I think you should treat me to a drink. Then." "Hee, all right." When everyone heard what Chen Song said, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Because the non-stop heartbeat was still a concept, wasn't it? The guidebook wasn't even out yet. Would Chen Song's heart really beat non-stop? Wasn't this, too, unbelievable? At this moment, everyone suddenly understood why Chen Song even asked Meng Shi to explain the classification of aortic dissection. It was a classification, the non-stop heartbeat was an era. At this moment, Chen Song began his introduction. The non-stop heartbeat is a concept. As Professor Ryan said, what we pursue is, Chen Song spoke at a moderate pace. However, every sentence hit the nail on the head. Less than a minute after the introduction, Ryan felt a sudden clap of thunder in his mind. Clap of thunder. My world is collapsing. That's right. When Ryan heard Chen Song's concept, many of his original ideas suddenly collapsed, and were then rebuilt. At this moment, Ryan finally understood. Wrong. It turned out that he was wrong from the beginning. The core of the non-stop heartbeat was here. For a moment, Ryan was extremely excited. He suddenly realized that the starting point of his research on the non-stop heartbeat was wrong from the beginning. Thinking of this, he listened attentively to Chen Song's explanation, intoxicated. Meanwhile, the crowd below was dumbfounded. Chen Song's explanation was really good. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that Chen Song's understanding of the non-stop heartbeat had formed a preliminary concept. For a moment, everyone was shocked. But, it's good, we can't keep up. Professor Chen, can you speak a little slower? I'm kowtowing to you, really. Chen Song's speed almost made these people cry. Before he could fully understand the first sentence, the next sentence had already appeared. He didn't speak quickly, but he couldn't bear to think deeply about every sentence. The man looked at the meticulous man beside him, the recording pen on the table, the phone on the tripod, and the frantic notes. He was instantly jealous. If he had known, he wouldn't have acted so pretentiously. Wasn't it better to be obedient? However, his companion didn't even look at him. The same scene appeared in every corner. Qin Yueming threw his pen and gave up. Wang Tong was stunned. Lao Qin, why are you? Qin Yueming couldn't help but say, I can't remember it anyway. I'll go to his house when I get back and ask him to explain it to me. Damn it. When Wang Tong heard that, he was jealous. He really couldn't afford to offend the right backdoor. Chen Song's speech didn't last long. At 5:30, Chen Song stopped in time. Alright, that's the end of my content. The non-stop heartbeat is definitely more than that. Those who are interested can come to China. My non-stop heartbeat medical research center is being built. When the time comes, I welcome everyone. With that, Chen Song left the stage. At this moment, everyone forgot to applaud, because they hadn't walked out of the message just now. Following that, the applause was thunderous and endless. Next, it was the most exciting moment. The results of the voting were announced to determine the top 10 most influential new developments of the year. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Who would be this year's top 10? The honor of being recognized by the AATS Association could be won if they took it back. This was the status of the industry. The host went on stage and said excitedly to everyone, "This year is the most domineering year I've ever seen. Because I've seen how powerful a person can be. I've also seen the hard work of a group of people. I believe that everyone will feel the same when they see the data. Please look at the big screen." Suddenly, the big screen lit up. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, because they saw that only one of the top 10 wasn't from China, and the rest were all from China. At this moment, everyone was stunned. At this moment, all the China people present were dumbfounded. Then, everyone became excited. P.S. Thank you to Morong Xianfeng for the 10,000 tip. Everyone, go to sleep first. I'll finish the last chapter. You can read it tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Monthly votes given. First place, Chen Song, Progress in the Concept of Non-Stop Heart Beating, China. Second place, Mengshi, Chen's Aortic Dissection Typing Standard and Method, China. Third place, Ryan. 10th place, Lu Quan. China. A series of names appeared on the big screen. The top 10, except for the third place, were all from China. This kind of thing was really rare. Even Chen Song was shocked. He was a little uneasy and worried. He felt that, was it really good for him to be so cold? Wouldn't this make Sabrina feel embarrassed? Actually, Chen Song was thinking too much. When the people below saw the big screen, not only were they not unhappy, they even began to shout, "China!" To them, this phenomenal miracle made them even more excited. Great things should always be respected. If it was in other organizations, they might coordinate. However, in the AATS Association, they respected fairness and believed in everyone's votes. This was the truth. Sabrina glanced at Ryan and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Director Ryan." Ryan shrugged his shoulders and smiled helplessly. "This is the award I regret the most. If I'm not wrong, the 11th place should also be China." Sabrina glanced at the tablet in her hand and nodded with a smile. "Congratulations, you guessed right." When Qin Yueming saw this, he was stunned. "Director Wang, have we won an award before?" Wang Tong also widened his eyes and quickly took photos with his phone. "No. Never. This should be the first time." A foreigner at the side smiled and said, "But you've won the award for 10 years in one go." Wang Tong could not help but get excited. "That's right, we've won the award for 10 years in 1 year. This year's AATS new development belonged to China." Seeing this scene, everyone picked up their phones and began to take photos. Then, Twitter, Facebook, and WeChat were instantly filled with this photo. all the major periodicals, newspapers, and media smelled the scent of traffic. They were all competing to report. It wouldn't take long for this photo to spread throughout the entire United States, and then the entire world. Of course, Mr. Zhang Wo might not be happy when he sees this news. However, the USA media did not belong to the government. The Chinese who came to participate in this event suddenly felt that everything was worth it. This kind of grand event might only happen once in a lifetime, right? If they wanted to see China dominate the rankings in the future, it would depend on Professor Chen's mood. God knows what Professor Chen would like to do tomorrow. Who knows, maybe he would go to other departments like cardiology or neurology. Looking at Lu Quan, who was ranked 10th, Lu Zhizhou said excitedly to a foreigner beside him, "Me. Chinese? Did you see that? The 10th place is my student." Lu Zhizhou was really excited. Seeing the people around him looking at him with envy, he was really proud. However, when he met Lu Zhi's annoying eyes, he couldn't help but complain with envy and jealousy. "Tisk, what's so great about getting in through the back door? Lu Zhi, this brat, is really lucky. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone to Professor Chen. Why would I need a director?" Although everyone was joking, they were really proud at this moment. The new progress was coming to an end today. Tomorrow was the day of the announcement of the new technique, therefore, today was the day of the award ceremony. Sabrina went on stage and said to the crowd, "Today, I saw a miracle. 9 of our top 10 are experts from China. Most of them are young and energetic. To win an award at such a young age, I think you should be proud. Mr. Ryan, I think you should reflect on yourself. Do you want to give up the award?" Suddenly, everyone laughed. Ryan also laughed. Sabrina continued, "That's right. Tomorrow, the newspapers and media will definitely spread this great news around the world. Moreover, our AATS 2020 journal will also publish it. Finally, congratulations. Please go on stage to receive your award." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Song got up and led the crowd to the stage. Ryan stood beside Chen Song. After he went up, he shook hands with Chen Song. "It's an honor to meet you, Professor Chen." Chen Song nodded and smiled. "Professor Ryan has benefited me a lot." Chen Song was telling the truth. Ryan nodded. "I'm looking forward to your surgery tomorrow." Chen Song said with a smile, "Tomorrow's top 10 most popular techniques will be the same." Ryan was stunned and immediately smiled. "I'm looking forward to it." After Sabrina gave the award, she smiled at Chen Song and said, "Others thought that this was a team competition, but Professor Chen led his team to take down the top 10 most popular techniques of the year in AATS. I believe that this will become the most important team in the history of cardiac surgery." "Professor Chen, do you have anything to say?" Chen Song smiled. "It's a little regrettable. But, maybe after tomorrow, it won't be a regret anymore." As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. Regret? There was still regret at this point. Sabrina also looked at Chen Song curiously. "What regret?" Chen Song smiled. "We didn't take the top 10. Suddenly, everyone laughed out loud. They liked Chen Song's confident humor. Sabrina also smiled and continued to ask, "Then why is it no longer a regret after tomorrow?" Chen Song smiled mysteriously, "Because after tomorrow, Mr. Ryan will be a member of my team. In this way, won't I also take the top 10? For a moment, everyone reacted and gave Chen Song a thumbs up. They shouted, "Professor Ryan, join. Join him." Ryan could not help but laugh. He liked this confident young man. Because he was really capable. Finally, after the award ceremony, Sabrina handed the topic to Chen Song. Chen Song looked at everyone, smiled, and said, "I just want to say a few words here. Our past. We experienced war and started much later. Our country's medical development lagged behind. We have been learning advanced guidelines and techniques from AATS. Our seniors have worked hard to narrow the gap between us and the world. However, today, I can proudly tell them that we have also joined the AATS Association. Now, we can also make outstanding contributions in some fields to give back to AATS, to the people of China, and to the people of the world. We used to draw from it, and we will share it today. Finally, thank you AATS, thank you to every one of our seniors. You are heroes, and I am only standing on your shoulders. P.S. The 6th update has been delivered. looking for monthly votes. The short awards ceremony did not seem to be very grand. Everyone held a certificate of honor and an association badge in their hands. They stood on the stage where the AATS 2020 meeting was written on the screen and took a group photo. From today onwards, this photo would be left at the AATS Association headquarters. Thinking about how many years later, the future Chinese would not feel unfamiliar or timid when they came to the AATS Association venue again. Because there were traces of their ancestors' battles and honor here, thinking of this, everyone's hearts were filled with warmth and satisfaction. The meeting ended. Chen Song and the others did not enjoy tonight's banquet here. They needed to share this hard one, well, perhaps easier honor with their compatriots. Of course, all of this was easy because of Chen Song. If it were not for Chen Song, perhaps, no one would have the chance to come to the scene. On this day, everyone's mood was relaxed. There was nothing more intoxicating than victory at this moment. The AATS meeting was not over yet. According to the plate, only 1/3 of it had been completed. New progress, new surgical method, new scientific research, and now, Chen Song and his team had won a complete victory in the first segment. This might create a historical record in the development of AATS. This record would inspire every Chinese who joined AATS and tell them the glory of their ancestors. Chen Song was not in the mood to ruin everyone's mood. On such an occasion, only the clinking of glasses and the sound of celebration were worth it. The first and second days of the AATS Association's annual meeting were academic progress. It was equivalent to the discussion of theoretical knowledge. However, the most enjoyable thing was the surgical demonstration on the third day. Perhaps more accurately, it should be the surgical PK. This was definitely a visual feast for the more than 3,000 people present. The performance of peak surgeries always brought visual impact. For surgeons, this was the charm of real surgery. Multiple types of surgical PK. This was the most wild and charming side of AATS. After signing up, they could participate after their qualifications were assessed. The AATS Association's logo was like a pass that was recognized both at home and abroad, just like if Doctors Without Borders was recognized. AATS would help you apply for various qualifications. It basically guaranteed that you would be allowed to perform surgery in more than 40 countries. This was the charm of an international organization. Even if the surgery failed, the AATS Association would back you up and carry out a notarization review for you. This step was fair. There will be a special committee that will review your surgery to see if there are any mistakes. Of course, AATS naturally did not take human lives lightly. They would communicate with the patient. After obtaining permission, they would also approve the doctor's qualifications to perform similar surgeries. This was a surgical exhibition at the pinnacle of the field. The members at the scene were still human voting machines. They would choose the best surgery. They would even take the initiative to help you advertise. This will provide you with a rich source of income. For example, if a certain big shot on the Forbes list was sick and needed surgery, they might directly contact the AATS Association. They would find you and ask if you were willing. There were many charitable foundations in the United States. Of course, these charitable foundations were not for charity. This was only a place for foreign consortiums to reasonably avoid taxes. These foundations would also provide AATS with a sum of money every year. This was also why Bill Gates dared to say that he would donate all his assets to the foundation in the future. He thought that the inheritance tax was too expensive. On the other hand, the charitable foundation only needed to fork out a portion of the money every year. Most of them were not charitable at all. Therefore, it was fine to donate to anyone. Why not donate to someone who could help them? He had gone too far. All in all, this kind of competition was full of fun and challenge. Everyone strived to do well, and for the patients, this was naturally a good thing. Not only did they not have to pay for the surgery, but they could also invite the top experts of the AATS Association to perform the surgery. This kind of killing two birds with one stone became a tradition that was preserved. Even the president, Sabrina, joined in. There were many types of cardiac surgery, but most of them were valve surgeries. Nowadays, vascular surgeries were also trending towards interventional therapy. There were many participants, 50 to 60 of them. However, the Presbyterian Hospital had prepared a total of 12 operating theaters for the cardiac surgery department today. 12 surgeries at the same time. This was the ability of the Presbyterian Hospital's cardiac surgery department. Sabrina stood on the stage of the conference early. Today, she did not wear heavy makeup. After all, she had to perform surgery later. Sabrina looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "I believe that everyone doesn't want to hear me ramble anymore, so I won't say much, but I have something to say here. In the surgeries we arranged today, one of them signed up for 6. Suddenly, the crowd below could not help but laugh. After all, who could participate in 6 surgeries a day? Moreover, they were high-intensity surgeries in the nature of competitions. Generally speaking, this would not be approved. Sabrina said with a smile, "Actually, in the past, I would usually let the staff communicate with the other party to reduce the number of surgeries. But today, our staff told me his name. Now, I'm too embarrassed to refuse. In fact, I'm looking forward to his performance." Immediately, the crowd below began to discuss curiously. "Who is it?" "Ryan." Other than Ryan, who else wouldn't refuse President Sabrina? It could also be the chief Mond Alpha of the Presbyterian Hospital. That makes sense. However, at this moment, Sabrina said loudly, "No need to guess." "There's no need to guess. His name is Xianxia. Professor Chen signed up for 6 surgeries. For the sake of reasonable arrangements, we arranged the time for him. As for the competitors, we also take good care of Professor Chen. I believe that today's competition will be a pinnacle showdown. In fact, I'm looking forward to it now. By the way, let me reveal something. The first surgery is a mitral valve replacement surgery, and Professor Xianxia will be competing against 11 other professors from all over the world. I'm looking forward to this surgery. By the way, after Professor Chen's surgery, there will be an Easter egg. Let's wait and see." It was still early, so everyone began to prepare. The designated car had been waiting for a long time, and it took a group of people to the Presbyterian Hospital. Xianxia sat in the car and took a nap casually. It was not because he drank too much last night. It was because he simply wanted to show off. After all, there were dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him now. Xianxia felt that Ma Nahan was right about one thing, and that was, a person should have some style. The car soon arrived at the entrance of the Presbyterian Hospital. After Xianxia and the others came down, a special staff brought them to see the patient first. No matter which country it was, communication between doctors and patients was always the most important step. Good communication helped to increase the patient's trust in the doctor. As for Xianxia, who had +3 charm, the smoothness of this step greatly surprised the doctor in charge, and then another. After all, Xianxia communicated with the patient for less than 30 minutes, including all the medical records, diagnosis and treatment process, physiological and biochemical indicators, and so on. This scene was really shocking. In fact, even Xianxia did not expect that +3 charm could be used like this. Although the patient was a man, who said that men did not like men with charm were always popular. Sigh. Charm is such a damned thing. It was really annoying. As they spoke, they were already preparing for the surgery. Xianxia brought 2 assistants, one was Su Ziming, and the other was He Jiqian. Even Professor Meng did not have the same appetite for Xianxia as the 2 of them. Today, Chen was going to bring the 2 of them to create history again. 2 days ago, it was Xianxia's disciples who came out. It was normal. Today, Professor Chen was going to do a very simple thing. One word, refresh the rankings. AATS had an interesting setting. It was to set a record for itself. For example, Professor Ryan was currently the fastest to perform a valve replacement surgery. This record would be set as Professor Ryan's record. If someone else surpassed it, it could be changed to another person. Unfortunately, Xianxia felt that since he was already here, how could he not set a new record? He felt that he should break through himself and let the future young people have a goal to surpass. If those young people knew the thoughts of this old man, they would be very happy. At the conference venue, the big screen at the venue was broadcasting the most popular operating theater. Therefore, everyone had a tablet in their hands. With the help of a live broadcast platform on the tablet, they could switch between the scenes of each operating theater and the surgery at will. Although the surgery had not started yet. However, the chat room on the platform was already very lively. Oh right, will Professor Ryan still break the record? Of course. After all, Professor Ryan's cardiac arrest theory is becoming more and more mature. There should be new improvements. What kind of surgery can President Sabrina perform? After all, Ryan was treated like a celebrity, and Sabrina was the guild leader, so there was a lot of discussion about her. However, many people were talking about Xianxia now. After all, the news of him challenging 6 surgeries was quite shocking. I'm very curious how many surgeries Xianxia can complete today. I think I can complete all of them. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? What? Professor Chen is here to take charge of the ranking list this year. I have a feeling that the top 6 surgeries today will be his. Impossible, I definitely won't vote. No, that's what you said 2 days ago. Alright, I admit that Xianxia is amazing, but theory and practice are 2 different things. Surgery requires daily practice and hard work. That's right, a surgery can't be perfected over and over again. If you want to reach the peak of a surgery, you'll need at least 1,000 surgeries. When Li Baoshan saw the news, he could not help but be stunned. 1,000 surgeries? He thought of Xianxia and replied silently. Maybe, there are monsters in this world. He doesn't need 1,000 surgeries. +1. Mengshi had a deep understanding. +2. +3. +10. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. They realized that these replies were all from Xianxia's team members in China. For a moment, everyone was curious. These people were the closest to Professor Chen. They must know some secrets, therefore, the chat room became lively. Sorry to interrupt. If I may ask, am I wrong? The man who spoke just now could not help but ask. Li Baoshan wrote, no, it's very right for us. But, you should have heard of the word genius before, right? The other party was not stupid. When he heard Li Baoshan's words, he immediately asked, you're saying that Professor Xianxia is a genius, right? In an instant, their conversation attracted more and more people's attention. Li Baoshan shook his head. No, he's not a genius. He's a freak. The other party obviously did not understand the word freak, but, if they understood the meaning of the word in English, freak should be, does Professor Chen have a special hobby? Mengshi quickly said, no, Xianxia is a freak who's more of a genius than a genius. At that moment, everyone finally understood. However, after they understood, they became even more curious. Professor Chen should be able to learn a surgery very quickly, right? I bet he can do 300 to 500 surgeries well. Be brave. Li Baoshan sighed. 100 surgeries. Looking at how bold they were, Li Baoshan and the others could not help but sigh. Other people's imagination was limited by their poverty. This was their talent limiting their imagination. 100 surgeries. After 100 surgeries, Xianxia would be able to create a new surgical method, right? Xianxia had performed less than 100 surgeries for aortic dissection, but he had already overturned the 2 traditional classification criteria for aortic dissection and solved it himself. He had even designed a new surgical instrument and researched a set of surgical methods. Thinking of this, Li Baoshan could not help but sigh. Actually, to be precise, there are 3 surgeries. Mengshi really could not bear to bully this group of old friends. Mengshi, first, watch 1 surgery. Lu Quan, then, assist 1. Su Aiqing, finally, you get up, and I'll watch 1. Li Baoshan ended the conversation. This is how Xianxia usually learns a surgery. After seeing this, everyone fell silent. This can't be, right? Mengshi suddenly understood. Oh. Actually, it's not that rigid. Sometimes, Xianxia can learn it after watching 1 surgery, so sometimes, he only needs 1 surgery to learn it. When everyone heard this, they immediately vomited blood. How is this possible? Stop joking. That's right, how can there be such a person in this world? Everyone was doubtful. At this time, there was less than an hour before the first surgery began. Everyone chatted and joked. After all, no one believed that Xianxia could learn a new surgery in 3 surgeries. At this moment, Sabrina suddenly received a call. Chief, an accident happened to the patient in bed 12 during the surgery. Hurry over and take a look. Sabrina nodded calmly. I'll be there right away. Sabrina was currently in the office with everyone, waiting for the surgery to begin. The hospital needed time to prepare and arrange, and there were still 2 surgeries that were not over yet. The competition would only begin after the surgery was over and all 12 operating rooms were ready. Therefore, everyone gathered together to chat. After Sabrina hung up the phone, Ryan quickly asked, "What's going on?" Sabrina said calmly, "It's nothing. There's a small problem with the surgery on bed 12. I'm going over to take a look." Ryan looked up at the time and said with a smile, "I'll go with you." Xianxia's eyes also lit up. How could he miss such an opportunity to observe President Sabrina and Professor Ryan? He quickly got up and said with a smile, "President, can I go with you?" Suddenly, everyone looked at Xianxia with smiles on their faces. It was always easy for people who were diligent to gain the favor of others. Sabrina nodded with a smile, "Of course, no problem." Ryan smiled and glanced at Xianxia. "President Sabrina is very good. Learn from her." Xianxia nodded. His goal was very simple. If he could learn from her secretly, he would do so. Even if he couldn't, he could still learn from her. Learning, his attitude naturally had to be sincere. Thinking of this, Xianxia washed his hands and followed the president and Ryan into the operating room. The nurse very considerately dressed them, and the 3 of them gathered in front of the operating table. At this time, everyone in the conference room was surprised to find that one of the operating rooms suddenly lit up. "Hey! Look, this operating room lit up. Can we watch now?" "That's not right. I remember that it started at 9 o'clock sharp. It's only 8 o'clock now." It's on, you can click on it." Soon, everyone clicked into the room. At this time, the scene in the operating room was also displayed on the main screen of the conference room. After the host finished the phone call, he said to the crowd, "A patient from the Presbyterian Hospital has encountered an emergency during the surgery. Professor Mondalfa is in the middle of an operation and has no time to leave. President Sabrina, Professor Ryan, and Professor Xianxia are in the operating room. At the president's request, we turned on the video call in advance." After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The combination of Sabrina, Professor Ryan, and Professor Xianxia, this should be the highlight of the day, right? At this time, everyone was excited. He looked at the big screen expectantly. This time, there were still 2 cameras. One was facing the operating theater, and the other was the surgical field. After Sabrina entered the surgery room, the atmosphere changed. "What's wrong with the patient?" The attending doctor frowned and said, "It's a patient with tricuspid atresia. He's only 5 months old, but during the operation, the patient's pulmonary arteries and ventricles are not fully developed. There's no way to proceed with the operation now." When the crowd heard this, their faces immediately changed, because the pulmonary arteries and ventricles were underdeveloped and tricuspid atresia was basically a dead end. Moreover, this kind of disease was usually congenital. Pulmonary artery and ventricular dysplasia was equivalent to the contraindication of tricuspid valve atresia. What to do? Xianxia frowned, too. He could not help but look at Sabrina and Professor Ryan. At this time, the venue suddenly boiled over. Pulmonary artery and ventricular dysplasia plus tricuspid atresia. I'm in trouble. Yeah. Everyone did not expect this. They thought it was a surgery exhibition, but it turned out to be a serious case. The key was that the patient was only 5 months old. All of a sudden, everyone was worried. At this time, Sabrina walked toward the operating table, and several doctors made way for her. Sabrina stared at the patient's heart. She had already stopped the pulse. Now, she could not move an inch. The chief surgeon did not dare to do anything now. The situation was more complicated. However, Xianxia found that Sabrina and Professor Ryan did not change their expressions from beginning to end. After a while, Sabrina glanced at Ryan and suddenly said, "Don't worry. Are you confident that you can perform the bidirectional pulmonary artery shunt and the half Fontan surgery at the same time?" "Yes." "Okay. I'll perform the bidirectional pulmonary artery shunt. At the same time, you perform the half Fontan surgery. Is that okay?" "No problem." After seeing this scene, everyone at the scene suddenly became excited. Sabrina and Professor Ryan had always been the best partners. The 2 of them were the pillars of the Cleveland Medical Center. They often came to the Presbyterian Hospital and had a close relationship. Now, the golden pair was performing such a surgery. This was definitely a feast for the eyes and skills. However, someone suddenly said, "I remember that the bidirectional pulmonary artery shunt and the half-Fontan surgery don't seem to be suitable for pulmonary artery and ventricular dysplasia." What were the bidirectional pulmonary artery shunt and the half-Fontan surgery? These were the two most core operations of tricuspid valve atresia surgery. The two combined to form tricuspid valve atresia surgery. Neither could be missing. However, even so, as the person said just now, the traditional bidirectional pulmonary artery shunt and the half-Fontan surgery did not seem to be able to satisfy the current situation. However, before he finished speaking, the surgery began. Sabrina decisively cut off the pulmonary artery trunk and then began to suture the proximal and distal ends of the pulmonary artery trunk. However, under normal circumstances, it should be turned separately. However, Sabrina used a non-invasive vascular clamp to block the proximal and distal ends of the right pulmonary artery under the vena cava to the right atrium. Then, she performed an incision anastomosis of the distal superior vena cava and the upper edge of the right pulmonary artery. At the same time, once the pulmonary artery trunk was cut, timing was very important. Therefore, the half-Fontan surgery had to be performed immediately. Professor Ryan was also under a lot of pressure. However, as a result, the pressure on the assistant also increased. Chen Song hurried forward and began to assist. The scene suddenly exclaimed, "Look, Professor Sabrina and Professor Ryan don't seem to be using traditional surgical methods. Indeed, they've all improved the bidirectional pulmonary artery shunt and the half-Fontan surgery. Oh my God, that's amazing." In an instant, everyone's attention was attracted by the two big shots. Chen Song, on the other hand, carefully played the role of assistant. The surgery went very quickly. About 40 minutes later, the surgery was over. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly heard a sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you've successfully learned the improved bidirectional pulmonary artery shunt, perfect level. Ding! Congratulations, you've successfully learned the improved bidirectional Fontan surgery, perfect level. Chen Song looked at the two notifications from the system and was stunned. This is really embarrassing. It was his first time here, but he was so warm and hospitable. He was blushing. P.S. Well, thank you to Guagua10086 for the 10,000 tip to become the leader of this book. Add 3 chapters. Thank you, Guagua. Thank you to Qingshang Mo Yen for the 10,000 tip. Thank you, boss. Delivery at midnight. There are 3 more chapters in the evening. Please vote. This was the first time in history that Chen Song had stolen 2 skills at once. Yes, and they were 2 improved perfect grade skills. This feeling was like going to a breakfast shop in the morning and buying a double yolk egg for 1 yuan. Yes, that's right. However, Chen Song thought about it carefully. It seemed that he did not like eating egg yolks very much. Forget it. People should not be too picky. It was difficult to refuse their kindness. He would just accept it. For a moment, Chen Song looked at President Sabrina and Director Ryan. The more he looked at them, the more he felt that they were pleasing to the eye. Although President Sabrina was a little chubby and her wrinkles were a little deeper, she was still a very nice person. Professor Ryan, yes, was not bad either. Chen Song blushed slightly. The AATS family was still very warm. He felt the collective warmth as soon as he arrived. The surgery was a success. With the cooperation of Sabrina and Professor Ryan, the surgery was a success. Chen Song also participated and assisted the two of them in completing the surgery. For a moment, everyone in the operating theater looked at the stable monitor and could not help but become excited. They quickly continued to complete the follow-up operations. The surgery was over soon. This little life that was only 5 months old had the chance to witness a miracle of the world. Everyone could not help but be excited. Thank you, President Sabrina. And Director Ryan. Yes, if it weren't for you, this surgery would have been too difficult. Even if Mondalfa came, he might not be able to complete the surgery so smoothly. This improved surgical method was the latest achievement of the Cleveland Medical Center. It was also discovered by Sabrina and Rain through their joint efforts. Of course, many experts and professors were doing the improvement of surgical methods. There was only the most suitable, not the best. However, such a surgery was really exciting to watch. That was because every part of the surgery required seamless cooperation and hard work. The two people's surgery was as tacit as one person's. Applause sounded in the operating theater. It was a gift to President Sabrina and Director Ryan. No one noticed Chen Song's assistance. After all, when the protagonist was too dazzling, the supporting characters were easily ignored. At this moment, the venue was already bustling with noise and excitement. It was the only surgery that everyone was paying attention to. Everyone witnessed the entire process with their own eyes. They did not expect Sabrina and Ryan to be so amazing that they had perfected the bidirectional pulmonary artery shunt and the half-fontan surgery. It was even a little breathtaking. They directly made up for the shortcomings of traditional surgery. On the basis of traditional surgical methods, they carried out orderly transformation according to special diseases. But in this way, the difficulty of the surgery also increased by a lot. Whether it was Sabrina or Ryan, their modified biluminal pulmonary artery shunt and semi-fontan surgery had too many personal tasks mixed in. Did he want to learn? It was too difficult. On the contrary, it would look like he was trying to draw a tiger but ended up looking like a dog. When it came to things like surgical methods, one should never attempt to imitate them. This was because one could only grasp the form but not the meaning. This could easily lead to problems. Amazing. I feel that the improved surgical method is more applicable. It seems that tricuspid atresia surgery will be another hidden weapon of the Cleveland Medical Center in the future. That's right. With President Sabrina and Professor Ryan around, it's hard not to do well. But in fact, this surgery is very difficult. The most important thing is cooperation. Tacit understanding is the most important. In comparison, Professor Chen Song is still too young. His foundation and accumulation are still not enough. In this situation, it's obvious that he's a little hasty. Your expectations are too high. Professor Chen is not even 30 years old this year, and his achievements in digestive surgery are already very high. And have you noticed that President Sabrina and the others' improvements to the surgery are really amazing? I feel that unless the other party is willing to teach, there's basically no possibility of learning through video. Yes. There are too many core aspects of surgery, including the grasp of the details in the surgery. Everyone was discussing, but most of the topics of discussion were the surgery that Sabrina and the others had just performed. This surgery stunned the entire audience. Before the competition even began, experts from all over the world had already experienced the cutting-edge charm of the Cleveland Medical Center. In comparison, Chen Song's brilliance was overshadowed by such absolute brilliance. However, looking at this young man with a smile on his face, everyone suddenly felt that he was already outstanding enough. The first surgery was not a competition. Therefore, there was no such thing as voting. However, everyone was filled with emotions. After the surgery, the operating room quickly began to prepare. A new competition was about to begin. Chen Song took off his clothes and washed his hands. Ryan was also beside him. He smiled and said, "How was it?" Chen Song was slightly stunned. Naturally, he knew what he was talking about. He nodded and smiled. It was very exciting. Ryan nodded. Are you interested in coming to the Cleveland Medical Center? Chen Song shook his head. I think you'll be willing to come to China. Join my team. Ryan suddenly laughed. Haha, I like how confident you are. After joking, Ryan walked out. He had only signed up for one surgery today. It was a relatively difficult and complicated valve replacement surgery. The person who signed up for this surgery was wrong, and the opponent was also Chen Song. I'm looking forward to the competition with you. Chen Song smiled. After thinking for a while, he said, Professor Ryan, thank you. After that, he led He Ziqian and Su Ziming to the operating room. Ryan was left behind with a squinted face. Thank me? Why? At this moment, Sabrina slowly walked over. What's wrong? Ryan frowned. Chen Song said that he wants to thank me. I don't know what he wants to thank me for. Sabrina shook her head and chuckled. Let's go to the office outside. I'm looking forward to the first surgery today more and more. Who will set the record? At this time, some people had already gathered in the office. Everyone was looking forward to the start of the surgery. 12 surgeries were being performed at the same time, all of them were mitral valve replacement surgeries. However, Because of President Sabrina's performance, the surgery at this time seemed to have been overshadowed. Compared to the brilliance of the difficult surgery, the skill and awe of the surgery were displayed. At this time, the mitral valve replacement surgery seemed to be not worth mentioning, therefore, since there was no way to show the skills, everyone paid more attention to the interesting speed. After all, with cardiopulmonary bypass, the shorter the time, the fewer side effects. Therefore, everyone's pursuit of speed had become the goal of the competition. For example, at this time, Ryan's name was still hanging on the wall, as if announcing his position. The surgery was about to start. Chen Song glanced at He Ziqian and Su Ziming and said with a smile, "Let's change Ryan's name today." At this very moment, everyone was paying attention to the start of the surgery. When the clock reached 9 o'clock, the minute began to move from 12. The surgery officially began. Everyone began to prepare in an orderly manner. Generally speaking, mitral valve replacement surgery would only take about 3 hours. However, everyone present was a world-class expert. Basically, 2 hours was considered a routine operation. The main reason was that the body position circulation and artificial cardiac arrest took up a lot of time. On the other hand, Chen Song spent a full 10 minutes to convince the anesthesiologist. It was not easy for him to agree to use non-stop cardiac arrest. Everyone was unsure about the non-stop cardiac arrest. The anesthesiologist was even more uneasy. However, Chen Song promised that he would immediately stop the cardiac arrest if an accident occurred during the surgery. The anesthesiologist deliberated for a while before nodding in agreement. By then, 10 minutes had passed, the other patients had already been anesthetized and began the surgery. In the operating theater's office, Sabrina, Ryan, and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry when they saw that Chen Song's operating theater had not started the surgery. However, when they heard Chen Song's conversation, they were stunned. Mitral valve replacement surgery with non-stop cardiac arrest? Oh my God. I've always wanted to watch this surgery. Chen Song had done a live broadcast of non-stop cardiac arrest on the internet. However, the influence of Lilac community was not that great after all. Many top talents did not pay much attention to it, and it was not available overseas either. However, Ryan saw it last time. In an instant, the office fell silent. Everyone switched the big screen to Chen Song's operating theater. At the same time, it was the same in the conference room. Lu Quan watched as Chen Song explained something to the anesthesiologist 10 minutes after the start of the competition. He was so angry that he rolled his eyes. "Hurry up and start. Where's the record we agreed on?" At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Chen Song is using non-stop cardiac arrest for mitral valve replacement surgery." As soon as that was said, the conference room was instantly in an uproar. Everyone began to switch operating theaters. Sure enough, they saw Chen Song and the others using non-stop cardiac arrest for the surgery. At this moment, everyone was excited. The surgery was delayed for 10 minutes. However, Chen Song was not in a hurry. He didn't think that anyone would catch up to him. It was good to waste 10 minutes. At least the youngsters would have some motivation when they saw his record. The operation began. Chen Song cut open his chest. After passing through the pleura, he slowly emptied out the area where the heart was located. Looking at his beating heart, He Ziqian skillfully began to operate the extracorporeal circulation machine. After the cardiopulmonary bypass was established, Chen Song also picked up a scalpel. Following the beating of the heart, Chen Song placed his hand on it. After 2 seconds of feeling it, he slowly cut down. The beating heart had been cut open. At this moment, Chen Song took his time and carefully extended his incision along the surgical area. The incision was not big, it was just enough to fit the needle holder and scissors. At this moment, Chen Song decisively raised his hand and changed the angle of the shadowless lamp. At this time, everyone was surprised to find that the bicuspid valve region of the heart was exposed. Amazing, the opening of the heart was very small, and with the characteristics of the shadowless lamp, the mitral valve could be clearly seen. Was this already very impressive? After all, mitral valve replacement surgery required an opening of the heart, which meant that the heart would be damaged. However, if the opening was too small, there would be no way to operate it. If the opening was too big, it might affect the prognosis of the heart. Chen Song's incision was very insightful. Not bad, Professor Chen was indeed amazing. The operation continued. He Ziqian skillfully passed the patch of the mitral valve. Chen Song decisively began to repair it. Everyone felt that it happened in the blink of an eye. Chen Song's patch was successfully repaired. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. How was this possible? The mitral valve was repaired in less than 50 seconds. If the skill of the shadowless lamp had shocked everyone, then the valve repair skill was even more shocking. With this speed, could you repair it successfully? The patch needed to be sutured with the patient's damaged mitral valve. This required the shape of the patch to fit better with the existing mitral valve. Could it be done in such a short period of time? At this moment, Chen Song had already used the needle holder to bring the patch to the area of the mitral valve. Then, he began to suture. No, shouldn't the suturing of the heart be done carefully? If the inner wall was accidentally damaged, it could easily lead to thrombosis. However, Chen Song's suturing speed was really fast. It was so fast that it made everyone tremble in fear. But, Chen Song's suturing was not only fast but also terrifyingly stable, because the movement of his stitches was so subtle that it was suffocating. How was this possible? The subtle movement could not even touch the area around the valve, let alone damage the inner wall of the heart. Everyone was in disbelief. Finally, Chen Song finished suturing. Everyone was surprised to find that the entire patch fit perfectly. It could even be said that it was flawless. Oh my God! Perfect surgery! This is definitely the most perfect mitral valve replacement surgery. Everyone was in awe. Chen Song began to clean the heart, repair the heart, exhaust gas. The surgery was successfully completed. The anesthesiologist looked at Chen Song in shock and disbelief, because he realized that his anesthesia time was a little too long. He gave the patient 2 hours of anesthesia, but now, it was obvious that only 50 minutes had passed. In other words, the entire surgery had been carried out for an hour. It was completely over. Chen Song looked up at Raymond's 98 minutes. Chen Song smiled. He was going to put his name on it today. Chen Song, 60 minutes. Yes, very satisfied. The anesthesiologist was a little apologetic at this moment. He looked at Chen Song and said, "Professor Chen, you're amazing. If it weren't for me, you might only need 50 minutes to complete a mitral valve replacement surgery." Chen Song could not help but smile. Every step of the surgery needs to be taken into consideration, including communication with the anesthesiologist. You're very good, John. The anesthesiologist blushed and smiled. Because from today onwards, his name would also appear on it. Thinking of this, the anesthesiologist felt extremely excited. At this moment, in the office, Ryan saw this scene and could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Chen Song's non-stop heartbeat technique had far surpassed his. No one had a deeper impression of this surgery than him because he had studied non-stop heartbeat for too long. Chen Song's technique had far surpassed his. If there was a need to add time, it might be 5 to 10 years. Now he understood why Chen Song said that he wanted to join his team. Ryan could not help but laugh. It was really too tempting. All the audience at the scene looked at the surgery time and suddenly stopped talking. 60 minutes. No, to be precise, it was 50 minutes. Chen Song had shortened the record by half. Oh my God, was he a monster? Everyone looked at the young man and their minds were filled with one word. Too fast. P.S. The 5th update has been delivered. The 6th update is not finished yet. Everyone, rest early. Lastly, can I rob some monthly votes before going to bed? Asking weekly, the end of the surgery, everyone began to cheer for Chen Song. In this surgery, Chen Song showed the charm of mitral valve replacement surgery while the heart was beating non-stop. It was really amazing. However, on second thought, how many people could do it, not to mention other things, through such a small area with the heart beating non-stop, with the rise and fall of the heart, constantly repairing and suturing the mitral valve? What was this? This was ability. For a moment, everyone realized that they had still underestimated Chen Song. The first surgery in the morning ended around 11 o'clock. It was only 10 o'clock now, and Chen Song was already standing in the operating theater at a loss. The people who were watching the surgery suddenly felt bored. After watching Chen Song's surgery, nothing else attracted them anymore. Because Chen Song was really too amazing, the charm of this surgery was enough to overshadow the other 11 surgeries. At that moment, everyone also really saw the charm of non-stop heart beating. Thinking of Chen Song's speech yesterday, they could go to China's Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center to learn. For a moment, everyone could not help but be tempted. After all, there were too many benefits of non-stop heart beating, there were too many drawbacks in cardiopulmonary bypass cardiac arrest surgery, which made it difficult to perform the surgery perfectly. If they could skillfully use the technique of non-stop heart beating, they could completely do many surgeries that could not be done before. Moreover, everyone looked at the record set by Xianxia, 60 minutes. Seeing this number, everyone smiled helplessly. Other than non-stop heart beating surgery, there was no other way to break the record. Xianxia stood. He Ziqian and Su Ziming looked at the young nurses in the operating theater. They looked at them, and all of them were burly. They were not as pleasing to the eyes as the young nurses at home, wiping their sweat. They were worried that the other party would break their necks. After all, that physique was really healthy. It was so boring. If they had known, they would have completed the surgery later. Xianxia and the others simply came out of the operating theater, but they happened to meet Mond Alpha from the Presbyterian Hospital. However, looking at Mond Alpha's appearance, it seemed like he was looking for Xianxia. Professor Chen, it just so happens that there are 2 surgeries available. Are you interested in a PK? Xianxia was stunned. What surgery? Mond Alpha smiled and said, tricuspid atresia surgery. Xianxia was stunned when he heard that. Sure. Mond Alpha's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly said, okay, I'll inform the inpatient department now and send the patient here. In fact, Mond Alpha was just acting on a whim. Originally, he had a tricuspid valve atresia surgery today. However, he happened to see that Xianxia's operation had ended. Mond Alpha was too busy. He might not be able to participate in the surgical competition this year, but when he saw that Xianxia had the time, he was suddenly filled with fighting spirit. He wanted to compete with Xianxia. At this moment, Ryan and Sabrina walked out. When they heard about Mond Alpha, the 2 of them looked at each other and suddenly froze. Tricuspid atresia syndrome, Sabrina said with a smile. Professor Mond Alpha, you've worked hard. How about this, I'll contact the venue and also start the competition. We'll add a temporary PK. Mond Alpha's eyes lit up when he heard that. Then. Thank you very much, President Sabrina. Sabrina went to arrange things. Mond Alpha also began to contact the patient and prepare for the surgery. Ryan looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, do you know tricuspid valve surgery? Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Yes, but, Ryan understood. Do you want me to go to the venue and help you? Xianxia thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. Thank you very much, Professor Ryan. Ryan smiled kindly. Let's make a deal. Xianxia was stunned. What kind of deal? Ryan blushed. I'll teach you the improved 2-way pulmonary artery shunt and half Fontan surgery, and you'll teach me the mitral valve replacement surgery when the heart stops beating. After Xianxia heard that, he looked at Ryan apologetically and said jokingly, how about we make a deal after watching this surgery? Ryan's eyes suddenly lit up. Deal. At this time, Sabrina also informed the staff at the scene that there was a new PK competition, Professor Xianxia versus Professor Mond Alpha. When the staff passed the news to the scene. Suddenly, everyone was happy, excited. They thought that there would be no more surgeries, but suddenly there was one more. Moreover, it was a PK between Xianxia and Mond Alpha. This was definitely eye-catching. For a moment, everyone was looking forward to it. When the host announced that the patient's type was tricuspid atresia syndrome, the scene was boiling again, because the first surgery in the morning was tricuspid atresia surgery, and it was done by President Sabrina and President Ryan. Now, Mond Alpha was going to lead a team to do it, Xianxia was going to do it too. It seemed that, such a surgery had become the pinnacle of today's showdown. Everyone felt a little excited. Just after waiting for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, they saw that there was a new PK in the viewing room. Immediately, everyone clicked on it. On this side, it was Professor Mond Alpha. On the other side, it was Xianxia. Eh? Professor Ryan also followed Xianxia in. Is Xianxia and Professor Ryan working together? Maybe. After all, Professor Mond Alpha is really strong. He's a veteran professor. Yeah, it's said that Professor Mond Alpha has also improved tricuspid valve surgery. The surgery has begun. Guess who will win? Without Ryan, it must be Mond Alpha. +1. And here, it was a coincidence that it was still the same room as before. Chen Song and He Ziqian were ready for the surgery. At this time, Chen Song suddenly said to the anesthesiologist, "Tricuspid atresia surgery with a non-stop heartbeat." The anesthesiologist was still the same anesthesiologist as before. After seeing Chen Song, this time, he learned to be smart. "Okay." And Ryan was stunned. "You want to perform a non-stop heartbeat for tricuspid atresia surgery?" Chen Song nodded and said with a smile, "That's right." And everyone in the venue was in an uproar. Tricuspid atresia surgery with a non-stop heartbeat? I've never heard of it. Yeah. At this time, Sabrina's face also changed. Tricuspid atresia surgery with a non-stop heartbeat. Was it possible? At this time, the anesthesia was completed. Chen Song began today's surgery, but when Chen Song quickly picked up the scalpel to cut the pulmonary aorta, the scene exploded. Ryan stared at Chen Song with his eyes wide open. You're. Sabrina even stood up at once. This is a modified bidirectional pulmonary artery bypass surgery? How is this possible? P.S. Go to bed early, everyone, looking for your support in the new week. Chen Song's opening move had shocked everyone, because Chen Song had directly cut off the pulmonary trunk at the beginning. How could this not be shocking? Sabrina frowned and stared at Chen Song's next move. She now had a strong premonition. That was that Chen Song's bidirectional pulmonary artery bypass surgery seemed to be similar to her own modified version, although Chen Song was just the beginning. His movements were exactly the same as the surgical movements she had repeated hundreds and thousands of times. Even when dealing with the cut-off of the pulmonary trunk, the length of the blood vessels was retained. This was a reasonable distance that she had obtained after many experiments. How could Chen Song know it? Impossible, impossible. Sabrina could not help but shake her head in disbelief, but, in fact, Sabrina had already begun to believe it, because in the bidirectional pulmonary artery bypass surgery for tricuspid atresia surgery, she had rarely heard of the removal of the pulmonary trunk. Thinking of this, Sabrina, who was always calm in the face of changes, began to feel nervous. If Chen Song had really learned her surgery, wasn't this too scary? It was not only Sabrina. When everyone present saw that Chen Song had cut off the pulmonary trunk, their first reaction was, what is he trying to do? Is he trying to imitate President Sabrina? But if you can imitate her face, can you imitate her face? Is this surgery something you can learn just by watching one? At this time, He Ziqian and Su Ziming saw that Chen Song's surgery had begun and quickly began to assist. On the other hand, Ryan, who was at the side, was silent. He and President Sabrina had researched the modified bidirectional pulmonary artery shunt and the half-Fontan surgery together. Naturally, he knew the details of the surgery like the back of his hand. The moment Chen Song started, Ryan had already noticed the clues. Could it be that Chen Song had really learned President Sabrina's bidirectional pulmonary artery bypass surgery? But Chen Song was performing a non-stop cardiac surgery. Thinking of this, Ryan shook his head and dismissed his thoughts. He continued to watch the surgery. After all, this was his bargaining chip. It wasn't easy to find something that Chen Song was interested in. If he couldn't exchange it for something good, how much of a loss would it be? Thinking of this, Ryan felt like he was a child exchanging toys, afraid that the other party would have his own toys. The surgery continued. At this moment, almost everyone's attention was on the surgery. It seemed that other mitral valve replacement surgeries were no longer attractive. However, at this moment, a series of exclamations were heard. Beautiful. Look at the surgery in operating theater 3. The treatment just now was amazing. The man raised his head and suddenly realized that his companions and strangers were staring at him as if they were looking at a gorilla. The man couldn't help but be stunned. Why are you looking at me? Let me tell you, this surgery. Before the man could finish his words, his companion beside him quickly covered his mouth and whispered, Professor Chen Song has already completed the operation. Can you not embarrass yourself? The man was stunned. That's not right. Look, Professor Chen's surgery is still ongoing. He was too engrossed in watching the surgery just now and didn't even notice what the host said. After all, these old guys who had been in the venue for a long time would automatically generate a self-blocking function after attending so many meetings. His companion couldn't help but sigh. He's doing the second surgery. This is a tricuspid valve atresia surgery. He's competing with Professor Mondalpha from Presbyterian Hospital. Everyone is watching. You. Oh, you. His companion looked at the man with a somewhat embarrassed expression and couldn't help but take a step back. When the man heard this, he quickly raised his head to watch. He just happened to see Xianxia cut off the pulmonary aorta trunk with one move and immediately exclaimed, Isn't this the surgical method that President Sabrina used just now? No. Professor Chen is doing a non-stop cardiac surgery. Could it be that Professor Chen has already combined a non-stop cardiac surgery with a modified bidirectional pulmonary artery shunt and a half-Fontan surgery? He wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. The man had successfully done this. However, it really shocked everyone around him. Was Professor Chen really that strong? The more they thought about it, the more they felt a lingering fear. Forget it, let's continue watching the surgery. At this moment, Xianxia directly cut off the superior vena cava through the right atrium. Then, he carefully made a 1 cm longitudinal incision on the distal side of the vena cava. Needle holder. Thread 5 to 0. Su Ziming was familiar with Xianxia's operation and decisively handed over the instrument in his hand. Xianxia quickly sutured the proximal superior vena cava and then sutured a traction line on the distal side of the superior vena cava to prevent retraction. The first step of the surgery was completed. The next step was to deal with the pulmonary artery trunk. However, at this moment, Ryan was stunned. Watching Xianxia's surgery, he felt his scalp go numb and even a little sweat seeped out of his back. It was really the same. What the F***ck, was Xianxia a monster? Xianxia had only watched them perform the surgery once. At this moment, Ryan's heart was in turmoil. Keep watching, maybe he only learned a little. Yes, that must be it. Look at Xianxia's face. He's a little flustered. He must not be confident, Ryan kept comforting himself. He was hinting to himself that Xianxia only learned a little. If the severing of the pulmonary trunk was a coincidence, this could not be a coincidence. It was not only Ryan. At this moment, Sabrina swallowed. She did not know when sweat had appeared on her face. This step, it was exactly the same as her, but it was a little different. However, in fact, the essence was the same. It could even be said that Xianxia had refined her surgery. Xianxia had directly refined her improved two-way strong pulmonary artery bypass surgery. She was performing the surgery with a cardiac arrest, and Xianxia was performing the surgery with a non-cardiac arrest. In fact, Sabrina realized that Xianxia's grasp of details was as good as hers. That was very impressive. Grasp of details was Sabrina's talent. Just like Ryan's speed and agility. Could this be learned? Sabrina decided to continue watching. After all, the surgery was less than 1/3 done. The surgery continued. When Xianxia used a 6 to 0 polypropylene suture to suture the top of the right longitudinal incision at the distal end of the superior vena cava to the right end of the incision at the upper edge of the right pulmonary artery, he continuously sutured the posterior edges of the incisions from right to left, and then intermittently sutured the anterior edges. As soon as this process appeared, suddenly, everyone was stunned. This was the improved two-way pulmonary artery bypass surgery. This was because the most important, most amazing, and most difficult step of the surgery was right here. Sabrina, who saw this scene, felt weak all over and could not help but lean against the back of the chair. She took a deep breath. It was confirmed. This was the improved technology he had developed. However, it was no longer hers now. It was Xianxia's now. What Xianxia did just now was the most difficult step in the improved bypass surgery. While it required extremely fast hand speed, it also had to take care of the details. From the superior vena cava to the upper edge of the right pulmonary artery, it had to be done on both sides, and this detail was even more difficult when the heart was beating non-stop. This step was a technique unique to Sabrina. It was also a technique that stunned everyone. Everyone thought that the improved two-way pulmonary artery bypass surgery could not be replicated because of this step. It was too difficult. Everyone watched as Xianxia's hands continuously processed and switched. At the same time, he had to take care of the impact of the non-stop heartbeat. In fact, Professor Chen seemed to be faster. This was no longer just learning. Instead, it was the result of learning plus improvement plus innovation plus faster speed. After seeing this scene, everyone in the room felt like they were about to explode. What was a genius? Xianxia. What was a freak? Xianxia. Xianxia. You're not human. At this moment, when everyone saw this scene, they felt like they were Xianxia. This feeling was like watching an American superhero movie where the protagonist turned the tide, domineering. This was too awesome, the surgery continued. In the camera, Chen Song's face was calm and unperturbed. It was as if he had done something insignificant. After seeing this scene, everyone was even more in love. Wasn't this too amazing? He learned it after watching it once. No, he improved it just like that. He didn't need to try it out. It even surpassed the original. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered a sentence. "Do you guys remember the problem we discussed at the beginning?" an old professor suddenly said. A sentence suddenly appeared in the quiet chat group. Everyone was stunned. "What problem?" The old professor said quietly. "How many surgeries does Professor Chen need to practice to learn a surgery?" After seeing this question, everyone fell silent. When Teacher Meng said 3 surgeries, no one believed it. Now, reality forced them to believe it. They suddenly felt that life was too unfair. For them, reality taught them how to be human and beat them black and blue. For Chen Song, reality taught him how to be human. He had beaten the other party black and blue. It was 2F** King hurtful. At this moment, 3 are basic exercises, 1 is very common. Lu Quan wrote. Everyone fell silent. There was no rebuttal. There was no point in refuting it this time. The truth was right in front of him. Meng Shi saw the awkward silence and said, "Chen Song is a pervert." At this time, a foreign man couldn't help but ask, "What does pervert mean?" Meng Shi was stunned for a moment before he explained, "Monsters." Immediately, the others wrote, "Pervert. Pervert." What Chen Song didn't know was that during his surgery, he gained a nickname, Pervert. At this moment, Professor Ryan's eyes were wide open and he didn't say a word. He seemed to have given up on resisting. Now, he was sure that Chen Song must have learned the modified bidirectional pulmonary artery bypass technique. There were drawbacks and limitations in the traditional bidirectional luminal artery shunt surgery. These improved surgical methods were the result of their research on thousands of surgeries. After continuous practice, refinement, learning, and improvement, only then did he obtain it. Their skills were also honed during this process. Many of the fine details had already become muscle memory for them. However, he realized that muscle memory was not as fast as nerve reflexes. Chen Song was too terrifying. The surgery continued. After Chen Song anastomosed the distal end of the superior vena cava with the upper edge of the right pulmonary artery, the bidirectional luminal artery bypass surgery was completely over. Next was the modified semifontaine surgery that Ryan had just performed. To be honest, everyone except Ryan thought that Chen Song would perform the semifontaine surgery. Even President Sabrina was thinking the same thing. Only director Ryan glanced at Chen Song weakly and drew a circle in his palm, cursing that Chen Song wouldn't. What a pity, he didn't know that Professor Chen was immune to magic. However, at this time, Chen Song turned to look at Ryan and smiled. "Professor Ryan, I'm not very sure about your modified semifontaine surgery. Why don't you come over and take a look?" When Ryan heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Looking at Chen Song's kind smile, Ryan instantly laughed. He knew it, Chen Song definitely didn't learn it completely. After all, he and President Sabrina started the surgery at almost the same time. If Chen Song paid attention to Sabrina, he definitely wouldn't have seen him. Thinking of this, Ryan heaved a sigh of relief. However, there was some tension. This Chen Song must be looking down on people. Did he think that President Sabrina was better than him? So he didn't pay attention to his surgery. This was too much. Why didn't he learn his surgery? Ryan's heart was very complicated, but no matter what, he still felt a little proud that Chen Song didn't know his modified semifontaine surgery. However, when everyone saw this scene, some of them couldn't help but sigh. Professor Chen still didn't learn it completely. However, how could he learn 2 surgeries from 1 surgery? After all, he started 2 surgeries at almost the same time. Professor Chen's limit was to learn 1 surgical method for 1 surgery. There was still room for improvement. Thinking of this, everyone was suddenly stunned and quickly shook their heads. Arrogant, arrogant, I'm starting to get arrogant from following Chen Song. When Meng Shi, Li Baoshan, and the others saw Chen Song's words and smile, and then looked at the silly Professor Ryan, they suddenly felt that they were very similar to Ma Neihan. Sigh, Professor Ryan, your biggest mistake today was to follow Chen Song into the operating room. If Ma Neihan was here and saw Chen Song's iconic pretentious smile, she would definitely stay far away. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Even Su Ziming and He Jiqian in the operating room couldn't bear to look at the child anymore. Too pitiful. Next, accept Professor Chen's ultimate judgment. Looking at Professor Chen's expression, they felt that the next performance might start, the act tough king's moment, because the semi-fontan surgery was actually the core step of the surgery. Chen Song's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He stared at his heart, his eyes motionless. With the gentle beating of his heart, Chen Song began to think about how to start the tricuspid valve surgery without the heart stopping and better complete the semi-fontan surgery. This was the key step of the surgery. If it was done well, the entire surgery would definitely be sublimated. The anesthesiologist looked at Chen Song and was a little worried. Ryan saw that Chen Song was taking a long time to start the surgery. Although his expression didn't change, he was very happy. He knew that Chen Song would definitely not be able to do it. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before he had to go on stage. Thinking of this, Ryan's heart was blooming with joy. Ryan looked at Chen Song and blinked. Continue to pretend, let's see how long you can pretend. Don't you still have to let me go on stage? At this moment, Chen Song began. He picked up the scalpel. Along with the slow beating of the heart, the scalpel slid down gently and cut open the right atrium. The incision was not big. At the same time, Chen Song's signature lamp pull, he adjusted the position of the shadowless lamp. At this moment, the tricuspid valve area suddenly appeared. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. It's this lamp pull technique again. It was too powerful. Ryan frowned and swallowed. He sneered in his heart, continue to hold on. But, when Chen Song took the needle holder, he used the expanded polytetrafluoroethylene patch to continuously close the orifice of the vena cava. Then, he made a longitudinal incision on the posterior lateral side of the proximal segment of the superior vena cava. When he moved the proximal end of the superior vena cava to the right of the lower edge of the right pulmonary artery for end-to-site anastomosis, during the anastomosis, Chen Song used a polypropylene thread to continuously suture. The leading edge was interrupted, and the locking edge was simple. Various suturing techniques were performed one after another. Wasn't this Ryan's pride? The scene was in an uproar again. What was a face-slapping scene? This was it. Sweat rolled down Ryan's head. His expression gradually froze. Wasn't this his modified half-fontan surgery? The core operation was indeed to use an expanded polytetrafluoroethylene patch to continuously close the orifice of the vena cava. Moreover, the suturing and repair were very difficult. Various suturing methods were combined frequently, and the speed was even faster. But, no matter how difficult it was, could it be as difficult as Chen Song's heart beating non-stop? Moreover, at this moment, Chen Song's heart's orifice was smaller than yours. Chen Song's heart was still beating. Chen Song's suturing speed was faster than yours. Chen Song's patch only took less than 50 seconds. Chen Song, Professor Ryan felt like he had been struck by a blow. Sweat flowed from his head to his back and onto his pants. Ryan's breathing gradually became heavier, and longer. His expression became more and more exaggerated. At this moment, the nurse could not help but remind him, Mr. Ryan. After Ryan was reminded, he was shocked. He turned to the nurse and gave her a gentlemanly smile. What's wrong? The nurse hesitated for a moment. Mr. Ryan, your pants are wet. Do you need me to change them for you? Ryan did not return the surgical gown. He was only wearing a small green shirt. After the sweat dripped down, it directly wet his pants and back. Kind of like peeing your pants. When the anesthesiologist heard this, he turned around and saw Ryan's wet pants. He immediately shook his head. Professor Ryan wet his pants. The anesthesiologist was stunned. At this moment, everyone watching the surgery immediately saw Professor Ryan's pants. For a moment, everyone sighed. Professor Chen's surgery was too good. Teacher Ryan was so scared that he peed his pants. This was too exaggerated. However, they could understand Professor Ryan. After all, anyone would be worried if they encountered such a situation. Professor Chen had only casually watched a surgery, but he had already learned 2 surgical methods. Moreover, they were both surgical methods that could be performed at the same time. Then, he was even faster and stronger, but he wasn't bald. How could he not be afraid? At the last moment, Chen Song acted out of character and suddenly slowed down his pace. He said to Ryan, Professor Ryan, I think that you can use the heart to repair the gap after the anastomosis. It's more suitable than using a patch. What do you think? Ryan was stunned. Why did Chen Song suddenly stop acting cool? For a moment, Ryan did not know how to react. Oh. Okay. You're right. Ryan answered tiredly. Chen Song smiled. I think so too. Professor Ryan is too amazing. The corner of Su Ziming's mouth twitched. Professor Chen, please be a good person. The child is already in this state, but you still won't let it go. Shrimp and pig heart. When Mengshi saw this scene, his face also twitched. Li Baoshan could not help but turn his head away, unable to bear to look directly. However, Ryan's brain had already lost its ability to think. When he heard Chen Song praise him, he immediately became happy. Oh, haha, you're very good too. President Sabrina laughed so hard that she almost cried. This Ryan was really, however, the people at the scene did not have much of a reaction. They only felt that this was a normal conversation. After Chen Song sutured the atrial incision, the surgery was basically completed. Sabrina closed her eyes and tried hard to recall Chen Song's operation, but she could not recall it completely. The difficulty of this operation was too high. She couldn't figure out how Chen Song was able to learn their surgery with just one surgery. Moreover, how long had it been? He had already turned it into his own thing. Combined with the non-stop heart-beating technique, he had developed a new set of surgical procedures. It was really a classic. If Mond Alpha saw this scene after the surgery, what would he think? Perhaps his eyes would be as interesting as Ryan's right now. The surgery was over, everything went smoothly. The impact of this operation on the audience was unprecedented. Everyone felt that they had witnessed a surgical miracle today. Chen Song, oh, Chen Song, you're really a genius. No, you're a freak. The word freak was written all over the chat room's public screen. After watching the surgery, Ryan also came to his senses. He could not help but smile. He was also calm. He looked at Chen Song and said, Professor Chen, you're the most talented doctor I've ever seen. There's no one else like you. Chen Song smiled. Professor Ryan, you're too kind. Ryan shook his head. I'm not being polite. At first, I thought I wanted to exchange surgeries with you. I wanted to use our improved two-way pulmonary artery shunt and half Fontan surgery to exchange for your non-stop heart mitral valve replacement surgery. I didn't expect you to have already learned it. It's really surprising. Chen Song smiled, a little embarrassed. Actually, I should thank Professor Ryan and President Sabrina. Your surgery has benefited me a lot, really. If you have time, come to China. I'll teach you the non-stop heart-beating technique. Chen Song said with a smile. When Ryan heard that, he nodded. We didn't expect China's cardiology department to develop so quickly. It's beyond our expectations. Chen Song and Ryan talked as they walked and began to wash their hands. Ryan was very excited. He yearned for the non-stop heart-beating medical research center that Chen Song mentioned. After a while, Ryan suddenly asked, Professor Chen, can you give me a Chinese name? Chen Song was stunned. He looked at Ryan and hesitated for a moment. A name appeared in his mind unconsciously. How about? I call you Ma Ryan? What do you think? Ryan read it in Chinese. Is Ma a surname? What does it mean? Chen Song thought for a moment and said, we Chinese say, instant success. This is a good meaning. When Ryan heard that, he immediately smiled. Thank you, Professor Chen. I like this name, Ma Ryan. Chen Song thought of Ma Nahan. He felt that they would become friends. P.S. Thank you to LYFE and A World Is Not Controlled for the 10,000 tip. Thank you, everyone. I went out this morning. Oh my god, I came back at 4 o'clock and wrote 3 chapters. There's more at night, looking for votes. After Mond Alpha came out, his heart was filled with satisfaction. He had performed above his usual standards in this surgery. This time, he was in his best condition to face Chen Song. However, he saw that Chen Song and Ryan were already washing their hands. The two seemed to be chatting happily. For a moment, Mond Alpha was stunned. He smiled and said, Professor Chen, that was fast. Chen Song returned the favor. Professor Mond Alpha is also quite fast. The two looked at each other and smiled. Mond Alpha was very busy today. There were several surgeries in the hospital that he needed to deal with. Therefore, he did not have the chance to participate in today's competition. After meeting Chen Song, this small wish was fulfilled. This surgery was considered a last-minute idea. There were no arrangements or anything, so it was more fair for the two of them. Mondalfa smiled and said, "When I'm done today, I'll definitely take a good look at your surgery." When Marian heard this, he smiled and said, "I think Mr. Mondalfa needs to go to China to understand this surgery." Mondalfa was stunned. "What do you mean?" Marian smiled mysteriously and did not say anything. At this time, there were many people washing their hands outside the operating room. Everyone came out of the operating room one after another. Chen Song's surgery took about an hour. It was now past 11 o'clock, and there were no more surgeries scheduled. Everyone was gathered there, chatting and laughing. Today's surgery went very well. Yes, I feel that I performed above my usual standards. By the way, is Professor Simon the first to come out? It's possible. When I came out, I saw that you were all operating, and Simon was already standing outside. As expected of a genius surgeon from the Cleveland Medical Center. By the way, is Chen Song still not out yet? Hey! He's out. Look, he seems to have just come out. Everyone smiled and greeted Chen Song. No one had the intention to make fun of him. After all, Chen Song was only 28 years old. It was not easy for him to have such achievements at the age of 30. Moreover, he seemed to be only a few minutes away from them. To have such ability at such a young age, it was really amazing. Chen Song smiled and greeted everyone. When it came to surgeries like this, friendship always came first, and competition came second. Of course, unless you can break Professor Ren's record. At this moment, a person suddenly walked over and whispered, "That's right. Simon only used 96 minutes to complete the operation." Really? Of course it's true. I heard it from the anesthesiologist himself. They're having a discussion over there. As the few of them chatted, it instantly became lively. 96 minutes, what did this mean? This meant that Dean Ryan's record was about to be broken. Young people were indeed ahead in terms of speed. Everyone looked at the golden-haired man who was not even 40 years old. Not to mention, he was quite handsome. Chen Song smiled and said to Ren, "Your record has been broken by Simon." Ryan smiled and said, "That record was a long time ago. Let me tell you a secret. In fact, I'm much faster than that person. But, if this record isn't broken, then what's the point of the next record? Don't you think that constantly surpassing others can increase a person's motivation?" Chen Song could not help but smile. This seemed to be a good idea. However, Ryan could not help but smile and say, "But I don't think anyone will be able to surpass your record for a long time." At noon, the hospital organized lunch. After all, today's surgeries were all free. Naturally, the hospital would give them a large sum of money to reward them. Lunch was sumptuous. Simon was very happy. Today's operation only took 96 minutes. This number broke the record that Dean Ryan had set for several years, 98 minutes. This meant that his name could be hung in the operating theater like Dean Ryan. Simon felt so high at the thought of this. He felt that his life had reached the climax. Simon was really a little bloated as he enjoyed the flattery of his friends around him. He was originally the youngest and most talented member of the AATS Association. At only 35 years old, he had already achieved a lot. Of course, this could not be separated from a platform like the Cleveland Medical Center. However, Simon's pride was still very obvious. But 2 days ago, Chen Song's appearance directly crushed Simon's pride until it was utterly defeated. As a result, his latest progress did not even enter the top 10. That was too embarrassing, but fortunately, today was a good start. He took first place in the first surgery. He broke the historical record. Today, he made a name for himself. After coming out, Simon looked around at the others. They were all in surgery. Only then did he feel relieved. Everyone had just arrived at the restaurant and was exchanging drinks. Suddenly, someone said, "Professor Chen completed the surgery in 60 minutes this morning." This sentence instantly silenced the lively dinner party. Because the surgery score was not out, no one cared and waited for the announcement in the evening. However, they were instantly stunned when they learned that Chen Song completed the surgery in 60 minutes. They quickly began to contact their friends outside the field. They confirmed it one after another. When the truth came to light, everyone was instantly stunned. Some were in disbelief, because, after spending 10 minutes to convince the anesthesiologist, Professor Chen used 50 minutes to complete a mitral valve replacement surgery while the heart was beating nonstop. Then, after coming out, he had a mission PK with Professor Mondalfa for tricuspid valve atresia surgery. And this time, Professor Chen actually used the bidirectional pulmonary artery shunt and half Fontan surgery that they saw today, which shocked the audience and was improved by President Sabrina and Director Ryan. On the basis of that, Professor Chen even made changes to the non-cardiac surgery, and then gave a faster, more accurate, more precise, and more perfect treatment. As a result, Professor Chen spent an hour to complete another tricuspid valve atresia surgery. It was said that Simon's teacher, Professor Ryan, was so scared that he peed his pants. Instantly, the audience was in an uproar. When everyone received the news, their first reaction was disbelief, but no one would lie. Similarly, after receiving the news, Simon was instantly dumbfounded. His first reaction was disbelief, then, his face was filled with helplessness and anger. This damn Xianxia, not only did you embarrass me, but you also humiliated my teacher. This was intolerable. While Simon was angry, a voice sounded in his ear. Simon, greet Professor Chen. Simon looked at his teacher, Director Ryan, who was looking at Xianxia with a flattering face and introducing him. Simon was speechless. When Ryan saw this, he was instantly furious. Did my words not carry any weight? Quickly, greet Professor Chen. Simon was about to cry at this moment. Hello, Professor Chen. Simon liked to watch Chinese martial arts blockbusters since he was young. He knew that there was a plot in martial arts stories. Apprenticed to an enemy, Simon felt that he should play such a role. He felt that his teacher, Ryan, should be forced. Otherwise, with his personality and character, how could he be like this? However, the scene in front of him made Simon doubt his life. Professor Chen, this is a New York specialty. If you don't like it, I can take you to the best Chinese restaurant. Professor Chen, I really like the name Marion. Simon, come with me to China in a while. Go to Professor Chen's Cardiac Nonstop Medical Research Center to learn the nonstop cardiac technique. Hearing this, Simon couldn't help but jump, and his eyes instantly lit up. Hello, Professor Chen. Ryan saw this and immediately laughed. Not bad, Simon. You need a Chinese name. Why don't you follow my surname and be called Marion Simon? At noon, Xianxia ate more. According to the arrangement of the meeting, that morning was a surgical PK. However, the surgical exhibition was in the afternoon. After all, not all surgeries were suitable for PK. Ordinary mitral valve replacement surgery was a surgery that was not very risky. For the experts present, it was not too dangerous. However, cardiac surgery was not a place for jokes. There were many difficult and critical diseases that could threaten lives at any time. Therefore, the next segment was the surgical exhibition. The main purpose was to invite doctors who were more outstanding in different fields to perform surgical exhibitions. However, Xianxia signed up for 6 surgeries. Other than the first PK surgery, the non-stop cardiac mitral valve replacement surgery, there were 5 other surgeries. One of them was the aortic arch replacement surgery, one was the aortic dissection surgery, one was the Marfan syndrome surgery, elephant trunk stent technique. One was the aortic valve repair surgery. And one was the mitral valve replacement surgery. This mitral valve replacement surgery was Xianxia's new surgery. After communicating with Mondalfa 3 days ago, the other party was also stunned for a moment. After hesitating for a long time, he could not help but agree. To be honest, that was a shadow of Mondalfa. Back then, he had tried the XPRI technique. But it failed. He did not expect Xianxia to perform such a surgery at the AATS conference. To be honest, he was still a little worried. But, after hesitating for a long time, he agreed and promised to make preparations for the rescue. In fact, before coming here, Xianxia had already made up his mind. He had to publicize the XPRI technology and the elephant trunk support technology well. The AATS association was different from other organizations. This association was very influential. His views on instruments and drugs in the field of cardiac surgery could even be compared to the opinions of the FDA. After all, as a third-party agency between the FDA and manufacturers, AATS had a strong sense of fairness. If Xianxia felt that if he could prove himself and prove his surgery on such a stage, he believed that it would have a positive meaning in developing the future market in the future. As long as any surgery entered the latest AATS guidelines, there would definitely be a positive promotion process. Of course, Xianxia did not want AATS to put pressure on the FDA immediately. To be more precise, it should be a precautionary measure. This meant that Xianxia would perform 5 surgeries in the afternoon. The surgery would start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Could Xianxia complete the surgery in 5 hours? It seemed that this had become another challenge. At the beginning of the afternoon, everyone was looking forward to it. That was because Xianxia's first surgery was the aortic arch replacement surgery. This was a game that was racing against time, and for the cardiac surgery department. The speed of the treatment of the large blood vessels was directly related to the level of emergency treatment. Therefore, when the surgery began, everyone was looking forward to it. At the same time, there were other experts who performed the surgery. However, Xianxia was extremely popular because of the 2 surgeries in the morning. How long would it take for 5 surgeries to be completed in the afternoon? Now, it had become everyone's greatest concern. The first surgery officially began at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The anesthesiologists were also looking forward to it. After the surgery in the morning, they naturally learned Xianxia's name. Therefore, after seeing Xianxia, the other party quickly began to cooperate with the work. At the same time, the aortic arch replacement surgery tested the speed of the 8 blood vessel anastomosis joints, and Xianxia's speed was naturally famous. 1:45 in the afternoon, Xianxia only used 45 minutes to complete the surgery. Among them, the total aortic arch replacement and the 8 artificial blood vessels anastomosis took less than 10 minutes. Such speed directly stunned the anesthesiologists. And the audience at the scene also cheered. They changed their clothes and washed their hands. The second aortic dissection surgery began. This time, Xianxia performed the tumor cleaning technique from comrade Xianxia. The rapid cleaning of the tumor directly shocked the audience. It took 50 minutes to complete an aortic dissection surgery. One by one, the data was updated. It caused a sensation in the audience again and again, because every data of Xianxia meant that a new record was about to be born. President Sabrina looked at Xianxia's surgery and shook her head helplessly. Professor Chen, leave a way out for the young people. How could they surpass such speed? The third surgery was Marfan syndrome surgery. After Xianxia used the elephant trunk stent technique, he successfully replaced the intercostal artery in the shortest time possible to prevent complications from occurring. Another record was set. The atmosphere at the scene was stirred up again and again. The fastest blood vessel anastomosis. The fastest tumor cleaning technique. The fastest aortic dissection surgery. The valve repair technique that is so fast that no one can surpass it. It was accompanied by one fastest after another. Xianxia's cheers became louder and louder. After everyone shouted "Crazy Chen," someone took the lead and added the title of Fast Man. Xianxia's speed was too fast. At this year's AATS Association annual meeting, Xianxia brought about a whirlwind from the east. Everyone liked it crazily. Sabrina sighed. Xianxia was going to take the charts again. At this moment, the host, Xianxia, suddenly announced to the audience, "Next, Professor Chen will be challenging a 10-minute mitral valve replacement surgery." The moment that was said, the audience fell silent. Mitral valve replacement in 10 minutes, no matter how fast Xianxia was, the surgery could not be done in 10 minutes, right? He was not going to perform cardiopulmonary bypass. Just that alone would take 20 minutes, right? He was not going to operate. He was not going to be anesthetized. At this moment, curiosity filled everyone's minds. They waited for the next surgery to begin. P.S. I'm too sleepy. Delivered at 5 o'clock p.m. Please vote. Oh right, today is Xianxia's birthday. Everyone, happy birthday to him. There's an Easter egg at the end. A surgery challenge that lasted for 10 minutes. This was something that had never happened in the history of mitral valve replacement in the world. Moreover, no one believed that Xianxia could complete the surgery in 10 minutes. After all, Xianxia had done one before, and that was his limit. It took him an hour. How could he complete it in 10 minutes? Therefore, when the host announced the news, there was an uproar in the room. Everyone was talking about it. They were looking for a way to complete the surgery in 10 minutes. However, no matter how they thought about it, it was impossible. 10 minutes, the heart had just been cut open, right? However, Xianxia had already done many things that others thought were impossible. His speed was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. This made everyone a little confused. What was Xianxia trying to do? For a moment, everyone in the chat room began to discuss it crazily. However, after a long time, they were still confused. At this moment, Lu Quan saw this scene and could not help but send a message. Professors, are there a lot of question marks? When he saw Lu Quan's message, Lu Zhizhou almost laughed out of anger. However, when everyone saw Lu Quan's message, their eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, this is Xianxia's family, they must know what Xianxia is trying to do. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but ask, Professor, can Professor Xianxia really complete the surgery in 10 minutes? Lu Quan sent, yes. As soon as this message came out, the room was suddenly in an uproar. He really can. Li Baoshan and the others could not help but sigh. To be honest, when they saw the XPRI technology, did they not have the same expression? At that time, their reaction was far more shocking than everyone else's. They were even like Granny Lu when she entered the Grandview Garden, touching the XPRI gun for a long time. The day before Xianxia went to New York, he used the reward for his thesis. Medical equipment proficiency. It was the XPRI mitral valve replacement gun. At that time, the patient was also found. Therefore, Xianxia held a small internal press conference. At that time, only a few people in the hospital witnessed Xianxia's surgery. Everyone clearly remembered how long Xianxia's surgery took. When the XPRI gun opened the heart and entered the heart cavity to complete the replacement, it did not take much time. But, the dangers within made everyone feel uneasy. Therefore, things that couldn't be seen were more worrying. This operation was carried out in a situation where one could not see anything, and even when the heart was still beating, the operation was carried out. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was. At that time, as long as Xianxia's operation failed, the patient might face a complicated heart injury or even heart rupture surgery. However, under such high pressure, Xianxia easily completed the surgery. It took 11 minutes and 29 seconds. After the operation, the patient was very stable. The duration of anesthesia was also very short. The most important thing was that the bed was very small. Even the essential extracorporeal circulation in traditional surgery was not used. The entire operation needed to be performed under ultrasound positioning. This was also the first time ultrasound was officially added to a surgical procedure. Compared to the highly radioactive CT, ultrasonography was more convenient. It could also see the movement of blood and a lot of information about the heart. After everyone saw Lu Quan's reply, they could not help but fall silent. After a long time, someone said, "This is impossible." Indeed, everyone felt that it was impossible. However, at this time, Mondalfa had already followed Xianxia into the operating theater. He glanced at Xianxia and asked, "Are you confident?" Xianxia looked at the more than 10 people standing in the operating theater and was also embarrassed. Was it necessary? The entire hospital's emergency department had been called in. Mondalfa blushed and said, "This. You know, we've done such a surgery once, but it failed. After that, I didn't dare to try again. It's better to be careful." Xianxia nodded. It was understandable to call more doctors to be safe, but... What did you mean by calling in the organ donation organization? Forget it. At this time, many people had arrived in the operating theater. More than 10 people from the hospital's emergency department came, even President Sabrina and Director Marion came. They looked at the gun in Xianxia's hand and did not dare to say anything. Especially Ma Simon. He glanced at his teacher and then at Xianxia. He wanted to object, but he did not have the chance. Xianxia glanced at Ma Simon and suddenly felt that this young man should be very good. He said, "Professor Simon, come and help me." Simon's expression changed when he heard this. Simon looked at his teacher and saw that his teacher was sucking up to him. Simon was desperate. As the youngest member of the AATS Association, he was definitely not used to do odd jobs. "Teacher Chen, I'm worried that I can't do it well. I don't want to trouble you." Xianxia smiled and said, "Get closer and see clearly. Your responsibility is not big, just pull the forceps." Simon blushed. If he said that he did not know how to pull the retractor, he felt that Marion would beat him to death. At this time, the anesthesiologist and Xianxia negotiated. Xianxia said, "The anesthesia time is 15 minutes. After hearing this, the anesthesiologist glanced at Professor Mondalfa and saw him nod. He was relieved. 15 minutes of anesthesia time, that was a little too exciting. At this time, Xianxia put down the gun and turned on the camera. Suddenly, everyone saw that the surgery was about to begin. After the anesthesia, Xianxia decisively opened his chest and exposed the position of the precordium. Then, he said to the sonographer, "Give me the head." Everyone was stunned. Professor Chen knew how to do color ultrasounds, of course. This was a skill that Xianxia learned after consuming a simulation stone. Although it was not perfect, it was definitely enough. When the image of the heart was transmitted, Xianxia's eyes narrowed. "Give me the gun." Professor Mondalfa quickly handed over the XPRI gun. At this time, when everyone saw the huge XPRI gun, they suddenly exclaimed. "What is this? Oh my God, what is this? Is it a new machine? Professor Chen's gun is so big." The red XPRI gun in Xianxia's hand was too eye-catching. It was like the weapon of the protagonist in a movie, full of the feeling of futuristic technology. However, Ryan clearly knew that this was the XPRI gun. In fact, when Howard had approached him with this item, he had rejected it after studying it for a while. Because in his opinion, it was too difficult to perform this kind of surgery when the heart was beating non-stop. The degree of danger was too high. At that time, Ryan's heart was beating non-stop and his research was frustrated, so he decisively refused. He did not expect Xianxia to study it, but, was it really possible? Perhaps it would work. When everything was ready, a four-dimensional image of the heart appeared in Xianxia's eyes. However, Xianxia thought about it and removed the four-dimensional image. This time, what Xianxia wanted to do was to use ultrasound to perform surgery like ordinary people. What he wanted to do was to prove that ordinary people could also perform XPRI mitral valve replacement surgery well. At this moment, Xianxia picked up the XPRI gun and pierced it directly into the heart. Suddenly, everyone could not help but feel nervous. The air in the operating theater instantly froze. Heartbeat normal. Blood pressure normal. Heartbeat normal. Every indicator was very important and directly related to the success or failure of the surgery. However, so far, there was no abnormality. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Simon, who was helping Xianxia with the retractor, was panicking. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his face. He did not expect Xianxia to be so decisive. The tip of the red gun in his hand directly pierced into the heart. At this moment, the blood in the heart was still gurgling and had not flowed out. This was the key. This was also one of the core technologies of XPRI. As the tip of the gun slowly moved forward, the B-mode ultrasound machine could already see the tip of the gun. Xianxia's left hand was very skillful, and his right hand was very stable. He held the Doppler ultrasound probe in his left hand and the XPRI red gun in his right hand. As stable as Mount Tai, as the heart beat, Xianxia's hand also moved rhythmically. In the operating theater, it was so quiet that even breathing seemed redundant. In fact, everyone could even hear the sound of blood pumping through the heart and large blood vessels. It was so clear and so close. At this moment, everyone began to feel nervous. Sabrina crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared at the Doppler ultrasound screen. Her breathing was a little rapid. She was talking about if Xianxia's XPRI mitral valve replacement gun could really perform a successful surgery, this would have an unprecedented impact on the future field of cardiac surgery. This was even a change in the field of cardiac surgery's concept and surgical method. She thought of the speech Xianxia gave a few days ago about the development of the non-stop heartbeat concept. At this moment, Sabrina suddenly realized, perhaps, at this moment, she finally understood. The most terrifying thing was, what Xianxia wanted to do, was not as simple as dominating the rankings. This was meaningless to him. What Xianxia wanted to do was to lead cardiothoracic surgery into a new era where the heart would not stop beating. Whether it was mitral valve replacement, tricuspid atresia surgery, or elephant trunk stenting, even the 10-minute XPRI mitral valve replacement surgery that was being carried out now. In fact, Xianxia had already gone very far. Thinking up to this point, Sabrina even felt a little scared. If Chen Song's first surgery was due to his extraordinary talent, it didn't matter if she had a photographic memory, a quick mind, or even a genius, because Sabrina knew that a person's strength was limited. Even if he was a genius, it was impossible for him to change his position in the industry and overturn the order of the industry. However, now, Chen Song's continuous operation made Sabrina suddenly realize something. Chen Song was going to do something big. Thinking of this, Sabrina looked at Chen Song, who was meticulously performing the surgery in front of her, and actually felt a little scared. At this moment, she was not the only one who was worried. Marion had been aware of this for a long time. As the dean of the Cleveland Medical Center, Comrade Ryan had long realized this. The continuous beating of the heart was bound to be a trend. He had studied this field for a long time, so he naturally knew the advantages of the continuous beating of the heart. Therefore, he made a decisive decision at that time. Since I'm not as good as you, I'll work hard to learn from you. In fact, Ryan knew that change and improvement were not something that could be done by one person. Talent was especially important in this process. He looked at his favorite student, Simon, who was assisting Chen Song in front of him. His face was full of hope. He hoped that Simon could learn more from Professor Chen. Let's hope that the glory of the Cleveland Medical Center will not decline so soon. There was a saying in China that was very good: born in sorrow, die in peace. It was the same for any organization. It was precisely because of his continuous motivation to move forward that he had reached the peak of his achievements and became a legend. At this moment, everyone was staring at Chen Song's surgery, deep in thought. No one knew what was going on in their minds. They were nervous, they were uneasy, they were looking forward to it, they were fearful of the future. How many of those who could sit at the AATS meeting were mediocre? They were all top-notch existences in this industry. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that Professor Chen Song was changing the development of cardiac surgery. The wheels of the era were rolling forward. Thinking of this, they suddenly felt a little excited. Seeing Chen Song's spearhead go deeper and deeper, they felt their scalps go numb. Every time an era progressed, it would usher in a reshuffle. Those who adapted to the environment would definitely stand at the peak. Therefore, some of the young professors made up their minds at this moment. They hoped that Chen Song could succeed. For a moment, everyone's choice for the future was focused on Chen Song's surgery. Could he succeed? At this moment, Chen Song felt that the tip of the spearhead had reached the designated position. At this moment, Chen Song said to Simon, "Hold the ultrasound probe for me." Simon nodded. Long after the surgery began, he put away all his prejudices and uneasiness and went all out. That was because after the surgery began, all doctors should put down their camps and join the common camp of doctors. The surgery began. Simon stuck his head out and imitated Chen Song, moving along with his heart. The image stabilized. Chen Song nodded and smiled at Simon. Not bad. Simon felt joy in his heart. At this moment, Chen Song began the surgery. He pressed the button and began to operate with his left hand. There were some buttons and pulleys on the spearhead to adjust and open the spearhead to perform the mitral valve replacement surgery. Finally, Chen Song pressed down hard. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. Chen Song was delighted. It was a success. At this moment, the surrounding people heard this clear sound and their expressions changed. Did he succeed? Simon really wanted to turn around and look at the monitor. But he did not dare to move. At this moment, the anesthesiologist was sweating profusely. He was under a lot of pressure and was afraid that the surgery would encounter some problems. However, he did not encounter any problems. The curve of life on the monitor was so charming. Could it be? Did Professor Chen succeed? Thinking of this, the anesthesiologist turned around and looked at Chen Song. He casually pulled out the spearhead, clamped the heart with the tissue forceps, and quickly sutured it. The surgery was successfully completed. At this moment, everyone looked up at the time. 9 minutes and 21 seconds, the surgery was completed. Chen Song turned around and looked at the ECG monitor. He took the ultrasound probe and checked it. After that, he found that the mitral valve replacement was completed. He smiled and turned around. The surgery is completed. Following the end of the surgery, everyone even forgot to cheer and clap. If Chen Song had brought a feast of personal surgery, showing a doctor with superb medical skills who continued to surpass himself on the operating table, achieving faster, stronger, and more accurate results. Then, the height of this surgery had been raised again, to the point where it had affected the industry's transformation. If this surgery was successful, this would mean that mitral valve replacement surgery had entered a new field. The recovery speed would be greatly increased. The adverse effects of cardiopulmonary bypass and cardiac arrest would be reduced. The minimally invasive surgical method would make the recovery faster. Wait, the XPRI technology would be like a milestone. It would realize the innovation of the surgical concept. At this moment, everyone understood what was going on. Who said that Professor Chen was here to dominate the rankings? It was complete nonsense. He was clearly here to cause trouble. However, the AATS Association was such a place that welcomed trouble. As long as you had the ability, if you could bring the world's cardiovascular surgery development, you were welcome. It had nothing to do with your position. Because the AATS Association itself was a position. It represented the highest academic development in the field of cardiothoracic surgery. It could be said that no matter how the president of the AATS Association changed, this organization would always represent the highest academic authority. Therefore, at this moment, when everyone saw the series of changes brought about by Xianxia, they could not help but become excited. This might be the best annual meeting they had experienced in recent years. All kinds of progress were displayed, the continuous surpassing of surgical skills and spirit. Even the surgical concepts collided fiercely at this moment. Non-stop cardiac surgery, the greatest invention of cardiovascular surgery in 100 years, seemed to be about to change at this moment. In the history of cardiovascular surgery, when the heart stopped beating and was opened, cardiovascular surgery ushered in a true revolution. And before this, heart valve disease was equivalent to a fatal disease. But today, they did not need to stop the heart, they could complete the surgery and save the patient. Watching Xianxia complete a mitral valve replacement surgery in 9 minutes and 21 seconds, at this moment, everyone could not be said to be excited, but they were a little agitated. Just like at this moment, in the operating theater, Ryan muttered to himself, "The world has changed." When Sabrina heard this, she could not help but smack her lips. To be honest, Ryan's words were correct, but why? Did it sound so awkward? Ryan, do you think so too? Sabrina asked softly. Ryan smiled and looked at Sabrina. Call me Marion. By the way, Sabrina, I might be going to China in the near future to learn the heart beating technique. After all, you see, I already have a Chinese name for myself. Sabrina stared at Ryan with her eyes wide open in disbelief. Wasn't this too shameless? Could it be that this fellow had already thought it through? Thinking of this, Sabrina could not help but roll her eyes. At this time, Simon helped to clean up the equipment. He looked at Xianxia with eyes full of respect. How could Simon not understand at this moment? Don't talk about yourself. Xianxia was much stronger than Ryan and President Sabrina. If a non-stop heartbeat was the future, then Xianxia was the man who started this era. Simon turned around to look at his teacher, Dean Ryan, and their eyes met. He saw that his teacher's eyes were full of smiles. Simon knew that his teacher might have already seen through this. Thinking of this, Simon felt grateful. Ryan knew that unlike him, Simon was the future. He was only 35 years old and had a bright future. But if he stayed here, his future would be limited. It was better to follow Xianxia and learn. In 3 to 5 years, Simon would definitely become a leader of the new era. But, Ma Ryan had neglected one point, and that was that Ma Shiming would not return after completing his studies. After all, Professor Chen had a lot of memory. How long would it take for you to finish learning? After the surgery ended, applause sounded. The Mond Alpha was the one with the most sentimental feelings. After all, he was the first to try the XPRI technology, but it was Xianxia who succeeded. Although Mond Alpha was filled with emotions, he didn't regret or complain. After all, he worked so hard for so long. Sometimes, an opportunity really needed those with the ability to find it. The surgery was over. The conference room was also filled with emotions. Xianxia really did it. Xianxia really did the 10-minute mitral valve replacement surgery. Xianxia had indeed created a miracle. This kind of surgery also attracted everyone's attention. The appearance of this product would definitely bring about a whirlwind in the field of mitral valve surgery. This was just like the appearance of laparoscopic surgery. There were too many advantages, but everyone also clearly realized that this kind of surgery was also very difficult. It was also very difficult to do it well. But since Xianxia could do it, he must have made all kinds of preparations. At this moment, no one in the chat group said the word freak again. It wasn't because Xianxia wasn't a freak enough. It was because this word was not respectful enough. The chat room's public screen. It was full of Professor Chen. This Professor Chen was a recognition of Xianxia. It was also a respectful title for Xianxia. They needed to have enough respect for Xianxia. In the future, when the field of cardiac surgery talked about the title of Professor Chen, it would be Xianxia. It seemed like an ordinary title, but from today onwards, it might be a proper noun. When a person was very powerful, everyone might joke about it. But when he was powerful enough, everyone could not help but look up to him. Perhaps everyone was no longer in the mood to joke. There was only enough respect for the strong. Along with the end of the surgery, the host was a little excited. Everyone, take a break and go eat first. Tonight, we will announce the top 10 most influential surgeries of the year. Everyone left one after another, looking forward to the selection tonight. They were very curious about how many rankings Xianxia would get this time. They were even more looking forward to what Xianxia had to say tonight. They had a lot of questions tonight. For example, how did the Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center start operating, and when could they sign up? For example, whether Professor Chen would consider becoming a professor in their school. Some even considered contacting the country and whether they should make an exception and invite Xianxia to become a medical academician of their country, because the impact of Xianxia was too great. Once the cardiac non-stop technology began to be used, it would bring about an earth-shaking change in the field of medicine. Of course, this change might be subtle and not something that could be changed overnight. However, with Xianxia around, the future was possible. P.S. I'm taking up 2 cents of everyone's time to say a few words. Don't despise me, because today was too touching. Really touching. Today was Xianxia's birthday, and he received a lot of gifts and rewards. To be honest, he had not received many birthday gifts in his life. He did not expect Xianxia to receive one. He was quite touched. He wanted to post a single chapter, but he was afraid that everyone would say that he did not do anything but post a single chapter every day. However, he could not hold it in if he did not say it out loud. The veteran in life had a carefree personality. He did not feel that he cared too much about birthday gifts and even felt that it was a little pretentious. However, when he saw Xianxia receive a gift this time, the feeling in his heart was really happy. It was not that the gift was expensive, but the feeling of being needed and cared for was really good. Xianxia, I want to thank you. You've given me unprecedented birthday blessings. So much so that I drank 3.5 caddies of white wine and 3 cans of beer for lunch. I slept until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Why did I drink it? Because there was only about half a caddy of white wine at home. I've said too much. Thank you everyone. Thank you very much. I have nothing to repay you with, so I'll just write a good book. Finally, I'll write a large reward. Thank you to Sister Bear Touch for her 500,000 reward. How generous. Add 15 chapters. Thank you to Xianxia Guan, Love Your Wife Will Be Rich, and Wan Say, the 3 Nouveau Riche Alliance leaders for their 100,000 reward. Add 9 chapters, make it 10 chapters. Thank you to Guagua10086, Guagua10086, and Yi Duoer for their 20,000 reward. Add 3 chapters. Thank you to Earth Warrior, Sheep Bleats Twice, and Steamed Bun Wants to Act Pretentious for their 10,000 reward. Add 2 chapters. Today's reward, the veteran will add more chapters. Carefully looking at the 62 chapters that he owed, he was so happy today. He added 92 chapters. I'll make it a round number another day. Since it was writing, everyone was dependent on them. The veteran would not be pretentious and say those words. Just like the sentence in the book, if the king treats me like a country knight, I will repay him like a country knight. Oh, right, let me report it. After receiving the gift today, the veteran happily bought what he thought was an expensive mechanical keyboard. He would be happier to write. It was said that this keyboard would make people addicted to writing. 8 o'clock in the evening. The venue was brightly lit. everyone was waiting for the announcement of the top 10 most influential surgeries of the AATS Association. However, no one was looking forward to today's selection. After all, how could they have a chance against Professor Chen? Professor Chen alone took up 7 surgeries. The original 6 surgeries were suddenly added to Professor Mondialfa's list. No one knew what the 11th place was thinking. At this moment, a man sighed leisurely. I was still thinking of getting one of the top 10. What a pity. However, before the man could finish his sentence, his companion could not help but ridicule him. Is it unfair for you to be a supporting character for Professor Chen? The man was speechless. He had nothing to say. Another man beside him nodded and said, yes, think about it. How many years later? When you retire and lie on a recliner, your child will ask you what you are most proud of. You can proudly tell him that you once competed with Professor Chen on the same stage at the 100th annual meeting of the AATS 2020. Don't you think it's something worth remembering? The man thought about it carefully and seemed to be a little happy. Ryan slowly walked onto the stage at this moment. Ryan had always been one of the best surgeons in the AATS Association. Therefore, he had always been in charge of the new surgical method. Ryan smiled heartily. Before the results are announced, I think I should congratulate everyone. This year, you have witnessed the most exciting surgery in the AATS in the past 10 years. There is no other surgery. The new surgical method section of the AATS Association has always been a shortcoming. We have not done a good job in improving the surgical method. Today, what you see is no longer a simple new surgical method, but a new concept, the non-stop heart technique. Professor Chen brought the non-stop heart technique to the AATS and to everyone. He even used practical actions to prove its feasibility. Therefore, I congratulate you first. Compared to Professor Chen, you are the ones who have gained the most today. Since we have gained the most, we can't treat Professor Chen unfairly. So, please look at the big screen. The top 10 most influential new surgical methods of the AATS Association in 2020. First place, XPRI mitral valve replacement surgery. Expert comment, this is not just a new surgical method. This is a product that transcends time. First place is well-deserved. Second place, tricuspid atresia surgery with a non-stop heart. The expert comment was that Ryan said, this is probably what a genius is. After hearing the comments, everyone instantly burst into laughter. Ryan was the same. He laughed at himself, and everyone knew what he meant. After all, this surgery could be summarized in 3 sentences. Professor Chen watched the surgery. Professor Chen learned how to perform surgery. Professor Chen innovated the surgery. Most importantly, it took less than an hour. Therefore, he was fully deserving of being ranked second. Then, the third was still Chen Song. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, Chen Song dominated the rankings again. He took down the top 7 surgeries single-handedly. No one would believe him if he told others about this. After the announcement of the top 7, the audience became even more excited. After all, as the man had said at the beginning, whoever was in 8th place would be second only to Professor Chen. It could even be said that he was the man who was jointly named as one of the 10 most influential surgeries of the 2020 AATS together with Professor Chen. There were only 3 spots left, and it seemed that the competition for the first, second, and third place was about to begin. After the selection, everyone prepared to go on stage to receive their awards. Compared to Chen Song, the people in 8th and 9th place were more excited. In the huge center of the venue, there were only 4 people alone. Looking at the positions of 1st to 7th place, Chen Song hesitated for a moment, not knowing where he should stand. It turned out that it was not without troubles to win many awards alone. For example, there were too many seats and he did not know where to stand. However, Chen Song realized that he was happy too early. Soon, another troublesome thing appeared. It was really difficult to wear 7 trophies on one person's head. Also, he could not open all 7 certificates of honor in his hands. This was really a difficult thing to do. At this time, Ryan looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, Professor Chen, as the winners of 1st to 7th place, what do you think? Chen Song thought about it seriously and sighed at the crowd. Actually, it's quite difficult. When everyone heard this, they immediately nodded. Yes, how can it not be difficult? 1 minute on the stage, 10 years of work off the stage. So Professor Chen is also a man of action. I thought it was because of talent. You think too much. There's no chance of success. Look, Professor Chen also thinks it's hard. However, after Chen Song finished his first sentence, he quickly said, to be honest, I didn't expect that wearing 7 medals and 7 certificates at the same time would be so tiring and difficult. When these words came out, everyone present almost vomited blood. When Meng Shi and the others heard this, they were speechless. Dog Chen. Can you be a human? When the others heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Professor Chen, you're too much, you won't have any friends like this. Chen Song looked at everyone as if he could feel his pain. He said seriously, here, I'll give everyone a suggestion. When everyone heard this, they quickly became serious. A suggestion. Seeing that you're so humble and sincere, we'll forgive you. Chen Song said seriously, so, if you consider winning a few awards at once in the future, my suggestion is that you consider winning 2 awards at once. In that case, you can hold a certificate of honor in each hand. You won't have to work as hard as me. Intolerable, there was no need to endure any more. Even Ryan was so angry that he almost chased Chen Song off. For a moment, the scene became lively. After the farce, Chen Song said with a smile, the Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center is under construction. For those experts and professors who want to come and learn, we will definitely raise our hands to welcome them. Of course, because our equipment, funds, and venue are limited, everyone must sign up in advance so that we can arrange it in batches. If the Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center could be built into an international scientific research center, the impact of this would be extraordinary. When the people present heard this news, they were immediately tempted. The Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center. They looked at the people around them who were eyeing them covetously. These were all competitors. For a moment, everyone quietly made their preparations. Some even began to directly create resumes and materials. After all, according to Professor Chen's standards, the difficulty of those below the level of an academician was relatively high. There were many academicians present, everyone suddenly felt that it was too difficult. The end of the new technique meant that the AATS 2020 conference was about to end. The final new discovery was actually just a conference that was similar to an exhibition. At that time, new discoveries in the field of cardiac surgery, new scientific research products such as XPRI, elephant trunk stents, and so on would be exhibited. At that time, a large number of medical groups and companies would come over to consult. They could even help sell patents and transfer technology. After all, for these big shots who were members of the AATS Association, there were quite a lot of patents. Therefore, tonight was equivalent to the last day of the conference. At the end of the meeting, Sabrina walked towards the stage. This year's AATS Association's 100th annual meeting was very successful. Many new technologies, discoveries, new techniques, and new concepts have appeared. On behalf of AATS, I thank everyone. It's your efforts that made us more professional. And the addition of Professor Chen Song made our 100th annual meeting so successful. So, let's give Professor Chen our warmest applause. When everyone heard Sabrina's words, warm applause lingered in the venue for a long time. After a long time, Sabrina continued, this year is not the year of the change, but I think we should give special treatment to special talents. At this point, everyone looked up at the president. After the joint discussion of the chairman, in view of Professor Chen Song's contributions to the AATS Association, an exception has been made to promote him to the position of Vice President and Chairman of the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons. The Cardiac Non-Stop Beating Medical Research Center created by Professor Chen will be the venue of the AATS's 2021 annual meeting. Moreover, we hope to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with the Cardiac Non-Stop Beating Medical Research Center to cultivate and export talents together. Chen Song was stunned when he heard Sabrina's words. After all, the Cardiac Non-Stop Beating Medical Research Center was not a private institution. This was a research and development base that the country had spent nearly 200 million yuan to build. Chen Song began to reflect on whether he had bragged too much. A research and development base built for 200 million yuan could accommodate so many people? Did this group of people think that there was a large base behind them? Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but feel a little worried. Should he reject it? Worst comes to worst, he could just give up the position of vice president. It was still a vice president anyway. It was actually a good thing for China to train and export talents together. After all, the introduction of a large number of elite talents would definitely drive the development of Chinese cardiovascular surgery. But, it wasn't up to him to decide. He was just the director of the center. But to put it bluntly, this was a national organization. Boss Xiao had the final say. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but ask, this. President, can you let me think about it? Immediately, the scene suddenly froze. He was the vice president of the AATS Association. Was there still a need to consider it? Do you really think that the AATS Association is just an ordinary social organization? This was a scientific research organization with great international influence. Their members were spread across 40 to 50 countries, and they represented the pinnacle of the industry. At the same time, in an office in China, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. In the office, Xiao Runfeng and the others were watching the footage from the front of the AATS meeting. To be honest, Xiao Runfeng was really happy these 2 days. She was even a little full of herself. She watched as Chen Song led the China team members to dominate the rankings at the AATS meeting, and directly took 9 out of the top 10 new developments, and he even took the top 7 out of the top 10 influential surgeries. This kind of result definitely showed the elegance of a great country. There were a lot of people in the office. Chao Yu, Qi Lianshan, and the others whom Xiao Runfeng had specially invited. They watched as Chen Song received the award. Chao Yu couldn't help looking at Xiao Runfeng. Director Xiao, Professor Chen's power this time is extraordinary. How do you want to reward him? Hearing this, Xiao Runfeng fell silent. She had been thinking about this question for days. But she really didn't know how to reward Chen Song. After thinking about it, Xiao Runfeng said, didn't he set up a company? Give the green light for the approval as soon as possible. If he doesn't violate any rules, he'll be given the green light all the way. Chao Yu nodded. What about Professor Chen himself? Xiao Runfeng couldn't help frowning. Does Director Chao have any good ideas? Chao Yu smiled and glanced at Qi Lianshan. President Qi, does the Chinese Academy of Sciences still lack academicians? Xiao Runfeng and Qi Lianshan's eyes instantly lit up. This was a good idea, but, wasn't Chen Song too young? Chao Yu could tell that they were worried, so he simply said, hire a doctorate director first, then nominate him as an academician next year. As you can see, with Chen Song's current international status, I don't believe that the United States and the United Kingdom aren't envious of him. He's the president of 2 international academic organizations. If you can't catch him and he runs away, who are you going to talk to? Qi Lianshan nodded. School starts in September, just in time to arrange a doctorate director for Professor Chen. Chao Yu smiled. A doctorate director is a small matter. The key is to find a talented student, otherwise Professor Chen won't be satisfied. At that moment, Sabrina's speech happened to appear on the screen. AATS 2021 was going to be held at the Cardiac Nonstop Medical Research Center. Moreover, the AATS Association and the Cardiac Nonstop Medical Research Center were going to train and import talents together. When the 3 of them saw this, they immediately became excited. This was going to turn the Cardiac Nonstop Medical Research Center into an international institution. Great! How great was this? This would definitely drive the development of domestic medicine. However, at that moment, Chen Song actually said, I'll think about it. As soon as he said this, Xiao Runfeng was so angry that she almost cursed. What was there to think about? Indeed, everyone present thought so too. Sabrina's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Was this not enough? Professor Chen, if you're not satisfied, you can be the president of the association next year. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Everyone looked at Chen Song with a complicated expression. They didn't know why Chen Song would refuse. When Chen Song heard President Sabrina say this, he was also moved. He sighed and told the truth. Actually, it's not that I'm unwilling, but I have my own difficulties. Everyone was stunned. They looked up at Chen Song. He didn't seem to be joking. Chen Song looked at everyone and blushed. Because, my heart won't stop beating. The investment in the Medical Research Center is only 200 million. It can't accommodate so many people, and it can't take on the task of being an international exchange center. I've said before that our equipment, funds, and space are limited. Everyone's training work has to be carried out in batches. Everyone looked at Chen Song. He didn't seem to be joking. However, Xiao Ruanfeng's face was extremely red. This was so shameful that it could be sent overseas. Xiao Runfeng was so angry that she couldn't breathe properly. Qiao Yu and Qi Lianshan next to her also looked at Chen Song with their mouths agape. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Runfeng was furious. She shouted, "Not enough money? Give us the money. We'll have a meeting tomorrow." "No, we'll have a meeting now. We'll allocate 2 billion yuan for Chen Song's Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center to build an international heart surgery research center." Chen Song, oh, Chen Song. You really want to piss me off. Go to the world stage and say that you have no money. I'll call the leader and ask him for approval. I'm so angry. Look at this kid. How can he speak like that? Xiao Runfeng paced around the room angrily. She couldn't help it. No. I'm going to call Chen Song. Don't. Director Xiao, calm down. Chen Song is on the stage now. Xiao Runfeng couldn't help but call him directly. Professor Chen, don't hesitate. We have money. We really have money. I'll give you the money and apply for a 2 billion yuan quota. You have to agree. P.S. Thank you to Tiger Walking Cat Brother Who for his 100,000 tip. Add 3 chapters. Thank you to Ziraji for his 50,000 tip. Thank you to Silent Kindness for his 30,000 tip. Thank you to Black After White, Morong Xianfeng, and Guoming for their 10,000 tips. Add a total of 5 chapters, round it up, add 100 chapters, work hard, add more chapters, thank you, everyone. Chen Song saw Director Zhao's call and hesitated for a moment before picking it up. Fortunately, Chen Song was not on stage, but, even so, it attracted everyone's attention. After all, President Sabrina had even said that she could give Chen Song the position of president. And Chen Song had rejected it. That made everyone a little puzzled. Most of these social positions and organizations did not have a high social status, but those with a high status were really high. This was a state of polarization. And the AATS Association was that top. But, when everyone heard Chen Song's reason for being poor, they were stunned. Then, not only were they not angry, they were actually excited. Professor Chen was short of money? It was good to be short of money. How could it be a bad thing to be short of money? For a moment, many people began to get excited. Sabrina was even more ecstatic. The thing that AATS did not lack the most was financial backers. Countless pharmaceutical companies would throw themselves at them with just a flick of their fingers. If Chen Song became president today, he could casually tell the equipment company that the Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center was preparing to be built and needed support. Johnson & Johnson, Siemens, Philips, and the other companies would definitely fork out a large sum of money to support. Every medical reform brought about the survival of the fittest. And Chen Song's Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center was the vanguard of the reform. He wondered how willing these pharmaceutical companies were to spend money on Chen Song. For these large companies that developed a new drug with a cost of 1 or 2 billion US dollars, they were not afraid of spending money, but they were afraid of falling behind. It was too easy to build a cardiac non-stop medical research center for Chen Song. Not only did they have to build a research center, but they could also ask for any equipment they needed. Thus, President Sabrina smiled and said, "Professor Chen, don't worry. After the exhibition starts tomorrow, we will publicize the Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center. When the time comes, I believe many pharmaceutical companies will be willing to sponsor. So, you don't have to worry about money at all." Indeed, after Sabrina became president, she did not seem to have to worry about money. AATS really had both manpower and money. Ryan smiled and said, "That's right. We can even hold a donation. I don't dare to say too much, but $100 or $200 million is not a big problem." Chen Song was at a loss for words. These people, isn't money money money, 1 or 200 million US dollars was not a problem. That was indeed the case. Last year, AATS donated $1.2 billion US dollars to the World Newborn Congenital Heart Disease Foundation for newborn surgery. Therefore, 1 or 200 million was really not a big problem. But at this time, Mondalpha suddenly said, actually, it's not necessary at all. The Cardiac Nonstop Medical Research Center can be made into a training membership system. Any school or hospital that wants to participate in the training needs to provide $100,000 for the daily operation of the research center. Yes. I think it's feasible. There's another way. Our hospital can cooperate with the Cardiac Arrest Research Center. Chen Song felt a little embarrassed when he saw everyone giving suggestions. He realized that these people were really rich. However, Director Zhao's words rang in Chen Song's ears. 2 billion. Chen Song was stunned. Did he hear wrongly? While Chen Song was silent, Xiao Runfeng also heard the news that everyone was willing to invest and give money. Xiao Runfeng was tempted. 2 billion was not a small amount. Even Xiao Runfeng had to go through many meetings with the leaders before making such a decision. Moreover, she might not be able to get so much money. After all, this was 2 billion, but wasn't the AATS Association too rich, not to mention a donation of 1 or 200 million US dollars? The training fee was 100,000 US dollars per person, which was equivalent to more than 600,000 yuan. If one person was 600,000, 1,000 people would be 600 million. 10,000 people. Thinking of this, Xiao Runfeng felt herself tremble. Wasn't that too much? Was it so useful to cry poor? At this moment, Chen Song said excitedly, "Thank you, Director Xiao. Thank you for the organization's 2 billion. After saying that, Chen Song hung up the phone decisively. He stood up and said excitedly, "Everyone, don't worry. The leaders just called and decided to fund the Cardiac Nonstop Medical Research Center. They will support it greatly, so everyone's training problem is completely feasible." Instantly, everyone was excited. Xiao Runfeng was dumbfounded. Hey, wait, don't hang up, I'm not done yet, you brat. I regret it. You don't want the money when others give you, but you agree when I say so. Xiao Runfeng was about to cry. What a good opportunity to save money. You don't cherish it, do you? Isn't USD and foreign exchange better? You just think that I, Xiao Runfeng, am a scammer, right? Xiao Runfeng held the phone and looked at the screen, unable to speak for a long time. Xiao Runfeng wanted to cry but had no tears. She felt that her brain was not enough when dealing with Chen Song. Chao Yu, who was at the side, could not help but spit out a mouthful of tea when he saw Director Xiao like this. He choked and coughed. Cough cough. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Seeing Chao Yu like this, Xiao Runfeng was even angrier. She was in her 60s, but at this moment, she was so angry that she almost cried. Qi Lianshan smiled. All right. This isn't a bad thing. It's good for our country to fork out all the money. After Xiaochen becomes the director, at least there won't be so much trouble. Besides, this isn't a bad thing. Wouldn't it be good to wait for the Cardiac Nonstop Medical Research Center to become an international hardcore landmark in 8 or 10 years? Also, is it more than 2 billion? After the research center is built, who knows how many top talents can be brought in? Now that we've brought in an expert at the level of an AATS association member, the cost will be at least tens of millions. 200 experts will be 2 billion. After Chen Song builds this, not only will he not need to spend money, but he will also have a management fee of $100,000 per person. This will definitely allow the studio to develop smoothly. To be honest, we can also imagine that many years later, will the world's #1 cardiac surgery hospital become China's Cardiac Nonstop Medical Research Center? Xiao Runfeng still could not help but say, but, this kid. Hey. I'm so angry. No, I feel like my menopause has returned. I'm so frustrated now. Chao Yu, if you laugh again, I'll kick you out. Chao Yu quickly shut up. There was no point in arguing with a woman. After that, the problem of money was solved. Chen Song naturally accepted the invitation and became the vice president and director of the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons. Chen Song looked at the letter of appointment and documents handed over by Sabrina and could not help but laugh. It seemed like President Sabrina had already prepared everything. Everyone present was really happy about Chen Song's successful appointment. They were even full of expectations for the future Cardiac Nonstop Medical Research Center. Similarly, Chao Yu and the others were really happy when they saw Chen Song successfully take office and become the vice president and director of the AATS Association. However, Director Xiao was comforting himself in a low voice. Xiao Runfeng, don't be angry, don't be angry. One step closer to uterine fibroids, one step closer to breast hyperplasia. Bah. Don't be angry. Ah. I'm so frustrated. The AATS Association would be held for 4 days. Today was the last day. Many of the AATS Association's participants had already started to return. That was because the last day did not mean much to them. After all, AATS had not only clinicians but also many scientific researchers. Today was their chance. Unlike in China, most of the research and development institutions abroad were either subordinates of large corporations or personal studios. It was fine for the subordinates of large corporations as they did not lack funds. As for the studio-like research institutions opened by those big shots, it would take a very long time to develop new things. It also required a lot of effort, energy, and financial resources. When something was developed, the first thing to do was to quickly recoup the cost. AATS's new Discovery exhibition provided such a platform. It was unusually lively in a large exhibition hall in New York today. This was the location of AATS's new Discovery. It was not held inside the hotel. This could even be seen as a high-level exhibition and trade fair. Many pharmaceutical companies and scientific research institutions would participate in today's exhibition because AATS had released its staff standards today. There were many booths in the exhibition hall. The positions were different, the attention was different, and the prices were different. Chen Song took down 2 good booths. Chen Song's XPRI gun after the surgery was placed there, as well as Chen Song's elephant trunk stent. As the vice president, Chen Song naturally had some privileges. The price of a booth was not low. It was calculated based on a percentage. Chen Song's 2 booths were completely the privilege of the vice president. Well, in any place, with power comes money. Actually, speaking of which, Chen Song felt that his trip to AATS this time was basically complete. He had successfully introduced the concept of non-stop heart beating. Then, with the help of the new surgical method the next day, the concept of non-stop heart beating and the surgery had gradually deepened in everyone's impression. As the founder of the Non-Stop Heart Medical Research Center, Chen Song was naturally the biggest beneficiary. However, it was undeniable that after this meeting, Chen Song's thinking had also changed. Initially, Chen Song only wanted to bring up XPR during the meeting to gain the approval of the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons. This would pave the way for it to be approved by the FDA in the future and be marketed in the United States and other countries. However, things were different now. After Chen Song's heart-beating concept was raised to 30%, Chen Song had a deeper understanding of the heart. Originally, Chen Song thought that the heart-stopping concept was a backward concept. However, as the progress bar increased to 5% and the progress of the heart-stopping concept increased, he was surprised to find that sometimes the heart-stopping concept and the heart-stopping concept complemented each other and were indispensable. Most of the time, the choice of cardiac surgery was completely dependent on the patient's condition. After returning home last night, Chen Song lay in bed and reflected for a long time. After he successfully stole President Sabrina's and Director Ryan's modified version of the bidirectional pulmonary artery shunt and the half-Fontan surgery, he could combine it with his non-stop heart-beating technique to transform it into the bidirectional pulmonary artery shunt and the half-Fontan surgery under non-stop heart beating. This shocked Chen Song. After closing his eyes and feeling a lot of information about the heart-stopping concept, Chen Song was surprised to discover something. That was, the 2 progress bars that he had just produced might be of great significance. They might even be elements that could affect the development of the entire cardiac surgery department. After thinking it through, Chen Song's heart suddenly became clear. Perhaps what he had to do next was nothing else but to continuously improve these progress bars. When these 2 progress bars truly reached 100%, Chen Song believed that the development of cardiac surgery would usher in a new era. The change in his mind and vision made Chen Song no longer stick to the promotion of XPRI. On this day of the exhibition, Chen Song wasn't idle at all. After the eye-catching performance of the new progress and new surgical methods at the AATS Association's 2020 meeting, Xianxia met many people this morning. Among them were large companies like Roche, Johnson & Johnson, Novartis, Novo Nordisk, and others. Even Conrad, the general manager and major shareholder of Siemens, flew to New York overnight to meet Xianxia. He hoped that he could cooperate with Xianxia to develop and perfect XPRI technology together. XPRI definitely had limitations, but with Doppler, it would produce a new effect. This made Siemens suddenly realize that once the era of non-stop heart beating arrived, a new ultrasound imaging device that could show the interior of the heart was imperative. Xianxia did not refuse, but he did not agree either. Even if Conrad's words made sense. Indeed, Xianxia also had this idea, which was to develop the heart imaging technology. The strong radiation of CT brought many inconveniences. Doppler ultrasound had become the most suitable method at the moment. What Siemens could see, GE and Philips, who had always been the leaders in the field of ultrasound, could also see. Therefore, Xianxia could not rush to a conclusion. There were many people in the huge venue. However, today, Xianxia looked like the moon surrounded by stars. It was not because there were many people who came to talk to Xianxia, but because Xianxia's status was very high. Even the board of directors of GE Medical Group came personally. This was the right to speak brought about by industry status. Xianxia was the vice president of the AATS Association. This was his social status. Xianxia was not in a hurry to go to the exhibition hall after lunch. He let Su Ziming, He Jiqian, and the others go in to take a look at the venue and introduce it. He took a short break and walked around the exhibition hall. After all, AATS was the best in the industry. Many people's products, theories, and the latest discoveries were of great research value. For example, there were special surgical instruments, the latest materials for cardiac surgery, common myocardial protection drugs in cardiac surgery, and so on. In fact, Xianxia saw many things that were not bad. However, Xianxia did not have the money to invest at all. When everyone saw Xianxia, they were very polite and chatted with Xianxia. However, after Xianxia walked around, he suddenly stopped at an inconspicuous booth in the corner. Behind the booth stood a blond man in his early 50s. He was wearing glasses and writing information on the computer in the booth. However, this was not the most important thing. When Xianxia passed by, the system notification sounded. Ding! An item that can increase the research progress of cardiac arrest theory has been discovered. After hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. He looked around carefully. There was nothing there. He turned around and saw a thick stack of paper. After hearing the system notification, Xianxia was stunned. He turned around and looked at the inconspicuous booth. There was only a man behind him who didn't seem to be outstanding, and there weren't many people gathered around to watch. Most importantly, this booth didn't display any special materials or scientific research products, only a thick stack of paper. It couldn't be called a book. The man's expression was very dispirited. It was hard to describe, but he gave off a very disappointed look. Xianxia greeted him. Hello. The man didn't hear him the first time. It wasn't until Xianxia greeted him again and patted the man's shoulder that the other party turned around. The man pointed to his ear and smiled apologetically. Sorry, there's a small problem with my ears. I didn't put on my hearing aid just now. As he spoke, the man put on his hearing aid and turned to look at Xianxia. When the man saw Xianxia, he smiled in surprise. Oh. Professor Chen. Hello. I'm Croft, a freelance researcher from the United States. Xianxia smiled politely. Professor Croft, what are you putting here? Research materials? Croft smiled awkwardly. This is my life's work, but it feels like it's in the wrong direction. Xianxia was stunned. What do you mean? Croft sighed and nonchalantly took out the thick stack of documents. Failed research results, failed research data, these can at best be considered a summary of my life's failures. Xianxia didn't say anything when he heard Croft's words. He naturally didn't think the system would make a mistake. He had seen so many things in the venue, but he hadn't told Xianxia that they could increase the progress of the idea of cardiac arrest. Only this place had them, which meant that Professor Croft's things were naturally very valuable. Thinking this, Chen Song casually picked up a page. Is it convenient for me to take a look? Croft said generously, I can give it to you as a gift. Chen Song comforted him. Actually, the experience of failure is as important as the experience of success. Croft couldn't help but shake his head and look at Chen Song with a smile. His short hair had already turned white, and between the yellow and white embellishments, he looked even older. He said, chicken soup for the soul is of little use to me. Actually, I feel that the experience of success is more important than failure, because success can increase one's self-confidence, while the experience of failure is just self-consolation. I have succeeded and failed in my life. I know the despair that countless failures can bring to a person. At this point, Croft looked at Chen Song and smiled. Professor Chen, everyone is different. Most people are ordinary people, and most of them are unable to recover from their failures. Those who succeed are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, just like you. What I'm thinking now is that if I'm lucky enough to find investors, that would be the best. But I don't have much hope. I haven't found any in the past few years, so I don't care about today. What's more, the future development will definitely be in the direction of non-stop heartbeat research. So, after these materials are sold for a good price, I might go back to school to be a teacher. Doing scientific research on your own is really hard. Croft was like most scientific research failures. After spending all his savings, there were no clear results, and he couldn't find investors. The future was still uncertain. Most importantly, he wasn't young anymore. Chen Song didn't say anything. Instead, he took a piece of paper. On it was research on cardiac resuscitation fluid. It had a lot of insights into the research of the heart. After Chen Song finished reading, he suddenly realized that his cardiac arrest theory had increased by 0.1%. At this moment, Chen Song was a little shocked. Is this really a summary of failure? This is a book of experience. Thinking of this, Chen Song was a little excited. He even had an impulse to buy these things back. However, he didn't have much money now. He couldn't afford to support such a money-burning research institute. Suddenly, Chen Song remembered that he had a special item on him, quick understanding of a book, quickly read and understand a book, and master it. Chen Song had this item for some time, but he wasn't willing to use it. Now, should be an opportunity. Thinking of this, although Chen Song was a little embarrassed, he knew that this kind of behavior should be called a freeloader. However, he also knew that this was a rare opportunity. Most importantly, he wanted to see what was inside. If there was a chance, Chen Song was even willing to invest in him, although he didn't have money. At most, he would go back to his old business and find more rich women to do surgery. After making up his mind, Chen Song directly activated the item. Then, he casually picked up the paper and roughly flipped through it. He flipped through it casually like he was flipping through a book. Not long after, a system prompt sounded in Chen Song's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 25% progress in the cardiac arrest theory. Ding! Current cardiac arrest theory progress 30%. Obtained reward, cardiac resuscitation research progress and skills. When Chen Song heard the system prompt, he was dumbfounded. He obtained 25% directly. Isn't this too amazing? However, thinking that this was half of Croft's life's work, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. Chen Song had completely read and understood the contents of these materials. These were all research materials and self-understanding of the cardiac resuscitation fluid that Croft had been researching for a long time. Actually, Croft's research on the theory of cardiac arrest was actually very deep, not inferior to Ryan's. However, the success of the experiment was always due to chance and also required some luck. Of course, the most important thing was that there might be some small differences in understanding. Combined with the research progress that he had just obtained, Chen Song also understood why Croft was so depressed. After a long time, Chen Song looked at Croft and said, "If I want to continue to support you in your research on the cardiac resuscitation fluid, are you willing to continue?" Croft was stunned for a moment. He was a little skeptical, but his eyes were full of hope. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "Professor Chen, you're kidding, right? You're a researcher on the theory of non-stop cardiac arrest. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to do cardiac resuscitation fluid? Xianxia nodded and smiled. If you don't mind, give these things to me. I'll go back and take a look, then give you an answer before I leave tomorrow. How about that? Croft quickly nodded. Okay. No problem. These things. Can you finish reading them in one night? Xianxia smiled and shook his head. I can't finish reading them. If Professor Croft has time to explain them to me, that would be best. Croft suddenly became excited. Come to my room tonight. I'll go to your room too. P.S. Thank you to Webmage and Mountain Lifewords for the 10,000 tip, thank you. There are still 3 chapters later, can I ask for a monthly vote? After Xianxia finished reading all the information, he already had a general impression. Croft's years of failure had increased Xianxia's cardiac arrest progress bar by a lot. However, Croft's attainments in the field of cardioversion fluid could still be seen. Cardioversion fluid was also a concept that had recently been proposed. In 2018, this craze was relatively high, but it gradually stopped. Cardioversion fluid and cardioversion fluid were different. There were many types of cardioversion fluid. In the past 50 years of development, there were 800 to 900 types of cardioversion fluid. It was mainly used to achieve electromechanical arrest during cardiovascular surgery. Most importantly, it could reduce myocardial ischemia damage. However, there was a reperfusion injury between cardiac arrest and recovery. This injury was likely to be directly related to the patient's life and death. It could even be a permanent heart injury. This was also a gap between cardiac arrest surgery and cardiopulmonary resuscitation surgery. Croft's cardioversion fluid was such a way to reduce reperfusion injury, help the heart work normally after recovery, and restore myocardial electrophysiological function. Therefore, this medicine itself had potential for development. Unfortunately, Croft's development had encountered shackles for various reasons and could not move forward. However, just because Croft had no way did not mean that Xianxia had no way. Xianxia had just received such a reward, many of which were related to cardiac arrest techniques. This included cardiac arrest techniques. Xianxia had received such a reward back. Then, he had used his hands to help the patient successfully recover. From cardiac arrest surgery to recovery, there were actually many results that could be studied. In fact, Xianxia planned to start building cardiac arrest techniques after the Cardiac Arrest Medical Research Center was on the right track. And the cardioversion fluid might be the key, therefore, Croft was Xianxia's investment in his future. In the end, Xianxia did not go to the hotel room to have a long chat with Croft. Instead, they chatted in the exhibition hall until the door closed. The two of them chatted happily. Croft was really happy because he found that his philosophy and Professor Chen's coincided in many ways. This made Croft extremely excited. After all, Xianxia himself had read the other party's information, so it would be difficult for him to agree without prior consultation. Xianxia also had a direct understanding of Croft's situation. Croft was an academician of the British Academy of Medical Sciences and a tenured professor at the University of Oxford. Xianxia was dumbfounded. It wasn't easy for such a big shot to survive until today. Otherwise, one's life would be ruined by scientific research, and 3 generations of experiments would be impoverished. If one wanted to be an inventor, one would die sooner or later. Those who succeeded in their experiments were very rich. But there were too many failures. Croft didn't even take the first step out. Not to mention the Phase 3 clinical trials in the later stages. Basically, Phase 3 clinical trials were the most expensive part of scientific research funding. It was impossible to come up with anything less than $1 billion. Fortunately, Croft's research was not successful. Even if it was successful, those pharmaceutical companies would not be willing to pay for the 3rd phase of clinical trials. Especially scientists like Croft, who were unwilling to serve capital, deserved to be poor. In fact, Croft had a studio in Oxfordshire, England. He had invested a lot and built it according to international research standards. He had basically spent most of his life's worth. His wife couldn't tolerate his obsession with research and chose to divorce him. Croft had also been in contact with some pharmaceutical companies, but the two parties didn't reach an agreement. After 2 or 3 years, the popularity of cardioplegia was getting lower and lower. Many companies couldn't even take care of themselves and wouldn't invest in this. Today's end also meant that the meeting was officially over. Everyone didn't plan to stay for too long and planned to return home the next day. Many people had also found suitable pharmaceutical companies to invest in. Croft had also reached an agreement with Chen Song. He would go back and prepare. After a while, he would look for Chen Song to discuss the details of the cooperation. This was Chen Song's idea. After all, Professor Chen only had a few $1,000s on him now. Not to mention the investor, Croft, he couldn't even support himself. Chen Song decided to have a good chat with President Gong Daijun when he went back this time. It was fine to advertise and see if he could earn some money. After all, if you didn't have money, even if you had something, you couldn't do it. The next morning, after everyone packed their luggage, Su Aiqing went to check out. This trip to New York was considered to have ended successfully. Now, the 12 of them were all official members of AATS. Everyone was able to realize their dreams here. After coming out of the hotel, everyone was about to go out when they bumped into two men. When Mengshi saw the two of them, she could not help but be stunned. Mengshi originally thought that when she saw them again, she would loudly question her teacher and ask why he made such a choice in the past. However, Mengshi now felt that all of this seemed to have become insignificant in her eyes. What seemed to be extremely precious in the past was now not worth mentioning. When Mengshi left the Karolinska Institute in Sweden, she was passionate and vengeful. She wanted a platform to make her outstanding, but clinical work was not that simple. While she was being tamed by reality, Chen Song came. It had been a year since they met. Especially during this period in the capital, she performed many surgeries every day, constantly summarizing her experience and improving herself. Mengshi, who was already good, had gained a lot during this period of time. In fact, resources were very important for a doctor. Back then, Professor Reedley did not provide her with such resources. Chen Song, on the other hand, gave her even more resources. Chen Song allowed Mengshi to do what she thought would take 20 to 30 years to complete in this life, or even a dream that she could not complete. She wanted to proudly tell her teacher that his choice was wrong. Now, she could. She smiled. Teacher. Reedley was slightly stunned. He looked up at Mengshi. The girl back then had already grown up. Looking at the confident and generous Mengshi, it would be a lie if Reedley said that he did not regret it. However, he only smiled. Well, Mengshi, congratulations on becoming a member of the AATS Association. I knew you could do it. Mengshi smiled. I should thank you. Without your choice back then, I would not be where I am today. After Mengshi said this, she felt that she had really vented her anger. The complaints that she had been complaining for years were finally revealed. Then, she strode forward. Chen Song was stunned and followed her out. The others did the same. Reedley sighed and stood there. He suddenly felt a little regretful. He was stunned for a long time and did not react. After Chen Song and the others chased after her, Mengshi had tears in her eyes, but she smiled and said, "Let's go. We'll still go to business class." Everyone immediately laughed. Teacher Meng is mighty. Mengshi could not help but laugh. This team made her feel something she had never felt before. Unfortunately, everyone at the airport was talking and laughing. They were waiting for the flight back home. Everyone was happy, except for Chen Song, who was a little anxious. Make money. How do I make money? The cardioversion fluid was now in the research stage. Even with his own theoretical guidance and Croft's years of experience, it still needed to be tested on animals. This was very expensive. Chen Song estimated that he would have to prepare at least $50 million to $100 million in preparation funds. Experiments in the field of cardiac surgery were very expensive. Even if he did one breast for $1 million, he would have to do 500 to 1,000. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt his scalp tingle. Where could he find so many rich people in the country? Even if there were, Chen Song estimated that he would vomit. He was still a poor person after all. Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly missed old Ma. Go back. Should he cheat old Ma? Chen Song actually felt that he didn't have much of a psychological burden when it came to tricking old Ma. After all, he had found two good brothers for him, Marian and Simon. at this time, Presbyterian Hospital received a special young patient. In the large office, Sabrina frowned and looked at the 1.5-year-old girl with some worry. Ryan looked at the examination image from the ultrasound and was a little worried. This office was very large, but it could accommodate more than a dozen people at this time. The chief doctor of Presbyterian Hospital, Mond Alpha, kept looking at the patient's examination results. Everyone frowned and was a little helpless. "Doctor, what's wrong with my daughter now?" A middle-aged couple looked at Ryan and the others with a worried face. The couple was very famous. The wife was a Hollywood superstar, and the husband was a director of a large listed company. The key was that the man's father was the mayor of New York. Reeves Kurt was 41 years old this year, and his wife was 38 years old. This was their first daughter, and also their only daughter. Now, she was lying on the hospital bed, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. On this side, the neurologist said, "At present, it seems to be a heart problem." The reason why she suddenly fainted was because of a paroxysmal attack. Ryan also nodded and said, "That's right, it should be a heart problem." On the basis of the narrowing of the funnel of the pulmonary artery, a muscle spasm suddenly occurred in that area, causing a temporary pulmonary artery obstruction and worsening the cerebral hypoxia. His life won't be in danger for the time being, but Mr. Reeves, the child's surgery really can't be delayed any longer. It was obvious that this was not the first time this young lady had been to the hospital. It wasn't that Reeves didn't support the operation, but the hospital believed that the patient's heart still had room for development. If the operation was carried out now, it would easily lead to more heart problems in the future. When the echocardiogram appeared, Sabrina held it in her hand and looked at it carefully for a long time. Then, she said, "We can start the operation now. The patient's heart is basically developed." Hearing Sabrina's words, Reeves and his wife couldn't help but ask, "Dr. Sabrina, what illness does my daughter have?" Sabrina frowned. It should belong to the category of tetralogy of Fallot. However, the patient has a congenital heart deformity, so it's a lot more troublesome than ordinary tetralogy of Fallot. Right now, her condition is constantly developing, and her condition is relatively critical. My suggestion is to wait until she's older. After her general condition improves, especially after the development of her pulmonary blood vessels improves, then we can perform radical surgery. Otherwise, the patient's current heart and pulmonary blood vessels won't be able to withstand the effects of the surgery. Reeves looked at his wife, and the two of them were a little uneasy. At this moment, an old man hurriedly walked in from outside. "How is it?" "Doctor, how's my granddaughter?" After Sabrina repeated what she had just said, she said solemnly, "The situation is a little special, but now she has to undergo surgery. First, we need to improve the stenosis of the pulmonary artery. Second, we need to perform palliative surgery." Old Cuter was in his 60s this year. After hearing this, he glanced at Reeves and couldn't help but ask, "What's the success rate of this operation?" "About 50%. There are many things that we can only see after the chest is opened, so the operation is risky," Sabrina said truthfully. The office fell into silence once again. At this moment, the alarm on the monitor sounded again. "Not good, the patient's blood pressure is rising, and her blood oxygen saturation is less than 85. As soon as she finished speaking, Sabrina didn't panic at all. "Don't worry, it's the left ventricular end diastolic capacity index that has decreased." "What's the Magoon value?" The ultrasound doctor quickly began the examination. The three family members were full of worry. The few people who were shouting outside were just ordinary patients here. They were also worried about the child's fate, but there was nothing they could do. "Not good, Professor Sabrina, the left ventricular end diastolic capacity index is less than 20 milliliters superscript 2. The Magoon value is less than 1. After hearing this news, Sabrina's expression changed. "Prepare the operating room. Urgently check the pulmonary artery index. Give the medicine, propranolol and 2 milligrams of norepinephrine. The pulmonary artery index is less than 120. Add the medicine." The office quickly threw itself into the emergency rescue. When Reeves, Old Cuter, and his wife saw this scene, they hurried out of the office. Everyone was anxious. It had to be said that with power, one could really do whatever they wanted in a capitalist country. Sabrina, Ryan, Mondalpha, and the others all rushed to the operating room. The medicine just now could only slow down the patient's condition. Now, they had to change the situation of the pulmonary artery as soon as possible and carry out a palliative surgery treatment plan. 20 minutes later, the surgery officially began. However, after the chest was opened, when they completely exposed the heart and pulmonary artery, their expressions suddenly changed. "No, there's no way to do palliative treatment," Ryan said directly. The sweat on Mondalpha's head instantly wet his mask and flowed onto his clothes. "What should we do? The pulmonary artery is underdeveloped. The surgery can't be carried out. Heart failure is quite serious. We can't do without surgery. After the surgery, can the heartbeat recover?" The problem appeared again. What should they do? Could it be that they could only watch the patient die without being able to do anything? Sabrina couldn't help but turn around and walk out. "I'll go inform the patient. You guys go first." At this point, Sabrina suddenly didn't know what to say. The patient's condition had reached an extremely bad state. Sabrina didn't let them move. Even if she let them move, they wouldn't dare. After all, this kind of situation was too rare. Something bad might happen. Sometimes, the unknown was the most terrifying. In the face of such an acute and even twisted heart, even if they were the world's top cardiac surgeons, they were powerless. Sometimes, doctors could only save a small number of people. As for some people, even if you have great power and wealth, you can't save them, and you can't save them. After Sabrina saw Reeves, his son, and his wife, the three of them stood nervously outside the operating theater in silence. "Now, little Annie's situation is worse than we thought. There's no possibility of palliative surgery for the patient because her condition doesn't allow her to receive palliative treatment. In other words, there's only one chance for surgery. Moreover, the patient's heart failure is serious. Accompanied by a low pulmonary artery index, the pulmonary arteries are not fully developed. Therefore, the risk of surgery is extremely high. Surgery or not, the choice is still up to you." After Sabrina said this decisively, the three people opposite her were stunned. Reeves opened his mouth and stammered, not knowing what to say. He was the chairman of a listed company outside with trillions in capital in his hands, and the superhero who saved the world on TV, the child's best actor mother, was also crying like an ordinary person. What should they do? Old Cuter became the calmest person. He let out a long sigh. It wasn't easy for them for this granddaughter. Perhaps it was a genetic problem, but the three children had all died of congenital heart disease. But now, the fourth child. Could it be that she couldn't escape her fate? It wasn't easy to raise her to 1.5 years old. In the past year, they had spent hundreds of millions of dollars, but no matter how much money it was, this had become their greatest happiness, but they didn't expect to encounter such a thing now. "God, can't you give the child a way out?" Old Cuter looked at President Sabrina, his eyes a little muddy. "Professor, what's the success rate?" Sabrina was stunned and didn't say anything. The success rate of the surgery was based on a sufficient understanding of the disease and sufficient trust in oneself. That was why there was a success rate. However, the patient's disease was not something Sabrina could control, so the success rate was complete nonsense. "I'm sorry, Mayor Cuter, I don't have the confidence, and there's no chance." She didn't finish her sentence. Cuter shook his head deeply, feeling very helpless. Reeves's wife couldn't help but turn around and stare at Sabrina, sobbing uncontrollably. "Doctor, please, you must save the child. You must have a way, right?" Reeves nodded. "That's right, President Sabrina. You know a lot of people. Please help me. I'm willing to pay any price. 10 million, 20 million, I'm willing. Yes, I can offer a reward directly. I'm willing to pay $20 million if you can save my daughter." Reeves was truly out of ideas. Old Cuter looked at his son and daughter-in-law and sighed helplessly. The people in front of him were the best cardiologists in the world. If they couldn't do it, who else could? But it was at this moment that Reeves' words suddenly woke Sabrina up. She suddenly thought of a person, Chen Tsang. Maybe Chen Tsang could do it. In any case, Sabrina believed that if there was hope now, it must be on Chen Tsang. Chen Tsang was the only person that Sabrina thought was stronger than herself and Ryan. That's right, Sabrina's standards were extremely high. And there weren't many people that could catch her eye, and Xianxia was the only person that she thought was stronger than them. Thus, Sabrina suddenly said, maybe, I know someone who's a little stronger than me. If he can't do anything, then I really can't do anything. Sabrina's words were like a huge rock thrown into the water, stirring up layers of ripples, causing the three of them to be stunned. Who? President Sabrina, I beg you, you must save the child. Who is he? The three of them asked in unison. Sabrina looked up at the time and suddenly reacted. She quickly said, right, he should be at the airport now. He's on a flight from New York to China's capital. If he leaves, we won't have another chance. At this point, Sabrina quickly took out her phone and called Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia had already turned off his phone and closed his eyes to rest. The call didn't go through. Sabrina's expression changed. The plane couldn't have taken off, right? Mr. Kurt, the only person who can save Annie now may be on the flight. Check if the flight has taken off. If it has, there's really no way. Kurt heard this, his expression changed. Even if it has taken off, I'll make him fly back. This sentence made Sabrina roll her eyes. But thinking about Kurt's identity as mayor, she couldn't help but feel helpless. Reeves also said, that's right, check which airline it is. My family should have shares. Sabrina was silent. Could one really do whatever they wanted with money? At this time, Kurt made a call. As soon as the call connected, Kurt said directly, inform the airport to delay the flight from New York to China's capital. Look for a President Sabrina. What's that person's name? Xianxia. 28 years old. Look for a Mr. Xianxia, 28 years old. At this point, Kurt was stunned. How old? 28 years old? Sabrina nodded. That's right. After the other party quickly checked, he said, the plane is ready to take off. Stop it. Explain clearly, reimburse all the passengers' tickets, and give them gifts. We'll be there soon. At this point, Reeves' eyes lit up. He quickly picked up the phone and dialed the number of his housekeeper. Send the helicopter to the helipad on the roof of the Presbyterian Hospital. Looking at this situation, Sabrina was really speechless. At this time, the news of the plane's 1-hour delay suddenly came from the broadcast. Suddenly, everyone complained, but then, the loudspeaker said, this flight is a free flight. All passengers will have their tickets returned to the original price. The inconvenience will not be changed. Please understand. When this voice came, everyone was happy. The ticket from New York to the capital was not cheap. How could this airline be so generous? It was common for flights to be delayed. This was nothing. Suddenly, everyone stopped complaining. At this time, a few staff members walked to the business class and said to Xianxia, hello, are you Professor Xianxia? Xianxia nodded blankly. Yes, I am. Only then did the other party express their intentions. Xianxia quickly turned on his phone and contacted Sabrina to confirm this matter. P.S. The sixth watch has arrived, please support me and vote for me. When Sabrina saw Xianxia's call, she was overjoyed. Professor Chen. Xianxia nodded and asked curiously, President Sabrina, may I ask, what's the matter? Sabrina explained simply, there's a child, 1.5 years old, with a congenital heart abnormality, belonging to the special tetralogy of Fallot. The situation is quite bad now, and we need your help. On the other side, Reeves Cooter also took the phone and said to Xianxia, Professor Chen, I'm the father of the child. Professor Chen, I'm the child's father, Reeves. I hope you can save my child. If you can save my child, I can pay you 20 million. Before he finished speaking, old Cooter and Sabrina glanced at Reeves, and Reeves was suddenly speechless. That's right, even President Sabrina thinks she's not as good as a doctor. Isn't it insulting to talk about money like that? Therefore, Reeves quickly changed his words and said, if you can save my child, you'll be the closest friend of the Cooter family. When Xianxia heard 20 million, he had already loosened his seat belt, but, when he heard the other party change his words, Xianxia almost fastened it again. Who wants your friendship? What I want is cash. Reorganize what you just said, and I'll consider getting off the plane. When Reeves heard Xianxia's silence, he thought he had made a mistake. Professor Chen, please, save my child. I shouldn't have insulted you with money. Chen Song sighed. This child. Why can't he admit his mistake and change? Instead, he made it worse. Is it popular in capitalism to fool people with friendship? However, Chen Song sighed. Reeves continued, of course, I know that your time is very precious, so I'm willing to pay 20 million US dollars to make up for your loss. When Chen Song heard this, he tried hard to suppress the fluctuations in his heart and said indifferently, money doesn't matter. The child is important. No problem. Hearing Professor Chen's casual tone, Reese became excited and quickly said, please wait a moment. The helicopter will arrive at the airport in 30 minutes. I'll pick you up. Chen Song looked at the other 12 people on the plane. I have companions here, 12 of them. Reese hurriedly nodded. I'll send another helicopter. Chen Song was speechless. That's right, this was the correct way for capitalists to flaunt their wealth. But, why are you talking about friendship with me? Can't you just tell me how much it is? After hanging up the phone, Chen Song and the others left the plane under the guidance of the staff. What's wrong? Teacher Chen? Everyone was puzzled and asked, where are we going? Chen Song sighed. This time, I didn't bring you guys to eat something good. I regret it. After boarding the plane, I thought about it for a long time. I feel that it's not easy to come on a trip. I brought you guys to eat. It would be strange if everyone believed Chen Song's nonsense. Tisk, as if I'd believe you. Did you smuggle in contraband? Only Lu Quan was honest. Teacher Chen, could it be that you didn't pay for the special service the night before yesterday? Chen Song looked deeply at Lu Quan. Young man, your road is over. Everyone burst into laughter. Chen Song also explained, there's a patient who needs surgery. The other party will come and pick me up later. Not long after, a helicopter suddenly stopped on the tarmac in front of him. A man hurriedly walked over. Hello, Professor Chen. I'm Reeves Cuter. Thank you. Chen Song smiled. Director Su, Director He, Teacher Meng, Director Li, follow me first. As they spoke, they boarded the helicopter. When everyone saw the helicopter, they were dumbfounded. What the heck, this must be a tycoon, a helicopter to pick people up. Isn't this too domineering? Chen Song was about to board the helicopter when he suddenly thought of something and said loudly, Lu Quan, go back. To China first. Mr. Reeves, please send my friend back to the original helicopter. Sorry for the trouble. Lu Quan's expression changed. Teacher Chen. No. Grandpa Chen, I was wrong. At this time, another helicopter came down. Chen Song was expressionless as he said to everyone, let's go. Lu Quan looked at the two helicopters in the sky and wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, he understood something. It turned out that not only did Moscow not believe in tears, but also New York. After a while, the airline staff comforted him. Hello, Mr. Liu. We've arranged a first-class cabin for you. The plane is about to take off. Lu Quan nodded and made an international gesture to the sky. Then, he left helplessly. After about 30 minutes, Chen Song brought the four of them to the hospital and walked directly to the operating room. Although Reeves saw that Chen Song was young, he didn't dare to underestimate him when he thought of President Sabrina's evaluation of Chen Song. As soon as they arrived outside the operating room, Chen Song met Reeves' family. Old Cuter looked at Chen Song and shook his hand. Thank you, Professor Chen. This is our family's hope. Chen Song nodded. Let's go to the operating room first and see the patient. To be honest, Chen Song wasn't necessarily confident. If it was just tetralogy of Fallout, Chen Song had some confidence. But, if the patient was really that simple, they wouldn't have made such a big fuss. After changing into surgical gowns, Chen Song and the others entered the operating room. This was the best operating room in the Elders Guild. There was a glass wall above, in the style of an ancient American operating room. Standing on top of it, one could see the operation through the glass. Old Cuter's family stood on top, accompanied by the director. A few directors of the hospital also came one after another. Reeves and his wife sat on stools and looked at the child's chest through the glass wall. The feeling in their hearts was really complicated. Old Cuter was a Catholic. At this moment, he stared at the child and silently recited the Bible. He believed in this, but he knew that God couldn't save the child at this moment. Only Xianxia could save Annie. For a moment, old Cuter took a deep breath and waited for the operation to begin. At this moment, the hospital's directors and director didn't say anything else. After all, not to mention the peak power of the Elders Guild Hospital, the best cardiac surgeons in the United States were all here. They were still helpless. After a moment, Cuter glanced at Reeves. I heard from President Sabrina that Professor Chen is building a medical research center for cardiac arrest in China. After the operation, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, he will go to China and donate $20 million. Reeves nodded. The surrounding shareholders couldn't help but be envious. However, there were some things that couldn't be helped even if you were envious. They knew that Cuter didn't befriend the Medical Research Center for Cardiac Arrest, but Xianxia, just as President Sabrina said, Xianxia was the best cardiac surgeon in the world. And old Cuter's heart had always been bad. In fact, for these top wealthy families and tycoons, it was not rare for them to spend a lot of money to extend their lives. Macau's gambling king spent more than $200 million just to extend his life for a few months, and who knew how much money he had spent over the years. For these tycoons, problems that could be solved with money were really not problems. They were afraid of problems that money could not solve, for example, life and health. Therefore, many families would invest in pharmaceutical companies, donate to medical associations, and befriend medical giants. And Xianxia, as a new giant in the field of cardiac surgery, was inevitable. When the surrounding shareholders heard old Cuter's words, they felt a little emotional. Was being a doctor really so profitable? Why was it more profitable than running a hospital? Reeves naturally understood his father's words and nodded. Okay, father. In the operating theater, Xianxia's appearance directly shocked Ryan and Mond Alpha. They were even pleasantly surprised. Perhaps Xianxia would have a way. For a moment, everyone made way for Xianxia. Before Sabrina could begin her introduction, Xianxia had already started. She gently covered her heart with her hand and felt the rhythm of the heart beating. She felt the blood flow from the atrium to the ventricle and the power of pumping from the ventricle into the blood vessels. She could even feel the ejection fraction of the heart. After studying the concept of cardiac arrest and the concept of nonstop heartbeat, Xianxia's understanding of the heart had become even more profound. The soundproofing effect of the glass was very good. However, the sound of the operating theater could be heard with the help of special earphones outside. Old Cuter hesitated for a moment before deciding to wear it. When the others saw this, they also put it on. Reeves' wife shook her head. She did not want to and did not dare to wear it. After Xianxia felt it for a moment, he closed his eyes and could not help but say, the left ventricular end diastolic index is about 20. But Magoon seems to only be 1. No. I used the adrenaline. But the pulmonary artery index is still less than 120. Xianxia silently felt the indicators of the little patient's heart. After Xianxia said the numbers one by one, the scene suddenly fell into a stagnant state. At this moment, Sabrina, Ryan, and the others in the room stared at Xianxia in disbelief. The operating theater was very quiet. Mondi Alpha's eyes widened and he could not react for a long time. Could he feel it? In the operating theater, the anesthesiologist, other consultants, blood transfusion doctors, and so on all stared at Xianxia as if they were looking at God. Everyone only had one thought in their minds, oh my God, this can be felt? Xianxia's every word was like a bolt of lightning in everyone's hearts. When Xianxia said what drug Sabrina had used, everyone was stunned. They were really scared silly by Xianxia's actions. Not only, of course. At this moment, old Kurt, who was watching the surgery from outside the operating room, suddenly stood up. He stared at Xianxia with his eyes wide open. Although old Cuter didn't understand the technical terms, he vaguely remembered some of them. At that moment, Xianxia had arrived at the hospital. He didn't even have the time to communicate with him. All he did was feel his heart. How could he directly say these indicators? Wasn't this too terrifying? That's right, at this moment, Xianxia's brain was like a supercomputer, and his hands under the perceptive gloves were a super probe. He clearly read the patient's current situation. Xianxia's actions gave Cuter and his son a pleasant surprise. This was really an amazing person. the two of them looked at each other and seemed to see hope. The last bit of doubt they had towards Xianxia vanished without a trace at this moment. Instead, it was replaced by respect and admiration. With such a person as the chief surgeon, they were really relieved. Old Cuter even suddenly felt that getting to know Xianxia was the right choice for him in the next 10,000 years. When the surrounding directors and hospital directors saw this scene, they gasped. They were a little shocked. At this time, about 5 minutes had passed. Xianxia let go. He carefully observed the patient's heart, carefully touching the pulmonary artery, feeling the fluctuation of the valve, feeling the stenosis. Ding. Congenital malformed pulmonary valve. Ding. High ventricular septal defect. Ding. Aortic spanning. Ding. Right ventricular hypertrophy. Looking at the notifications one after another, even Xianxia could not help but frown. The perceptive gloves just now had a conclusion. The patient had stubborn heart failure combined with severe cardiac dysfunction. The heart deformity was a little serious. The difficulty of the surgery was also very high. There was basically no possibility of recovery after the heart stopped. It was definitely over. How should he deal with it? Xianxia's mind began to think. Time passed by minute. Everyone stared at Xianxia nervously. How should he deal with it? There was only one chance for the surgery, and there was no possibility of appeasement. Not long after, Xianxia had formed a complete set of surgical procedures in his mind. Therefore, he said to Sabrina, Ryan, and the others, use a non-stop heartbeat to correct all the tetralogy of Fallot. Is that okay? When the few of them heard Xianxia's words, they were instantly stunned. Correct all the non-stop heartbeat. How high was the difficulty of this? Because it involved many replacements and repairs, the child's heart was very small and easy to damage. It was very difficult to perform a non-stop heartbeat. Everyone glanced at Xianxia. This person was too amazing. The surgical plan was designed, but a problem was placed in front of everyone. It's fine if the heart doesn't stop beating, but during cardiopulmonary bypass, the catheter may be closed. He turned and said to the nurse, prostaglandin E1. Ad digitalis. When they heard Xianxia's treatment method, the eyes of the surrounding people suddenly lit up. That's right, prostaglandin E1 was really a good thing at this time. It could completely extend the opening time of the arterial catheter. As an emergency medicine, prostaglandin E1 could save people in the future. After some preoperative preparations, Xianxia stared at the patient and prepared for the surgery. This might be the most difficult surgery in the cardiac surgery department that Xianxia had ever encountered. Xianxia was eager to give it a try. He was ready to welcome the first king-tier boss. Preparations. Congenital deformed heart with tetralogy of Fallot, level 99, king-tier boss. Please repair the heart carefully. King-tier, even if you were an overlord today, Xianxia, would not be able to kill you all. After all, your head is worth $20 million. Thinking of this, Xianxia said to the anesthesiologist, the surgery time is about 8 to 10 hours. The anesthesiologist nodded. Okay. After some preparations, the surgery began, and everyone knew that this would definitely be a protracted battle. Xianxia had made up his mind this time. It didn't matter if it was king level or something else. He had to think of a way to do this surgery well. It wasn't because of the 20 million yuan, but mainly for the child. Yes, that's right. Logically speaking, tetralogy of Fallot was the most common congenital heart disease. The so-called tetralogy was actually mainly 4 types of deformities: right displacement caused by widening of the aorta root, pulmonary artery stenosis, ventricular septal defect, and right ventricular hypertrophy. The first 3 were primary lesions and had important diagnostic significance. Right ventricular hypertrophy was a secondary change, the result of the above deformities. However, although the young patient was young, his illness was not light. Not only were these few things directly taken care of, the key was that it increased the abnormal development of the pulmonary artery. This way, the difficulty of the patient's surgery directly increased by a lot. In fact, something like a private custom-made surgery was the most suitable for diseases. The same disease could have different manifestations in different people. Li Baoshan, He Jiqian, Su Ziming, and Meng Shi followed behind Xianxia. Director Su was more self-aware. He found a suitable position and stood there, ready to act as a middleman and carry equipment for Xianxia. Chen Song glanced at the others and said, "Take a look at the surgery. This surgery is still very valuable for research. Go back and summarize it properly." After the preoperative preparations and the anesthesia examination, the surgery officially began. The conventional method used in the surgery was to stop the circulation with deep hypothermia, but it was certain that the patient could not use it. Not only that, after the cardiopulmonary bypass, the heart could not withstand the torture of stopping the pulse. Chen Song decisively expanded the incision in front of his chest. Then, he directly sawed open the sternum and removed the thymus. The family members on the stage could no longer bear to watch. Reeve's wife covered her eyes and turned around. Old Cuter, on the other hand, watched the surgery seriously. He could not understand the surgery, but he could understand people. Through everyone's eyes, Old Cuter could determine a lot of information. At this moment, Old Cuter looked at everyone, including Sabrina. He could clearly see the hesitation and uneasiness in her eyes. However, this mood was much better after Chen Song's arrival. Old Cuter could not see through Chen Song's eyes. Chen Song's eyes were very clean and calm. This was also Old Cuter's greatest confidence. Chen Song cut open the pericardium easily, kept the extra pericardium slices, and handed them to Ryan. "Use them as a patch later. Rinse them with normal saline." Ryan nodded and got to work. After cardiopulmonary bypass was established, Chen Song said to the three of them, "It's divided into 4 steps. First, the heart incision. Then, the first step is to repair the ventricular septal defect. Then, the right ventricular outflow tract patch was repaired. Thirdly, the valved conduit from the right ventricle to the pulmonary artery was reconstructed. Finally, we will deal with the combined deformity." Chen Song's train of thought was very clear. Originally, everyone's hearts were in a mess when they saw this terrible situation. However, after hearing Chen Song's explanation, they started to become clear. They were not mediocre people. Being able to reach this position was naturally not something an ordinary person could do. After Chen Song roughly explained the patient's situation, he picked up the scalpel and began to make an incision on the heart. This was the first step, but it was also the most important step. His eyes were constantly adjusting the structure of the heart, forming invisible lines. Finally, he found a suitable position. He picked up the scalpel and made a longitudinal incision from the proximal end of the pulmonary trunk to the right ventricle. When the incision passed through the pulmonary valve annulus, the pulmonary valve should be fully exposed. This incision was different from Chen Song's previous small incisions. The opening was wide enough, however, he carefully avoided all the coronary blood vessels. The entire incision was very large, but there was very little bleeding. The entire incision was in the shape of an inverted T. After Chen Song opened the incision, the entire heart cavity was completely lit up. This surprised everyone. They did not know why Chen Song was doing this. However, Chen Song did not explain much. Instead, he continued to cut. He made an incision at the intersection of the 2 or 3 lobes. This step was very difficult for Chen Song. The heart was still beating. Chen Song tried his best to keep the lobes intact and cut them open. However, at this time, Chen Song did not stop. Instead, he made an incision along the annulus from the lobes to the pulmonary artery. This scene directly made everyone observing the surgery frown. They could not even understand Chen Song's operation. At this moment, when Chen Song took the needle holder, Sabrina suddenly understood, her eyes lit up. She looked at Chen Song's irregular incision of the heart and suddenly became excited. Unexpectedly, it was really unexpected. It turned out that this was what Chen Song did. Ryan saw his old partner's expression and suddenly felt a little puzzled. Sabrina could not help but say, "Professor Chen's incision of the heart really benefited me a lot." Everyone looked at Sabrina, puzzled. Sabrina said directly, "Look, if you do an interrupted mattress suture between the edge of the incision and the adjacent edge of the pulmonary artery here, what will the result be?" Everyone looked in the direction of Sabrina's gesture. The more they looked, the more familiar it was. The more they looked, the more surprised they were. A moment later, Mond Alpha seemed to have woken up from a dream. "This can reduce postoperative pulmonary valve insufficiency." That one sentence woke everyone up. They did not expect that Professor Chen's random incision of the heart would be so magical. For a moment, everyone was amazed. However, Chen Song was still unmoved. Then, he fully exposed the open ventricle and prepared to repair the heart. After hearing everyone's words, he smiled faintly and said, "Is there anything else?" That one sentence calmed the surrounding people who were performing the surgery. There was more. When Chen Song saw these people like this, he did not deliberately mystify things. "Don't you think that extending the incision to the bifurcation of the pulmonary arteries and opening one or both pulmonary arteries can effectively prevent pulmonary artery stenosis?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Chen Song's incision extended along the heart to the intersection of the pulmonary arteries. They suddenly understood. They did not react for a long time. Sabrina did not speak for a long time. After a moment, she smiled bitterly. "That was too amazing, wasn't it? He must know a lot about the heart to be able to do that." The deformity of the patient's heart at this time had completely undergone a lot of changes after his incision. Originally, everyone was a little curious about why Chen Song would make such a big incision. Now it seemed that their vision was still not enough. Sometimes, if the height was not enough, the scenery might be different. The elegance of Chen Song's incision just now was enough to crush everyone present, including Sabrina herself. Thinking of this, Sabrina glanced at Chen Song and only felt that this young man's eyes were like an ancient well. Unfathomable, but calm. P.S. Thank you to the big boss Sesame 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 for the 100000 tip. I became the 74th leader of this book. Currently, I owe 103 chapters. Yes, I have paid 51 chapters. Keep up the good work, there are still 3 chapters in the evening. Please vote. The people watching the surgery were surprised at this moment. They had learned about Chen Song's skills from Sabrina. However, they did not expect such a big gap. The director of the Presbyterian Hospital and the board of directors looked at the people brought by Chen Song. When they saw their casual expressions, they were a little surprised. Could it be that they were also very outstanding and had already seen through the clues? When they thought of this, they were not worried that it was fake. Could it be that the cardiac surgery department in China had developed to this stage? Too arrogant. Of course, they definitely did not know that they were calm because they would not be too surprised no matter what Chen Song did. Even if this patient died and Chen Song revived the dead, they would still nod their heads calmly. As the 12 disciples of the Chen family, they should at least act cool. Well, they might be the 11th disciple now. After all, Lu Quan had been chased back to the country. Whether he could go back was another matter. The surgery continued. It was also a high-energy moment, a surgery to repair tetralogy of Fallot when the heart was beating non-stop. At this time, the surgery had already been going on for more than half an hour. The most important thing in cardiac repair surgery was to protect the right ventricle. After all, the patient had abnormalities in the pulmonary artery. Once the right ventricle was damaged, coupled with the abnormal development of the pulmonary artery, this would only increase the risk of the surgery. At this time, the advantage of Chen Song's large incision was exposed again. For ventricular septal repair, full exposure was very important. With the gentle beating of the heart, Marion was now very flatteringly placing 2 retractors on the aortic valve and the anterior edge of the ventricular septum. After the retractors were pulled separately, the full appearance of the ventricular septal defect was exposed. Even the aorta and the mitral valve could be seen clearly. Such an excellent surgical field was conducive to accurate surgical operations. At the same time, it also made up for the adverse effects of Chen Song's non-stop heart. "What patch should I use?" Marion asked kindly. Chen Song said, "Teflon patch." Marion quickly nodded and handed it over. This made Sabrina could not help but complain. Seeing this, Su Ziming decided to teach Sabrina a word after the surgery: bootlicker. That's right, Ma Ryan's path to becoming a fan of Chen Song was becoming more and more stable. Chen Song's patch trimming had already become the performance of the surgery. Everyone stared at Professor Chen. Chen Song stared at the compartment. After a while, the patch in his hand quickly began to trim. Not long after, the trimmed patch appeared in Chen Song's hands. It was slightly smaller than the ventricular septal defect. Su Ziming was about to hand over the needle holder, but Ma Ryan had already passed the needle holder and the spacer to Chen Song. Everyone blushed with shame as they watched. Septal repair was a dangerous suture and required a gasket. However, this would make the needle holder less flexible when the heart was beating nonstop. Thinking of this, Xianxia said directly, "No spacers." This caused them to be stunned. Isn't it dangerous? Sabrina couldn't help but remind him. Xianxia also knew that it was dangerous, but sometimes, he could only take care of one thing. Choosing a spacer meant giving up flexibility, but not choosing a spacer meant that there was a certain risk. Xianxia nodded. "I'll be careful." He did not say much, and there was no need to say anything now. The mattress suture was more difficult than the continuous suture. At this time, as the heart beat, the sharp needle in Xianxia's needle holder emitted a cold light, and it looked daunting. In fact, many surgeries would encounter iatrogenic injuries. Some were unavoidable, and some could be avoided. Under the gaze of dozens of pairs of eyes at the scene, Xianxia took a deep breath. The small double-ended curved needle with 4-0 polyester thread in his hand seemed to have a soul. One end of the needle went from the ventricle to the atrium to the root of the septal valve and carefully moved to the muscle near the aortic valve ring to suture. The other end of the needle went through the root of the septal valve with a distance of 2 to 3 millimeters. This is a transfer needle? That's right. At this time, the number of onlookers increased. After the surgery ended, many doctors came out one after another. When they came up and saw Xianxia's suture technique, they were immediately amazed. "And it's a transfer needle for a non-stop heartbeat. That must be Professor Xianxia." For a moment, the surrounding people sighed with emotion. Xianxia's first transfer needle was completed. The second transfer needle was transferred from the septal valve to the ventricular septum of the sinus. One end of the needle was sutured to the root of the septal valve, and the other end was sutured to the right ventricular surface of the ventricular septum. The needle was inserted and pulled out perpendicular to the edge of the defect. The distance between the needle and the lower edge of the defect was 5 millimeters, and the distance between the needle and the lower edge was 0.5 millimeters. The depth of the needle was 1 millimeter, and the distance between the needles was 2 millimeters. This set of sutures stunned everyone who was watching the surgery. What was precision? This was precision. Sabrina felt her breathing becoming more and more rapid. The Xianxia in front of her was becoming less and less like a human. Even a machine could not perform such a precise operation, right? How did he do it? However, Xianxia did not stop what he was doing. Between the first transfer needle and the *** conus muscle, 2 mattress sutures were made on the right ventricular surface to stabilize the edges. After that, 5 mattress sutures were made on the muscles adjacent to the aortic valve annulus. The third transfer needle was first sutured on the muscles adjacent to the aortic valve annulus, and then passed through the supraventricular ridge from the back to the front. After that, the suture needle was passed through the edge of the patch was pushed down, and the ligation was performed. Such an exquisite 3-needle transfer suture with a slight overlap of layers could not only prevent the formation of residual ventricular septal defects, but also make the repair more stable. It allowed the patch and the myocardium to be skillfully sutured. Under the non-stop heartbeat, it was combined with the extremely difficult mattress suture. The entire operation could be called a classic. Everyone who watched was overwhelmed with emotion. In the eyes of these professional doctors, there was nothing more classic than this operation. This kind of surgery was definitely the box office champion in everyone's eyes, and Xianxia was fully deserving of the title of Best Actor. Such a dangerous suture that affected people's hearts was completed just like that by Xianxia's hard work. In fact, every step Xianxia took was equally frightening. At this time, his back was already drenched in sweat. This scene was seen by everyone who was watching the surgery from above. Such a high-precision surgery was very tiring. However, Xianxia immediately began to widen the right ventricular outflow tract patch. This was the second step of the surgery. Compared to the first step, Xianxia's pressure was much lighter. However, looking at the obvious deformity and connected blood vessels, Xianxia needed to choose and build a new right ventricular outflow tract patch. In Xianxia's eyes, the complicated tubes began to become orderly. The choice seemed to have become simpler at this moment. This made Xianxia breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he would not be so tired. In fact, Xianxia himself could not bear this kind of high-intensity surgery. Time passed by minute by minute. Soon, it was noon. The food was delivered from outside, but the onlookers did not touch it. After all, compared to such a classic surgery that could not be replicated, no delicacies or Michelin could compare to it. However, old Kurt's family was not in the mood to eat. Everyone was silently observing the surgery. At this time, Reese was a little tired from sitting. He got up and moved for a while. Not long after, he was tired from standing and sat down again. However, the surgery had been going on for 5 hours, but Chen Song had been maintaining this posture the entire time. The high-intensity surgery made the operating theater's 22 degrees Celsius room temperature a little difficult. Chen Song's surgical gown was wet once, but it was evaporated by his own body temperature, and it was wet again. Old Cuter's family was naturally touched. Seeing Chen Song so dedicated to completing the surgery, they felt that the tens of millions of dollars did not seem to be a big deal. Just as Chen Song had said at the beginning, he would do his best. That was enough. Old Kurt suddenly felt that meeting Chen Song this time was really a blessing. After all, the heart disease of the old Kurt family was really hereditary, and Chen Song was their gospel. Old Kurt got up and stretched his body. He looked up at the time. It was already 2 p.m., and the surgery had been going on for more than 5 hours. Then, he got up and called the butler. "Arrange a banquet tonight. I have an important guest to invite. Then arrange a flight from New York to China's capital tonight. If it's a plane, use our private jet. Use my Gulfstream." Reeves, accompany Professor Chen to China tonight. Come back after you complete the donation. Old Kurt quickly made arrangements and said to Reeves. Reeves nodded. Okay, father. After more than 5 hours of surgery, it gave the old Kurt family hope and confidence. Perhaps Professor Chen really saved little Annie. The surgery proceeded slowly. The patient's coronary artery was severely deformed. It was a situation where there was only one right coronary artery. Moreover, the left anterior descending coronary artery originated from the right coronary artery and spanned the surface of the right ventricular outflow tract. This way, the blood supply to the heart became a problem. Chen Song had always been cautious. However, when dealing with the right ventricle to pulmonary artery with valve, he would eventually have to face this problem. What was the safest choice? After some hesitation, Chen still chose the valved extracardiac tube from the right ventricle to the pulmonary artery. Just as this step was about to be completed, suddenly, Chen Song was surprised to find that the patient's heartbeat was slowing down. Then, the alarm of the ECG monitor began to sound. The anesthesiologist quickly said, "Abnormal heart rate. Slow heartbeat. 20 times per minute. 16 times. The situation was so intense that not long after, little Annie's heart suddenly stopped beating. Chen Song's face darkened. The expressions of everyone in the operating theater changed. Even if his heart didn't stop beating, he still couldn't hold on. The patient's new function was too bad, preparing to revive, but there was no need for that. The patient's heart was not supplying blood to the whole body, so the extracorporeal circulation was normal. However, a sudden cardiac arrest at this time was very troublesome. This should be an abnormality in the nerve reflex of the heart during the surgery. This was something unavoidable in major surgeries. There were too many repairs and incisions on the heart, so it was very likely that such a situation would occur. However, once the heart stopped beating, the special condition of the patient meant that it would be very difficult to resuscitate. What to do? Sabrina quickly fetched the cardiopulmonary resuscitation machine. However, at this moment, Chen Song stopped her. You can't use this. Sabrina's expression changed. If you don't use it now, you might not be able to revive it again. Chen Song shook his head. Abnormal electrical stimulation will cause serious trauma to the heart. Sabrina was obviously a little anxious. Trauma is better than death. Hearing this, everyone around them sighed in agreement. That was indeed the case. Trauma to the heart was better than death. The patient's heart was in urgent need of treatment. Under such circumstances, if they did not revive her as soon as possible, it would be very easy for them to not be able to snatch her back. At this moment, old Cuter's family on the stage was stunned. The three of them quickly stood up and looked down, extremely anxious. Originally, Chen Song had already brought them hope, but they did not expect that just as the surgery was about to be completed, another problem would suddenly occur. Her heart suddenly stopped, although they did not study medicine, they understood what had happened when they heard the argument below. Little Annie's life was on the line, she had reached a difficult choice. Old Cuter placed his hands on the glass wall, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. He was very nervous. Just as everyone was worried, they heard Xianxia suddenly say, "Don't worry, I have a way." His voice was not loud, but it made everyone quiet down. Only a long beep came from the operating room. What could he do? At this moment, Xianxia gently held the heart with his hand, feeling the tension of the coronary blood vessels with both hands. In fact, Xianxia had already expected this situation. A king-level boss naturally could not be so relaxed. When had a king-level boss not caused trouble for him? This was too normal. In fact, Xianxia was already prepared. At this moment, Xianxia pressed slightly with both hands, and suddenly, a pulse appeared on the monitor. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Although it disappeared immediately, everyone still turned around and stared at Xianxia, not knowing what he was going to do. At this moment, Su Ziming and He Ziqian's eyes lit up. They had seen with their own eyes that Xianxia had used this method to complete the resuscitation. However, Li Baoshan and Meng Shi had never seen it before. For a moment, everyone stared at Xianxia. However, Xianxia closed his eyes and quietly felt it. At this moment, the heart was extremely damaged. It had experienced countless knives and needles. The originally small heart was now like a candle in the wind. Xianxia could hold it with one hand, and his other hand was carefully assisting. Just like that, Xianxia carefully pressed. Carefully resuscitated. Time passed by minute. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, Xianxia released his hands. Immediately, the heart began to beat again. It was resuscitated. It was really resuscitated. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They were shocked and happy. How did Xianxia do it? Barehanded resuscitation. What kind of ability was that? Sabrina's eyes widened as she looked at Xianxia curiously. She was a little dumbfounded. This scene really stunned her. It was even beyond her understanding. How many hearts did he have to pinch before he could do this? For a moment, everyone was speechless. However, at this moment, the doctors who were watching the surgery on the operating table exclaimed, "Oh my God! What did I just see? This must be Chinese Kung Fu." Many of the doctors above were really going crazy. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. Xianxia's operation just now had already exceeded their understanding. In fact, Edison and Tesla's coffins could no longer be held down. Was he using his hands to generate electricity or love to generate electricity? Moreover, could love really generate electricity? This kind of cardiac arrest required physical or electrical stimulation to recover. And Xianxia's hands actually recovered. For a moment, whether it was Newton, Edison, or Tesla, their faces were extremely ugly. Xianxia had challenged their authority this time. At this moment, Old Cuter almost jumped up in joy when he saw this scene. "I told you it could be done. Look, Professor Chen did it." Old Cuter was extremely excited. After a long silence, he smiled happily at the director beside him. "It can definitely be done. Professor Chen can definitely save my granddaughter. This cute girl has met God." Old Cuter looked at Xianxia and muttered to himself. He was really too excited. Reeves hugged his wife and cried tears of joy. They finally realized that no wonder the doctor was unwilling to let the patient's family watch the surgery. Because, it was really a game. When the child was saved, the family would faint from fright. The operating theater was not a place for leisure and entertainment. After so many twists and turns, the surgery continued. Although the following deformity repair surgery was very difficult, it was not that dangerous. The patch that was cut off from the pericardium also came in handy. Time passed by minute. Finally, at around 5 p.m., the surgery was finally completed. It lasted for 8 hours. The surgery of the 1.5-year-old girl was finally completed. When the heart was sutured and the chest was closed, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, it was time to test the results of the surgery. When the ultrasound detected the heart beating normally, the sound was so charming. As the heart beat, blood was shot out by the heart, and the cycle repeated. The surgery finally came to an end. Looking at the perfect curve, everyone knew that the surgery was a success. The Cuter family stood on top and listened to the laughter below. They watched as Xianxia sat on the chair with a smile on his face because he was tired after a long time. The family cried tears of joy. Xianxia was really tired. Everyone looked at him. At this time, Mengshi skillfully handed over 2 bags of glucose and saline. He said with a smile, "Make do with this first." "Thank you for your hard work, Professor Chen." Xianxia smiled and did not stand on ceremony. He had sweated a lot during the surgery due to the high tension. A large amount of electric ions were missing. At this time, Mondalpha quickly got up and said with a smile, "Professor Chen, don't drink this. We have a special electrolyte drink. It's very good." After that, Mond Alpha hurriedly brought out a few bottles. After Xianxia opened it and took 2 sips, he immediately felt the taste of citric acid. The taste was really good. Moreover, there should be a lot of glucose, chlorine, potassium, and sodium added to it. There were even energy drinks added to it. All in all, the taste was not bad. At least, Xianxia liked it very much. He felt that the hospital should have something like this stored in the operating theater. At a critical moment, this thing could prolong life. Xianxia raised his head and gulped down half of the bottle. He couldn't help burping comfortably. It made everyone smile kindly. To be honest, compared to the otherworldly Professor Chen just now, they felt that this young Dr. Chen who was drinking and burping was approachable and easy to get along with. However, they all knew that this approachable young Dr. Chen in front of them was the best surgeon in the field of cardiovascular surgery. He might not even be one of them. If Xianxia knew, he would definitely blush. Deep down, he knew what level he was at. Patients with tetralogy were closely monitored for at least 24 hours after surgery. However, little Annie's situation was a little special. She needed about 3 days. Children at this age were given anesthetics and sedatives in a short time after surgery. After all, the wound was very painful. Mondalpha sent Annie to the intensive care unit. Xianxia and the others also came out of the operating theater. Xianxia could not help but wipe his face and wash his hair at the sink. The sweat under the cap almost made his hair rotten. The nurse handed Xianxia a towel for him to wipe his hair. It had to be said that people with ability would be respected wherever they went. At this moment, Xianxia's system notification sounded. That's right, the reward for killing the boss was coming. To be honest, Xianxia was looking forward to it. After all, this was a level 99 big boss. Who wouldn't look forward to it? Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the surgery. Successfully repaired the deformed heart with tetralogy of Fallet. Obtained reward, 1 heart, gold. Xianxia was stunned. Looking at the little heart, Xianxia almost cried because the little heart was still beating. What the hell is this? System, why are your tastes so heavy now? Gold. Is it not a heart when it's gold? Xianxia couldn't help but complain. 1 heart, attributes, heart function plus 30. This is a heart gem. After use, it can greatly enhance your heart's ability. It has the ability to repair the heart so that your stay up late will not be damaged. Passive skill, 2 minds. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the system notification. Good stuff. Although it looked a little ugly, but it was useful. Thinking of this, Xianxia decisively chose to use it. Xianxia couldn't help but stretch his back. A wave of comfort came from all over his body. Seeing Xianxia come out, the Kurt family hurriedly walked over. Reeve said excitedly, "Professor Chen, thank you so much." Xianxia smiled. "You're welcome. It's what I should do." Old Kurt shook Xianxia's hand. "Dr. Chen, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, my granddaughter would be gone. Tonight, I've set up a banquet at home. I hope everyone will come." When Xianxia heard this, he was really hungry. He simply followed old Kurt to his home. At this time, Xianxia realized that there was such a big villa in New York City. Looking at the exquisite dishes, the first thing Xianxia did was not eat, but take photos. Every photo was taken once. Then, he sent them to Lu Quan. At this time, Lu Quan had just gotten off the plane and was sitting in a taxi, ready to go home. When he saw the photos sent by Xianxia, he was so angry that his nose was crooked. "Uncle Chen, I was wrong. I won't dare to speak nonsense again. P.S. Sent to you at 6 o'clock p.m. Please take care of me. Finally." Thank you to the leader of the man's jade for giving me another 10,000 tips. I'll remember it in my heart. Add a chapter, a total of 104. Finally, I recommend an infinite novel. The author of Dao Ji is Dog Pay Tuesday. It is an original infinite novel. The author is very good. If you like it, you can read it. Looking at Professor Chen's food, Lu Quan was filled with regret and annoyance. Sigh, that's what I get for my cheap mouth. Thinking of this, Lu Quan wanted to slap himself. When the plane was about to land, Lu Quan looked at his first-class cabin longingly. Sigh, I won't have the chance to sit in such a luxurious first-class cabin in the future. At this time, the stewardess said to Lu Quan, Sir, please pack your luggage and get ready to disembark. Lu Quan sighed, Wait, let them disembark first. There was no other reason. He just wanted to take a few more looks at American Airlines first-class cabin, and the stewardess. He scrolled through his WeChat moments and looked at the pictures of the villa taken by director Su and the others. What the heck, this is a private jet. Lu Quan suddenly woke up. He suddenly realized what he had missed. That's right, he had missed the only luxurious private jet trip in his life. He couldn't help but send a message to director Su. Director, I'm in Beijing. Where are you guys? After Su Ziming posted on WeChat moments, he did nothing but wait for someone to ask him where he was going. Suddenly, he saw that it was Lu Quan and smiled casually. I'm in New York. I just got off the helicopter and boarded a private jet. Then, he sent the pictures he had prepared. Lu Quan looked at the pictures and felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Actually, he could have been the one to act tough. He looked at the selfie of director Su sitting in the helicopter. The background was the night view of New York and the Statue of Liberty in New York Harbor. Then, there was a picture of a large private jet. He remembered the word Gulfstream. At this moment, Lu Quan only had two words in his heart, cheap mouth. At this moment, looking at the private jet, the first-class cabin suddenly didn't feel so good. He got off the plane and bumped into his teacher, Lu Zhizhou. So it's the same flight? Teacher? You're on the same flight too? Lu Quan smiled and said. Lu Zhizhou frowned, Oh. Why are you alone? Where's Professor Chen and the others? Lu Quan also asked at the same time, Eh? Teacher, why are you alone? Where's Director Wang and the others? Both of them asked the same question at the same time. For a moment, both of them were stunned. Both of them looked at each other for 7 to 8 seconds and then sighed at the same time. Sigh, then, Lu Quan took the initiative to carry his teacher's luggage. Why didn't I see you in the cabin? Oh. I'm in first class. Sigh, the first-class cabin is a little uncomfortable. Lu Quan sighed when he thought of the private jet. Scram. When Lu Zhizhou left alone, he understood that the saying the student surpasses the master was not without reason. Lu Quan looked helplessly at his teacher's back as he left and sighed deeply. So it's my fault. In consideration of Chen Song's eating habits, the catering department added a lot of Chinese dishes. Chen Song felt that he was being too polite. He was a little embarrassed. He felt that he and Old Ma could eat together. They were just ordinary people who were not picky about food. You don't have to care about our feelings and insist on ordering oily pork or kung pao chicken. I just want to eat something expensive. Yes, of course, there were many expensive ones. Old Cuter personally poured red wine for Chen Song. Professor Chen, thank you so much for today. As they spoke, they bumped into each other. Looking at the wine label, Chen Song didn't recognize it. Chen Song didn't know much about red wine either. After chatting for a while, Old Cuter and Chen Song also started chatting. Professor Chen, do you like to drink? Chen Song smiled. My father likes it, so he drinks some himself. But he doesn't drink much, and even less red wine. My mother used to make wine with grapes. I don't think it's any worse than the 82 Lafite. Of course, I haven't drunk the 82 Lafite either. Old Cuter was stunned. Lafite, 82 Lafite. Old Cuter seemed to be deep in thought. He turned around and said a few words to the butler. Then, he held the wine glass and said to Chen Song, What do you think of this? Chen Song nodded. It tastes good. Old Cuter nodded and smiled. This is the 92 Howling Eagle. Chen Song didn't know much about wine, but when he heard that 92 and 82 were 10 years apart, it should be quite a bit different, right? After all, Chen Song had heard of 82 Lafite the most, which was a very popular red wine in China. Chen Song asked curiously, "This isn't cheap, is it?" Old Cuter smiled. "The winery has shares, so you don't have to pay." Chen Song smiled and finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. "It tastes really good." Mengshi couldn't help but say, "The price of your sip just now can buy several bottles of 82 Lafite." A bottle of 92 Howling Eagle was auctioned off in 2000 for $500,000, which is equivalent to more than 3 million renminbi. It was given a high score of 99 by the world's most influential wine critic, Robert Parker. How can it not taste good? Chen Song was speechless. His heart skipped a beat. Was it that expensive? He had never drunk Lafite before, but he had heard that a bottle of 82 Lafite cost at least 50,000 to 60,000 renminbi. This mouthful could really buy several bottles. Just as Chen Song was lamenting the power of money, the butler brought over a box of 6.0-liter bottles of red wine. Old Cuter smiled and said to Chen Song, "These are 82 Lafite. If Professor Chen likes it, you can have it. You can also give it to your friends. It's said that this wine is very popular in China, so I've collected some to entertain my friends." At this moment, Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Looking at the 82 Lafite in the box, he couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Cuter is really handsome. Handsome. After a short rest, Old Cuter smiled and said, "Professor Chen, you're in a hurry to leave. I don't have time to arrange anything here. Tonight, I'll take everyone to see the night view of New York and go for a spin." After he finished speaking, 2 helicopters were ready. For the first time, Chen Song realized that rich people looked at the night view and went for a spin. Needless to say, the feeling of looking down was really good. When the helicopter flew over the Statue of Liberty, Chen Song felt the freedom of capital from America for the first time. Here, capital was probably the only thing that was free, right? Here, money might really be able to do whatever you want. After the helicopter stopped at the airport, Old Cuter said apologetically, "I'm really sorry for delaying Professor Chen's time today. I'll have Reeves personally send everyone back home." Reeves nodded and took out a Swiss bank card from his pocket. "Professor Chen, here's $20 million US. Sorry for delaying your time today. I know that you Chinese like to make friends. Take this money as compensation for delaying your time. You're also our Cuter family's best friend." Just like that, Chen Song accepted the card in confusion and boarded the luxurious private jet. Looking at the luxurious bed, Chen Song realized that after waking up, he would be back in his motherland. It seemed that Mr. Lu Sun was right about one thing: more than 100 million is not a burden. The flight from New York to the capital took about 8 or 9 hours. From a private jet to a private chef, to a private bartender, to a private stewardess, Chen Song realized that tycoons were also divided into levels. Especially when Reeves told Chen Song that the chef was a 3-star Michelin chef, but had stayed at Old Kurt's house for 15 years. In the eyes of these tycoons, private jets, private yachts, villas, and luxury cars were no longer objects of comparison. What they were comparing was soft power. For example, who was my chef? My golf coach was Tiger Woods, and so on. However, the highest level of soft power was nothing more than health. At the end of his speech, Reeves took out a bank card and was about to hand it to Chen Song when he said, "Professor Chen, I know it's a little presumptuous, but I still hope you can do me a favor," Reeves said sincerely. Chen Song couldn't help but be stunned. $20 million US was already enough, and now it was a card. What did Reeves want? What favor? Chen Song didn't agree or refuse. Instead, he asked. Reeves said, "My father has a heart disease. If possible, I hope you can treat him at a critical moment. This is the deposit, $10 million US. Chen Song was stunned. He frowned and said, "I agree, but there's no need for a deposit. It doesn't cost money to treat a friend's illness." After Reeves heard Chen Song agree, he immediately became happy and stuffed the money into Chen Song's hands. "I'm very happy that you can agree, but you have to accept this money." After a series of excuses, Reeves raised the money to the level of faith, and Chen Song was helpless. he couldn't help but sigh. There was too much money, it was really too much. At first, it was 20 million US dollars, and now it was 10 million US dollars. This was close to 200 million renminbi. Seeing Chen Song's expression, Reeve said seriously, Professor Chen, actually, compared to life, this money isn't much for us. It's not even as valuable as the Gulfstream G700 we're on now. But a private jet is just a tool. It can even be said to be a toy, but you're saving lives. Chen Song was stunned. He asked in all seriousness, how much is this plane? He looked at the luxurious Gulfstream and was a little tempted. He even made up his mind to buy one in the future. After all, if he went abroad for meetings in the future, he would have his own plane. How great would that be? Reeve smiled. My father bought it. It's a custom-made G700. It cost less than 100 million US dollars, but it's too old-fashioned. I don't like it. When you have time, I'll take you to see my yacht. It was the largest and most beautiful yacht at the 2019 Morocco Yacht Show. It only cost 300 million US dollars. Chen Song was speechless. He really knew nothing about wealth. Old Kurt's family was the largest real estate developer in New York. His grandfather had been a member of Congress, and his family had already started to build railroads during Vanderbilt's time. When they arrived at the capital airport, it was already past 4 p.m. It was an hour less than usual. The sun was shining brightly at the capital airport. The sun was so bright that people couldn't bear to go out. No one came to pick her up when she got off the plane. After Reeves and his assistant and bodyguard came out, they looked at the bright sun in the sky. The assistant hurriedly held up an umbrella. Is there anyone picking us up? Chen Song blushed. There's a taxi. At this time, Reeves smiled and said, I'll make a call. Everyone, wait inside for a while. The assistant quickly contacted the Hilton Hotel, who also sent a car to pick them up. The group then walked out of the airport. The weather in the capital was really too hot today. It was so hot that it was suffocating. Moreover, the airport was full of people. It felt like sweat was flowing out unconsciously. After coming out of the airport, the car still hadn't arrived. Chen Song and the others thought about going to a slightly shady place to wait. There were many temporary parking spots on the side of the road. The group walked in. Chen Song was fine, but Su Ziming was a fatty. At this time, sweat was dripping down. His jacket was taken off and his shirt was unbuttoned. Because his shirt was soaked, he couldn't care about anything else. After looking around for a long time, he still couldn't find a shady place. After waiting for 3 to 5 minutes, the car arrived. Su Aiqing, who was standing inside, suddenly said, Professor Chen, come here for a while. Chen Song was stunned. He followed Su Aiqing in that direction. There was a row of cars parked here. Chen Song asked, what's wrong? Su Aiqing pointed at the car and said, I just looked in the mirror and suddenly found a child in the car. He's in the back seat. Look, Chen Song was stunned for a moment. He put his eyes close to the car window and looked back. He suddenly found a child, estimated to be 1 or 2 years old, sleeping in the baby chair in the back. Chen Song didn't take it seriously at first. He said with a smile, oh, it's fine. Look, there's a gap in the sunroof. It should be fine. After Chen Song finished speaking, he was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He suddenly realized something. This child doesn't seem to be right. He looked inside carefully and found that there was something wrong with the child's appearance. It was true. In fact, a doctor would train a pair of discerning eyes for a long time. An experienced doctor would be able to judge a person's meaning with just one look. As the saying goes, a person who can know with a glance is a god, although Chen Song didn't have such an ability. But he also found that there was something wrong with the child. What's wrong? Suddenly, he wiped his sweat and was stunned. He slapped his thigh and reacted, this is AF * king big deal. This child wouldn't have fainted from the heat stroke, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly slapped the car window hard, hoping to wake the child up. But, he found that it was all in vain. There was no response from inside at all. At this time, Chen Song was a little panicked. If things went wrong, it might cost someone's life. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly said to Su Aiqing, Sister Su, Go and see if there's a contact number on the front of the car. Xianxia quickly got up to take a look. Usually, to facilitate reversing, many car owners would put their contact number on the front of the car. At this time, the surrounding people also noticed something strange and quickly came over. This car is not bad. What's wrong? Xianxia? Li Baoshan asked. Everyone asked Xianxia curiously. At this time, Xianxia also said anxiously, Professor Chen, there's no phone. Xianxia couldn't help but say, there's a child in the car. I don't think he's asleep. He looks like he fainted. Moreover, look at the weather. This child might have a heat stroke. The child can't be delayed for too long. Otherwise, there will be a big problem. The term heatstroke had been getting more and more attention in recent years. It was because too many things had happened. In recent years, for some reason, the summer temperature had become hotter and hotter, and many people had gotten into trouble because of it. At this time, after everyone heard Xianxia's words, they couldn't help but take it seriously. Perhaps many people still didn't know what heatstroke was. Heatstroke was actually heatstroke, but it was severe heatstroke. The reason was that the high temperature caused the human body's thermoregulatory function to malfunction, and excessive heat accumulation in the body caused damage to the central nervous system. Simply put, it was because the high temperature spread out, causing nerve damage. In mild cases, it was high fever, sweating profusely, being in a trance, and having a headache and dizziness. However, if it was serious, it would be very dangerous. Fainting, consciousness disorder, and multiple organ damage of the liver, kidney, brain, and heart would directly endanger one's life. Therefore, although this illness didn't seem to be taken seriously, it was easy to cause big problems. At this time, the patient was a 1 or 2-year-old child. The danger index was even higher. No contact information? No. Xianxia said affirmatively. Mengshi frowned and said, the car is a Rolls-Royce, Cullinan. Do you think this kind of car owner would put his contact information in front? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. At this time, the assistant said, Sir, the car is here. Reeves nodded and said, let them wait a moment. After saying that, Reeves walked over and looked at Xianxia. Professor Chen, what's the matter? Xianxia pointed at the car and said, there's a child inside. I don't think the situation is right. Wait a moment. At this time, Xianxia suddenly heard the system prompt sound. Ding. Triggered rescue mission, save the dying child in the car. Mission completed, special reward obtained. After Xianxia heard the system prompt, he made a decision. In fact, Xianxia had made up his mind to save the child, even if the system didn't give him a reward. As a doctor, seeing a young life slowly passing away, it was absolutely impossible for him to sit back and do nothing. The child's thermoregulatory system was not fully developed. As the body temperature rose, the speed of the body's water loss was much faster than that of adults. Moreover, the respiratory system, heat resistance, and so on were not as good as adults. Therefore, once heatstroke occurred in the car, it could easily lead to death. The latest American study found, when the temperature reached 35 degrees Celsius, the temperature in the enclosed compartment would rise to 65 degrees Celsius under the sunlight for more than 15 minutes. In such an environment, it would be fatal for an adult to stay for more than half an hour. Not to mention a 1 or 2-year-old child who was imperfect at all. At this moment, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, what's this car called? Everyone was stunned. I don't know why Xianxia suddenly asked this question. Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Reeves said. Xianxia nodded. How much? Everyone was stunned. Professor Chen likes this car, Reeves directly said, approximately, equivalent to about 7 million RMB. Break the glass. Xianxia clenched his teeth and made a decision. Everyone was stunned. Break the glass? Save the child? That's right. Break the glass, but it's best if you can break the front windshield so that we can go in and call the child out. Xianxia said directly. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. Xianxia felt that no matter how much money there was, it couldn't be compared to a fresh life. Break it, what are you doing? Everyone reacted and began to look for weapons. However, the surroundings were so clean that even a brick or stone was hard to find. Reese was really convinced by Xianxia's spirit. He said to the bodyguards, "Break the front windshield." The two black bodyguards didn't hesitate and jumped in front of the car. Bang, bang, bang. They fiercely kicked the windshield, but this Rolls-Royce Cullinan was a luxury car worth 7 to 8 million RMB. It was really sturdy. However, Xianxia's smashing of the car quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Everyone looked at the two black men smashing the car and immediately surrounded them. Some people even began to take photos. Xianxia saw that the two burly bodyguards had no choice but to turn around and ask, "Do you have gloves?" Xianxia's companions and Reeves were stunned. Reeves' assistant took out a pair of white gloves from his bag and said, "Can I?" Xianxia nodded. Yes. Xianxia was also helpless. He could only increase his strength by wearing gloves. After putting on the gloves, Xianxia glanced at Su Ziming. "You're not going to wear your clothes, right?" Su Ziming was stunned and nodded. "Yes, I'm not wearing them." After saying that, he handed the suit jacket to Xianxia. Xianxia fiercely exerted force from the bottom to the top. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound. Xianxia actually thought about the suit. This shocking scene made everyone dumbfounded. Reeves stared at Xianxia with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe it. "This is a suit. Do you think it's stockings?" He tore it so casually. This kind of shock was really unparalleled. Only Su Ziming could feel this kind of heartache. He looked at Xianxia with a dumbfounded expression as he tore the Versace suit he had specially bought for the meeting. His heart immediately ached. At this moment, Xianxia jumped onto the car with the help of the car. He wrapped both sides of the suit around his hands and smashed it against the car window. Bang! 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 Even if he was wrapped in clothes, the pain was really painful. Xianxia realized that his strength had increased, but his endurance hadn't. The pain caused by the violent collision between the glass and the back of his hand made Xianxia grimace. The two black bodyguards, who were almost 2 meters tall, were completely shocked. How much strength did he have? They looked at Xianxia and felt their hands hurt. Not long after, the front car window was full of cracks, but it still didn't break, but everyone realized that Xianxia's blood was seeping out. Through the light gray suit, the car window was dyed red. This scene made Su Ziming's heart ache. As for Xianxia's team and Reeves, they were all dumbfounded. Xianxia's heart was also aching so much that he wanted to cry. F***ck, this hand better not be crippled. If it's crippled, I can't do surgery. Thinking of this, Xianxia directly roared, "Bang bang." 2 punches were thrown. In an instant, the car window broke. This scene was very similar to a scene from a TV series. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately started discussing. Is this a TV series? Nonsense, look at the handsome man and the 2 black men. Don't you see the car? Cullinan's Rolls-Royce costs 7 to 8 million. How can ordinary people afford it? After all this trouble, it'll cost at least a few $100,000. Only Xianxia's team looked at the blood-stained clothes on the ground and felt heartache. P.S. It's almost the hottest period of the year. Taking this opportunity, this veteran feels that he should teach everyone about heat stroke and related content. After all, while it feels good, there's also a reward. Thank you to youth running in the red light district for the 10,000 tip. Finally, I ask for your support. There's still more tonight. Although this veteran is explosive, it's really good quality and quantity. Actually, Chen Song had many ways to open the car door. For example, he could call 119 or the police. There were also many patrol officers at the airport. But how long would it take to go back and forth? How long would it take to call for help? How long would it take to prepare the equipment? How long would it take to rush over? How long would it take to report, audit, and so on? Did you think that ordinary people would dare to touch such a luxury car? Many times, you would think that time was very short, but how long would it take to break the glass with all the preparations? Most of the time, emergency treatment was not about thinking of a way, but how to gain more time. Even if the car owner came back a few minutes later and the child was gone, what would he do? Xianxia was confident in his situation and strength. Spending 2 to 3 minutes to punch open the car window was the most time-saving method. Even if the police came, it did not matter. After explaining clearly, it would be easy to solve. The key was time. The most troublesome thing was to wrangle with the officials if he brought too many emergency patients. Sometimes, the fire department and the police were really needed. They had to be at the scene of a large-scale car accident. Emergency treatment was not something to be taken for granted. Could the patrol officers open the car window? Could they open the car window without any audit? Sometimes, the cumbersome process was the most time-consuming. Chen Song had seen many patients who died because of the police and traffic police. It could only be said that dying like this was not illegal, it was a race against time. Who knew how long the car had been under the sun? Even the system said that the child was dying. Was Chen Song willing to do this? Of course not. It could even be said that his heart ached. First, it ached for the money. This was AF** King car worth 7 to 8 million. If the other party wanted him to pay for it, how much would he have to pay? Then, it was his hand that ached. The pain on the back of his hand came from his bones. Chen Song quickly took a recovery potion. After drinking 2 bottles of potion, he had to admit that his strength had recovered quite a bit. But his hand was still broken, and it still hurt. Meng Shi and the others saw Chen Song grimace, and their hearts were really touched. It was even more so for Reeves. At this moment, he finally saw Chen Song's character clearly. A person who spared no expense to save a strange child was worthy of sincere respect. Such a person was also trustworthy. Seeing Chen Song's white gloves dyed red, Reeves couldn't help but sigh. He picked up the suit that Chen Song had thrown away and handed it to his assistant. "Keep it." The assistant was stunned for a moment before nodding. At this moment, the 2 black bodyguards were the most shocked. They truly felt the power of Chen Song's fist. Such an ordinary body actually hid such a huge amount of energy. For a moment, the 2 of them couldn't help but sigh and say to Reeves, "Mr. Professor Chen's strength surpasses ours." Hearing those words, Reeves was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but shake his head. What a powerful person. At this moment, the police received the call and rushed over. But at this time, Chen Song had already gotten into the car. Similarly, he was almost suffocated by the sultry air. It was too stuffy. It would be strange if nothing happened to this child. While speaking, Chen Song hurriedly undid the button and loosened the protective belt. Then, he carefully carried the child out. When he carried the child out, Chen Song gently placed the back of his hand on the child's forehead. Suddenly, he felt a little hot. This was at least 40 degrees Celsius. Thinking of this, Chen Song's face changed. The situation seemed to be serious. At this moment, Meng Shi and the others were already prepared to pick up the child. After Chen Song came out, 2 police officers rushed over. 2 policemen hurried over. What happened? "Comrade, stop, don't move." The 2 of them quickly surrounded Chen Song. After all, how could you break the window of a luxury car and take the child out? In broad daylight, did you really think that the police officers were vegetarians? At first, the surrounding people thought that it was an act. But later, they realized that it wasn't an act at all. They were actually doing something, but they didn't understand why. Did they think it was a robbery? After seeing the child, they thought it was a kidnapping, but, whether it was a robbery or a kidnapping, was there a need to make such a big fuss? The 2 police officers saw that Chen Song's gang seemed to have a lot of people. There were also 2 tall and strong black men. They were a little nervous. "Comrade police, we are doctors." "Yes, this is our ID. This is our Professor Chen." Su Ziming, He Jiqian, and the others quickly began to take out the relevant documents to prove their identity. Seeing that so many people were all chief physicians of the Emergency Medical Center hospital, the 2 police officers were relieved. "What's wrong?" Chen Song quickly said, "I just saw a child in the car." "Something is wrong. He seems to have fainted, not slept. Moreover, it's such a hot day. The temperature in the car is very high. Such a young child can easily get a fever. It can't be too long. If it's more than 20 or 30 minutes, it may be too late to save him." After hearing Chen Song's words, the police officers wanted to let Chen Song record his statement. However, Chen Song didn't have time at this time. He quickly said to He Jiqian, "Director He, go record the statement." After saying that, he directly carried the child to a cool corner. Meng Shi hurriedly ran back, "I have ice water here." When Chen Song saw this scene, he was a little surprised by Teacher Meng's reaction. He quickly turned on the cold water and said to Su Aiqing, "Sister Su, take off the child and squash him on the ground. Lao Zhu, you fan him. Mr. Reeves, turn on the air conditioner and lower it to 18 degrees Celsius. Drive over." Chen Song began to arrange. After saying that, Chen Song threw away his gloves. At this time everyone saw the back of Chen Song's hand. It was a bloody mess. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the police officers couldn't help but admire the scene. "Young man, why didn't you come to us?" Chen Song smiled and said, "It's too late. Besides, you dare to smash the car without calling the higher-ups for approval?" The few police officers were speechless. They were all ordinary people. If the other party wanted compensation for a car that cost 7 to 8 million, could they afford it? Life wasn't as simple as they thought. Chen Song took off his short-sleeved shirt and poured the iced mineral water on the child. Then, he began to repeatedly wipe the child's body to achieve the goal of lowering the temperature. After that, he directly crushed the ice cream he bought and placed it on and under the child's head to cool the head. He even began to apply ice to the large blood vessels under the armpit and groin to lower the temperature. The most important thing now was to lower the temperature. If he didn't lower the temperature now, he would be courting death if he was sent to the hospital. P.S. I saw someone say that the previous chapter lowered IQ, but I don't agree, because you have taken for granted the decisive and practical ability of certain departments. Therefore, this chapter will be published first. Thank you to the leader of the roasted plate tendon for the 20,000 tip. Just like that, Chen Song repeatedly wiped the car. After a few minutes, a young woman hurriedly ran over. When she saw the car, her expression changed. "Who smashed my car?" The woman was young, in her 20s, and dressed very fashionably. Behind the woman was a young man carrying a suitcase. The two of them were about the same age. After seeing the car, they were a little surprised. Even the police were beside them. "Officer, what's going on? Why was my car smashed?" The woman was very angry. She looked at the police officer and noticed a child on the ground. Her expression immediately changed. "Who are you? What happened to my child?" Seeing this, Mengshi quickly explained, "Hello, are you the car owner?" The woman nodded in a deep voice, and the man behind her walked over. The police officer said, "You parked the car here. The child is inside." This doctor said that the child might have fainted and needed emergency treatment, so he opened the car window. These are the directors of the emergency center. They are professionals. The police officer put in a few good words for them. He was afraid that the female driver would be unreasonable and make them pay. When the female driver heard this, she immediately frowned. She was a little nervous and fearful. "Nonsense, right? I only went out for a few minutes to pick up someone. Also, I opened the sunroof a little." The man threw his luggage on the ground and ran to the grass at the side, asking worriedly, "Doctor, how's my child?" Chen Song frowned. The situation isn't optimistic. His temperature hasn't dropped yet. "Reeves, is the car here?" Reeves quickly nodded. It's here, it's here. The air conditioner is also adjusted." Chen Song quickly nodded. He looked up at the man. "You're the child's father?" The man quickly nodded. "That's right. Thank you, doctor." The man was very tactful. He looked at Chen Song's hands and was stunned at first. Then, he recalled the discussions of the passers-by and immediately understood. After seeing this scene, the man was extremely moved. "Ah, thank you so much," the man said again. Chen Song shook his head. "What's the nearest hospital?" "Capital International Airport Hospital," He Ziqian blurted out. Chen Song nodded and said to the man, "Let's go to the hospital first. It's hard to say whether he can survive." Chen Song was not exaggerating to scare people. What he said was the truth. The mortality rate of heatstroke was extremely high, ranging from 20% to 70%. The mortality rate for patients over 50 years old and under 8 years old was as high as 80%. If his body temperature doesn't return to normal, there will be permanent damage to his central nervous system. Now, it's hard to say. Let's see when we get there. When the man heard Chen Song's words, his heart sank. The young woman behind him was even more terrified. She seemed to be frightened, and her voice was trembling. She couldn't help but say, "This. How is this possible? I clearly left the window open, and I just left, hubby, The man's face was ashen, and he didn't want to speak. He really didn't know what to say about this. Doctor, sorry to trouble you. Can you go to the hospital with me? I can't thank you enough. By the way, I'll pay you for your hard work." Chen Song shook his head. "Let's go to the hospital first." While talking, Su Aiqing carried the car into the Alpha car. The interior was spacious. Chen Song followed closely behind. The child's parents also hurriedly followed. They ignored Cullinan, who was worth millions. After all, to be honest, even if he was here now, there would be special police officers guarding him. This was a goddamn privilege. It was only about 10 minutes away from the Capital International Airport Hospital. Along the way, no one spoke. The woman didn't say anything, and her face was full of apology. The man's face was pale and cold, and he didn't say a word. Chen Song and Su Aiqing were still helping to lower the temperature. The air conditioner in the car was 18 degrees Celsius. The cold wind was blowing, but there was still a sense of anxiety. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the Capital International Airport Hospital. It stopped at the door of the emergency department. At this time, the emergency department had already sent someone out. The emergency department's director was waiting at the door. After the car door opened, Chen Song was the first to come out. Su Aiqing carried the child, and the parents followed closely behind. When the emergency department's director saw Chen Song, he hurriedly went forward to greet him. "Hello, Professor Chen. I'm Xing Lei, the director of the emergency department of the Capital International Airport Hospital." Chen Song nodded. "Hello, Director Zeng. Let's go to the emergency room first. The child's condition is critical. By the way, let the internal medicine and pediatrics come down for a consultation." Xing Lei hurriedly nodded. Xing Lei and He Ziqian knew each other. He Ziqian told Xing Lei about Chen Song's identity and influence. Xing Lei was stunned. He didn't expect him to be such a big shot. With Chen Song here, he just had to cooperate. After the child's family registered, the child was also sent to the emergency room. Chen Song hurriedly said, "Check his temperature first." 39.8 degrees Celsius. After Chen Song heard this, he was delighted. As long as the temperature was lower than 40 degrees, there was hope. Thinking of this, Chen Song hurriedly said, "Urgent blood routine, psychological markers, rhabdomyolysis, coagulation, liver and kidney function, inflammatory indicators, do an electrocardiogram, head CT, ECG monitoring. Give him oxygen." After Chen Song came in, he began to prepare anxiously. At this time, the family outside was obviously worried. "Honey, I was wrong." At this time, the woman was really scared. The man covered his face with both hands and said nothing. He didn't complain to his wife because it was useless. It had already happened. It was useless to find anyone. Now, he could only find a doctor. Thinking of this, the man picked up the phone and dialed his father's number. He told him the whole story. Unsurprisingly, his father was furious. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly contacted the best hospital and doctor in the capital. "Who did you say saved him?" "A doctor named Chen Song." "Hey, old Lee, you're really lucky to have met Professor Chen. This is equivalent to you picking up a new life. Should I transfer to Union Medical College Hospital?" "No need. Listen to Professor Chen's arrangements. With him here, it's better than going abroad." After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man was a little uncertain. Could it be that there was another Chen Song? So, he called his son and asked, "Are you sure the Dr. Chen you mentioned is Chen Song?" "He's from the emergency center." The young man nodded, "Yes, Dad." "Should we transfer?" The middle-aged man sighed. "Listen to Professor Chen. I just called the secretary of Director Xiao of the Health and Wellness Committee. He said that it was lucky to have met Professor Chen. Otherwise, show some respect to Professor Chen. P.S. Hey, big guys, please give me a monthly vote." The young man nodded. Even if Chen Song was not that powerful, he would still respect Chen Song very much. Because he had saved his child. Glancing at the woman, the man shook his head and did not say anything. It was useless to say anything. The most important thing now was still the child. Although the Capital International Airport Hospital looked good, according to the unspoken rules of the Capital Hospital. The older the building, the more capable it was. Hospitals 301 and 302 looked quite good. They were not even as tall as the county hospital. The floors were bright, and the toilets were clean, however, they really relied on their strength to speak. In fact, one could not say that the Capital International Airport Hospital was bad because the blame was different. They usually did not have too many patients, and most of the time, they were responsible for healthcare and physical examinations. How much could you ask of them, however, as an international airport hospital? Although the emergency department here lacked famous doctors, they had all kinds of rescue equipment. This saved Chen Song a lot of trouble. In fact, there were two types of heat stroke. One was classic heat stroke. To put it bluntly, it was swinging and exposure to the sun. The other was labor heat stroke. It was high-intensity physical labor that caused the machine to lose heat and heat. The young patient had just finished a cranial examination when the blood routine came out. It could be seen that this hospital was really very free. However, the blood routine did not show anything. The white blood cells were basically normal, and there was no possibility of an inflammatory reaction. However, Chen Song was still concerned about whether there was DIC, which was disseminated intravascular coagulation. The probability of this was very high. Once it happened, it meant that the prognosis was bad, the situation would become dangerous. Therefore, a blood routine could not show anything. Sometimes, the examination one by one was like an exam paper. The most beautiful answer sheet was to look at a normal one, look at a normal one. At this moment, the patient's electrocardiogram showed tachyarrhythmia. The problem was not very big. The ultrasound was normal, and the ejection fraction was normal. Moreover, when Chen Song saw the heart, heat stroke mainly damaged the nervous system. Therefore, Chen Song was relieved when he saw the shape of the heart's chambers, systolic and diastolic functions, and volume. At least the heart was not damaged. There was no cerebral hemorrhage or cerebral edema on the CT scan. He was relieved again. Professor Chen, the temperature is 38.9 degrees Celsius. Xing Lei said excitedly. When Chen Song heard this, his face lit up with joy. He heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the situation wasn't too serious. Generally speaking, if one's body temperature did not drop below 40 degrees Celsius, it would be a big problem. But now, it did not seem to be a big problem. In addition, the results of the examination were basically normal. Chen Song was also relieved. He was saved in time, otherwise, it would really be over. Chen Song couldn't help but sigh helplessly when he let down his guard and the back of his hand started to hurt. Hence, Chen Song said to Xing Lei, "Director Xing, can you give me a shower and bandage?" Xing Lei looked at the back of Chen Song's hand and couldn't help but shake his head. "Why don't we go for a shoot?" Chen Song shook his head. "There's no need. It's just a superficial wound. It'll be fine in 2 or 3 days." "Professor Chen, it's you. You're too reckless, Ku Linen. Are you kidding me?" He smashed the glass with his fist. "Only you can think of something like that. You're a little handsome, but, don't you know how to use tools? There's nothing on the road. Can't you pick it up from the other car owners?" This sentence stunned Chen Song. He was really retarded. If he used his hand to smash the glass, couldn't he pick up a tool from another driver? If he couldn't borrow it, couldn't he just snatch a tool? Chen Song felt that he wasn't lacking anything now. He just needed a golden brain to improve his brain. What kind of pig brain was this? If he really damaged his hand, he would cry. Seeing Xing Lei laughing at him, Chen Song didn't say anything. After all, it didn't matter if he was handsome or not. Xing Lei cleaned Chen Song and bandaged his hand with gauze. Chen Song looked at his hand. He estimated that he could rest for a few days. However, it was just a superficial wound. Although it looked scary, it wouldn't take long to recover. After working so hard for so many days, it was time to rest. "Professor Chen. The core temperature has dropped, 38.5 degrees Celsius. Xianxia nodded and said, yes, continue the fluid replacement. It's still normal saline. Add some grim solution. The core temperature actually referred to the temperature of the intestines. The error here was smaller, but it was more uncomfortable. After all, it was about 10 centimeters deep. Not long after, the test results were out. It was basically normal, there was no disseminated intravascular coagulation, nor was there any rhabdomyolysis. The liver and kidney functions were basically normal. However, the situation wasn't very serious. At this time, Xianxia walked out. When they saw Xianxia come out, the young man and woman hurriedly got up and greeted him. The man was sweating. Although the emergency air conditioning was good, the man's heart was burning. He had been in the hospital for more than 2 hours and had disappeared. There was no response. Professor Chen, how is it? My son. Is he okay? Xianxia actually wanted to say that there was something wrong. It wasn't because he hoped that there was something wrong, but because he hoped that their parents would be more careful. To put it bluntly, it was good that they came in time. Otherwise, when their parents came back, the situation would be different. When they came back, they might not even realize that there was something wrong with the child. So much so that some parents would say with conviction, he's just asleep. Xianxia said, he hasn't woken up yet, but it shouldn't be a big problem. When the man heard this, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The woman was even more relieved. When Xianxia saw this, he couldn't help but say, in the future, don't put the child in the car. It's easy to die of heatstroke in summer. The woman said, I'm going to pick up my husband from the plane. I think I can come out in a few minutes. I'm worried that it's inconvenient to carry the child. In fact, as the woman said, it didn't matter. Many times in life, Liangqing made big mistakes because of these insignificant things. It was even too late to regret it. Xianxia couldn't even guarantee that if the child waited for their parents to come back, he would be able to call them parents again. Seeing Xianxia's hand, the man quickly said, Professor Chen, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, sigh. Your hand. When Xianxia heard this, his face immediately turned red. Suiqing couldn't help but laugh when she saw the scene. Sometimes, Xianxia was too impulsive. Sometimes, it was just because of his brain. However, that impulsive and courageous spirit of hers was really likable. After all, no one was without flaws. Xianxia looked at his hand. He originally thought it was a medal of merit, but it turned out to be a scar of shame. Forget it, P.S., this kind of thing is not rare. Every year, there are still many children in our country who die because their parents leave them in the car. These bloody cases teach us a lesson. Never leave a child unattended in a car, not even for a minute. Really, let me teach everyone a formula. Those without children, extend your ID, hand, phone, and ask for key, money, wallet. Those with children, extend your hand and ask for child's money. Sigh, as a veteran without a car, he suddenly felt that he was missing something. As soon as he stepped out, Xianxia heard the system notification. Ding. Congratulations, the rescue mission has been completed. You have successfully rescued a dying little life. Reward, Purple Skill Book. Xianxia sat in the car and looked at his bandaged hands. He felt bored and opened the reward directly. Ding. Purple Skill Book opened. Rare skill obtained, medicinal food poisoning identification, master level. Xianxia was stunned. It was still okay. It was better than nothing. Although there was poison identification a long time ago, it was obvious that this was more advanced. It should be an advanced version. Looking at the system reward, his disappointed heart finally calmed down a lot. Xianxia looked at Suiqing and couldn't help but ask, Sister Su, am I especially stupid today? Suiqing looked at Xianxia and burst out laughing. Being handsome is the end of the matter? Xianxia was stunned. He carefully recalled how he hammered the car's glass and couldn't help but nod. You are quite handsome, but I think, Suiqing smiled and comforted him. Alright, if you are handsome, what else do you need? You can't have both being handsome and being smart. Xianxia couldn't help but nod when he heard that. Thinking about it this way, he didn't feel so bad anymore. It took nearly an hour to get to his house from the airport. Chen Song and Su Aiqing's houses were not far away, so they chatted casually in the car. Sister Su had a gentle personality and was very easygoing when it came to dealing with people. She didn't like to argue with others. Originally, she couldn't let go of the matter of her child's Marfan syndrome. Now that her child was saved by Chen Song, the burden in her heart for the past few years disappeared. Moreover, following Chen Song, her skills and standards had improved greatly. She even joined the AATS association. It happened to be Saturday and Sunday. Seeing that Qin Yu hadn't been home for a while, Lao Qin and Ji Ruyun naturally missed him. Lao Qin felt that he had become a lot more arrogant recently. Qin Xiaoyuan, who had kept a low profile all his life, had never been high profile just because he was the director. However, when facing his old friends and colleagues, he would never hesitate to say that Chen Song was his son-in-law. Qin Yueming told Qin Xiaoyuan about Chen Song's performance at the AATS Association's annual meeting. Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't sit still. He hurriedly brought Ji Ruyun to the capital. Seeing this, Ji Ruyun could not help but say, "Look at how useless you are. It's only been a month since you last saw a lady and you're already thinking of her like this?" Lao Qin chuckled but did not explain. After Qin Xiaoyuan, 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 Xiaoyuan when they were buying groceries, Ji Ruyun asked curiously, "Yaya doesn't like fatty meat. Why did you buy such fatty meat?" Qin Xiaoyuan chuckled. "It's fine. I'll separate them when I get there." Then, Lao Qin generously bought some expensive seafood. Yes, there was no salmon. He knocked on the door with the things in his arms. Qin Yu was dumbfounded. "Dad, Mom, why are you here?" Ji Ruyun smiled and said, "Your dad missed you so much that he insisted on dragging me here to see you." Qin Yu was overjoyed when he heard that. "My dad loves me the most." Ji Ruyun could not help but laugh. "That's right. I don't see him buying so many vegetables at home. Just the groceries alone cost me half a month's salary. He even bought Australian crystal crabs. Is he crazy? One for more than 1,000. I've never received such treatment in my life." Qin Yu was overjoyed. "Of course. I'm my dad's little cotton-padded jacket. He he he. Come in, Dad." As he spoke, Qin Yu began to walk in with the things. Lao Qin sneered. "Little cotton-padded jacket?" Black-hearted, TSK. For the entire afternoon, Qin Xiaoyuan worked tirelessly to cook. The mother and daughter were gratified. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at the time and could not help but ask, "Yaya, why isn't Chen Song back yet?" Qin Yu looked at the time. "He should be back soon. He got off the plane at 5 o'clock. Qin Xiaoyuan replied with an "Oh." At 5 o'clock, Lao Qin asked again, "Give Chen Song a call." Qin Yu nodded. "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Qin Yu said, "He has something to do. He'll be back a little later." Just like that, Lao Qin asked him a question every half an hour. Qin Yu was dumbfounded. "Dad, those who don't know would think that Chen Song is your biological son. You keep asking." Qin Yu could not help but complain. Lao Qin laughed tacitly and did not say anything. When the table was full of dishes, Qin Yu picked up the chopsticks and could not help but say, "Let me have a taste." Lao Qin quickly stopped him and said with a dark face, "Wait, Chen Song. What does it look like to eat now?" This time, Qin Yu was dumbfounded. "Dad. I realized that you didn't come to see me at all, right? You came to see Chen Song. You made so many delicious dishes today and even bought crystal crabs. And this Mao's braised pork, I don't eat fatty meat, but you deliberately bought it. These are all Chen Song's favorite." Even Ji Ruyun was dumbfounded. Looking at the table full of dishes, she could not help but stare at Qin Xiaoyuan. "I was wondering why you came today. Are you here to see Chen Song?" Qin Yu looked like she had nothing left to live for. "Dad, you've changed." Lao Qin laughed, "I'm just trying to make Chen Song treat our Yaya better." Qin Yu snorted, "Hypocrite." Ji Ruyun could not help but roll her eyes at Lao Qin, "You have ulterior motives." At this time, Qin Yu suddenly received a TikTok share from his senior sister, Su Rue. Little Qin, do you think that's Chen Song? Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. He picked up his phone and connected it. Suddenly, he saw a small video. After opening the video, there was a conversation. The voice was very familiar. Qin Yu could even tell from the voice that it was Chen Song. An anxious conversation came. Is this car expensive? Yes. Cullinan, 7 or 8 million. Smash it. Two black men went up and did not kick it open. After Chen Song got up, his fists wrapped in clothes began to hit the glass of the car. When blood was left on the glass of the car opened. Chen Song got into the car and carried out a child. Then, he began to lower the temperature and give first aid. The background music began to play, The Light of Righteousness. Then, the text appeared. At the capital airport, a man smashed the glass of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan with his fists in order to save a child who was in a coma due to heatstroke. He successfully rescued the child. However, his hands were injured. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu was stunned. Looking at Chen Song's bloody hands, a heart-wrenching pain came. The comments below were all, so cool. So cool. Brother Doctor is so domineering. Isn't this too awesome? Is he using his fists to break the glass? Yeah? Why didn't he use tools? It's fine if he's cool or not. Seeing so many comments, Qin Yu was not in the mood to observe. She stared at Chen Song's hands and did not speak for a long time. Lao Qin and Ji Ruyun heard the voice and looked at Qin Yu strangely. They walked over and saw that Qin Yu was not in a good mood. What's wrong, yeah? As they spoke, they picked up the phone and looked at it. Who else could it be but Chen Song? To be honest, the edited video was very shocking. The scene of Chen Song smashing the car window with his fists was really shocking, especially the bloody clothes and gloves. When Chen Song carried the child out and tried to save him, the whole family was silent. Why is this child so silly? Smashing with his hands. How can he smash with his hands? Isn't this a joke? Look at the injuries on his hands, he really doesn't know how to feel sorry for himself. Ji Ruyun could not help but say. This video went viral quickly and attracted the attention of countless people. After all, a luxury car was on the road, and a fierce person smashed the car with his fists. Then there was the positive energy of saving people. It would be strange if this did not go viral. The comments were getting more and more. This is filmed and has a script. Who would be willing to pay such a high price to save someone? Smashing the car window. Besides, this is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. How can the car window be smashed? It's possible. What's possible? Didn't you see that it's real? They have already marked the time and place. You said it was filmed. This car is smashed. If they really want to compensate, how much will they have to pay? The front glass is the most expensive. Looking at the comments, everyone was stunned. At this moment, the door opened. Chen Song opened the door and walked in. When he saw the three of them, he was stunned. Yeah, uncle, auntie, why are you here? After seeing Chen Song, Qin Yu's tears flowed down. He hurriedly walked over and quickly picked up Chen Song's hand. He carefully blew on it. Does it hurt? Seeing Qin Yu's big eyes full of tenderness, Chen Song blamed himself in his heart. Sometimes, he really couldn't be too impulsive. He was about to turn 30, so he had to think more. Chen Song smiled. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't affect me at all. It's just a flesh wound. I'll be fine in a week. It's fine. Qin Yu said with a straight face, you have to protect yourself in the future. Chen Song realized that there were benefits to holding the gauze with both hands. For example, it was very convenient to wipe Qin Yu's tears. Alright, your parents are watching. Don't cry. Looking at Chen Song's hand, Qin Yu pouted and said angrily, so what? I'll let mom and dad scold you. As he spoke, Qin Yu was still a little worried. He couldn't help but ask, are you sure? Chen Song nodded and moved his fingers. Look. Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly said, alright, don't move. Qin Xiaoyuan walked over at this time. He looked at Chen Song and sighed. Are you okay? Chen Song nodded and smiled. Yes. In the future, don't be so impulsive. Think of a way. Chen Song blushed and smiled. Yes, I was too impulsive. At that time, I felt that something was wrong with the child, so I couldn't help it. Xianxia said, it's good to save people. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to help it. I'm talking about your hand. How can you smash it like that? You're a surgeon. What if your hand is broken? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Okay, I know, uncle. Chen Song also felt that after he put on the gloves, all his attributes could increase his strength by nearly 20. That was amazing, that was equivalent to 3 times his strength. That was why Chen Song took action. Come in quickly and wash your hands. Let's eat first. Ji Ruyun took the things in Chen Song's hands. Actually, Chen Song did not bring many things with him. He only brought his bag with him. The other things were with Su Ziming and the others, including a few boxes of 1982 Lafite. After everyone sat down, Lao Qin did not have the heart to praise him. Instead, he felt that this young man was still so impulsive that his head was easily filled with blood. This was just like when Chen Song punched Yan Ming. Did that matter have anything to do with Yan Ming? It did, but, whether it had anything to do with him or not, he was also a doctor. He was on the same level as you. Qin Xiaoyuan still could not help but say a few words to Chen Song. Young people were afraid of being impulsive, especially a young and promising person like Chen Song. If he could not control his temper, something would happen. Ji Ruyun could not stand it anymore. Alright, it's not easy for Xiaochen to come back. Just talk about it. Do you think you're a party leader in the hospital? Lao Qin smiled awkwardly. Come, let's have a toast. When Lao Qin came, he drove and specially brought 2 bottles of good wine. Qin Yu said jealously, Chen Song, look, after my dad came, he personally cooked for you for the whole afternoon. These are all your favorite dishes. I can't even bear to eat these seafood. Chen Song could not help but laugh. Although Lao Qin was stingy, he was really good to him. Qin Xiaoyuan glanced at Qin Yu. You little ingrate, I raised you for nothing, besides, if I treat Chen Song badly, you have to be good to him secretly. I might as well be good to Chen Song openly. That way, I can leave a favor. Suddenly, everyone could not help but laugh. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Qin Yu accompanied Ji Ruyun to wash the dishes. Lao Qin gave Chen Song a look and went back to the house. Chen Song also followed in. After entering, Lao Qin locked the door and suddenly took out a bank card from his bag. There's about 500,000 yuan in here. Take it first. Men can't go out without some money. Chen Song was stunned. Uncle, I have money. Lao Qin smiled. Okay, take it as a token of my sincerity. Yaya already said that you just talked to Xinghua about investing and building a factory. You have no money on hand. Even when you went abroad, you asked her for tens of thousands. This money is my private money. Your aunt and Yaya don't know. This money is the courage of us men. If you don't have money, you will feel uncomfortable. Besides, people are complicated now. You smashed the window of the Rolls-Royce. It's at least 100,000 yuan, right? What if they ask you for compensation? In the end, you will definitely have to pay. Qin Xiaoyuan had been in the medical field all his life and was also the director. He had seen many rich people who were not benevolent. Not all rich people had good qualities. Hearing Lao Qin's words, Chen Song was really moved. However, he really did not lack money, not to mention that it was his father-in-law's private money. He quickly said, Uncle, I really have money. I went abroad to save someone and gave a lot of money. Qin Xiaoyuan saw this and hurriedly put away the card. He was afraid of being discovered. He said casually, okay, then I won't persuade you. By the way, although I'm Yaya's father, there's something I have to tell you. Marriage is marriage, but money, you have to be careful. Keep some private money for yourself. At the very least, you can drink, treat, and play cards freely. As long as you don't mess around, I'm on your side. Chen Song laughed. His impression of Lao Qin was very good. Now, it seemed that Chen Song also found the reason why Qin Yu sided with an outsider. This was hereditary, it was passed down from generation to generation. P.S. 3 more chapters. Hee, wretched begging for votes. Xiao Runfeng sat in her office. Looking at the video her secretary sent to her, she couldn't help but sigh. Chen Song, this brat, couldn't he keep a low profile? This video gained countless fans on TikTok. He even claimed the title of Southern Fist Doctor. She was really impressed. This kid, this thing. How should I put it? Smashing the glass with his hands, really. Xiao Runfeng was going to say that he was brainless, but she was too embarrassed to say it. The secretary couldn't help but say, Director Xiao, the patient was transferred to the ICU of Union Medical College Hospital last night. The director of the ICU said that if it had been a little later, the patient might have died. Xiao Runfeng was stunned after hearing that. Saving people is a good thing. Chen Song is too honest. After thinking about it, she shook her head and continued, what I want to say is that Chen Song's hands are priceless now. They can't be damaged. Don't you remember that day when Director Xiao asked about Chen Song? The secretary was stunned. She couldn't help but feel a little emotional about Chen Song. At the crucial moment, this young man was really capable of doing anything, however, Director Xiao would have a headache if he knew, right? Xiao Runfeng couldn't help but ask, are his hands okay? You can make a call to confirm. The secretary nodded and picked up the phone to make a call. At this time, Xiao Runfeng suddenly thought of something and quickly said, wait, don't call. Let's have a meeting first. When the results come out, tell him the good news. Although it was Sunday, the health committee didn't rest. It wasn't because of anything else, but the results of the Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center were out today. A 2 billion project wasn't a small amount. The higher-ups just happened to have time today to discuss this matter. Overall, it was very smooth. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the meeting began. The higher-ups in charge of health also came. Although Xiao Runfeng was the head of the health committee, she didn't have the final say. Especially when it came to the 2 billion funds, Xiao Runfeng didn't have the final say. This wasn't repairing roads or repairing sewers. If she had nothing to do, it would be a political achievement. Therefore, as expected, when Xiao Runfeng brought it up, the people below raised their objections one after another. The Cardiac Non-Stop Beating Medical Research Center was a research center directly under the Health and Wellness Commission, which meant that all of its funding came from the Health and Wellness Commission. As such, the 2 billion project would definitely be tight. Xiao Runfeng's performance in the meeting was very strong. After all, compared to the others, she was considered an academic. It was not easy for her to find an opportunity to develop and become stronger. If she really missed it, she would regret it. However, others believed that they had to weigh the pros and cons, the development of various departments, and other reasons. However, when everyone was discussing anxiously, the old leader who had a meal with Chen Song expressed his opinion. When everyone saw this, although they were a little surprised as to why the old man valued Chen Song so much, they did not argue anymore. The matter was officially decided. It looked simple, but it still took more than an hour. Originally, the Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center did not occupy a large area. It was only the size of a small building less than 2 kilometers away from the emergency center. Now that they had the financial support, they would definitely expand the surrounding area. Just as the meeting ended, Xiao Runfeng suddenly received news that someone wanted to donate. This news immediately stunned everyone present and made them a little curious. Donation? What donation? Xiao Runfeng was stunned. Who would donate to the Health and Wellness Commission? Very few people came here to donate money, even the old leader did not leave after hearing this. He looked at Xiao Runfeng curiously. Everyone shifted their gazes over. Donate money? To the Health and Wellness Commission. When Revis Cooter arrived at the office, he looked at everyone present and was not nervous. He smiled slightly and introduced himself to everyone with aristocratic etiquette. The name of the Cooter family still had a certain influence. Although it was not very high up among the rich families in the world, it was still a huge monster. Hello, Mr. Cooter. As the director of the Health and Wellness Commission, Xiao Runfeng was naturally in charge of this matter. Revis nodded. Director Xiao, I'm here today on behalf of the Cooter family. I hope to support the Cardiac Non-Stop Beating Medical Research Center as much as I can. When everyone heard this, they were stunned. Support the Cardiac Non-Stop Beating Medical Research Center that Xianxia was in charge of? There was a hidden meaning in these words. Everyone was slightly stunned and looked at Revis Cooter curiously. When Xiao Runfeng heard this, she smiled. Thank you very much, Mr. Cooter, for your support. Although the surrounding people were curious, they did not have much expectation. The foreigners had donated, but a donation of 3 to 5 million was nothing to them. Revis Cooter said directly, the Cooter family has decided to donate $2,000 to the Cardiac Non-Stop Beating Medical Research Center that Professor Xianxia is in charge of. The assistant followed closely behind and handed over a donation document. When everyone heard this, they were in an uproar, even the leader was stunned. $20 million was not a small amount. There had never been such a large amount of private donations from foreign countries, right? What kind of charm did Xianxia have? Others might be able to attract investments, but Xianxia might as well attract donations. For a moment, everyone was filled with emotions. On the other side, the secretary quickly contacted Xianxia and asked him to come to the Health and Wellness Commission. Although Xianxia was a little puzzled, he still went to the Health and Wellness Commission. After entering and seeing Revis, everyone, and the old leader, Xianxia could not help but be stunned. After learning the whole story, Xianxia was also dumbfounded. He did not expect Revis to donate so much after giving him so much money. Xianxia was dumbfounded. What Revis said next made everyone even more dumbfounded. Every year, the Cooter family will donate to the Cardiac Non-Stop Beating Medical Research Center that Professor Chen is in charge of to help the center operate. After saying this, Revis shook hands with Xianxia. Professor Chen, I hope the friendship between the Cooter family and you will last forever. His words stunned everyone present. Xianxia had a lot of faith. Donate every year. Some people even began to think about whether to arrange for people to enter the Cardiac Non-Stop Beating Medical Research Center. However, those who were interested also smelled something different. The friendship between the Cooter family and Xianxia would last forever, and they would donate to the Cardiac Non-Stop Beating Medical Research Center that Xianxia was in charge of. This sentence was thought-provoking. The donation ceremony was not grand. But, those who should know knew. Xianxia could not refuse Revis Cooter's enthusiasm. In the future, when old Cooter needs surgery, he would try his best to help. Back in the office, Xiao Runfeng sighed with emotion at Xianxia's money-making ability. On the other hand, she had a new understanding of Xianxia's disgrace. When the old leader left, he looked at Xianxia in front of everyone and said seriously, the Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center is a project you are in charge of. If you do it well, we will definitely support you. Moreover, you can do whatever you want to do inside. Make a show of it. I will pay attention. These words were said to Xianxia and also to the people around him. Seeing this, Revis couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia also didn't expect that a donation could lead to such a thing. The expressions of the people around him didn't look good. The old leader's meaning was already very obvious. None of you should mention anything about the Cardiac Arrest Medical Research Center. Xianxia also understood at once. Behind this seemingly simple donation, it actually saved him a lot of trouble for the development of the Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center. With the old leader's words, Xianxia believed that ordinary people wouldn't come looking for trouble. The old leader had just gone out when he turned back. He glanced at Xianxia's hand and looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. He couldn't help but say, "Are you okay? Use your brain when you do things in the future." Xianxia's face turned red. He didn't expect the old leader to know about this matter. This was really embarrassing. It's okay, it's okay. It's just a superficial injury." After saying that, he even moved his fingers. Xiao Runfeng called Xianxia to the office. "Look at you. You're already an adult. Don't be anxious in the future." Xiao Runfeng looked at Xianxia and said with a smile. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. "Got it, Director Xiao. Thank you." Xiao Runfeng said, "The leader has passed the review and decided to gradually transfer the 2 billion yuan over 3 years. Do it well. Right, in the future. protect yourself. You're not an ordinary young man now. If anything happens to you, wouldn't our 2 billion yuan project be wasted? After the two chatted for a while, Chen Song was about to leave. At this moment, Chao Yu suddenly called. Professor Chen, where are you? Chen Song was stunned. Minister Chao, I'm with Director Xiao at the Health and Wellness Commission. Chao Yu was stunned for a moment, but he didn't ask why. I'll be right there. After that, Chao Yu hung up the phone without asking anything else. Not long after, Chao Yu rushed into the office with an assistant behind him. Professor Chen, you're finally back. Chao Yu hugged Chen Song. Happily. Chen Song was stunned. What's wrong? Minister Chao? Chao Yu was about to speak when he suddenly saw that Chen Song's hand was wrapped in a layer of gauze. His face immediately changed. You. What happened to your hand? Before Chen Song could say anything, Xiao Runfang showed Chao Yu a video. You'll know when you see it. After Chao Yu finished reading, not only was he not happy or moved, but he was also stunned. He lowered his head and looked at Chen Song's hand. His face was pale, and he didn't speak for a long time. When Chen Song saw this, he was dumbfounded. He didn't understand the situation. What was going on? After a long time, Chao Yu couldn't help but sigh deeply. Sigh, Xiao Runfang saw this and her face changed. Old Chao, Professor Zhu. How's his condition? Chao Yu was expressionless, and his eyes were a little dull. He sighed and said, I just received news that around 10 in the morning, it ruptured and bled again. The specialists in Fuwai just stopped the bleeding, but we need to perform the surgery as soon as possible. Director Qi said that if we don't do the surgery now, we won't be able to stop the bleeding next time. Chen Song was stunned. He suddenly understood why Chao Yu's face changed when he saw his hand. Minister Chao, what happened? Chao Yu sighed faintly. There's a professor with hemangioma. It's benign and not fatal, but it's a giant hemangioma. Chen Song was also stunned when he heard about the giant hemangioma. Hemangiomas can grow almost anywhere. If it's in the human body, such as the aorta, it's very dangerous. If it's in the brain, it's an intracranial hemangioma. Once it ruptures, the mortality rate is very high. However, it can also grow on the surface of the human body. We should have seen it in our daily lives. Some people have a big bump on their body. This bump can be a sarcoma or a hemangioma. If it's a sarcoma, then it's just a cut. It's not a big problem. However, if it's a hemangioma, once it's cut, it's life-threatening. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, the development of medicine in the country was very slow. People didn't understand hemangiomas. Not only were they ugly, but they would also grow. Therefore, they found a doctor to cut them. However, this cut couldn't stop the bleeding, and it directly ended the life of the patient. Now that medical standards are advanced, people's awareness has also caught up. A B ultrasound can clearly see the situation inside. Basically, the probability of misdiagnosis is not very high. However, there are still many rural and mountainous areas where the hemangioma ruptures, leading to death from massive bleeding. Compared to this kind of ordinary hemangioma, the one that Minister Chao mentioned was obviously not like this. It was a giant hemangioma. It was the kind that might be the size of a rubber ball. Chen Song couldn't help but ask, how big is it? Where does it grow? Chao Yu handed over a photo from his assistant. Look, this is the patient. Chen Song glanced at it. It was a very good-looking old man in his 70s, however, there was a red tumor the size of a basketball on his buttocks. Even, he could faintly see the pulsing blood vessels. At this moment, after seeing this scene, Chen Song was stunned. What a big hemangioma. This kind of hemangioma basically had to experience blood vessel ruptures several times, and the bleeding was basically about a few thousand milliliters each time. The human body has a total of about 5,000 milliliters of blood. A few thousand milliliters each time. This meant that this man was in a very dangerous state at all times. This kind of wound was ruptured, sutured, and ruptured again. As the number of ruptures increased, the wound would only become bigger and bigger. Until, it couldn't be sutured and the hemangioma had to be dealt with. However, this kind of hemangioma was basically deep-rooted. It was impossible to cut it even if you wanted to. Chen Song understood why Xiaoyu came to him. Remove the hemangioma. However, this kind of work was easier said than done. This huge hemangioma was even the same age as this old man. It had been on his body for 60 to 70 years. This state of coexistence had long been ingrained in them. It was not something that could be cut off just like that. Thinking of this, Chen Song hesitated for a moment. Minister Chow, can I go take a look at the patient? Xiaoyu was stunned and looked at Chen Song's hand. Your hand, can it do? Chen Song smiled. Let's go take a look first and think of a way. After all, there is strength in numbers. Xiaoyu thought about it and agreed with her. Let's go. Xiao Runfang glanced at her secretary. Let's go and take a look. As they spoke, the group rushed toward Fuwai. It was not a long journey, and Xiaoyu kept urging the driver along the way, so they drove faster. Soon, they arrived at Fuwai Hospital. As the Fuwai Hospital of the China Academy of Sciences, the development of cardiothoracic and cardiovascular diseases here was very advanced. As they spoke, the group walked directly toward the vascular surgery department. At this moment, more than 10 people were gathered in the huge office. When they saw Xiaoyu, Xiao Runfang, and the others enter, everyone nodded and said nothing. Director Qi, this is Chen Song. When Qi Nan heard Chen Song, he raised his eyebrows and said in a deep male voice, Hello, Professor Chen. Chen Song nodded. Hello, Director Qi. After that, Qi Nan did not beat around the bush and said directly, Sikong, tell Professor Chen about the patient's condition. When Chen Song heard Sikong's name, his eyes lit up. Was this not Sikong who competed with him in the cardiothoracic surgery skills competition? He was also teacher Meng's schoolmate. When Sikong saw Chen Song again, he nodded and smiled. After that, the patient's case was shown on the big television and introduced. Patient, male, 76 years old. External hemangioma. The current situation is like this. Last year, after consulting with an American interventional surgeon, their suggestion was to block the blood vessels of the hemangioma through endovascular intubation. Then, by inserting an optical fiber into the hemangioma would be destroyed with a laser. At that time, the effect was obvious and it did produce a good effect. Although the growth of the hemangioma was suppressed and the hemangioma tissue was damaged to a certain extent, the skin on the surface of the hemangioma became very brittle and the blood circulation was poor. The skin at the site of the optical fiber puncture grew very slowly after splitting, and the wound was difficult to heal. After Sikong's detailed introduction of the patient's condition, Chen Song kept thinking about how to deal with it. However, after a while, Chen Song decided to meet the patient. Director Qi, let me see the patient. Qi Nan nodded and led Chen Song to a VIP ward. After entering, Chen Song saw an old man with a cane in one hand. He was not even wearing pants, and a large hospital gown covered his lower body. He was holding a pen in his other hand and drawing on a demonstration board. He was muttering a few words from time to time. Chen Song stared blankly at the complicated formula on the wall that he couldn't understand at all. Teacher Zhu, why are you up again? Rest well. When Principal Qi saw the old man, she was both angry and amused. At this time, the old man also turned around. Seeing so many people, he chuckled, hee, I'm afraid that if I leave too quickly, I won't be able to leave anything behind. That one sentence caused everyone to be unable to help but be stunned. Chen Song also saw the old man's appearance. His eyes were clear, and it was a gaze that did not belong to his age. He looked even more amiable than in the photos. Especially when he smiled, it gave people a good impression. However, the hemangioma behind his buttocks bulged like a terrifying monster. Even Chen Song's eyes could catch the movement of the sarcoma. Qi Nan looked at the old man and couldn't help but say, all right, Teacher Zhu, it's fine. While speaking, Qi Nan helped the old man onto the bed. Come, we've invited an expert. Let him take a look at your situation. The old man nodded and chuckled. It was as if the smile was imprinted on the old man's face. The sarcoma was huge, and the bright red blood vessel shape could even be seen. It made Chen Song a little nervous. The old man couldn't lie flat or walk quickly because he would bleed at any time. The old man didn't wear pants. Qi Nan asked everyone to leave first. Only Chen Song, Qi Nan, and Lu Zhizhou were left in the room. One of them was the head of the vascular surgery department, while the other was the head of the cardiac surgery department. When the old man saw this, he smiled and shook his head. "You guys are so old-fashioned. I don't even care about this." "Why do you care?" "While I'm still alive, those young people can still gain some knowledge. Professor Chen is so young. Work hard. In the future. Contribute to the motherland." Chen Song didn't know why, but these words, which he used to think were old-fashioned and even funny, had a different flavor today. Contribute to the motherland. He gently placed his hand on it and felt the pulsation of the blood vessel. He didn't speak for a long time. The hemangioma was very big and involved a wide range of areas. When Lu Zhizhou handed over the radiographic films, Chen Song realized that things were more difficult than he thought. The basketball-sized hemangioma was only the part that could be seen on the surface of the buttocks. It had already grown deep, including around the intestines, around the genitals, and inside the abdominal cavity. Moreover, because the blood vessel structure inside the hemangioma was chaotic, blood could not flow out after it flowed in. More and more blood accumulated. Every day, the skin on the surface of the hemangioma could be seen jumping because of the tension. Suddenly, the skin would rupture one day, like a balloon bursting. Every time, there would be heavy bleeding. After leaving the ward, Chen Song joined them and continued to discuss. The result was, the surgery is very risky. We have to be prepared for failure. During the lunch break, Chen Song, Chao Yu, and Qi Nan had lunch together. Chen Song asked about his family. Chao Yu suddenly said, "Professor Zhu has never married. Back then, he was regarded as a freak because of his tumor. He has dedicated his life to science. Now, he is the top nuclear physics scientist in our country. Because of confidentiality, the outside world doesn't know much." After Chen Song heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. He had worked hard for the country all his life. In his old age, the country should protect him. After lunch, Chao Yu's phone rang. After hanging up, Chao Yu said to Chen Song, "Professor Zhu wants to see you alone." Chen Song was stunned. "See me?" After entering the room, the old man was still standing. He was almost the same as when Chen Song first met him. The two of them looked at each other for a while. They chatted, but the old man seemed to be a little absent-minded. After a while, he suddenly said, "Professor Chen. I want to live for another year." Chen Song was stunned. 1 year? The old man nodded seriously. I'm not ready to die yet." When talking about death, the old man said it very calmly. Like most people, no one was ready to face death. The old man continued, "I still have some things to give to the country. The last research is about to produce results." As he spoke, the old man became a little sad. "Give me 1 more year. I will definitely produce results. I really don't want to die like this." As he spoke, the old man's voice became low. This old man who always had a smile in front of others was actually tearing up at this moment. His only wish was, to give the final research results to the country. P.S. There are more today. Do you think I'm not updating enough? There are 4 more chapters today. Chen Song suddenly remembered the words of a great man. Be a noble person, a pure person, a person with morals, a person who is free from vulgar interests, and a person who is beneficial to the people. This sentence might be scoffed at by many people today. However, Chen Song clearly saw it in the old man in front of him. Perhaps, this was a person like that. It was very simple, very pure, and very noble. In this era where it was difficult to write the word noble, it was really rare. For a moment, Chen Song could not help but sigh. After a while, the old man held Chen Song's hand. "Professor Chen, help me fight for it. 1 year is enough. Any more, and I won't ask for it. Besides, I'm old, and useless. It's a burden." Looking at the old man's pleading, Chen Song held his hand with both of his hands. He could feel the warmth even through the gauze. "Okay." When he heard Chen Song's promise, the old man suddenly smiled. Chen Song suddenly understood. What was there to be afraid of when such a person was not afraid of death? In the afternoon, the hospital's big consultation began. More than 10 chief physicians from 7 to 8 departments started the discussion again. Surgery to remove hemangiomas required the cooperation of many disciplines. This kind of surgery to remove hemangiomas outside the body was not the work of the vascular surgery department. Plastic surgery, radiology, orthopedics. It was a difficult case for many disciplines. During this big consultation of the whole hospital, more than 10 specialists and chief physicians looked worried. Professor Zhu's disease was a ticking time bomb. It could explode at any time, the discussion continued. Half an hour later, they still could not come up with an intuitive and effective plan that could be used. Xianxia gradually found a clue, and that was the choice of the chief surgeon. Who would do it? How would they do it? How would they operate? There were many unknown dangers hidden under the giant hemangiomas. If they went down rashly, could they save him? To be honest, if the person in front of them was not so special, they would not want to get involved with such a disease. It was a huge burning time bomb. To be honest, no one was willing to sacrifice their reputation or even their future for such a case, especially when the old man had such a special identity. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to save her. Actually, no one was willing. In the end, they weren't confident. As long as there was a little bit of confidence, who wouldn't want to obtain such an honor, who wouldn't want to save this cute old man? Qinan had no other choice. Now he could see that everyone was willing to go all out to help. However, none of them dared to be the chief surgeon. Right at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded. Principal Qi, the aneurysm ruptured. Please come quickly. The doctor in charge hurriedly ran out, looking terrified. After hearing this, Qinan's face changed. Don't move. Press the gauze down first. After saying that, Qinan hurriedly got up and walked outside. Xianxia also hurriedly followed behind, afraid that something would happen to the old man. He had promised him that he would save him. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Mission activated, save Professor Zhu. After completing the mission, you will receive a generous reward. Xianxia didn't care what the reward was or whether it was generous or not. Even if the reward was 10 cents, he didn't want to give up on this old man. At this moment, Xiaoyu was anxious and helpless. The group of people hurriedly entered the ward. Under the arrangement of the doctor in charge, the nurse had already hooked up the old man's blood and started the blood transfusion. The main thing was that the old man had been experiencing such pain every day for the past few days. Xianxia guessed that many people probably couldn't hold on anymore, right? The doctor in charge at the side used gauze to stop the bleeding and didn't dare to do anything else. However, the gauze was already soaked and red. Xianxia came in and saw the old man's face. There was still a smile on his face, clear and clean. It had to be said that Qinan was really skilled and daring. He decisively opened a suture bag, picked up the needle and thread, and said to the doctor in charge, "Release it." The doctor nodded. At this moment, Qinan was very steady. He quickly began to suture. His speed was extremely fast and precise. Even if it was just an ordinary suture needle, it gave off a different feeling. After 4 or 5 stitches, the wound was already closed. Seeing this scene, Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim, "Principal Qi is really skilled, this is all real skill." Seeing that the bleeding had stopped, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. If there was a large rupture this time, the situation might not be so simple. However, looking at old Master Zhu's posture, everyone knew that they couldn't delay any longer. This kind of rapid bleeding control was only temporary and couldn't solve the root problem. In fact, it wouldn't be long before the wound split open again. They had to think of a solution as soon as possible. Qina directly called the operating theater. "Prepare the operating theater." Then, the blood transfusion department began to prepare the blood. For the past 2 days, the old man needed more than 1,000 milliliters of blood every day to prevent the blood from leaking out from the ruptured aneurysm. The old man was changed to another bed and pushed to the operating theater. However, looking at the blood and the sheets, Qina's eyes were filled with guilt. In the end, he had become a burden to others. Seeing Xiaoyu and Qinan's worry, the old man was still smiling. He said with a smile, "It's good that I'm dead. I don't need to trouble you. In this month, how many sheets have I changed?" How many people can I save with the blood I transfused? Hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a lump in his throat. Old master, you've contributed too much to the country. How long can you live? The country will take care of you. When Chi Na heard this, he hurriedly waved his hands. No, the country needs to develop. If we can't waste it, we won't waste it. Xiao Yu held his hands and held back his tears. Our country is strong. It's really strong. This is all thanks to you. Don't worry, the country will definitely not give up on you. Xiao Yu spoke as he walked until they reached the staircase. The private elevator was already waiting there. When Xiao Yu entered the elevator, he couldn't help but turn his head away as tears rolled down his cheeks. He looked up at Xianxia behind him. 3 words were written in his eyes, please. The private elevator couldn't accommodate many people. Xianxia and the rest followed behind. Xianxia was stunned by the old man's simple words. The country needs to develop. We can't waste it. It seemed like a simple sentence. It even sounded a little ridiculous. What did your waist have to do with the country? A sentence actually appeared in Xianxia's mind. A 7-foot body is already enough for the country. It's hard to be more than that. The motherland was his everything. Xianxia looked at Xiao Yu's eyes. At this moment, his heart was really touched. A person who gave his life to the country naturally could not treat him unfairly. He had to be saved. Thinking of this, Xianxia said to the nurse beside him, let me use the scissors. Xianxia's words attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Runfeng, who was at the side, was stunned. She saw that Xianxia had already cut off the gauze on his hand. After tearing it off, some flesh on the back of his hand that had not recovered was immediately exposed. It looked even more terrifying than before. Director Qi, let me be the chief surgeon. With one sentence, everyone around was stunned. When everyone was trying to hide, this young man who was not even 30 years old stood up. At this moment, his hands were injured. For a moment, Qinan opened his mouth to say something, but he could not say anything for a long time. Regardless of whether Xianxia could do it well or not, Xianxia was willing to stand up and dared to stand up. But, what about them? When these old chief physicians heard Xianxia's words, everyone was silent. Some even blushed. After a moment, Lu Zhizhou stood up and said, Director Qi, let me do it. I've been doing this for many years. I'm experienced and have a strong ability to adapt to emergencies. Hearing this, the other chief physicians said one after another. Let me do it. This is a problem in our plastic surgery department. I even dare to do a face-changing surgery. This is no problem. Director Qi, let me do it. I'm young. At this time, the surrounding chief physicians began to volunteer. For a moment, Qinan was a little stunned. He glanced at Xianxia, lowered his head to look at his hands, and then looked at the crowd. He smiled and said, okay, we're all fine. What does it look like to let an injured young man like you do it? Speaking of this, Qinan said to the surrounding people, I'll be the chief surgeon, but, everyone, come to the operating theater. I guess the situation during the operation will be more complicated. I can't handle it alone. After saying this, Qinan turned to look at Xianxia, then looked at his hand, and said, don't worry. Professor Chen, you come too. When Xianxia heard this, he did not refuse, nor did he fight for it. To be honest, this surgery was definitely not as simple as it seemed. With Principal Qi holding the fort, it was the most suitable choice. However, most importantly, this surgery definitely did not need a chief surgeon. Every segment required a different person to carry out. This was the key point. After giving some instructions, everyone walked towards the operating theater. Xiao Runfeng went with the crowd. Director Xiao, what's Mr. Zhu's name? Xiao Runfeng was stunned and said, it's called a congratulatory card. Oh, Xianxia replied. In fact, he had never heard of this name before. But Xiao Runfeng said, he's in the same unit as Professor Lin. Xianxia was stunned when he heard Professor Lin's name. You mean Ma Lan? Xiao Runfeng nodded. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Lop Nur, Ma Lan, the Great Desert, the people in this unit were destined to live in anonymity for the rest of their lives. Xiao Runfeng continued, Although Professor Zhu did not have any outstanding achievements or accolades, he served his country in Lopner for 52 years and participated in 45 nuclear test missions. He's a member of Professor Lin's team. If it weren't for Professor Lin's insistence, he wouldn't have come back for treatment. Chen Song suddenly felt a sense of awe. Chen Song saw in that group of people, from Professor Lin to Professor Zhu, the greatness of that group of national defense scientists. Chen Song remembered Mr. Lin's words. I'm in the nuclear field. I'm not afraid of hardship or death. What I need the most now is time. At that time, Mr. Lin was also in a critical condition, but he was still determined to work. As soon as he recovered, he went straight to the front line. The smoke of the Great Desert and the Great Desert were as vast as the sky. A hero buried his name for 50 years. The Sword River was swift and the clouds were vast. The general's golden armor was never taken off at night, the farewell of the warriors and freedom fighters, they would never fall. Chen Song looked at the demonstration board and formulas in Professor Zhu's room. His heart was filled with strength and fighting spirit. This group of scientists, even if they were on the verge of death, the thing they were most attached to was their work. Speaking of this, Xiao Runfeng looked at Chen Song. So, if you can save the old man, you must save him. The motherland is his only family. You can't let the motherland disappoint his family, Chen Song nodded resolutely. In the operating theater, everyone was dressed in surgical gowns. Chen Song couldn't wash his hands at all. He stood aside and watched everyone perform the surgery. During the surgery, considering that the hemangioma could burst at any time, the head nurse specially made a cushion with a large groove for the surgery to place the hemangioma in the groove. Before the surgery started, everyone had a final discussion. 20 minutes later, when the nurse finished her preparations. According to the original plan, the patient would be in a lateral position for the surgery. The advantage of this was that it was convenient to operate on both sides at the same time. When the buttocks were cut open, Qi Nan couldn't help but sigh. This was because he realized that the hemangioma was deeply rooted, the intersecting blood vessels were even entangled with the large blood vessels in the abdominal cavity and formed a circulation. In other words, once the hemangioma was ligated, it was bound to affect the blood supply in the abdominal cavity and even cause necrosis of the abdominal organs. Even the renal artery and iliac artery were very dangerous. It was very likely to threaten the reproductive organs. Ligation was definitely not going to be performed. Chen Song's eyes stared at the abdominal cavity and began to think of countermeasures. At the same time, Qi Nan continued to go deeper. When he reached the pelvic area, and at the same time, the orthopedist's expression suddenly changed. This is not good. The deep part of the hemangioma has grown together with the sciatic nerve. If the nerve is damaged during the surgery, the leg will be crippled. As they continued to go deeper, bad news came one after another. None of it was good news. Before the surgery even began, he was once again caught in a dilemma. Everyone looked at the complicated hemangioma. It was as if the hemangioma had formed a whole body with the human body and became an indispensable state. After everyone discussed for a while, they came up with a few more plans. The most extreme plan was to cut the waist, that was to directly cut off the patient's lower limbs and deal with the hemangioma. This way, it was simple and crude. It should not be taken as a joke. This was even the last plan that needed to be kept. If other plans did not work, this was the backup plan. The simplest way was to not take the risk. Wait and see. Perhaps the wound could heal on its own. All of these were possible. However, in Chen Song's eyes, these plans were all not feasible, they were pointlessly rejected by him. Everyone around him fell into silence. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly said, "Perhaps, we still have a way." Chen Song instantly attracted everyone's attention. Qi Nan looked at Chen Song and asked, "Professor Chen, what do you think?" Chen Song said directly, "When we're at the end of our rope, we'll consider cutting the patient in half. As for self-healing, there's a risk of death if we wait. Actually, I think we can change our approach. Since we can't remove all of it, then, can we remove most of it?" After saying that, Chen Song said to the nurse, "Give me a pair of disposable gloves." The nurse nodded and handed them to Chen Song. Chen Song skillfully put on the gloves and then took the surgical rubber gloves. Finally, after putting on the surgical gown, he put on a pair of gloves. this way, he could achieve a similar sterile operating environment. After seeing this scene, everyone could not help but look at Chen Song. Can it work? Chen Song revealed a relieved smile. No problem. After saying that, Chen Song walked straight forward to the operating table. Chen Song pointed at the blood vessel and said, actually, after ligation, there's no need to worry about the organ necrosis in the abdominal cavity. At this point, Chen Song said, come, open the abdominal cavity. Everyone was stunned by his words. The buttocks had already been opened. Now, the abdominal cavity was opened. Qinan nodded. Chen Song directly held the scalpel in the classic pen style and opened the abdominal cavity in the lower abdomen. It was more complicated to open the abdominal cavity in this position. However, the patient was attacked from both sides and there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Chen Song had already opened the abdominal cavity and said excitedly, look, there's a rich collateral circulation. After seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They looked at Chen Song curiously. How did you know? Chen Song smiled. Of course, he would not say that he had just learned a precious skill book that could be used to learn any surgery. He had obtained perfect level hemangioma resection. Chen Song said to everyone, this type of hemangioma is very rare, but it requires too much blood to survive, so it forms a cycle with many blood vessels in the abdominal cavity. Actually, the pressure of the outermost blood vessels is the greatest. The inside of the hemangioma actually helps form collateral circulation blood vessels in the abdominal cavity. This means that when we ligate the external blood vessels, the internal circulation blood vessels can still provide blood supply to the patient. This way, the internal organs won't fail due to ischemia. So, in this way, we can use this opportunity to remove most of the blood vessels. When everyone heard this, their faces immediately lit up with joy. This is a good idea. However, everyone encountered another problem. How should we deal with the sciatic nerve and blood vessels entangled together? Chen Song smiled faintly and said, I'll take care of this. Looking at Chen Song's confident smile, everyone was suddenly stunned. When Lu Zhizhou saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. What field is this Professor Chen in? Could the separation of hematoma and bony nerves be done well? For a moment, Lu Zhizhou was a little confused. When the surrounding directors heard Chen Song's confident tone, they didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Chen Song said to Qi Nan, Director Qi, let's switch positions. You ligate the iliac artery, and I'll cut it. Qi Nan nodded. After half a minute, Chen Song said, prepare to ligate the iliac artery. Qi Nan nodded. After the ligation was done, he quickly checked the venous pressure. Then, the monitor began to monitor carefully. Everyone looked at Chen Song nervously. At this time, Chen Song was not in a hurry. The huge tumor cavity should be cut open now. All the excess tumors and hemangiomas should be removed. The whole process was very precise for the surgeon. Moreover, although there was collateral circulation, the iliac artery bleeding could not be stopped for too long. But, could Chen Song's hand bear it? At this time, Chen Song's hands began to hold the latest tumor removal equipment in Fu Y and began to operate. The whole process required the tumor to be separated and removed bit by bit. At the same time, there was a large amount of blood stored in the huge tumor cavity. Every time Chen Song finished the treatment, there would be a lot of blood seeping in. It stayed on the surgical gown. To be honest, it was not an exaggeration to say that this kind of surgery was a bloody battle. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Song. They saw that Chen Song's left hand was holding the tissue separation forceps, and his right hand was holding a small scraper. Both of his hands were very delicate. At this time, Qi Nan was originally a little worried about whether Chen Song's hand could bear it. But at this time, he was surprised to find something terrifying. That was, Chen Song's left hand and right hand were doing different things. What did that mean? You know that the left hand draws a circle, and the right hand draws a square, right? In fact, it was a classic case of multitasking. Chen Song's left hand was using the tissue separation forceps to remove the tissue under the scraper with a knife. The scraper in his right hand was carefully separating the adhered blood vessels, and at the same time, using the knife on the top to separate them. It looked like the coordination of the two hands was very tacit, but these two hands were not doing the same thing. For a moment, Qi Nan's eyes widened as he watched Chen Song's operation. It was terrifying. Was this not too terrifying? The more he thought about it, the more shocked Qinan was. Qinan had been practicing medicine for decades. He had seen all kinds of big fish and prawns. As the director of the Fuwai Hospital of the China Academy of Sciences, Qinan was really experienced and knowledgeable. He had seen many geniuses, but today, after seeing Xianxia multitasking with one hand holding the forceps and the other using the scraper, Qinan was silent. This was the first time he had seen such an operation in history. It was really shocking. At this time, Xianxia was playing more and more happily. In the beginning, Xianxia did not realize that he could multitask like this. When he found that he could control both of his hands, at this moment, Xianxia exploded. His left hand had the same flexibility as his right hand. Then, under the effect of multitasking, Xianxia found that he was not alone. Yes, it was two people. To be precise, it was two thoughts. These two thoughts allowed him to skillfully control both of his hands. For a moment, Xianxia was happier and more skilled. To be honest, Xianxia found that this, multitasking, was prepared for him. Both of his hands were equally flexible. Now, he could do the same. Xianxia felt that he could be two people. Time passed by minute. When Xianxia suddenly realized that the hemangioma was almost gone, he stopped. Looking at the hemangioma, he was stunned. Eh? It's gone? So fast? The surrounding people looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a monster. At this time, Xianxia's body was full of blood. 4 hours had passed. You didn't feel it? You think it's fast? Are you a pervert? P.S. I forgot to write a monthly ticket. Well, make it up. Hee hee. Everyone stared at Xianxia with their eyes wide open. They were a little stunned. Xianxia's surgical gown aside, even his little green shirt was stained red with blood. Other than his face being clean, his entire body was covered in blood. From afar, he looked like a living person covered in blood. This was the true meaning of a blood-soaked battle. The entire operating theater was extremely quiet. Occasionally, the sound of Xianxia's blood dripping on the ground could be heard. The surrounding young nurses looked at Xianxia and were a little stunned. It turned out that a man covered in blood was not necessarily not trying to kill people, but could also be trying to save people. The visual impact of this scene was too shocking. If there was a camera at this moment, this photo would be on the cover of many magazines. Xianxia did not expect that the surgery had been going on for nearly 4 hours without him noticing. In these 4 hours, Xianxia could be said to have been motionless except for his hands. At this moment, everyone remembered that the person in front of them was also a patient. His hands did not seem to have recovered yet. For a moment, everyone was a little worried. They were worried that Xianxia's hands could not hold on. After all, the high-intensity, high-precision, high-frequency surgery had been going on for 4 hours. Could his hands still do it? Everyone was worried about the surgery later. Could it be completed? After all, the separation of the blood vessels at the root of the hemangioma and the sciatic nerve was another problem. After releasing the iliac artery, Xianxia did a little check and breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said to everyone, "It's okay, it's done." The moment Xianxia raised his head, everyone was suddenly stunned. This was because they realized that Xianxia was sweating profusely, even the mask was soaked, and the cap was stuck to his hair, which was full of sweat. At this moment, everyone knew that Xianxia was not relaxed at all. Qinan could not help but shake his head. It would be strange if he was relaxed. He clearly saw Xianxia's operation. Multitasking. If he did not put his heart and soul into the surgery, how could he do it? It could be said that Xianxia had put in a lot of effort for this surgery. Xianxia passed the equipment in his hand to the nurse beside him. As he stretched out his hand, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand. It was a little heart-wrenching. This scene was seen by those who were watching from the side, and they couldn't help but feel their hearts ache a little. Everyone wanted to say, "Why don't you come down? We'll go." But, however, the work that followed had to be done by him. They couldn't do it. Thinking of this, everyone felt a little helpless. He even mocked himself. At such a critical moment, they actually needed a young man to save them. For a moment, everyone felt a little regretful and emotional. They were seniors. In the face of such a difficult disease, they should step forward bravely and set a good example for the young people. Instead of pushing the young people to the front after encountering setbacks, this was a sign of incompetence. For a time, everyone present was filled with unprecedented determination and motivation. They should be old but vigorous, not thinking of a way out before they even retired. This won't do. Chen Song moved his wrist. After adapting to the pain, he turned to the chief of the orthopedics department and said, "Director Li, shall we start?" The chief of the orthopedics department looked at Chen Song and asked with some concern, "Do you want to rest for a while? Can you do it?" Chen Song saw that the people around him were also staring at him. The atmosphere was a little serious, and he couldn't help but make a little joke. "Uncle, I'm only 28, okay. A man can't say that he can't do it." Everyone was stunned, and then they couldn't help but laugh. The young nurses around also couldn't help but smile. To be honest, Chen Song's words instantly closed the gap between them. After all, a person who was too perfect had no friends. At this time, Chao Yu and Xiao Runfeng, who were watching the surgery in the office outside, looked at Chen Song with some worry. They clearly saw his reaction. It was really painful. At this time, the two of them suddenly felt a little sorry for Chen Song. Chao Yu even felt a little guilty. He thought that if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely repay Chen Song's kindness. At this time, Chen Song smiled at Director Li of the orthopedics department and said, "It's okay. My hand is warm now. If it gets cold later, it will hurt even more." Director Li didn't waste any time. The operating table was not the time for romance. Hence, the surgery continued, the two of them separated carefully. Generally speaking, the buttocks were the safest part. It was rich in muscles, and the blood vessels were also small blood vessels. Basically, if you didn't seek death, the buttocks would not have any problems. However, old Master Zhu's buttocks were more troublesome. The complicated blood vessels passed through the pores under the piriformis muscle to the buttocks, then went around the buttocks muscles, and went down the deep gluteus maximus along the greater trochanter and the ischial tuberosity. It was almost as if it went hand in hand with the sciatic nerve. In this way, it was very difficult to separate and remove it. If the sciatic nerve was accidentally damaged, the leg would be crippled. After Director Li separated successfully, he looked at Chen Song. "Professor Chen, is it okay?" Chen Song gave him a reassuring smile. "No problem." After saying that, he held the blunt tissue forceps. He didn't use the separating forceps, and the other hand picked up the scalpel. This scene made the surrounding people a little confused. What kind of separation method was this? But Chen Song's operation was like this. They saw his two hands working together, and the nerves and blood vessels that were stuck together were cut. Everyone was scared out of their wits. This was even more dangerous than dancing on the tip of the knife. The left side was the blood vessels, and the right side was the nerves. The function of the tissue forceps was quickly shown. Just like that, Chen Song carefully separated. The speed was very slow. It was almost a speed of less than 5 centimeters per minute. Director Li helped Chen Song separate the muscles and watched as Chen Song tilted his body and carefully separated. To be honest, he was sweating in his heart. Professor Chen's separation. Why was it so strange? It felt a little strange no matter how he thought about it. Finally, after a while, he came to a realization. He suddenly understood. Wasn't this like pushing hair, using forceps to separate and then cutting with scissors? Could it be done this way? This method of separating the nerves and blood vessels seemed to be really good. Director Li was also very happy. After all, he had learned something. It would be strange if he wasn't happy. The surrounding directors were also looking curiously at Chen Song's separation. It also felt strange. Someone said, "It looks like cutting hair." Suddenly, the room was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Chen Song's movements. The more they looked, the more they felt that it was similar. You don't say, it's really similar. Professor Chen is really amazing. This kind of separation of the nerves and blood vessels is really effective. I learned it. Lu Zhizhou was the most emotional at this time. He finally realized how his good-for-nothing student could participate in AATS. It was because Professor Chen was an inexhaustible treasure trove, abbreviation, Chen's treasure trove. P.S. There's no more for tonight. It will be delivered at 7. It will continue tomorrow at 6. Oh right, I recommend a book. I don't really want to cause trouble. The author is left broken hand. Those familiar with the supernatural might have heard of him. He's an old author with 2 million subscriptions. Those interested can take a look. It's mainly about the love and hatred between the protagonist and ghosts. It was a bloody battle that lasted for about 6 hours. After the cooperation of 7 to 8 chief physicians, the surgery was finally completed. He looked at the aortic aneurysm piled up in a basin. He did not know how much hemostatic gauze was used on the operating table. The surgery lasted for 8 hours, and the blood transfusion was as high as 4,000 milliliters. Fortunately, everything was fine. Chen Song turned around and looked at the steadily beating lines and numbers on the ECG monitor. He was very satisfied. He had fulfilled his promise to old Master Zhu. When he thought of this, Chen Song could not help but laugh. He moved his body slightly and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. His legs were a little numb and tired, and the pain in his hands became more obvious. After all, he had covered his hands for too long. He did not have 1,000 small breathing pillows. So, the pain was inevitable. Chen Song wanted to quickly go out and take off his gloves so that his hands could feel the feeling of breathing freely. The nurses were seriously counting the instruments. This was also a major project. Any instrument had to be counted at least 3 times and then verified by 3 people. This kind of work seemed simple, but it was actually very troublesome and necessary. In fact, everyone had their own value when it came to surgeries. Not a single person could be missing, even a third assistant who was just a support could be indispensable during critical times. Similarly, any successful surgery was the result of teamwork. A successful surgery gave the doctor a sense of accomplishment. The specialists and chief physicians in the room looked at the old man lying there and sighed in relief. Thank goodness, you persevered. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Chen Song. He was the biggest contributor to this surgery. If not for him, who could shoulder the heavy responsibility of the chief surgeon? Moreover, he was the one who proposed the surgery plan. Everyone could not help but sigh. Was Lian Po really old? Of course not. In fact, everyone had a competitive heart. This was a good thing. Although Chen Song's appearance made everyone sigh with emotion, wasn't it also a form of stimulation and motivation for everyone? Sometimes, this kind of goal was what one needed in life to keep moving forward. Professor Chen, thank you for your hard work. Thank you so much. Qinan looked at Chen Song and could not help but say. Chen Song quickly waved his hand and did not act arrogantly. Saving old Master Zhu is what I should do. Compared to what he did for us, I didn't do much for him. These were Chen Song's heartfelt words. He was a man who had dedicated himself to his country and defended the country for 50 years. He had brought prosperity to his country, but he had never enjoyed a day of wealth. Chen Song couldn't feel proud at all. In front of this old hero, he didn't do much. The old man was sent to the intensive care unit. Chen Song took off his gloves. To prevent infecting the old man, Chen Song wore 3 layers of gloves. When Chen Song took off his gloves, his pale hands were exposed. His palms had turned white from soaking in sweat, not to mention the back of his hands. There were even some white rotting flesh. Chen Song sighed. He had to perform debridement again. Do it yourself later. At this moment, the young nurses behind him happened to see the scene. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. A young nurse's eyes were filled with tears, and she couldn't hold it in anymore. Professor Chen, does it hurt? Chen Song smiled. It doesn't hurt. After that, he said to the nurse, come, get me some gauze, tweezers, and hydrogen peroxide. The nurse quickly got up and went to prepare. Chen Song sighed. After debriding the right hand with his left hand, he was about to do the right hand with his left. At this moment, Qi Nan and the others also finished their work and came out. When they saw the back of Chen Song's hand, they were all stunned. Qi Nan took the things from the nurse and smiled at Chen Song. Your debridement is obviously unprofessional. Chen Song smiled when he saw Qi Nan. This is my Grandmaster level skill. Qi Nan chuckled. His eyes were filled with gratitude and appreciation. He held a cotton ball dipped in iodophor with tweezers and carefully disinfected Chen Song's hand. Then, he picked up a bottle of hydrogen peroxide and disinfected Chen Song's hand as if it was free. Finally, he washed them all with a bottle of normal saline. Qi Nan handled it very seriously. He knew that this pair of hands might be the most precious pair of hands in China. He had to handle it with care. Director Qi was very attentive in every step. This was the most serious he had ever been in his 40 years of medical practice. After a while, he wrapped the hand with gauze and asked Chen Song, "How is it? Is it at the master level?" Chen Song grinned. There were too many consumables. Your hydrogen peroxide was poured out. The head nurse smiled. Not much, not much. Everyone laughed and looked at the head nurse, who was usually stingy. Chen Song raised his head. Little did he know that there were already many people around him. Even Qiao Yu and Xiao Runfeng walked over. Seeing everyone's concerned eyes, Chen Song felt quite warm in his heart. He had been operating on others for a long time, but this was the first time he was debrided and bandaged. This feeling was very magical. Chen Song nodded. Yes, definitely. Director Qi is not a master. He's at the level of a martial arts alliance leader. Everyone laughed out loud. They walked out of the operating theater. After coming out, Qiao Yu and Chen Song walked side by side. He glanced at Chen Song's newly bandaged hand and could not help but sigh. Thank you, Professor Chen. Seeing that Qiao Yu was about to say something, Chen Song could not help but shake his head. Director Qiao, I have to thank you for giving me such an opportunity to help those heroes. So, in the future, if there are any old heroes, tell them to come to Chen Song for free treatment. Right, Director Xiao? Will you reimburse them? Xiao Runfeng could not help but laugh. Reimburse. Reimburse. I have the final say. Yes, looking at how Director Xiao patted his chest and promised. Chen Song could not help but laugh. What if you retire? Qiao Yu could not hold back and almost burst out laughing. The people around him did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, they did not dare to laugh even if they wanted to. Director Xiao was the head of the health committee, a ministerial boss. Even if they had the guts, they would not dare to joke like that. Besides, how embarrassing would it be to say that to an official? However, Chen Song dared to joke like that with Director Xiao. After the meeting, Director Xiao was not angry. Instead, he could not stop smiling. That was strength. Everyone came out of the operating theater. At this time, the sun was still glaring at 4 or 5 o'clock. Chen Song was about to leave. The director of the ICU suddenly called. Director Qi, Professor Zhu is awake. Now, he insists that he doesn't want to stay in the ICU. When Qi Nan heard that, he was stunned. Why? The director of the ICU said helplessly, he said that it's just a piece of flesh on his butt. Why should he stay in the ICU? Moreover, he said that the ICU can't work and wants to be transferred to a normal ward. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry at old Master Zhu's words. This old man, but everyone suddenly thought of something. Qi Nan could not help but ask, the anesthesia wore off so quickly? As she spoke, she glanced at the anesthesiology department director. Director Yang from the anesthesiology department frowned. That's not right. I think it should have taken more than 8 hours. How could he wake up so quickly? His words stunned everyone. Chen Song decided not to go back. He would persuade old Master Zhu first. The group returned to the intensive care unit. The moment they entered, they saw the old man awake and bargaining with the ICU director. One day. Just one day, okay? I really can't stay here for too long. Professor Zhu, at least 3 days. It can't be lower. It's just a piece of flesh. It's fine. Everyone walked in, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. When he saw Qi Nan and Qiao Yu, old Master Zhu quickly called them over. Department head Qiao, Director Qi, talk to him. He won't listen to me. Old Master Zhu looked as if he had seen his savior. He was very energetic. This made the surrounding people a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, the elderly should be cautious with anesthesia. It was possible for them to sleep for 15 to 16 hours after 8 hours of anesthesia. After all, the human body had self-protection and recovery after surgery. However, this was the first time they heard that the anesthesia was estimated to last for 8 hours and he would wake up in less than 6 hours. Qi Nan smiled and said, Old Master, let's take an average of 2 days, okay? After 2 days, I'll arrange for you to go back to your original ward. Old Master Zhu was silent. Qinan continued, I'll ask them to allow you to send your computer in. Old Master Zhu's eyes lit up when he heard that. Really? Qinan nodded. Yes, I promise you. But you have to listen to our arrangements for the next 2 days. You can't go back. Old Master Zhu was delighted when he heard that. That computer of his was his treasure, it was filled with core technology and his lifetime of research and thinking. Below was his disciple's graduation thesis. This was what he had summarized his entire life. Moreover, most importantly, he could work with a computer. Thinking of this, Old Master Zhu decided to compromise. After he was hospitalized, Qinan was worried that he would work for a long time, so she handed the computer over to the old man's assistant. After much difficulty, he finally settled Old Master Zhu down. The anesthesiologist finally could not help but ask the question that he wanted to ask the most. Professor Zhu, did you just wake up from the anesthesia? Were you like this before? The surrounding people also stared at the old man. The old man blushed. We've all practiced. Immediately, everyone was confused by his words. How could this be trained? The old man hesitated for a moment, wondering if he could say it. Perhaps he felt that it should not be a problem, so he said, it was a special period. We were all doing secret research. There were spies outside. A few of our comrades were caught when they went out to do something. Our comrades were afraid that they would use anesthetics on us after we were captured and leak our national secrets. Therefore, we gritted our teeth and began to train our willpower. We tried many methods, including anesthetics. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt deep veneration. His expression was complicated, and he didn't know what to say. Chen Song was not in a hurry to go home. Instead, he went to see Reeves. After all, he was a big shot who had donated so much money to him. If he didn't say anything, Chen Song would feel embarrassed. After drinking afternoon tea, Reeves brought the Lafite over with his assistant. There were also some local specialties sent over. For example, there were a few kilograms of civet cat poop coffee, some good cigars from Cuba, some luxury perfumes, and some top-notch caviar. Well, Chen Song didn't like these local specialties very much. But seeing that it was hard to refuse Reeves's hospitality, he accepted it. Thus, the entire house was filled with gifts. Chen Song sighed. He had to buy a villa as soon as possible, otherwise, he wouldn't have a place to put the gifts. Cough cough. Lao Qin had been acting as a chef for the past 2 days. In the afternoon, when Chen Song went out, he went shopping with Qin Yu and her mother. When they returned, they were carrying bags of various sizes and vegetables. When they saw the things in the house, everyone was stunned. What's this? Lao Qin walked over to the wine box skillfully. Chen Song smiled. A friend from America gave us some local specialties. Open it and take a look. Chen Song didn't open it either. Lao Qin smiled and walked into the room. I'll cook Hunan cuisine for you tonight. I bought some chili peppers. Ji Ruyun went to organize the things she had bought. Qin Yu was like a kitten, happily opening the boxes and boxes to take a look. These boxes are so exquisite. I can't bear to open them. Chen Song smiled. He had only heard about the gifts from Reeves and hadn't seen the specifics. After opening the box, Qin Yu suddenly exclaimed. Oh my god, is this, that civet cat poop coffee? When Ji Ruyun heard this, her eyelids twitched. Although she liked to drink coffee occasionally and it was very attractive, she felt that she should be calm in front of her son-in-law. Wasn't it just civet cat poop coffee? Endure it. Wow, isn't this one of Dior's perfume? Why are there so many bottles? A full set. Oh my god, this scarf is from Hermes. It's a custom-made one. I love it. Mom, look, it suits you. Ji Ruyun couldn't bear it anymore. She was too tired from enduring it. She couldn't bear it anymore. What's there to be embarrassed about being half a son-in-law? Thus, the unboxing event turned into a happy feast for the two women. From time to time, there would be exclamations. Qin Yu had already forgotten himself. Lao Chen couldn't help but glance at Ji Ruyun and muttered, useless, Just a few more things and you've been bribed to this extent. You're already an adult. How embarrassing. Eh? What wine is this? Laffy. This is Lafite? 1982. 1982 Lafite? Old Chin was taken aback, and his heart started to beat wildly. Endure it, I must endure it, it must be fake. Eh? There's actually so much. They're all 1982 Lafite. Wait, what's this? Romani Conti? 1947 this is. Mouton Winery Dry Red 1945? Lao Chin couldn't hold the knife tightly. Mom, look at this wine bottle. It's so beautiful. Let's drink this tonight. Chateau Lafite Dry Red 1787. Suddenly, a clanging sound came from the kitchen. Lao Chin couldn't hold it in anymore and ran out. Looking at the boxes of red wine, Lao Chin's heart was trembling. As someone who liked to drink wine all his life, he was very knowledgeable about wine. After hearing Chin Yu mention Chateau Lafite Dry Red 1787, he couldn't hold it in anymore and ran out. Don't open it, don't open it. Please have mercy. This bottle is worth more than 200,000 US. After coming out, Lao Chin looked at the room full of wine and was stunned. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Lao Chin gave in. From Sundara Chin to Chef Chin, there was nothing a bottle of good wine couldn't solve. If it didn't work, then 1 box, 10 boxes. When they were leaving, Ji Ruyun liked Chen Sung more and more. The scarf around his neck was very eye-catching, and the Hermes logo was also very conspicuous. He still wore it around his neck in the summer, not for anything else, but to show off. Old Chin, on the other hand, was reluctant to part with the wine. The current Lao Chin didn't want to be a dean or principal, not to mention trembling in fear. He was busy as hell. Wasn't it good to be a salted fish? When he had nothing to do, he would drink a bottle of 1982 Lafite, smoke a Cuban cigar, drink a mouthful of cat poop coffee, and then hug his grandson. Wasn't this kind of life good? With such an outstanding son-in-law, what was there to strive for? What a pity. Dreams were plentiful, but reality was lacking. Old Chin had forgotten that he had a black-hearted daughter, Chin Yue, siding with an outsider. In terms of how to get along with his son-in-law, Lao Chin had done a lot of homework. He even bought a book in Dang Dang that night, How to Get Along with a Rich Son-in-Law and Ingratiate Himself with His Son-in-Law Without Lowering His Status. The title of the book was very long, but the content should be as substantial as the title. Just as Lao Chin was preparing for the future, he never expected that the person standing between him and his son-in-law was not Chen Song, but his own daughter, Chin Yu. Dad, tomorrow is Monday, you should go back quickly. You've been out for a few days. Go back and work hard to earn money. You see 100 patients a day, and the registration fee is 50. You can earn a lot in a day. I need to save money. Dad, go back quickly. Work hard. Hearing Chin Yu's words, Lao Chin felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. I've only been here for 2 days, how could it be a few days? Seeing Chin Yu and Ji Ruyun happily chasing him away, Lao Chin only had one thought in his mind: bring Chin Yu back for a paternity test. Even if Chin Yu was 30 years old, Lao Chin did not care. He seriously doubted whether he was his biological son. Bah! Was he even his biological father? Fortunately, Chen Song had secretly stuffed a few bottles of good red wine in the trunk. For a moment, Lao Chin couldn't help but tear up. What a good son-in-law, he should be on the same side as Chen Song. After work on Monday, when Professor Chen, the South Fist doctor, returned to the ward, he was warmly welcomed by the emergency nurses. Chen Song was a little embarrassed by all of them asking about his well-being. However, when old Ma saw Chen Song, his only expression was one of contempt. Aya, the big hero is back. Smashing a car with his bare hands, so awesome. Song I'm very curious. Why don't you use other tools? The young nurses rolled their eyes at old Ma, who was asking for death. You're just jealous of Professor Che's handsomeness. Yes. Team leader Ma, can you break the glass with your bare hands? That's right, you're just jealous. It doesn't matter if he's handsome or not. That's right, who cares if you're smart or not? We're only interested in something so profound. We just think that he's handsome. Old Ma did not expect that his words would cause public outrage and a group of people would attack him. Old Ma was caught off guard. Forget it. Forget it, it was still early, and it was not time for the shift change. However, a patient rushed into the emergency department. Doctor, quick. Help. A man ran in anxiously. Xianxia and Old Ma did not have time to bicker. They quickly got up to check on the situation. What's going on? Old Ma was shocked when he saw the blood on the man's inner thigh. He thought that something bad had happened. The person who helped the man in was a woman in her 30s, but the point was that the woman came with a smile. There was no sadness at all. Old Ma could not help but sigh. This man was too pitiful. How could he still smile when he was in such a state? Old Ma thought of the group of nurses and the woman and muttered, "Women are all big pig trotters." Xianxia was curious and followed into the treatment room. The woman helped the man take off his pants and got on the bed. Xianxia and Old Ma saw the wound. This guy was bitten, right? It was quite a big bite. What a vicious bite. He saw that the man's inner thigh had been bitten, and the position was slightly higher. It was a more awkward place. If it went up, it would probably be the end of his life. What's going on? Why is the bite so vicious? Old Ma could not help but ask. And it's so dangerous to be bitten here. The woman was still smiling. The man was screaming. After all, it was painful. Hearing Old Ma's question, the woman could not help but say, "There were two dogs fighting just now." Then, he went to mediate. Ha ha ha, ha ha, no, I can't help it. I didn't mean it. Doctor, you continue to suture. I'll go outside and laugh for a while. After saying that, the woman ran out. Mediated, a fight? Old Ma was stunned at first, then he could not help but laugh. When the man saw that, he was so angry that he laughed. This laugh was even more painful. He could only hold it in, but his face was red. Xianxia assisted Old Ma and finished the treatment. He said to the young man meaningfully, "Don't mediate in the future. If there's anything, call 110. However, the man sighed, stared at Old Ma, and said, "Hey, I'm a police officer." This morning was a little joyful. Old Ma could not help but laugh again. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, the woman walked in and rubbed her face, saying, "No, no, I can't laugh, or I'll get wrinkles. Doctor, this is his occupational disease." Ha ha, ha ha. Before she could finish, she laughed and ran out again. A good day began with a happy morning. Xianxia sat in the office and opened the reward he received after completing the mission yesterday. What was it? Ding. Congratulations on successfully saving Elder Zhu and completing the mission. Reward, trigeminal neuralgia surgical treatment, perfect level. When Xianxia saw the system reward, he was stunned. Trigeminal neuralgia, surgical treatment, this was not a skill, this was a set of skills. And this skill was very practical. What was trigeminal neuralgia? This was a recurring pain in the trigeminal nerve distribution area of the face. Don't underestimate this seemingly common illness. Severe trigeminal neuralgia could be fatal. Moreover, the cause of trigeminal neuralgia was still unknown. Modern medicine could not find an effective treatment without side effects. Therefore, this was a very common, tricky, and troublesome disease. Xianxia opened the skill bag. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Ethanol injection around the trigeminal nerve. Radiofrequency thermocoagulation of the trigeminal nerve. Microvascular decompression of trigeminal neuralgia. Trigeminal nerve sensing and amputation. Xianxia was stunned when he saw so many trigeminal neuralgia skills. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. This reward was really rich. P.S. Ahem, I acted cute last night and was slandered by you guys for the whole night. Thank you to Wu Yu for your 10,000 tip. Thank you to Half Immortal Xiao at the foot of Green Dust Mountain and Breaking Wanzhou for their 10,000 tips. Thank you everyone, asking meekly, can I ask for votes this time? The weather in July was getting hotter and hotter. However, the temperature in the emergency department seemed to always be like this. It was the same in winter and summer. Even in the hottest summer, it seemed to be the same in the emergency department. Sometimes, it was even a little cold at night. The air of 24 or 25 degrees seemed to be the most comfortable environment for the human body. There was no need to dissipate too much heat. These days, Xianxia had a very comfortable and pleasant life. His meals were delivered every day, so he didn't need to be too tired. The young nurses took good care of Xianxia. It wasn't easy to find an opportunity to treat Professor Chen's hand injury. Shouldn't they perform well? In this way, Xianxia's hand recovered quickly. The nearest place to the emergency center was an art school. After Xianxia's hand was injured, old Ma told Xianxia, looking at beautiful women can help the wound recover. Xianxia didn't think so. He knew that old Ma was framing him. Although he didn't know if looking at beautiful women could help the wound recover, he definitely knew that if Qin Yu knew, he would be beaten to a pulp. But, Xianxia still went to see her. It wasn't because the summer scenery in the media was better, nor was it because the young lady's summer clothes were more fashionable. It was because his parents called to see Xianxia. Xianxia and Xianxia were from the same village. Her father, Qin Jifu, and Qin Dehai grew up together. They had a good relationship and were one of Qin Dehai's bragging friends. This morning, Qin Dehai called Xianxia, "Xianxia, if you have time today, go and see Qin Jifu's daughter, Xianxia." Xianxia was stunned. What happened? Qin Dehai sighed helplessly. Jifu's wife came to our house last night and said that Qin Jifu quarreled with the girl. He hasn't called for half a month and is a little worried about this girl. This girl is really troublesome. His wife sent me 10,000 yuan. Send it to his daughter and see what's going on. Xianxia was stunned when he heard it. Didn't she just give 10,000 yuan 2 months ago? Qin Dehai also sighed helplessly. All right. You don't have to care so much. Just send it over. Xianxia sighed and nodded in agreement. This girl really knew how to spend money. By the way, isn't Uncle Jifu working in the capital? Qin Dehai shook his head. He went to the south. He's building subways in Yunnan. Xianxia was curious when he heard that. Aren't you doing well here? Why did you go to Yunnan? Qin Jifu was a strong man who was 1.8 meters tall. He was 50 years old. He was actually quite good-looking, but his family was poor. His parents were gone before he got married. Later on, he saved money for himself and found a wife in the village. However, she was a live-in son-in-law. Qin Jifu worked outside all year round and rarely went home. He didn't know how to use Alipay or WeChat. He even used an old Nokia phone. Every time he transferred money to Xianxia, it was his relatives who helped. However, Xianxia was more willful. She quarreled with her parents and would often blacklist her relatives. Therefore, her relatives were annoyed and simply did not add her as a friend. Last year, Qin Jifu thought about it and decided to come to the capital to work. First, he could earn some money. Second, and most importantly, he could take the girl out to eat some good food. After all, it was the capital. Qin Jifu could also endure hardships. He could do any kind of work. After he came, he repaired subways, repaired houses, and cleaned glass at high altitudes. He did a lot of dirty, tiring, and dangerous work. However, when Qin Jifu earned money and wanted to treat his daughter to a meal, he went to the art school to look for her. Every time, she would coldly reject him. Then, she would find a reason to not let Qin Jifu come to school every time. She would look for Qin Jifu herself. After meeting him, she would take the money and leave without saying much. After a long time, Qin Jifu was not stupid. He was also happy to see his daughter dressed up like a little princess. He was also satisfied to see his daughter leave from a distance. After all, as a father, he understood in his heart. He felt that his daughter was in her adolescence. This was normal. Qin Jifu also understood that his daughter despised him for being a migrant worker. His appearance was dirty and made her lose face. How could Qin Jifu, who was in his 50s, not understand these things? However, a daughter was still a daughter after all. As a father, he was at most responsible. After finishing the previous work, he set off for Yunnan. After Xianxia received a call from Qin Dehai, he understood. He must have quarreled with his family again because of money and blacklisted his relatives. Qin Jifu must be worried that his daughter could not eat well and dress well. It would be inappropriate for him to look for her. He was afraid that he would embarrass his daughter if he came. So, he asked Chen Song to send some money. Chen Song sighed. He withdrew 10,000 yuan from the nearby ATM and walked straight to the art school. The decoration here was very good. It was much better than Dongyang Medical College. There were many good cars parked at the door. There were all kinds of Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, and Land Rover. Occasionally, a few sports cars could be seen. They roared with hormones in the summer and then drove away. After arriving at the school, Chen Song dialed Xianxia's phone and found that no one answered. Chen Song was used to this kind of situation, so he simply walked towards the school. As soon as he arrived at the playground not far away, Chen Song was stunned. There were red banners hanging on the playground. After taking a few steps, he found that not only the playground, but also the dormitory number 12 was surrounded by banners. There were several banners. He could see a banner every 3 to 5 meters. The banners were not the key. The key was the handwriting on the banners. Thank you, Xianxia, 3rd year, Class 2 of the acting department, for providing my husband with physiological services for free. Thank you, Xianxia, dormitory number 419, for providing my husband with victory services for free. You have worked hard. Thank you very much. Similar handwriting hung all over the campus. It was noon. Looking at the canteen, playground, and downstairs full of banners, Chen Song was stunned, because he clearly remembered that Xianxia was studying acting, and Xianxia's dormitory was on the 12th floor. Could it be the same name? Impossible. Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly frowned. Damn it, how did I get involved in this matter? For a moment, Chen Song suddenly did not know how to solve it. Thinking of this, Chen Song picked up the phone and dialed Xianxia's roommate's number. The call was picked up not long after. Brother Chen. After Chen Song heard it, he quickly asked, Xiao, is Xianxia in the dormitory? The other party hesitated for a moment and said in a very soft voice, yes, she is. She hasn't gone out for 3 days. She has been in bed all the time. She won't eat when I buy food for her. Chen Song's expression changed. It seemed that the matter was very clear. In all likelihood, Xianxia was someone else's mistress, and in the end, the first wife came to the school. But, how was he going to solve this damn matter? Chen Song was also helpless. At this moment, the roommate whispered, Brother Chen, don't worry. She should still be alive. After all, she goes to the toilet every day and drinks water. After Chen Song heard it, he was also helpless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, it was good that she was alive. But, there were so many banners on campus. How could she have the face to meet others if she was embarrassed in school? At this time, the school security came in. Who are you? Who allowed you to pull the banners randomly? Leave quickly. The school's security guards were also helpless. It had been 3 or 4 days. Were these people crazy? They pulled the banners every day. Did the banners cost nothing? Every time it was confiscated, there would be new ones the next day. Moreover, there was even an open recruitment on the campus website for 200 yuan a day to pull the banners. Were these rich people so good at playing? But, this group of security guards drove them away entirely because of work. They even sneered at such people who were mistresses. Looking at these banners, they were even happy to see and feel extremely comfortable. Even the students in the school were also talking about it. After all, such news came out of the school. The students could still do their part-time jobs while eating the melon. However, this could be a devastating disaster for the people involved. Chen Song didn't like Xianxia. He even felt that she was greedy for vanity, didn't understand her parents, and spent money extravagantly, etc. But at this time, Chen Song also felt a little distressed for her. He couldn't bear to see her like this. Thinking of this, Chen Song was a little hesitant about whether to tell his family about what happened here. If his family knew about it, it would be so much. Thinking of this, Chen Song was also a little hesitant. After a while, Xiao came down. She was a tall northeastern girl, but she was very gentle. After Chen Song handed the money to her, he didn't know what to say. Thank you, Xiao. Please take care of her. Xiao nodded. No one would have thought that such a thing would happen. But, Chen Song couldn't go up, so he simply went back to the hospital after explaining to Xiao. However, he was a little hesitant about telling the other party's family. In the afternoon, Chen Song still didn't know what to do. If he didn't say it, Chen Song couldn't make the decision for such a big matter. If he said it, he was worried that Chen Jifu and the others wouldn't be able to bear such a blow in the future. But, at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the 120 emergency center called. A student from XX Art School has been poisoned with rodenticide. His nose is bleeding and he is vomiting blood. The phone call made Chen Song's expression change. XX Art School was right next to the hospital. Chen Song instinctively thought, could it be Chen Xiaoli? He picked up the phone and hurriedly dialed Ruru's number. The call was quickly connected, and a sobbing voice came through. Brother Chen, Xiaoli is vomiting blood. Her nose is also filled with blood. She drank the rodenticide. Will she die? As expected, Chen Song's expression changed instantly. Thinking of this, Chen Song decisively picked up the phone and dialed his father's number. She told him about Chen Xiaoli's story in detail. After that, Chen Song said to the nurse, Xiao Ku, come with me. After that, Chen Song took Xiao Ku to the ambulance and drove towards the art school. Chen Song took Xiao Ku and the driver, old Lu, to the door. The building auntie was shocked and quickly let them go. Chen Song didn't expect that the first time he came to the girls' dormitory in his life would be like this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. When Xiao saw Chen Song coming in, she quickly said, Brother Chen, there was a class in the afternoon. I went, but when I came back, I saw Xiaoli like this. Xiao's face was full of tears and horror. She even regretted it. I should have kept an eye on her, Chen Song couldn't help but say, it has nothing to do with you. Don't worry. At this time, Chen Song was about to go out when a woman in her 30s ran in, panting. Hello, I'm Chen Xiaoli's counselor. My name is Yang Ting. I'll go to the hospital with you. After the woman revealed her identity directly, she made a prompt decision to go to the hospital. A student in her class committed suicide. As a counselor, Yang Ting was worried to death. She also knew about the banners on campus. The school had also taken some measures. Yang Ting had never seen Yang Xiaoli's parents. She originally wanted to contact her parents, but before she could do so, something like this happened. Yang Ting was also panicking now. At this time, Chen Xiaoli was not unconscious. Instead, she was lying on the ground coughing up blood. Her nose was also bleeding. After Chen Song saw this scene, he quickly analyzed the cause of the poisoning in his mind. There were only 3 or 4 kinds of rodenticides. It was very likely that the enemy rat was poisoned. Chen Song had seen it in the clinic before, but the child ate it by mistake. This was her own initiative to drink it. Chen Song was also very angry. At this time, Xiao handed over the bottle. Chen Song also saw the name, Wild Rat Jing. Wild Rat Jing was actually the enemy rat. The scientific name was 2-diphenylacetyl 1,3-fluorendione, which was a highly effective anticoagulation rodenticide. In other words, the rat would bleed to death after eating it. Similarly, the human body was similar. At this time, Chen Xiaoli's consciousness was clear. It was just that she was in a sorry state. After seeing Chen Song, Chen Xiaoli suddenly said, Brother Chen, can you not tell my parents? I don't want to embarrass them. I will be their daughter in my next life. I don't deserve to be human. I don't have the face to live in this world. At this time, Chen Xiaoli was on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Chen Song could only comfort her. After a group of people carried her into the car, Chen Song quickly called the emergency department. Then, he said to Xiao Ku, prepare 10 milliliters of 1% copper sulfate solution. Xiao Ku quickly nodded and prepared several bottles in succession. After Chen Song got into the car, he drank a bottle. When he reached the hospital, he drank another bottle. This was the ultimate vomit-inducing drug. No matter what kind of poisoning, vomiting was the most important thing. Of course, strong acids and alkali were an exception, but, drinking strong acids and alkali, this probability was very low. After all, he had seen it before. After arriving at the emergency department, Chen Song quickly tightened the emergency room and began to lavage the stomach. Lavage the stomach with 1 5,000 potassium permanganate solution. Keep the respiratory tract unobstructed. Vitamin K1, 10 mg, intramuscular injection. Add. Continue to add, vitamin K1, continue to add 10 mg. Vitamin C is sufficient. At this moment, Xianxia's situation was not optimistic. The amount of blood loss was not small. Looking at her pale face, Xianxia quickly contacted the blood transfusion department. At this time, Xianxia's eyes were closed and she was in pain. When Xianxia saw this scene, he was also very sorry. P.S. Sorry, I went out to meet a leader at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I waited in the office until 6 o'clock. After work, I took the leader to dinner. At 9 o'clock, I drank. After I came back, I quickly wrote until now. I will add 4 chapters tomorrow morning. Tonight, there will be 2 chapters. Sorry. Looking at Xianxia's condition, Xianxia was also a little anxious. Generally speaking, the rodenticide would take effect within a short period of time to 3 days. However, according to Xiao's description, he had taken the drug for about an afternoon. For him to become like this in 2 to 3 hours, this F*King drug seller was really honest. After all, the concentration of the rodenticide was only about 1%. Xianxia was not sure how much Xianxia had taken. Professor Chen, there's purpura on the skin. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. Generally speaking, in the early stages, the less serious ones would be nosebleeds and gums bleeding. Now, the patient's skin was bleeding, and even hemoptysis. This was already a serious case. Unlike other toxic drugs, the users of rodenticide often died from cerebral hemorrhage and myocardial hemorrhage. This was a very painful thing to do, because after the rodenticide entered the body, it mainly reduced the activity of vitamin K through competitive inhibition, hindering the liver from synthesizing prothrombin and some coagulation factors, acting as an anticoagulant. Therefore, it showed signs of bleeding in various parts. This poison could damage the capillary wall, causing aseptic inflammation, increasing the permeability and fragility of the wall, increasing the bleeding tendency. The human body was already very fragile, and it was still tormented like this. It was really, continue. Vitamin K 110 mg. Also, use adrenocorticosteroids. The situation was really a little troublesome now. Seeing Xianxia's condition getting worse and worse, this was a sign of ischemia. The blood had been drawn for testing, and the blood transfusion department was also anxiously preparing. To be honest, Xianxia had always been biased against suicidal patients. He did not like it. In order to save them every day, he spent a lot of medical resources, and they might not even be saved. If these medical resources were used to save people like old Master Zhu, wouldn't it be better? Time passed by minute by minute. Xianxia saw that the bleeding did not seem to be enough, and he was a little annoyed. Use intravenous drip of prothrombin compound, first dose 40 units x 50. Intravenous drip of prothrombin compound was a kind of coagulation compound, containing 4 coagulation factors, 2, 7, X, and X. The effect was more direct. However, Xianxia didn't want to use it at first. Compared to bleeding, coagulation was also very scary. The first dose was 40 kilograms. Xianxia was quite tall and weighed about 168,100 kilograms. In fact, Xianxia was quite beautiful. She had inherited her father Qin Jifu's height and appearance. Xianxia's mother was short and stout. She was a plump middle-aged woman who smiled amiably and was easy to get along with. Qin Jifu was quite handsome, but his family was poor. In that era, when one couldn't even eat well, what was the use of being handsome? Therefore, Qin Jifu actually cherished this short and coarse fat woman very much. Every year, when the farm work was busy, she would come back from the construction site to tidy up and leave after tidying up. However, after Xianxia went to university and came to the capital, she saw the materialistic era and the debauchery of society. His 3 views, which were not firm to begin with, were deformed. Her inferiority complex made her escape from her past family. She didn't even go home during the holidays. Even when her father, Qin Jifu, came to give her money, she felt a little embarrassed. She felt that other people's parents were leaders and bosses. At the very least, they had a secure job, therefore, she was afraid that her father would come to school to look for her in old-fashioned clothes. Chen Song knew all this. Chen Jifu liked to chat with Chen Dehai after drinking. Chen Song had also seen Chen Jifu crying when the two of them drank too much. She felt wronged. A father had given her everything, but she couldn't get the other party's approval. Her poor family supported her to go to art school. Who would have thought that it would be such a scene? Therefore, Chen Song didn't have a good impression of her. Even when Chen Dehai said that he wanted Chen Song to help her, Chen Song said that he didn't know these people in the entertainment industry. Chen Song felt that if he had the money to help Chen Xiaoli, it would be better to help Uncle Chen Jifu. Moreover, it was fortunate that she wasn't famous. With this kind of character, it was unknown what she would be like if she became famous. However, prejudice was prejudice, and opinions were opinions. No matter how much Chen Song disliked Chen Xiaoli, he had to treat her well. After an hour of intravenous dripping of prothrombin complex, the bleeding gradually decreased. Chen Song also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. But now it seemed that she was still not out of danger. At this moment, it was getting dusk. At 6 or 7 o'clock, Qin Yu also came over. Chen Song didn't have to think too much. It was definitely his mother who wanted Qin Yu to come over and persuade Chen Xiaoli. However, his mother didn't think that Chen Xiaoli could be persuaded at this time. It was impossible. People who committed suicide wouldn't listen to anyone in a short time. Chen Song had seen all kinds of suicides in the emergency department. Most of them used death as a bargaining chip to cheat their loved ones' trust and finances. A few were impulsive, anxious, or depressed, and their brains went into a dead end. There were also those who encountered a desperate situation and couldn't think of any other way. Death was a relief. At this time, Chen Xiaoli was a combination of the second and third. Chen Song glanced at Qin Yu. "My mother asked you to come?" Qin Yu nodded. "Yes, Auntie asked me to persuade her. She said that we are all girls and there are some things that can be said. But Auntie mainly asked me to talk to you. She asked you not to have any opinions and to save her. She said that your uncle Jifu only has one girl. No matter how bad she is, you can't just watch her die. She is worried about you." Chen Song smiled bitterly. His mother knew that he had a bad impression of Chen Xiaoli and was afraid that he would give up treatment. Chen Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "My mother is thinking too much." Qin Yu asked, "How is it?" Chen Song sighed and shook his head. "It's hard to say. The bleeding has stopped for the time being. We have to monitor it for a day or two. Fortunately, it was sent early. Otherwise, with such a large amount, she would definitely be dead." At this time, many people came to the emergency hall. After seeing Chen Song come out, Yang Ting brought a group of people and hurriedly ran over. "Doctor, how is student Chen Xiaoli now?" A bald middle-aged man in his 50s was sweating profusely and asked anxiously. "Oh. Sorry, let me introduce myself. I am the director of the Performing Arts Department of XX Art School, Zhou Guanghui. Such a big thing happened in the school. How could they not be responsible? If Chen Xiaoli was really gone, the school's responsibility would be huge. After all, the other party put up banners in the school. The school didn't deal with it in time. This was the school's responsibility. Even the school's principal had begun to prepare anxiously to find people to control the public opinion and not let this news spread." Seeing this, Chen Song said honestly, "The situation is not optimistic. The symptoms have not stabilized." Chen Song's words made Zhou Guanghui's heart sink. This is really troublesome. Zhou Guanghui was having a headache now. The principal had already used his connections to delete the relevant information on the internet. He also told the school's students not to post it randomly. Once it was discovered, it would be severely punished. The school also didn't want to ruin this girl. Of course, it wasn't that the school had a noble humanitarian spirit, but that Chen Xiaoli had an accident at school. After work, Chen Song swapped shifts with the night shift. He would watch Chen Xiaoli tonight and prevent anything from happening. In fact, it wasn't that troublesome to deal with the enemy rats. The main thing was to effectively stop the bleeding. It was fine as long as it didn't cause massive bleeding. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chen Jifu's call came in. Chen Song, I'm Chen Jifu. Chen Jifu's voice was very hoarse, and there seemed to be some despair and pain in his tone. Uncle, don't worry. Xiaoli's condition is basically stable now. Her life shouldn't be in danger. Chen Song quickly comforted him. Chen Jifu was silent when he heard it. He breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, really? Chen Song couldn't help but sigh, and, really, she's fine. Chen Jifu let out a long sigh. I'll take a plane tomorrow morning. Your aunt will take the train tomorrow. Chen Song, it's okay. Uncle, you don't have to worry. Tell me my aunt's ID number. I'll ask Yaya to buy the tickets for you. It's more convenient to book tickets online. Call me when you get off the plane. I'll pick you up. The other party hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Chen Song sent a message to Qin Yu, sent his ID card, and booked a hard sleeper. Chen Song estimated that the school had already informed Chen Xiaoli's parents about it. Recalling Chen Jifu's tone and hoarse voice when he spoke, Chen Song couldn't help but shake his head. As a parent, there was really no way to deal with such a daughter. That night, Chen Song came to see Chen Xiaoli several times one after another. She was already awake and lying on the bed. She might have fallen asleep because she was too tired. Chen Song asked the nurse to transfuse some glucose and amino acids. He heard from Sharo that she hadn't eaten well for several days. The night shift last night wasn't busy. After Chen Song handed in his shift and took a nap, he got up and drove directly to the airport. After looking at Chen Song was dumbfounded. Although Chen Jifu usually dressed like an old man, he was in a good mental state. His physical condition had always been good because he often did physical labor. However, Chen Jifu was obviously much older today. His hair was completely white, and his face was full of worry and haggard, as if he hadn't slept for 2 days. Chen Song quickly stepped forward. Uncle. After Chen Jifu saw Chen Song, his eyes were lifeless as he nodded. After getting in the car, Chen Song directly settled Chen Jifu in the hotel and booked a room. Then, he drove to the train station to pick up Chen Jifu's wife. As soon as the husband and wife met, the wife cried as if she had found her pillar of support. Although Chen Jifu had married into the family, he had always been the backbone of the family. He did everything by himself, no matter how big or small the matter was. He treated his wife and daughter like 2 treasures, working hard without complaint. The couple seemed to be at a loss. This kind of thing was relatively rare in the countryside. Not to mention being a mistress, even if a widow was close to someone, there would be rumors. In today's society, although mistresses were commonplace, for the honest Chen Jifu and his wife, they were still at a loss. Chen Jifu wanted to slap Chen Xiaoli to wake her up and tell her to have a bottom line. But now, Chen Xiaoli was still in the intensive care unit. Chen Jifu was also worried that something would happen to her again. He thought about this matter for a whole day on how to deal with it, but he still had no clue. Do you want to see Xiaoli? Chen Jifu's wife asked. Chen Jifu didn't want to go. However, some things had to be faced in the end. After a long time, Chen Jifu stood up. Let's go and take a look. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Song brought Chen Xiaoli's parents to the hospital. Chen Song took the 2 to the intensive care unit and took the medical record book. After carefully reading the test results, Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be a big problem. But why is she still in a coma? Chen Song was a little curious. Chen Jifu and his wife looked at Chen Xiaoli, who was lying on the bed. Her face was pale and pitiful. The 2 couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, the complaints and anger in their hearts disappeared. Chen Jifu stared at his daughter and didn't speak for a long time. He just sighed again and again. Chen Song said, Uncle, Auntie, it should be fine. She may be short of blood and not have a good rest. She hasn't eaten well these days, so her nutrition is not very good. You can rest assured. Chen Jifu nodded and whispered to Chen Song, wait for her to wake up and tell her that I don't blame her anymore. Tell her not to be afraid. If she is tired in Beijing, go home and have a good rest. I can take care of her for 20 years, and I can take care of her for another 20 years. No one noticed that Chen Xiaoli, who was lying on the bed, moved her eyelashes and tears flowed down directly. Just as they were about to leave, a nurse suddenly ran in. Professor Chen, a woman came and put down 500,000 yuan. She said it was for Xianxia's medical expenses. After Chen Song heard it, his face suddenly changed. Could this be Xianxia's first wife, who was a mistress, that is, the woman who hung the banner outside? Thinking of this, Chen Song hurriedly ran outside. And Chen Jifu was even faster than Chen Song. After coming out, Chen Song said to the nurse's station, "Where's the money? Where is she?" The nurse pointed to a thin woman walking outside and said, "It's her." At this time, Chen Jifu picked up the money and ran outside. Chen Jifu was very fast. After coming out, he shouted to the woman, "Wait." Seeing this, Chen Song quickly chased after him. After the woman heard the shout, she stopped. She turned around and saw Chen Jifu standing there. He was wearing a pair of black cloth shoes, a pair of white camouflage pants, and an old gray undershirt. The woman stared at Chen Jifu and asked coldly, "What's wrong?" Chen Jifu was a little nervous. With so much money in his hand, he looked at the woman and felt a little nervous. This was the first time he had dealt with this kind of thing. He really didn't want to deal with it, nor did he want to face it. The guilt and shame in his heart made him stand there and unable to speak. Under the sun, the woman was holding a parasol. She was wearing sunglasses, a white dress, and high heels. She looked very cold. Chen Jifu, dressed in rustic clothes, stood under the big sun. Sweat made his face a little shiny. He stared at the woman with an uneasy face. He was very nervous. Neither of them spoke. Finally, Chen Jifu couldn't help it and said loudly, "I am Xianxia's father." The woman was taken aback. She looked at Chen Jifu without saying a word. Chen Jifu took a deep breath. To be honest, he was already prepared. His daughter could escape, but he couldn't. Adults should pay for what they did. Although this 50-year-old migrant worker wasn't very educated and didn't understand much, he was a father. He knew that his daughter had no way out now. It was very difficult. He decided to take his daughter's place. Even if his daughter was really insensible, he was still her father. In fact, a father's love was just like that. It was inclusive and great. It was a kind of love that didn't care about gains and losses. If his daughter did something wrong, he would apologize. If his daughter couldn't face it, he would face it. Looking at the woman in front of him, Chen Jifu wiped his sweat. "I am Xianxia's father." After the woman heard it, she thought that Chen Jifu was here for revenge. She was so angry that the blood in her chest surged. "Are you here to settle accounts with me because I bullied your daughter?" "Yes, I asked you to put up the banner." "Hit me." The woman's words were also very decisive. Chen Jifu was suddenly stunned. He didn't expect it to start like this. "Come on, I didn't expect your daughter to commit suicide. It's my fault. But have you ever thought about my suffering? I also have a child. I also have a family. When your daughter destroyed my family, why didn't you stand up?" As the woman spoke, she was already crying. She took off her sunglasses. Her eyes were already red from crying. "Hit me. I won't fight back. I won't call the police, let alone find someone to take revenge. Your daughter still has a father. I have nothing now. Do you know that? My husband is gone. My home is gone. Do you understand how I feel? What's wrong with me putting up the banner? Only your daughter can seduce my husband. Can't I vent my anger?" The woman wiped her tears as she spoke. At this moment, there was a sudden bang. The woman was startled. She saw Chen Jifu kneeling in front of the woman. "I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't take care of my daughter. She destroyed your family. I apologize to you. I hope you can let her go. She is only 20 years old. She still has a long way to go. If you put up the banner like this, her life will be ruined. I beg you, let her go. I don't want a single cent of this money. Take it all back. I'll take care of my daughter myself. How much did your husband spend on her? Give me a figure. I'll definitely pay it back." Chen Jifu spoke with a dialect of Mandarin, word by word, sonorous and powerful. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Moreover, it was extremely shocking. No one expected Chen Jifu to kneel down directly. Even the woman didn't know what to do. Chen Song quickly went up to help Chen Jifu up, but Chen Jifu waved his hand. Miss, I know that you've suffered. I also know that my daughter has caused you a great loss and blow. I won't side with her. If she's wrong, then so be it. But she's still unconscious. As her father, I apologize to you first. Please let her go. At this time, a little boy ran over and walked to the woman's side. After seeing this scene, he looked at Chen Jifu curiously with wide eyes and raised his head to look at the woman. The boy wasn't very old, about 4 or 5 years old. Mom, what's wrong? The woman secretly wiped her tears. Go and help that grandpa up. The little boy nodded and walked carefully to Chen Jifu's side. He looked at him and said in a childish voice, Grandpa, get up. A man bleeds and sweats, but not tears. He can't kneel. Mom said that a man has gold under his knees. He can't kneel indiscriminately. Chen Jifu looked at the little boy and felt extremely guilty. Honestly speaking, he now knew that his daughter had not only destroyed a woman, but also an entire family. Thinking of this, Chen Jifu felt even more guilty. Although he also knew that a man might still have an affair without his daughter, he should never let his daughter destroy someone else's family. Chen Jifu not only knew that a man had gold under his knees, but he also knew that a man could kneel to the heavens, the earth, and their parents, but not others. But, as a father, he was willing to give up his dignity. He only hoped that his daughter's future would not be affected. He knew that his daughter had also encountered a desperate situation and didn't know what to do. She chose to commit suicide to escape. Chen Jifu was willing to face these things for his daughter. He originally thought it was humiliation, but he didn't expect to see a broken family. Thinking of this, Chen Jifu felt even more apologetic. At this moment, a woman in a hospital gown suddenly ran out. It was none other than Xianxia. She saw her father kneeling on the ground. If she still remained indifferent, she wouldn't be human anymore. She cried and knelt in front of her father. Dad, I was wrong. Boo-hoo. I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have destroyed your family. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Xianxia knelt there, hugging her father and wailing. Chen Jifu sighed. At this moment, the woman stood there and watched this scene. She couldn't help but cry. She stared at Xianxia. Don't cry. What do you have to cry for? I really envy you. You have such a father who atones for your sins. A father who is willing to stand in front of you to protect you. A father who is willing to kneel. It's true. After the incident, he didn't return home even once. He just told me to get a divorce. I'm also a woman. Should I be bullied? Where is the father of my child? As the woman spoke, she slumped to the ground. The scene was out of control for a while. At this moment, the little boy saw his mother crying. He quickly ran over and hugged his mother. He wiped the tears off his mother's face with his little hand. With a sobbing tone and tears in his eyes, he said, Mom, don't cry. I will protect you. I've grown up. I will protect you. The woman couldn't hold it in anymore and immediately cried loudly. After a while, more and more onlookers gathered. Chen Jifu sighed and helped the woman up. Miss, I was wrong. Take the money back. When my daughter recovers, I will bring her to your house to apologize. I hope you can forgive her. The woman wiped her tears and glanced at Xianxia. You should be grateful that you have a good father. After speaking, the woman got up and left. To be honest, Xianxia was just a fuse. Rather than hating Xianxia, it was better to say that she hated her husband. Chen Song looked at Chen Jifu and couldn't help but sigh. A father's love is like a mountain, it's true. A father's love for his children is regardless of the cost. For his children, he is willing to shed his blood. He is willing to lower a man's most precious dignity to dust. He is willing to kneel on the ground. He only hoped that his daughter would be safe for the rest of his life. P.S. A few days have passed since Father's Day. I wish all the fathers in the world good health and good luck in everything. I also hope that all the children will not have to worry about their fathers. This is the best gift. The woman will cook something delicious for her father. Or buy something you like and make a small cotton-padded jacket. The man will buy some wine for his father. Sit down with him to drink and chat. When we grow up, our father is actually old. He has a lot of things he wants to tell us about what we should do in the future. Chat with him. Father will not harm you. Last night, I had dinner with the leader. I have something to share with everyone. Then, one of the old section chiefs in his 50s had a boy. When it was time to talk about marriage, he drank too much and spoke openly. He said, "My son likes a girl. The girl asked to buy a house, but our family's conditions are average. We can't afford it. There is also the betrothal gift." Because of this matter, it was delayed for more than a year. Later, my son and I drank too much one day. He couldn't stop crying. He didn't want me to be tired, but he really didn't want to give up on the girl. He said, generally, when a family encounters such a situation, most fathers want to fulfill their son's wish and give him happiness. It doesn't matter if they are tired or not. Mothers usually choose to interfere with the marriage at this time. I think it makes sense. I will share it with everyone. Just treat it as a short story. Xianxia was already a little weak. After crying like this, she slumped to the ground and almost couldn't stand up. Xianxia's mother was not very useful. It was already good enough that she could manage the family well. Although Chen Jifu married into the family, to be honest, this man was still the pillar in her heart. He was the real head of the family. Seeing that her daughter's matter was resolved, the wife was also relieved. To be honest, she had been thinking about what to do along the way, but she had no idea in the end. It's fine as long as it's resolved, it's fine as long as it's resolved. Chen Jifu, who had been working hard for a long time, picked up Xianxia, who weighed 100 pounds. He walked towards the intensive care unit. The people around looked at this ordinary and even rustic man and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. He's a man. After Xianxia was picked up by her father, she habitually snuggled up to him. How many years has it been? She was no longer carried by her father. She was like a child who would never grow up. His chest was as broad, warm, and steady as ever. A familiar smell came from her father's body. It was the smell of sweat. However, she felt very comfortable. All kinds of past events surfaced in her mind. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly realized how stupid she was in the past. What kind of world was this? What a luxurious life. What she really had was not these. When she was in the most desperate situation, she despised it. She felt that it was old-fashioned and was even worried that her father, a migrant worker, would step forward to protect her. However, he didn't despise her for being shameful. Being a mistress, this kind of thing would have been drowned in a pig cage in the past. To his simple and traditional parents, what he had done was definitely not acceptable in terms of morality and ethics. However, when she was wrong, her father paid for her. Not only did he not blame her, but he opened his arms to welcome all the humiliation. At this moment, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Guilt filled her heart. Xianxia suddenly didn't dare to look up at her father. She felt that she didn't deserve to be a woman. She always found trouble for her parents. It was useless to say anything. She should treat her parents better in the future. After Xianxia was sent to the intensive care unit, she looked at Chen Jifu, who was about to turn around and leave. She suddenly called out, "Dad." Chen Jifu was about to turn around and look at his daughter, wanting to say something. However, after thinking about it, he didn't know what to say. He grinned and walked out. Seeing her father smile, Xianxia knew that he had forgiven her. She was crying. She cried a little sadly. It turned out that they were the ones who didn't despise you and loved you the most in this world. After coming out of the intensive care unit, Chen Jifu found Chen Song. "Chen Song, thank you so much." Chen Song smiled. "It's fine. You don't have to be so polite, uncle." Chen Jifu smiled bitterly. Is Xiaoli all right?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes, it shouldn't be a big problem. Today's follow-up results are basically normal, but she definitely needs to stay in the hospital for some time to recover." Chen Jifu nodded. "It's good that you are fine. Your aunt will stay for a few days." I am going back to Yunnan tomorrow. Chen Song said, okay, uncle, don't worry. You can rest assured with me here. Chen Jifu wanted to say something but hesitated. He looked at Chen Song and couldn't help but say, Chen Song, uncle has a favor to ask of you. Chen Song smiled. Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it. Chen Jifu nodded, this. Don't tell anyone about Xiaoli. Okay, I promise I won't tell anyone. I will call my parents and ask them not to tell anyone. Uncle, you can rest assured. Chen Jifu nodded, well, I'm leaving. I won't see Xiaoli. There are still a lot of things to do at the construction site. Also, let her reflect. Chen Song said, I will book a ticket for you. Chen Jifu smiled awkwardly, no need. I have already bought a train ticket for the early morning. He left the money to his wife and asked her to take care of the girl. He bought a hard seat for himself. From the capital to Kunming, it took 18 hours a day. The ticket price was 320 yuan. When he came, this was the first time Chen Jifu took a plane in his life. It might also be the last time. He couldn't bear to pay such a high price. The next day after Chen Jifu left, Chen Shelley came out of the intensive care unit. She seemed to be in a much better condition. The intensive care unit had strict requirements for visiting time. It was only once a day. It didn't take long. It was different in each hospital and in each period. There were more serious patients in the ICU of the emergency center. The visiting time was only 10 minutes. Moreover, the price of the intensive care unit was not always more than 10,000 yuan a day. It was mainly related to the treatment you received, the monitoring, the items used, the drugs used, and the indicators of the tests. After all, the hospital's charges were also detailed. Generally, a list of yesterday's charges would be printed out and handed to the family every day. Those who don't know this can take the initiative to ask for it from the nurse. This is the patient's right. Remember to look at the details carefully. It is not uncommon for some small hospitals to charge indiscriminately. On Thursday morning, it was already August. Qinyu walked carefully into the director's office. Sun Guanyu was reading a book. He couldn't help but smile when he saw Qinyu tiptoeing in like a little mouse. Why are you here? Qinyu handed the freshman information in his hands to Sun Guanyu. Teacher, this is the name list of our new graduate students this year. The graduate department asked me to send it over. Sun Guanyu smiled. Put it where it is. Do you have any suitable candidates? Or do you have any juniors that you want to take in? When Qinyu heard the question, he couldn't help but say, I have one. Sun Guanyu was curious. Who? Qinyu said happily, Chen Song. Teacher, I'll get Chen Song to be your student. Then I'll be his senior. Ha ha ha. When Qinyu thought of this, he couldn't stop laughing. Sun Guanyu also smiled helplessly. Okay, stop dreaming. But isn't Professor Chen a master's student? He's only in his second year. Qinyu said with a smile, he'll graduate this Saturday. Sun Guanyu was stunned. What do you mean? Qinyu said, he applied for early graduation, and the school couldn't refuse. This Saturday, the school decided to hold a graduation defense for him. When Sun Guanyu heard this, his eyes lit up. Chen Song's graduation defense, this was definitely going to be an exciting event. Thinking of this, Sun Guanyu decided to go and have a look. Right, the president of the Donyang Medical University was. Right, wasn't it Qin Xiaoyuan, Qinyu's father, Qin Xiaoyuan, had just been transferred to be the president. Thinking of this, Sun Guanyu said with a smile, yeah, Professor Chen's graduation defense. It shouldn't be a problem for me to watch, right? Qinyu narrowed his eyes. Teacher, don't you want to be an examiner? This sentence made Sun Guanyu a little excited and a little agitated. Was it possible to be an examiner? If it was possible, Sun Guanyu would definitely wake up laughing in his dreams. After all, this was Professor Chen's graduation thesis defense. How many years later, he would say that he was the one who helped Chen Song with his graduation thesis defense? How exciting would that be? Thinking of this, Sun Guanyu prepared to speak. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly said, actually, Teacher Sun, I'm here today to apply for marriage leave. Do you think, when Sun Guanyu heard this, he was instantly amused? Aya, this little girl actually knows how to play tricks on your teacher. Marriage leave, right? Sun Guanyu waved his hand. Marriage. This is a good thing. You can write down the number of days for the leave yourself. Sun Guanyu wrote an empty check. Qinyu had a look of success on her face. She couldn't help but say, Teacher, the graduate department. Sun Guanyu glanced at Qinyu. He increasingly felt that this girl was digging a hole for him today. If Qin Xiaoyuan was present, he would definitely sneer. My dear girl, you can even set up your own father, let alone your teacher. Sun Guanyu looked at Qinyu's mischievous eyes and said with a smile, let me teach you a good idea. Qinyu immediately said happily, Teacher, let me pour some tea for you. Seeing Qinyu happily holding the teacup to get some water, Sun Guanyu smiled and said, it's a very simple thing. You just have to send a wedding invitation to Chen Song to the head of the graduate department. How simple is this? Qinyu said awkwardly. When the school started, the head of the graduate department said that it's best that we don't apply for marriage leave or maternity leave during the school period. Sun Guanyu couldn't help but say, are you stupid? You didn't apply for leave. You just went to send the invitation. He was the one who approved it. Qinyu was stunned. It seemed that what the teacher said made sense. He immediately smiled and said, okay, teacher, I will tell my dad tonight that you are very knowledgeable in the field of statistics. After saying that, he got up and left. Qinyu went home and picked up the invitation. He then walked toward the graduate student office of Union Medical University. He felt a little uneasy. She had a nagging feeling that she was sending food to the tiger's mouth by doing this. No, she was displaying her slight skill in front of an expert. No, she was showing off in front of an expert. They were here to challenge the dignity of the research department. After all, Director Zhan had clearly said that it was best not to get married and have children during the school term. He would not approve of marriage or maternity leave. If he took the initiative to send an invitation, he would be suspected of courting death. When he reached the door, Qinyu regretted his decision. He turned around and prepared to leave. But, just as he turned around, the door opened. Zhang Yufeng glanced at Qinyu and couldn't help but say, Qinyu? What are you doing here? Qinyu quickly said, this. Director, it's nothing. I'm just passing by. Yes, passing by. Zhang Yufeng couldn't help but laugh. Come in and talk. What are you holding in your hands? Qinyu made up his mind. Director Zhan, this is for you. Zhang Yufeng was stunned. Looking at the red invitation, he was stunned. He raised his head and glanced at Qinyu. He solemnly opened the invitation. Instantly, Zhang Yufeng's eyes lit up. His heart was wild with joy. Damn, it was indeed a wedding invitation. Southern Mountain Village. It's really the Southern Mountain Village. Zhang Yufeng hurriedly closed the invitation. Okay, no problem. I have time. Qinyu was stunned. He looked at Director Zhan. This? Director. Zhang Yufeng smiled and said, understood, understood. It's a secret. Qinyu blushed. No, Director, I'm here to apply for leave. Zhang Yufeng heard this and instantly laughed. Apply for leave? It's not appropriate to apply for leave. After all, we have a rule that you're not allowed to apply for leave during your studies. How about this, we have a training program that will last for a month. How about this, you can go. Zhang Yufeng's expression didn't change as he spoke to Qinyu. Qinyu hurriedly said, thank you, Director. Zhang Yufeng waved his hand. Go quickly. After Qinyu left, Zhang Yufeng looked at the invitation. He couldn't contain his joy. The weight of Chen Song's invitation was extraordinary. After Sun Guanyu from the General Surgery Department received it, he showed it off for more than a week. He had won too. One had to know that many people attended Chen Song's wedding. And they were all top figures in the industry. Attending such a wedding was simply a symbol of status. Zhang Yufeng smiled and took a photo of the invitation cover. He happily posted it on his WeChat moments. Chen Song was also quite busy recently. The wedding on August 18th was getting closer and closer. During this period of time, the hospital was not busy. Chen Song was prepared to take a leave of absence to get married. It was also a good time to relax. However, before that, there was one more thing. That was the graduation defense. This was neither a big nor small matter. However, Chen Song had to prepare well. Xianxia had been transferred to the position of principal of Dongyang Medical University. However, the position of the director of the second provincial hospital had not been removed yet. To be precise, the right person had not been found yet. The current second provincial hospital was different from the past. Many people were eyeing this hospital. Dongyang province was not small, and Anyang city had a population of 8 million. However, the medical circle was only so big. Chen Song was now a popular person in the medical field. This was known by all the leaders of the health system in Anyang city. All of them were eyeing the position of the director of the second provincial hospital. Everyone wanted to come and bask in the glory. After all, now, everyone knew that Chen Song had gone to the capital to further his studies. He was still in the second provincial hospital. After he came, he would also be the chief of the newly built emergency department building. If Chen Song made some achievements, who would not be happy? Therefore, for a time, it was also a competition. Even the chief of the provincial people's hospital wanted to come over. Almost everyone was optimistic about the second provincial hospital. To be precise, they were optimistic about Chen Song. Therefore, they could not confirm the candidate for the time being. As a result, Xianxia continued to take on a part-time role during this period of time. Chen Song could not just deal with his father-in-law's graduation defense right after he went up. That would not look good either. Therefore, Chen Song was also preparing diligently. Moreover, to be honest, Chen Song was actually quite grateful to Teacher Meng. Teacher Meng was also a good person. Chen Song thought that he could leave some gifts for Teacher Meng when he graduated. Therefore, this needed to be carefully studied. Just as Chen Song was about to ask for leave from Director Wu Tongfu, the 6 departments of the emergency department were in chaos. Team leader Ma, Chin Shaoli in bed 29 suddenly started bleeding from her nose again. We can't find out the reason. Ma Yuhui was stunned and quickly began to check and treat her. He realized that there was no way to stop the bleeding. It was intermittent, and her nose would bleed after a while. This made old Ma dumbfounded. Could it be that the enemy rat had repeated? However, this was the first time they heard that the enemy rat could be repeatedly poisoned. What was going on? Could it be that she drank medicine again? P.S. I went to Datong today and took the train there in the afternoon. I started writing when I arrived at my mother-in-law's house. Chin Shaoli's situation was special. A few days ago, she had taken an enemy rat orally, which led to abnormal blood coagulation and induced bleeding. Was she taking medicine again? For a moment, this possibility appeared in everyone's mind again. Ma Yuhui hesitated for a moment before getting up and walking towards the ward. Chin Shaoli was frightened at this time. People were like this. Suicide was an impulsive consumption, but it was a consumption of life. Most people regretted it after they regained it. Chin Shaoli was like this. She thought she had been reborn, but now she suddenly began to bleed. She was frightened. Was she going to die? Ma Yuhui saw Chin Shaoli's pale face and quickly asked, "You didn't take medicine again, right?" Chin Shaoli's face changed and she shook her head. "No. Have you eaten anything special recently?" "No, during the 2 days in the hospital, I ate the hospital cafeteria food." These were all bought by Chin Shaoli's mother using Chen Song's meal card. Chen Song did not stay in the hospital for 600 yuan a month. He usually did not use it, so he gave it to Chin Shaoli's mother for them to use. Ma Yuhui continued to ask, "Is there a similar history of bleeding in your family?" Chin Shaoli frowned and glanced at her mother. No. Ma Yuhui frowned. This was strange. Was it the follow-up reaction of the enemy rat? After returning, Ma Yuhui quickly led the department members to start the examination, hoping to find some diagnostic clues. Then, they used a simpler test to screen to find out the cause of bleeding. Then, they did a more complicated diagnostic test. This was the routine of diagnosis. Quantum mechanics definitely wouldn't work in the medical field if he couldn't make a decision. Old Ma told the doctor in charge, blood routine, once every 2 days. Then, do a manual blood cell classification, screening test, platelet adhesion and aggregation test, coagulation test. Bleeding like this was not a problem at all. A nosebleed was better, but if the central system bled, the consequences would be serious. A small amount of bleeding could lead to death. The cause must be found. In fact, for a doctor, the most terrible disease was not the most serious disease, but the unknown risk. Was a tumor scary? But do you have to worry about the oncologist? Of course not, because they had a set of detailed compasses to formulate a plan for the patient's situation. Was a nosebleed a big deal? It could be big or small. At 10:12 a.m., Xianxia's nose started bleeding again. At 10:40 a.m., he started coughing blood. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the bleeding worsened again. For a moment, the doctor in charge was at a loss of what to do. Ma Yuhui immediately invited consultation experts, including the directors of the Department of Hematology, Department of Otolaryngology, Department of Respiratory Medicine, Department of Endocrinology, Department of Rheumatology, Department of Immunology, and other departments for consultation. Everyone began to discuss nervously. There was no way to stop the bleeding now. The blood routine and coagulation indicators were normal, which meant that the coagulation treatment could not be performed yet. But where did the blood come from? If it wasn't abnormal blood coagulation, then was it internal organ bleeding, leukemia, or was it a tumor? However, the results of the leukemia test did not support this at all. Could it be a tumor or internal bleeding? First, he did a laryngoscope and gastroscopy to see if there was any bleeding in the gastric mucosa and if there was any damage in the throat. This group of directors was very concerned about such a strange disease. Exploring the unknown was what they liked to do the most at their age. If they discovered a disease that had never existed before, they would be in big trouble. However, half an hour later, the results showed that there was no bleeding in the esophagus or stomach. All of a sudden, everyone became curious. Let's do a CT scan to check if there's any damage to the lungs. Everyone nodded at the respiratory department director's words. There was a history of rodenticide poisoning, and the patient had hemoptysis and nosebleeds. They needed to consider if the bleeding came from the respiratory tract or lungs. Xianxia was transferred to the radiology department again. Ma Yuhui and the others discussed the patient's condition outside and waited for the results. At this moment, the radiologist suddenly rushed out and opened the door. Oh no, the patient's heart has stopped. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. How? What was going on? Why did the patient's heart suddenly stop? Old Ma hurried in. What's going on? Chief Yang of the radiology department was also sweating anxiously. Pericardial tamponade. It's very likely to be pericardial tamponade. I think the heart shadow is very big. Hurry up and do a color ultrasound to check. Everyone was stunned when they heard the radiologist's words. How could pericardial tamponade happen out of the blue? The pericardium was a closed fibrous sac that enveloped the heart. There was a small amount of serous fluid in the pericardium that acted as a lubricant when the heart was beating. Once the pericardium bled, it would compress the heart and affect the heartbeat. Once this happened, the patient would have a slim chance of survival. Therefore, these chief physicians were all veterans. No matter how shocked and curious they were, they did not forget what they had to do now. The radiology department and the emergency department were on the same floor. A nurse quickly pushed a trolley over. Xianxia was also hurriedly sent to the resuscitation room. For a moment, the emergency department was busy again. Old Ma personally performed the scalpel and started the pericardium aspiration under the ultrasound. Old Ma was very skilled. His long experience in the emergency department made it easy for him. The pericardial puncture was a success. Xianxia's heartbeat started to recover, but her blood pressure was still very low. In other words, the situation was still not optimistic. Before old Ma could catch his breath, a horrifying thing happened. Xianxia's eyes, mouth, nose, and ears began to bleed. At this moment, everyone was really scared out of their wits. There was no trace of blood on her originally pale face, but now, she was bleeding from all 7 orifices. When the entire emergency department saw this situation, even the experienced and knowledgeable people were scared. Even the nurses who were in charge of resuscitation felt sorry for the girl. Was there any hope of survival? Should they continue resuscitation? Could they save her? At this moment, these questions appeared in everyone's minds. Everyone was a little at a loss. Resuscitation, shock, Hemostasis, blood transfusion, this had become the main theme of the current situation. Perhaps, as long as they transfused the blood fast enough, the patient would not die, right? Old Ma sighed, feeling a little regretful and helpless. This was the emergency department. When they thought they had succeeded, they would always encounter such things. What should we do? The young doctor in charge could not help but ask. However, this time, no one answered. Because no one knew how to answer. Was she going to die in a daze? At this moment, the doctor in charge suddenly said, "Should we call Professor Chen?" Professor Chen's name was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly making everyone's eyes light up. That's right, perhaps Chen Song would have a solution. Everyone in the emergency department thought so. Because Chen Song had saved people more than once, and more than once, he had solved the problem. At this time, everyone suddenly realized that Professor Chen was no longer a junior doctor, but a pillar of support. When everyone was out of ideas, he became the person they could rely on. What was this? This could be the director. At this time, Yu Yonggang also walked in. He had just finished the surgery and was informed of this matter. Now, Qin Shali had suddenly become a critical and difficult patient in the emergency department. How is it? Yu Yonggang asked as soon as he came in. However, when Yu Yonggang saw the blood on her face, nose, eyes, mouth, and ears, she was bleeding. He was stunned. This scene was too hideous. It was extremely uncomfortable. There's no clear diagnosis yet, Old Ma said with a frown. After a while, Yu Yonggang suddenly said, "Call Chen Song and ask him to come over." Yu Yonggang was not thinking of anyone else but Chen Song. However, after thinking about it, Yu Yonggang still decided to ask Director Wu for help. After all, Director Wu was very experienced and had seen all kinds of strange diseases in the clinic. Chen Song was just about to come out of the director's office when he smiled at Wu Tongfu and said, "Director Wu, then I'll really go back." Wu Tongfu smiled and nodded. "Go, you kid, hurry up and go. Why are you still not transferring to the emergency department?" Chen Song smiled, "I'm worried that you'll miss me." Haha. Wu Tongfu smiled and pointed at Chen Song's nose. "You kid, hurry up and go. I might watch your graduation thesis defense. Prepare well, I think there will be a lot of people there. Also, don't come back after you get married and go on your honeymoon." Before he finished speaking, the phone rang. At the same time, Chen Song saw Director Wu's phone ring. He said goodbye and was about to leave. However, at this time, his phone also rang. It was Ma Yuehui. "Leader Ma, what's wrong?" Old Ma said anxiously, "Hurry up and come to the emergency room. Qin Shali's situation is a bit special. She has been having a nosebleed since this morning. She began to have a cardiac arrest in the morning. Just after the fluid was drawn, she suddenly started bleeding from her 7 orifices." Chen Song's expression changed. "I'll head over right now." At the same time, Wu Tongfu finished the call and said, "I'll be right there." After saying that, Wu Tongfu glanced at Chen Song. The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly ran to the emergency room. After arriving at the emergency department, the two of them went straight to the resuscitation room. When they arrived, they saw a rather frightening scene. Qin Shali was still bleeding. At this moment, Chen Song frowned. Wu Tongfu even said to Yu Yonggang, "Give me the inspection report." The doctor in charge handed it over directly. Chen Song carefully observed. After reading the case, Wu Tongfu frowned. He felt that there was something fishy about this disease. What was going on? Chen Song did not dare to let down his guard. He carefully investigated all the details. If it was an enemy rat that was poisoned, such a thing should not have happened, right? Bleeding from the 7 orifices, something was wrong, Chen Song quickly said, "Check if there is bleeding in the lower body." When the surrounding doctors heard Chen Song's words, they did not know why he asked this question. Could it be helpful for the diagnosis? The nurses of the 6 emergency departments were very obedient to Chen Song's words. They nodded directly and took off Qin Shali's pants to take a look. They were surprised to find, "There is." This sentence directly stunned everyone around. Sure enough, there was. Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly ran outside and said to Wu Tongfu and the others, "Call Director Huang Qiuying and ask her to come for a consultation." Huang Qiuying was the director of the gynecology department and a national expert. She had also cooperated with Chen Song to diagnose and treat patients with iliac vein rupture. After hearing Chen Song's question, everyone was stunned. Why did he call for the gynecology department? At this time, after Chen Song came out of the emergency department, he found Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou came to the hospital when she had time these few days. Today was no exception. Chen Song hurried over and asked, Xiao Rou, let me ask you something. When is Chen Xiaoli's period? Generally speaking, only two kinds of people were very clear about this kind of thing. One was a female roommate, and the other was a boyfriend. After Xiao Rou heard this, her small face blushed. It should be in a few days. I just came. Generally speaking, for university classmates, girls who lived together for a long time would gradually get closer to their period. Research showed that when girls in the same dormitory lived together for a long time, even their period would come together. The difference was only a few days. Don't ask me why I know. Hearing this, Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. It was possible. It was very likely that it was that kind of disease. After Chen Song finished asking, he went straight back to the resuscitation room. At this time, Director Huang Qiuying also came. Even Director Huang Qiuying looked at the case curiously. After reading it, she was at a loss. She did not understand why she was invited. This kind of abnormal bleeding disease was really complicated. Wu Tongfu could not help but ask, Chen Song, Director Huang is also invited. You. What do you think? Everyone stared at Chen Song, full of curiosity. Chen Song looked at Huang Qiuying and could not help but ask, Director Huang, does it look like an EPEM pelvic endometriosis? After hearing this sentence, Huang Qiuying's face changed. The patient is on her period? Chen Song nodded, yes. I just asked. It's in these 2 days. The surrounding directors looked at Huang Qiuying and Chen Song with a blank face. What kind of disease was this? It was the first time Huang Qiuying had seen this disease, but she had seen it in the literature. She did not expect to see such a disease in real life. Thinking of this, Huang Qiuying could not help but say, in 1921, Professor Sampson proposed a phenomenon. During menstruation, the endometrial glandular epithelium and mesenchymal cells contained in the menstrual blood flow back into the pelvic cavity, resulting in pelvic endometriosis. Now, this theory has been recognized by people and has been confirmed by animal experiments. Everyone frowned slightly, as if they had been enlightened. Huang Qiuying continued, so, follow-up research found that the endometrial cells enter the circulatory system and settle in the lungs, liver, pericardium, and other places. Accompanied by bleeding during menstruation, this can naturally explain the symptoms of pneumothorax, abdominal bleeding, nerve compression, and other symptoms. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes widened. Was this possible? Huang Qiuying was also a little skeptical. This disease is theoretically possible, but, moreover, there are only 4 types of endometriosis outside the pelvic cavity. The conditions in the lungs and the abdominal cavity belong to 2 of them. As far as endometriosis in the lungs is concerned, so far, there have only been 30 cases reported in the world. Most thoracic surgeons will not encounter a case in their lifetime. Chen Song nodded, that's right. I also saw a review of EPEM by Tongji University's Professor Xia Suisheng, a leading figure in the foreign scientific community. He said that EPEM is extremely difficult to diagnose if you don't think of it. Once you think of its characteristics, it will be natural. It has a unique style among the rare diseases. That's why I thought of this possibility. I suspect that the patient already has this disease. Then, under the stimulation of the rat drug, the condition became more unstable, which led to this manifestation. After everyone heard this, they were stunned for a long time. They could not say anything for a long time. According to Chen Song, the bleeding was menstruation. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly felt that it was a little unreal. Menstruation could flow like this was too classy. P.S. Thank you to listening to The Wind at Wanzhou for the 10,000 tip. There's more in the afternoon. I realized that when I update too little or too late, I don't even dare to speak or look at the comments. I realized that I actually feel guilty. Sigh. After updating, I realized that I'm much more confident. Haha, please give me a ticket. With regards to this kind of high-class great-aunt, it was really an eye-opener for everyone. Pelvic extraneous endometriosis, it could even cause bleeding from the 7 orifices. Everyone felt that their knowledge had increased a lot. Huang Qiuying looked at the examination results and report. The more she read, the more excited she became. After reading it, she hurriedly asked the doctor in charge to take Xianxia away. There were many ways to treat endometriosis in the gynecology department. This was a treasure. There had not been such a patient in the entire capital in the past 2 years. Would it be possible to take her back and study her? The treatment was simple. But the diagnosis was not simple. Who could associate such a patient with endometriosis? For a moment, Huang Qiuying glanced at Chen Song and couldn't help but marvel. Professor Chen, you are so amazing. You even know about this rare gynecological disease? If I didn't attend an international conference, I wouldn't even know the name. Professor Chen, you are really amazing. The surrounding directors looked at Chen Song and sighed in their hearts. This was not a test of anything else. It was simply a test of experience and knowledge. Wu Tongfu nodded and looked at Chen Song with appreciation. To be honest, I really can't bear to let you go. The surrounding students also looked at Professor Chen with admiration. They were really envious. They also wanted to be a doctor who stood up for others when they were at a loss. It was so honorable. To be able to become a doctor like Professor Chen was really worth it, Old Ma sighed. Why give birth to a horse? Slap. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a crisp slap made Old Ma realize the reality. Old Ma looked at Yu Yonggang with an aggrieved face. Old Yu, why did you slap me again? Did I say anything wrong? Yu Yonggang nodded with a serious face and said, even if you don't give birth to a horse, you have to give birth to a dog. What's the use of having you? Chen Song can save people. You should eat more. After saying that, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Old Ma's eyes were filled with anger. He looked at Chen Song as if he was an irreconcilable enemy. Chen Song smiled and lowered his head to look at the 6 inches below the horse's navel. Old Ma was angry at first. After all, he shouldn't expose someone's shortcomings. But, he immediately wilted. They couldn't afford to offend him. Forget it, forget it. The thing that I, Ma Beilei, regret the most in my life is asking you to perform an operation. Huang Qiuying was ready to leave at this time. She looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, I really don't understand what your major is. But I think, you must be talented in gynecology. If you want to learn, remember to call me. With that, Huang Qiuying left immediately. When the surrounding directors saw that the problem had been solved, they also dispersed. Professor Chen, come visit the hematology department when you have time. Professor Chen, let's go. Yes, Professor Chen. Call me if you need anything. The resuscitation room fell silent. Wu Tongfu looked at Chen Song and couldn't help but sigh. I suddenly regret it. Chen Song was stunned. Regret what? Yu Yonggang and Old Ma also looked at Director Wu curiously. Wu Tongfu said with a smile, I regret agreeing to your request for leave. I was still saying that the emergency department could still not transfer without you. Now it seems that the emergency department really can't do without you. Hearing the leader's words, Yu Yonggang's face turned red. He sighed and slapped Old Ma in exasperation. I'm talking about you. You should read more books and look at houses every day. What's so good about houses? Can't you read more papers and magazines? Old Ma looked at Yu Yonggang with a blank expression. Seeing him and Director Wu get up and leave, he suddenly felt very wronged. The graduation defense was this weekend. Chen Song wasn't prepared for anything. The topic was undecided, and the content was undecided, not to mention the PowerPoint and thesis. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a little melancholic. In fact, Chen Song could have used what he had said in the past to deal with it. However, Chen Song felt that he would be letting Teacher Meng down. Not long after returning from the AATS meeting, Teacher Meng and Director Li returned to Ammonium Yang. Although Chen Song had considered the matter of graduation carefully, he still felt a little reluctant in the end. After all, at that time, he was still a greenhorn. In order to follow a few more surgeries, he would go to the First People's Hospital of Eastern University every day before work ended. Teacher Meng was quite a good person. She did not hold back at all. All her surgical skills and concepts had a lot of influence on Xianxia. Of course, Teacher Meng's ability was limited. After all, how much clinical experience could she have after 3 years of clinical practice? Moreover, during her doctorate, she spent more time on scientific research than clinical practice. However, in life, Teacher Meng was still good to him. She would order food for him every time, and in consideration of Xianxia, she would order 2 servings each time. Ge Huai could only watch. Moreover, Teacher Meng had a good temper. During the surgery, he often scolded her when he was anxious. However, Teacher Meng did not mind. At most, she would glare at him fiercely with a murderous gaze. After all, she had big breasts but no brains. Teacher Meng forgot about it after the surgery. Instead, she happily brought him to eat. Therefore, Xianxia was still quite touched by this. He was about to graduate. Xianxia was actually a little reluctant. Suddenly, Xianxia had an idea. Why don't I transfer Teacher Meng over? Thinking of this, Xianxia felt that this was a solution worth thinking about. He would transfer Teacher Meng to the emergency department of the Second People's Hospital and be in charge of the first-floor emergency cardiac surgery department as the director. Firstly, Teacher Meng was obedient. Secondly, Teacher Meng was very obedient. Xianxia felt that this idea was not bad. Although the current Teacher Meng could not support a large cardiac surgery department, there was no problem with common diseases. If he encountered difficult and complicated diseases, it would not be a big problem. Moreover, the key was that Teacher Meng's scientific research ability was very strong. This was something that Xianxia had witnessed. Some time ago, when he was performing the aortic dissection surgery, Teacher Meng had summarized some information for Xianxia more than once. She had even helped Xianxia publish a few articles. Even during the follow-up period, Teacher Meng had participated in Chief Li Baoshan's thesis and insights, as well as the other people's speeches on AATS. Teacher Meng was still very capable as a top student of the Karolinska Institute in Sweden. Why don't I let her be the director here and do some scientific research? Thinking of this, Xianxia felt that it was very feasible. In the future, when Teacher Meng was by his side, he would occasionally guide him and shock him. His favorability would also be endless. This was indispensable to improve his cardiac surgery skills. Xianxia suddenly felt a little surprised by his great decision. Dongyang Medical University was still in summer vacation. The newly transferred principal, Xianxia, was not very busy. Sitting in the director's office of the Second Provincial Hospital, old Qin brewed a pot of top-notch civet cat poop coffee for his old rival, Tan Ligua, and handed him an American cigarette that he couldn't name. The two of them just sat in the office. They had been competitors for several years. When it was time to leave, they felt a little sympathetic. Xianxia even took out the cat poop coffee that Ji Ruyun had treasured. Xianxia smoked usually, but not much. Most of the time, he went out for consultations. There were too many patients. There were more than 100 people in the morning. During the consultation, he would smoke a cigarette to relieve his fatigue and refresh himself when he went to the toilet. In the office today, the two of them were confused. They smoked, drank coffee, and chatted. Tan Ligua glanced at Xianxia. This coffee is really good. Xianxia smiled and said generously, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Tan Ligua could not help but laugh. So generous? Xianxia said indifferently, damn, it's not a big deal. My son-in-law, Xianxia, sent a lot of coffee to his American friends. He likes to cause trouble. He went to attend an AATS meeting. What do you know about the result? In a moment of carelessness, I almost took all of their annual awards. In the end, the president felt bad and said that he would let Xianxia be the president. In the end, this kid was too busy, so he became the vice president. Xianxia was happy. Xianxia was his honor now. Dean Qin, who rarely showed off in the past, had turned into a crazy son-in-law, Principal Qin. Tan Ligua was stunned for a moment when he heard that. He sighed. Xiaoqian is really amazing. How long has it been? He has grown to this extent. But, what does this have to do with cat poop coffee? Xianxia laughed. It's okay, I'm just telling you. Tan Ligua rolled his eyes in anger. Lao Qin smiled and said, I can't say that it's okay. Aren't we going to a meeting? Xiao Chen and the rest were preparing to return to China, but they were stopped when they boarded the plane and were about to take off. The granddaughter of the mayor of New York City has congenital tetralogy of Fallot. She needs surgery, and the AATS Association's expert presidents and vice presidents can't solve it. In the end, they could only ask Chen Song to do it. The mayor of New York, Old Kurt, extended the flight for a while and then invited Chen Song to do the surgery. The surgery was very successful. In the end, Old Kurt had his son send him back on a private jet with a bunch of gifts. By the way, let me tell you something. Don't tell anyone else. The Old Kurt family donated $2,000 to Chen Song's Cardiac Nonstop Medical Research Center. Tan Ligua looked at Qin Xiaoyuan's eloquent manner and sighed with envy. I'm old. Lao Qin. This is the future of young people. Look at you. You never showed off in the past, but now you talk about Chen Song all day. Qin Xiaoyuan lit a cigarette and took a puff. Shoo. Yes, our generation is old. Yes, we've been in this unit for 10 years, right? You're here too. Tan Ligua smiled. That's right. We've been doing this for 10 years, and it's the same for 10 years. But, who would have thought that I didn't lose to you, Qin Xiaoyuan, but to your son-in-law? At this point, the two of them looked at each other and suddenly laughed. When he said these words, he felt a lot more intimate. Qin Xiaoyuan also chuckled. Yes, speaking of which, you're also trying to trip up my son-in-law. Tan Ligua couldn't help but say, you really hold a grudge. Besides, real gold fears no fire. If Chen Song can't even pass me, how can Qin Xiaoyuan take him seriously? The two of them laughed again. After a while, Tan Ligua continued, to be honest, I still feel comfortable when I work with you. I feel a little uncomfortable when it's someone else. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he couldn't help but ask, I estimate that the work here will be completely finished by September at the latest. What's wrong? Do you have any news? Are you sure about the person now? Tan Ligua nodded. Yes, I have some news. I heard that it's not someone from Dongyang. It might be the vice president of Chiang Medical University. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly froze and frowned. Are you sure? Tan Ligua shook his head. I'm not sure. After all, everyone knows that the secondary hospital is a lucrative job. Everyone wants to come here as a springboard, but there are not many who really want to start a career. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly asked, what's your plan? Tan Ligua smiled firmly. At that time, I promised my nephew's future. Maybe there's a chance to make a move. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled. Go to my house tonight and open a bottle of good wine. With Tan Ligua's words, Qin Xiaoyuan felt more at ease. Today's purpose was here. He hoped that Tan Ligua could help Chen Song after he left. After all, the director of the hospital still had the final say in all matters of the hospital. Chen Song was powerful. Ordinary people would not be able to control him. But the director also had his own plans. It was impossible for everything to go as one wished. Most importantly, there would definitely be trouble when it came to fame and fortune. This world was very realistic. It was not that simple. However, with Tan Ligua's help, Qin Xiaoyuan could rest assured. At this moment, the phone rang. President Qin, there's a problem with Chen Song's thesis defense. Qin Xiaoyuan picked up the phone. Hearing the way he addressed him, he knew it was about the university. What's the problem? Guan Wei, the director of the graduate department, could not help but say, our venue may not be enough. We have to change to a bigger venue. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned when he heard this. Why does one person need such a big venue for a thesis defense? Guan Wei was a little helpless. There were many experts in the province who wanted to sign up for the thesis defense these days. Moreover, Guan Wei received many calls today. Many experts in the country knew about Chen Song's graduation thesis defense and expressed their desire to sit in. Schools had always cooperated with each other. Many schools even send experts to study. Guanwei could not refuse. He could only wait for Xianxia to make the decision. However, considering that Xianxia had just taken office, Guanwei analyzed this matter. Principal Qin, it's like this. Our school has been maintaining cooperation and contact with many schools. Our theses are also sent out to these schools for mutual blind review. The experts and professors are also invited back and forth. Now that Chen Song's graduation thesis defense has taken the initiative to participate, we can't refuse. Guanwei continued, also, our school has a close relationship with other schools. If we reject them, it wouldn't be good. So, I'm thinking of changing to a bigger place to hold the graduation thesis defense. Qin Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's right. How can my son-in-law's graduation thesis defense be the same? Good, good, good. Let's change to a bigger place. Why don't we go directly to the rec center? Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly said. Guanwei was stunned. Isn't the rec center too big? Principal Qin, is it appropriate for Chen Song to go there for his graduation thesis defense alone? Qin Xiaoyuan smiled. Big? It's not big. How about this? Since there are so many people participating, why don't we take the initiative to invite them? Treat it as an academic exchange. Then, after Chen Song's graduation thesis defense, we'll directly invite Chen Song to be our school's guest professor. Guanwei was even more stunned when he heard this. Isn't this too fast? Qin Xiaoyuan shook his head. Too fast? Not at all. Chen Song is a guest professor at Union University. Is our school better than Union University? Besides, this is for the benefit of our school's students. Chen Song and Ben Shua are both from our school. This shows that our talent training is commendable. After Guanwei hung up the phone, he was also stunned for a long time. Then, he let out a long sigh. Chen Song's progress was too fast. However, Guanwei was happy to see Chen Song gradually improve. As Chen Song's counselor, Guanwei had witnessed the rise of a genius. The scene of finding a mentor for Chen Song last year was still vivid in his mind. This year, it had already reached this stage. To be honest, Guanwei had thought that Chen Song was a talent, but he didn't expect him to be so abnormal. Make a call, invite and see if anyone is willing to come. Hence, Guanwei picked up the phone and started to make the call. As soon as the call was connected, the other party heard that Guanwei was calling. Before he could say anything, he took the initiative to mention Chen Song's graduation thesis defense. Guanwei was stunned. How did you all find out? Things went smoothly after that. After the call was connected, Guanwei didn't even need to say a few words before the other party took the initiative to mention Chen Song. The cardiac surgery circle in China was only so big. After Wu Tongfu stepped down, Wang Tong from Concord became the president of the association. Although Chen Song was just an ordinary member, he was the vice president of the AATS American Association of Thoracic Surgeons. The gap between them was huge. This was not to say that they worshipped foreigners, but that there was a real gap in strength. Therefore, when people in the industry learned about Chen Song's graduation thesis defense, they were all excited. Those who had some connections took the initiative to call him. Those who had nothing to do with him would be too embarrassed to bring it up. After Guanwei figured it out, he was too lazy to call them one by one. The news of Chen Song's graduation thesis defense was released on the school's official website. Then, there was an exchange meeting for cardiovascular surgery. Experts, professors, and scholars in the field of cardiovascular surgery were invited to sign up. A few days later, Dongyang Medical University, which was originally on holiday, was in an uproar. There was a banner hanging on the campus that said Chen Song's graduation thesis defense and cardiovascular surgery exchange. The shock of this name was quite strong. After some media saw Dongyang Medical University doing something that seemed to be a farce, they suddenly smelled a different scent, holding a graduation thesis defense for one person? It was thought-provoking. For a time, a lot of media came to Dongyang. This was the first thing Qin Xiaoyuan did after he was transferred to Dongyang Medical University. It was so exaggerated. However, when these media arrived at the school and saw the densely packed people inside, they were stunned. why are there so many people? Are they crazy? Xianxia is amazing, but why are there so many people? How many minutes does a graduation thesis defense take? That's right. Isn't this too exaggerated? At this moment, a few foreigners came from behind. After seeing these reporters with cameras, they couldn't help but ask. Hello, where's the reporting area? A burst of fluent English sounded. The reporter looked at the foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes and smiled awkwardly. Well, walk straight ahead. Who are you? Oh. We are members of the Royal Society of Cardiology of the British Royal Medical Association. We are here to participate in President Chen's graduation thesis defense. Thank you. Not long after this group of British people left, another group of Asians came. After asking around, they turned out to be experts from Japan. Then, one after another, there were people from Korea, Singapore, America, Russia, Sweden, as more and more people came to participate. This group of reporters widened their eyes and were speechless. Is this a joke? Yes. Isn't this too exaggerated? They didn't expect that a graduation thesis defense would attract so many foreigners. They came here from afar just to participate in a conference. At this time, a reporter was more quick-witted. Do you think that after Xianxia came, he spent money to hold a conference here to increase the school's influence? If he reimburses them for their meals and travel expenses, I believe many people are still willing to come here. This sentence made everyone a little stunned. After all, domestic conferences had been like this for a long time. In order to invite international experts, they had to spend a lot of money. At this time, another young female reporter said, interviewing just one person is enough. How simple is it? After that, she went straight to a tall American man. Hello, I'm a reporter from Dongyang Evening News. Can I interview you? Yes, I'm Simon. I'm from the Cleveland Medical Center. Oh. By the way, I have a Chinese name. My name is Simon Ma. The man said with a smile. The female reporter was stunned. Cleveland Medical Center, she had heard of it before, but she didn't know much about it. Oh. Hello, Mr. Ma. What do you think of Chen Song's graduation thesis defense? Simon smiled slightly. This will definitely be an academic feast. I believe that everyone who comes to the conference thinks so. Moreover, this is Professor Chen's graduation ceremony. I believe that everyone in the cardiology department is willing to witness this moment. Simon's answer made the surrounding people a little hesitant. Chen Song's international status was so high? Then, do you need to spend money to attend the conference? As far as I know, a lot of pharmaceutical companies will sponsor these conferences, right? Simon was stunned. Sorry, this is an internal academic exchange. In order to attend, we have to pay for our own expenses. We also need to pay a fee of 500 yuan. After Simon finished speaking, he walked inside. Oh. Sorry, I have to go in. If I go in late, I may not have a seat. Goodbye. After Simon left, the surrounding reporters were stunned. At this time, a group of reporters came in front of him. These reporters were very professional and very excited. Some were from China, and some were from foreign countries. They could vaguely see the words Lancet. Suddenly, the group of people was stunned. Even if they were laymen, they knew what Lancet was. That's right, the ace of the regular army was here. P.S. Thank you to Dark and Ryujin Ruakyo for the 10,000 tips. Thank you for your support, veteran. Work hard to get one more chapter before going to bed. Then. It's the end of the month. There shouldn't be double this month. Those who have votes can vote. The local reporters could tell that they were an elite team of reporters when they saw how well dressed they were. Apart from being shocked, they were also a little envious. Their daily job was to collect gossip while the others attended all kinds of high-level meetings. There were many professional media and journals in the crowd. They were not there to collect gossip, but to collect Chen Song's academic views. The staff of the Chinese Medical Association was also among them. After they entered, the surrounding local reporters were stunned. So grand? Is there a need to make such a big fuss over a graduation thesis defense? Everyone was puzzled. And at this moment, the female reporter found a big piece of news related to Chen Song on her phone. It was about Chen Song leading his team to stir up trouble at the AATS Association annual meeting and taking down the vice president. The foreign professional media's evaluation of Chen Song was the most courageous young talent in the field of cardiac surgery from China. He is also the future leader of the world's cardiac surgery. Those two sentences summed up Chen Song very well. It was also straightforward, the woman's side. No wonder. They did not know that such a top talent had come from Ammonium Sunday. After the registration today, the meeting officially began the next day. Even so, many people came to attend the meeting. Even President Marian and President Sabrina left for China. They were looking forward to Chen Song's graduation thesis defense. The large venue of more than 3,000 people was filled to the brim. In fact, they were at a loss when they learned about this. Even Xianxia was stunned on the spot. He created a good score of 12.88. He asked Guan Wei 3 times in a row, really? At that moment, Xianxia did not realize how influential his son-in-law was. He had bought more than 100 Pinduoduo products and haggled them to zero. This kind of rallying power was really too strong. The Dongyang Provincial Health and Wellness Committee was shocked when they heard about this. They quickly sent their staff to help maintain the scene. The provincial government also arranged for the police to maintain order at the scene. Even the service staff at the conference were temporarily drawn from the nurses in the hospital. There was no other way, it happened so suddenly. Who would have thought that a graduation thesis defense would be of such a scale that even foreign experts could be invited? The entire Dongyang Medical University instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Sitting in the office, Qin Xiaoyuan was praised by the leaders of the Dongyang Provincial Health Committee and the provincial government. Even the National Health Committee had sent a lot of staff. Principal Qin really has good foresight and courage. That's right. He just became the principal, but he managed to organize a graduation thesis defense so successfully. It's really amazing. Qin Xiaoyuan felt that everything was a bit unreal as he listened to the praises of the people around him. His mind buzzed, and there was only one sentence: I really didn't expect it to be so successful. Qin Xiaoyuan realized that it was actually so easy to do something well. He only needed to be related to Chen Song. The reason why he was such a failure in the first half of his life was probably because he had not met Chen Song yet. Seeing how successful Qin Xiaoyuan's first exchange was after he took office, the National Health Committee and the leaders who transferred Qin Xiaoyuan were also overjoyed. When Chen Song found out about this, he was almost shocked. After arriving at the scene, Chen Song looked at the many people below. His IQ of more than 100 made him realize that many of them looked familiar. Weren't these members from the AATS Association? On the other hand, the domestic audience was extremely excited. They looked at the big shots in the field of cardiovascular surgery and greeted them warmly. However, they realized that these foreigners were very polite, shockingly polite. The impression of foreign experts in the past was gone. At this moment, they realized that Chen Song had brought cultural confidence back to China. It made the world's experts no longer look down on this great country. That was indeed the case. When Chen Song led more than 10 people to participate in the association and won the award, the status of China's cardiovascular experts had already risen. There were 7 people on the judging panel. In other words, 7 examiners. At this moment, they looked at the situation at the scene and felt a little uneasy. To be honest, Sun Guanyu was in a difficult position. If he had known that the scene would be like this, he would not have participated even if he was beaten to death. The other experts were not much better. After all, AATS was famous. They felt that it was not Chen Song who was being assessed today, but the 7 of them. Sun Guanyu was just a statistics examiner. That was easy. However, the chief examiner was Xiao Gaofeng. There were also Tao Mi, Qin Yueming, and the others. These people were each more troublesome than the other. They were already the top bosses in the field of cardiovascular surgery in Dongyang province. However, in the face of such an environment, they really did not know how to ask questions. What was a defense for? It was after Chen Song finished talking about his things, the experts would ask questions. At this moment, Xiao Gaofeng was like an ant on a hot pan. He was at a loss. What were they asking this time? Everyone was extremely melancholic. This was the time they regretted being an examiner the most. Perhaps, it would also be the last time. Because this time it would be fine as long as they did not lose their reputation. Just like that, when the time was up, Chen Song went on stage confidently. Originally, Chen Song had prepared a PowerPoint for half an hour. It might need to be extended to 2 hours. After all, they had come from afar. He could not let them return empty-handed. While they were talking, Chen Song went on stage and said, "Respected judges and friends who have come from afar, good morning. In the next 2 hours, I will classify and summarize the surgeries I have performed in the past year based on real-world research and the choice of non-cardiac arrest and cardiac arrest." Hearing Chen Song's topic, everyone immediately started to discuss. Real-world study, RWS, originated from practical clinical trials. This kind of research was very complicated. It was a kind of research that had only appeared in recent years. Moreover, there were less than 1,000 real-world research papers in the world. This characteristic was based on a relatively large sample size. Treatment measures were selected according to the patient's actual condition and wishes. Long-term evaluation was carried out and meaningful outcome treatment was focused on. Real-world study excavated information from multiple data sets outside traditional evidence-based clinical research. It was a non-randomized, open-ended study that did not use placebos. The forms of RWS used included observational cues, registration, and management databases. After hearing Chen Song's topic, the audience below was in an uproar. As soon as they heard the topic, the audience was in an uproar. At this moment, the examiners were so scared that they peed their pants. *CK, I don't even understand the topic. How can I ask a question? What does it mean to ask a question? The few of them were in a panic. PS, here it is, please vote. There was a reason why Chen Song chose this topic. In fact, the choice of cardiac arrest technique and cardiac arrest surgery was based on the patient's own situation. If a conventional clinical trial was used, the control group and experimental group would be a very inappropriate experimental method. What did a real-world study mean? Simply put, it meant that the patient would choose a treatment method based on their own actual situation. It was in line with the clinical choice in the real world, and not divided into treatment group, control group, placebo group, and so on like clinical trials. Therefore, real-world research was the most in line with and satisfied the real clinical situation. However, it was the most difficult in terms of calculation, probability, and other aspects. Moreover, the sample size required was relatively large, so generally speaking, very few people conducted this kind of research. There were not many people who performed cardiac arrest surgery at the moment, and there was no way to conduct similar research. So far, Chen Song was the most likely to conduct research on cardiac arrest surgery. Therefore, Chen Song had the most right to speak on this research. As expected, the audience below the stage looked at each other in shock when they heard the title. That was because the title was shocking and attractive enough. Moreover, the most important thing was that the content was too advanced and covered a wide range of information. It required a very precise understanding and control of both. At the AATS Association meeting, Professor Ryan had talked about some techniques in the field of cardiac arrest. However, Chen Song was obviously above Professor Ryan. Sabrina and Ren were even more shocked. They did not expect Chen Song to conduct this research so soon. How long had it been since the AATS meeting ended? Could it be that Chen Song's concept had been innovated again? One had to know that these two concepts were not two surgeries, but two systems. It was a long-term process to improve. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Chen Song with anticipation in their eyes. Cardiac arrest technique and cardiac arrest technique were opposed to each other, complementary, and promoting each other. After Chen Song's two concepts reached 30% progress, he received a lot of new opinions. That was a milestone. Moreover, the choice between the two was very important. Therefore, as soon as the topic began, everyone realized the importance of today's meeting. Of course, this was not only important to these medical workers. For patients, these two choices were very important. Because they were the ultimate target of the concept. The results of Chen Song's oral defense today were of great significance in guiding the patient's clinical surgical treatment. Whether it was the purpose, the significance, or even the direction of future development, it was very important. It will directly guide everyone on how to choose the surgical method for the patients they encounter in the future. Therefore, after hearing Chen Song's question, most of the people who had participated in the AATS association were amazed. They had only one thought in their hearts: Director Chen's research progress has improved again. Ryan also knew that this young man's knowledge in this field had far surpassed theirs. The power of the younger generation, sigh, shocking, but he was also looking forward to it. Below the stage, thousands of participants from more than 40 countries around the world were excited. They rejoiced that they were born in such a flourishing academic era. Chen Song began today's speech. None of the thousands of people present said a word. The camera was also looking for a suitable corner to start filming. As for Teacher Meng, who was also the main character today, he was extremely touched. Whether it was the Chen's diagnostic criteria for aortic dissection or today's real-world research, this would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger for Meng Shi's future development. With these two research results, he would be able to enter any research institute in the field of cardiac surgery in the world without any hindrance. However, he was not happy today. Chen Song was about to graduate. The memories of the past were like a flood last night, constantly churning in his mind. To be honest, Meng Shi was a little reluctant. However, this man could not stop here. His future was limitless and promising. The leaders of the Health and Wellness Commission arrived, and cameras filled the venue. The official media also came, filming the thousands of foreign experts present. They would not film the AATS 2020 grand event, but today was different. This was a grand event where experts from all over the world came because of its reputation. It could even be said that they came because of its reputation. If word got out, these leaders would be proud. Moreover, when the people saw this scene, they would definitely clap their hands and shout that it was awesome. Xianxia listened to the praises of the people around him and smiled without saying anything. However, he was very happy. Seeing Chen Song achieve what he had today, Xianxia was also satisfied. He knew that today's provincial capital was not his credit at all. All of this was because of Chen Song's appeal, just as the grand event was being held. A big shot arrived at the venue. The leader of Dongyang province, Kong Xiangmin, had arrived. He followed his secretary and stood at the back. He looked at the venue and Chen Song on the stage. He smiled and felt a little emotional. A person's ability was limited. However, a Superman could save the world. Although Chen Song was not a Superman, he could drive the rapid development of the medical and health industry in Dongyang province. First, the headquarters of the World Society of Digestive Surgery was located in Ammonium-Yang. The first meeting was also in Ammonium-Yang. And now, Chen Song had once again brought in experts in the field of cardiac surgery from all over the world to hold this grand event. President Qin, Leader Kong is here. He's at the back. Qin Xiaoyuan's secretary walked beside him and whispered. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, his expression immediately changed. He was a little surprised. As he spoke, he hurriedly got up and followed the secretary to the back. Hello, Leader Kong. Qin Xiaoyuan greeted him respectfully. After all, he was not worth mentioning in front of Kong Xiangmin as a principal. Kong Xiangmin did not put on any airs. He glanced at Qin Xiaoyuan casually and said, Thank you for your hard work, President Qin. You've done a great job this time. Dongyang province hasn't held such a grand event for a long time. Come over here and stand closer. I'll take a look from this angle. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. How could he, who had been in the officialdom for a long time, not see that Leader Kong was trying to rope him in? After hesitating for a moment, he walked to Kong Xiangmin's side. In his field of vision was the silent venue, Chen Song, who was full of vigor on the stage, and the people who were taking notes. Kong Xiangmin couldn't help but say, Isn't that great? Qin Xiaoyuan nodded and said, Yes. Kong Xiangmin continued, Dongyang doesn't have any special industries, but its location is good and special. It can be built into a medical and health benchmark area. This has a strong influence on the central cities. The most attractive things in a city are employment, medical care, education, and so on. Medical care is a livelihood project. Kong Xiangmin and Qin Xiaoyuan talked a lot. The secretary answered a phone call, walked to Kong Xiangmin's side, and whispered, "Leader, Dongyang Satellite TV is here." Kang Xiangmin smiled at Xianxia and said, "Let's go, Dongyang Satellite TV is here. If President Qin has nothing to do, please come with me and have a chat." Xianxia was taken aback. Dongyang Satellite TV, he had only been on the health program. This was the first time he was on the news program of Dongyang Satellite TV, moreover, he was on it with Kang Xiangmin. This weight, it was very heavy, in the eyes of countless people, this was definitely a big news. The secretary couldn't help but sigh when he saw the leader being so close to President Qin and even personally pulling him on TV. This was to make some information public for people who wanted to see it. Headmaster Qin, Headmaster Qin, you have such a good life, the secretary sighed. Perhaps this was the father's status because of his son, not to mention the country. How many presidents and principals in the province could make Kang Xiangmin like this, but Qin Xiaoyuan could. Because he gave birth to a good girl. Looking at the 55-year-old Qin Xiaoyuan, the secretary suddenly had an illusion, that was, President Qin in front of him might. It wouldn't be long before he became President Qin, that's right, this wasn't impossible. As long as Chen Song was an ammonium yang, as long as Chen Song could make some contributions. President Qin, who was in his 50s, could also achieve a second spring in life. Time ticked by. Chen Song spoke unhurriedly. Chen Song spoke of the core knowledge from time to time. It caused a burst of exclamations, the crowd below the stage became more and more excited. No one dared to let down their guard. Compared to the high-end knowledge points at the AATS conference, Chen Song spoke in simple terms this time. He used clinical concepts to analyze and discuss. This allowed almost everyone to gain a lot. The attending physician could do it, the associate chief physician could also feel it, the chief physician could gain something, and even the famous doctors benefited. Endlessly. This might be ability, right? Wu Tongfu sat in the crowd and looked at Chen Song. He felt a little emotional. In more than half a year, the dazzling young man in the heart surgery young doctor skills competition was now standing on the world stage. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that even he felt that the content of his speech was refreshing and enlightening. Xiao Zhihai even began to take notes. He blurted out, "Holy sh*t." Even the PhD student who came with him was listening with great interest. What was an expert? This was an expert, to be able to talk about a type of knowledge at multiple levels and let everyone have an epiphany. This was ability. Marian did not have the heart to compare at this moment. Looking at President Sabrina's solemn face, he smiled. "You said that we'll get married after you retire, right?" Sabrina was stunned at first, then she smiled gently. "I didn't expect it to be so soon." Marian smiled and pointed at Chen Song. "Look, that's God." The better Chen Song spoke, the more pressure some people felt. In the expert panel, the directors listened with relish, but they also felt a heavy burden in their hearts. The defense, as the name implied, had to answer and explain the questions raised by the examiner. However, if they wanted to find problems, it would be a test of the expert's ability. That was because they had to have sufficient research on this topic, combine their own experience and judgment, and ask some questions for Chen Song to answer. Therefore, the question and answer session was actually the most important part of the defense. However, where could they find problems? What problems did they have if he spoke so well? What was supposed to be a one-off graduation for the students had now become a stumbling block for many experts. It was as if they were the examinees this time. The 7 of them looked at each other in dismay. Their expressions were quite unsightly. Seeing that time was about to pass, their expressions became more and more gloomy. Initially, he thought that being a judge was an honorable position, but who would have thought that it would turn out to be a huge trap? Only Xiao Gaofeng was not flustered. As he was the main judge, he just needed to give a summary speech. When the other directors were done with their questions, he would just need to use his spring and autumn style to fool them. The other directors, on the other hand, had no choice but to think ahead. Where could he find the problem? Standing at the side was Sun Guangyu. The thing he regretted the most now was sitting at the side and being Chen Song's statistics teacher. Because statistics in the real world were extremely complicated, although Sun Guangyu was experienced, he did not have the ability to give such guidance. Next was Tao Mi. She also sighed. She understood, but she didn't know how to raise the question. If he mentioned it too simply, it would make him look like a fake. If it was too difficult, he really didn't have that level. In such an occasion, experts in the field of geocentric surgery from all over the world were watching. He could not embarrass himself. Sigh, what should he do? After hesitating for a moment, Taomi sent a message to Qianlin to ask for help. Not long after, Qianlin gave an official answer. Taomi was delighted. Not bad, this kid was still useful. Fortunately, she did not kick him out of the sect. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the answer, Taomi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. 2.5 hours later, Qianxia finally finished explaining his content. The more than 100 PowerPoint slides on the computer were also finally finished. After Qianxia bowed to the audience, he said, "Thank you, teachers and guests, for listening." Thank you. In order to thank the guests who came from afar, after the expert review, everyone present can raise their hand to ask a question. Everyone has one chance. Hearing Qianxia's words, the judges immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure was instantly reduced by a lot. Taomi and the others glanced at Qianxia and felt that he was more pleasing to the eye. After hearing Qianxia's words, everyone below the stage was overjoyed. This was a real benefit for them. Communicating with Qianxia in person, sharing his experience, answering questions, and teaching was more important than giving them other things. At their level, they came from afar for nothing else but an opportunity to break through some of their current shackles. In fact, everything was the same. In the process of progress, they would encounter all kinds of problems and puzzles, which needed to be understood by analogy. The content of Qianxia's speech today was the analysis of cardiac arrest and nonstop heartbeat. This was a big topic for everyone, but it was also very good. However, in the end, it just happened to show that Qianxia had extraordinary insight in these two fields. This showed that whether it was nonstop heartbeat or cardiac arrest, Qianxia had a deep understanding of these two concepts. This could help them break through their shackles and solve their current doubts. Thinking of this, how could they not be happy? Not only did they gain a lot from today, but most importantly, they could communicate with Director Chen. This kind of academic exchange was too important. It would be best if they could hold it a few more times. After the reporters below heard this, they looked up at the banner on the stage, Qianxia's graduation thesis defense and academic exchange. They suddenly understood. Originally, everyone thought that there would be a second half of the exchange. However, now it seemed that Qianxia was the only one communicating with everyone present. Of course, it was also possible that Qianxia was the only one teaching. After 10 minutes of preparation time, the thesis defense officially began. The staff at the venue poured tea for Qianxia from time to time. They did not look like graduate students at a thesis defense at all, but more like leaders waiting to speak. At this moment, Qianxia glanced at the judges, indicating that they could begin. Seeing this, the main judge, Xia Gaofeng, said, "This, from right to left, Director Sun, do you have any questions?" When everyone heard that the judging was about to begin, they all quieted down. Sun Guangyu was nervous. What questions? He had no questions. However, Sun Guangyu was an experienced examiner after all. He said, "Today's data is too large. I still need to take a look. Director Tao, you can start first." Soon, it was Taomi's turn. Everyone looked at Taomi and gave her a pleading look. "Bro, hold on." On the other hand, Taomi did not bat an eyelid. Instead, she said calmly, "Good. That's great. It's simply amazing. This is a high-level academic report. It's also the most complete, most reasonable, and most scientific research topic I've seen in over 10 years as a judge. Whether it's the choice of topic, the choice of statistical methods, or even the sample size of the topic, and the degree of mastery of the subject's content, it's all completely beyond my expectations. Without a doubt, this is a classic graduation thesis defense. Not bad at all. You've said everything that needs to be said. I have nothing else to ask. Professor Qin, you can start." After saying that, Taomi retreated and threw the blame to Qin Yueming, who was next to her. Taomi's speech instantly woke everyone up. That's right, can't I praise if I can't find any problems? All of them seemed to have woken up from a dream. Chief Physician Tao's words were like an epiphany, enlightening everyone. Right, Can't you praise someone if you can't find the problem? They were definitely professionals when it came to praising people. Flattery was a skill. However, compared to finding the problem in Chen Song's topic, flattery was easier. Chief Physician Tao was indeed a genius. Looking at the thumbs up one by one, Tao Mi suddenly felt that Qian Lin could stay for another 3 days and would not be fired for the time being. Qin Yueming learned it. He glanced at Chen Song and blushed. Praise me. Well, to be honest, I feel a little flattered to be in this position. I feel that I'm not qualified to ask questions because I don't have the ability to do so. Chen Song's research on the concept of non-stop cardiac arrest is currently the world's leading research. I've learned a lot about the concept of cardiac arrest today. If you ask questions, I really don't know where to start. Not bad. This is a good start. He felt that his praise was very realistic and down-to-earth. He continued, however, I still want to ask a question. Of course, this is not Chen Song's problem, but my own. Chen Song, in the content you talked about just now, there was a point about the choice of temperature for physical cooling under the concept of cardiac arrest. At 23 degrees Celsius, how to arrange the time reasonably? You have to know that the temperature requirements of cardiac cells, aorta, and lung tissue are different. It's not feasible to adjust the temperature in time. This requires the choice of surgical technique. Hearing Qin Yueming's words, everyone's eyes lit up again. That's right. Good idea. If I can't find the problem with Chen Song, can't I find the problem with myself? For a moment, everyone was inspired again. Chen Song gave him a lot of face. Hello, Teacher Qin. This question is actually very deep. In our concept of cardiac arrest, the core requirement is to study a method that minimizes the damage during cardiac arrest. Similarly, the choice of temperature for cardiac arrest is the same. However, I can propose a new concept here, target temperature treatment. As soon as he said that, the whole room fell silent. Target temperature treatment? This seemingly unfamiliar term seemed to have found a new research route for the chief physicians present. Target temperature treatment. Target treatment. Temperature treatment. Everyone felt that Chen Song was opening up a new direction for them. In fact, it was a future. Targeting meant precision. Targeting also meant less damage and more accurate treatment. The target also meant the future. It was just like how targeted drugs could be used to treat tumors. Targeted temperature therapy was a new concept in surgical hypothermia. For a moment, everyone felt excited and agitated. Following Chen Song, everyone had a feeling that they were getting closer and closer to the future. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at Chen Song curiously. This was actually one of Chen Song's directions. After the cardiac arrest theory progress bar reached 30%, the target temperature treatment information appeared in Chen Song's mind. It was immature, but it was a direction. These days, Chen Song had looked up a lot of information and combined it with his own understanding. He had indeed formed some preliminary ideas. Let me share some of my insights on target temperature treatment with everyone. First, the duration of hypothermia treatment after cardiac arrest. Second, the optimal temperature for target hypothermia treatment for patients with different degrees of damage. Third, the optimal evaluation of damage after cardiac arrest. Fourth, the medicine-assisted treatment for target hypothermia. Chen Song talked about the first question for an hour. During this hour, everyone was once again convinced by Chen Song's ideas. In the end, Chen Song concluded. I can talk about my current progress. Through my research, the application of target temperature treatment during surgery will not affect survival and neurological function. Accurate control of different temperatures can effectively increase survival rate. Professor Qin raised this question very well. Maybe we will set up a target temperature research team in the future. I may invite Professor Qin to join and become the team leader. After Chen Song's last sentence, the scene suddenly quieted down. Qin Yueming was even more surprised. He had never expected that his question would bring him a team leader. This was too exciting. The experts at the scene widened their eyes and breathed quickly. It was impossible for them not to be envious. Chen Song suddenly asked, of course, I wonder if it's convenient for Professor Qin? Qin Yueming stood up immediately. Yes, it's very convenient. Chen Song nodded. Okay, everyone here can sign up. Professor Chen, please set up the details as soon as possible. I hope to set up a team by the end of the year and start the research. Okay, the next director. Everyone looked enviously at Director Cui of the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery of Dongyang Province People's Hospital. Cui Yuanwu was under great pressure, but he was also overwhelmed with excitement. What should he say? Looking at the eager eyes of everyone present, Cui Yuanwu wanted to complain, "Can you not look at me with such eyes? I'm not Qin Yueming. This Qin guy is relying on the fact that his niece is Qin Yu to set up the Target Temperature Treatment Research Center. Do you think he has a problem?" Even if he said a piece of sh*t, Chen Song would still let him set up the center. Under the pressure, Cui Yuanwu could only flatter him perfunctorily. Soon, it was Xiao Gaofeng's turn. He widened his eyes and looked at Chen Song eagerly. Chen Song blinked at him. Xiao Gaofeng was stunned. What does he mean? Chen Song blinked again and glanced at Mengshi. Xiao Gaofeng was suddenly enlightened. I get it. He gritted his teeth and finally nodded. He had reached a deal with Chen Song. This also meant that he could speak. Even if he said a piece of sh*t, Professor Chen would still give him a future. After making up his mind, Xiao Gaofeng smiled and said, "Very good. I can't believe I can see such a wonderful graduation thesis defense in my lifetime. Chen Song has shown us the future of cardiovascular surgery. I'm very excited. As the chief examiner, I announce that Chen Song has passed the thesis defense. He is allowed to graduate." Suddenly, there was a warm applause from the audience. Chen Song smiled and bowed, "Thank you, judges." Xiao Gaofeng also said sincerely, "I hope Professor Chen will not give up on improving yourself in your future work. I wish you the best." Chen Song bowed again, "I have only been a postgraduate student for a short time. I thank Professor Mengshi for his help and guidance. I also thank Professor Xiao Gaofeng of Eastern University First Hospital and Professor Taomi of Second Hospital for their training. Thank you all. Finally, I have an idea. I want to do something with my colleagues here. We will build a cardiovascular surgery clinic in Ammonium Yang. P.S. I have received many blessings. Thank you all. Thank you to 5 Flower Ribs for your 60,000 tip. Add 2 chapters. Thank you. Thank you to Ziraji, Without a Trace, Book 202006251456155526, and Book 202006251456155526 for their 10,000 tips. Thank you all. Add 1 chapter. Add a total of 108 chapters, there are 2 more chapters in the evening. Thank you, finally. I hope you can vote at the end of the month. It was 10 o'clock at night when Chen Song left the venue. However, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. The venue was still brightly lit. The air conditioner was turned to the maximum, but it was still a little hot. Eh? How do you use the hyperpolarizing cardioplegia that Professor Chen talked about? I remember the standard for using the K+ channel opener? I forgot. By the way, let me use your notes. I want to see if you can operate on the second pair of mature 3-dimensional hearts with different concentrations. Okay. By the way, how do you restore the heart's function after the anaerobic fermentation is reduced? None of them left. Even Sabrina was taking notes. This was definitely not a job that could be completed by one person. Chen Song's oral defense today was very simple. This made everyone let down their guard a little. As a result, when they asked questions later, they realized that they could not keep up with the speed. Today, thousands of people in the venue asked a total of more than 200 questions, and Chen Song answered all of them successfully. Originally, the editor of The Lancet came this time to find out the truth, but now she was very depressed because no one in the venue paid attention to her. Hello, I'm The Lancet, I'm sorry, I don't have time. Hello, goodbye. This made her feel very helpless. In the past, when everyone heard The Lancet, they would be very happy to cooperate. However, this time, no one cared at all. No one had time, they could not be blamed because they were really busy. Everyone exchanged notes with each other. They would be leaving tomorrow, and they did not know when they would meet again. Even if they did not sleep, they had to complete the notes in one night. These experts were not idle, and the media could not leave so early. After all, they had not finished interviewing anyone, even President Sabrina was taking notes. President Ryan was so wrong that he was about to cry. This made these media people more and more curious about how good Chen Song's cardiac surgery skills were. Chen Song went to bed early. Xianxia did not sleep either. He was so excited that he could not sleep. Today, he received Leader Kong's approval, which made Lao Qin feel that he had a second chance in life. The next day, Chen Song's plan to build a cardiac surgery clinical base in Ammonium received the strong support of the Provincial Health Committee. Even the provincial government was very concerned about this matter. He gathered all the directors of the 9 provincial hospitals together and held a simple meeting. I hope that everyone can take this matter seriously and authorize Chen Song to be the person in charge of the clinical base of the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery and be fully responsible for this matter. In the middle of the meeting, Kong Xiangmin came over and said a few words. After listening for about 10 minutes, he said to Chen Song, "Chen Song, you're the best. You can come to me if you have any problems." After that, he patted Chen Song's shoulder and got up to leave. Seeing this, the group of principals sighed with emotion. This was the difference between them. Even though the academy heads were of different ranks, they were all mere administrators. How could they possibly compare to a feudal official? The dean of Eastern University, Zhao Shoping, looked at Chen Song and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Qian Liang had told him more than once that Chen Song was extraordinary, but he refused to listen. How long had it been? Chen Song had grown to a point where even he might not be able to reach. Chen Song's current identity and status were not something a dean like Zhao Shoping could compare to. Not to mention his connections. Perhaps Chen Song didn't know as many people as he did in Dongyang province, but, as long as Chen Song knew Kong Xiangmin, it was enough. Here, his words were more important than anyone else's. Li Hui glanced at the happy Xianxia and was envious. As the dean of Dongyang Hospital, Xiong Kongyu was one of the most cooperative people. Qin Yueming didn't need to say anything. He was Chen Song's uncle. Qin Xiaoyuan was his father-in-law. The others took a closer look at Chen Song and suddenly felt that Chen Song's relationship in Ammonium had reached such a point. After the matter was confirmed, Chen Song brought up the first thing. Chen Song looked at Zhao Shoping and said, "Dean Zhao, I want to ask you to lend me someone. Do you think it's okay?" Zhao Shoping was stunned. He quickly smiled and said, "Since Professor Chen has spoken, everything can be discussed." "Who do you want to borrow?" Chen Song smiled and said, "Director Mengshi of the Cardiac Surgery Department. Our emergency building has been repaired. I want to invite Director Meng to come over and help me. Do you think it's convenient?" After Zhao Shoping heard this, he immediately smiled and agreed without any hesitation. Mengshi's departure had nothing to do with the development of Dongyang University's first hospital. After Mengshi's departure, the deputy director position was once again vacant. After the meeting, everyone left. At this time, the news of Chen Song's graduation thesis defense exploded on the internet. The most awesome graduation thesis defense in history. It instantly became a hot search. Although there was no video, the media's evaluation of Chen Song was extremely high. The leading figure in the field of cardiac surgery in China. The successor of the world's cardiac surgery department. These words were everywhere in the article. This made many people on the internet unconvinced. They said that these media people did not respect facts. Of course, the people involved also felt that these media were untrue after reading the report. However, this did not mean that the writing was not true, but that their writing was not good enough. This was because after staying up all night, the media had no idea what Chen Song was talking about the day before. They could only write empty words. Professor Chen has an important voice in the field of cardiac surgery. He invited experts and professors from all over the world for his graduation thesis defense. In any case, there was no meaning in saying it. However, compared to these ordinary media hype, the professional media was very professional. The Chinese Medical Association even published a special issue this time. It took 2 days to publish it. It was called Chen Song Said. This was originally a private issue. However, 2 days after it was published, it was sold out. In desperation, it could only be sold publicly. It was also sold out as soon as it was released. Even the neighboring countries and overseas began to seek a translation. When the new article was published in The Lancet, it was hyped by public opinion media and many other factors. This time, Xianxia reached the top of Weibo's hot search list, Baidu's search index ranking, and so on. At this moment, people suddenly realized. It turned out that the media was not joking. There were times when they were telling the truth. All of a sudden, the tabloid media was angered to tears. Usually, they were willing to believe them when they wrote that celebrities did not shit, but when they seriously wrote that Xianxia was awesome, they did not believe them. Can't you guys grow some brains? They were helpless and aggrieved to the point of crying. At this time, Xianxia and Qinyu also put aside other things and began to prepare for the wedding. After Zhao Shouping returned to the hospital, after careful consideration, he surprisingly went to look for Qianliang. He decided to have a good discussion with him. After all, Qianliang had been persuading him to pay attention to Xianxia last time. "Old Qian, take a seat, take a seat." Qianliang looked at Zhao Shouping suspiciously. "If you have something to say it quickly." Zhao Shouping smiled awkwardly. "I have something to discuss with you. Xianxia wants to transfer Mengxi to the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital to be in charge of the development of emergency cardiology." Qianliang immediately said, "Have you already agreed?" Zhao Shouping laughed. "How did you know?" Qianliang didn't want to say anything. Zhao Shouping was so ambitious. How could he not know what he was thinking? After sending Mengxi away and replacing him with one of his own people as the deputy chief, he could also do Xianxia a favor. If Zhao Shouping didn't do this kind of thing, he wouldn't be Zhao Shouping. Qianliang really couldn't bear to let him go. After all, Mengxi was personally recruited by him. After he came in, he applied for the National Nature Fund. His scientific research ability was very strong. Xianxia was in charge of clinical practice, and Mengxi was in charge of scientific research. This had always been Qianliang's plan. For example, when he recruited the young Jing Ran, he also had the same idea, but, hearing Qianliang sigh, Zhao Shouping said, "Old Qian, listen to me. Now, the province is going to establish a clinical cardiovascular surgery base in Dongyang province. Xianxia is the person in charge. Even Leader Kong has personally come to supervise. This time, the cardiovascular surgery department of our provincial hospital will coordinate the development. So, who can't you give to Professor Chen now?" Hearing Zhao Shouping's words, Qianliang suddenly widened his eyes. "Really? Why would I lie to you? This time, Xianxia's power is greater than our director's." Zhao Shouping sighed. "If I had known, I would have made a good relationship with him." Indeed, even though this matter seemed to be just a matter of a clinical base. However, Xianxia was in charge of the cardiovascular surgery department of the provincial hospital in Dongyang province. If Xianxia needed it, he needed to mobilize them. If there was a task, he even needed to arrange it. This power was horizontal. The health committee, provincial committee, and provincial government were all strongly supporting him. They had to support. It wasn't easy for a talent to appear in the province. Who would be willing to give it up? After the two talked for a while, Qianliang said, "Let's call Director Meng over and talk to her face to face." Zhao Shouping made a call and called Mengxi over. Then, he briefly explained what had happened. After he finished speaking, Mengxi nodded and agreed before he could say anything. "All right." Zhao Shouping was stunned. "Really?" Mengxi nodded matter-of-factly. She had thought about it for a long time. It would be best if she could follow Xianxia. Now, everyone knew that only by following Xianxia would they be able to eat meat. What power, what director, what deputy director, all of these were not important. Even if he followed Xianxia as a soldier, he would still be very strong. The news quickly spread to all the provincial hospitals. After hearing this news, every doctor in the department of cardiovascular surgery yearned for it. The leaders in the hospital were so frightened that they trembled with fear. He was afraid that this group of people would run away. Gu Huai sat in his office and looked at Mengxi reluctantly. It wasn't just him. It was the same for the third Bo. Fu Er and Fu San also felt that it was a pity. Goddess Meng was leaving. In contrast, Xia Gaofeng was much happier. Because Chen Song had reached an agreement with him and invited him to become the deputy director of the clinical base of the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery. Director Meng, do a good job there. The emergency department is not like our Department of Cardiovascular Surgery. There are more sudden diseases and it is more dangerous. Mengshi glanced at the first hospital of Eastern University happily and suddenly found that when he left, he didn't feel any nostalgia. Instead, he was looking forward to the work of the second hospital of the province. What a pity, Chen Song still needed 3 or 4 months to finish his training. Capital, Health Commission. An urgent phone call rang in Qin Yongyi's office. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yongyi's face changed and he quickly got up to find Xiao Runfeng. Director Xiao, Minister Jia from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs called. The Muslim Republic wants us to provide medical assistance. Xiao Runfeng's face changed. What's the situation? Qin Yongyi quickly said, a diplomatic official of the Muslim Republic was returning on a plane when the plane had an accident. Many officials, including the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, are seriously injured. The situation is critical now. I hope we can send a rescue team as soon as possible. After Qin Yongyi finished speaking, the secretary ran in. Director Xiao, Minister Jia is here. As soon as he finished speaking, a man with unibrows, big eyes, and a pair of glasses walked in. Hello, Minister Jia. After Xiao Runfeng got up, she took the initiative to shake hands with the man in front of her. Jiajing took a deep breath. Hello, Director Xiao. Don't be so polite. The situation is urgent. Let's sit down and talk. After the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs took the plane back, the plane suddenly had an accident when it landed, causing the cabin to catch fire and explode. Although he survived, the situation is very troublesome. The other hospital is now facing this situation, which is more difficult to deal with. I hope our country can send medical personnel to rescue as soon as possible. Xiao Runfeng nodded. Well, what kind of talents do you need? First aid? Plastic surgery? Orthopedics? Or what? Jiajing said firmly, we need all of them. Moreover, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs is now in a coma. He is a key figure in completing a certain cooperation with our country, so he can't die. The other party also hopes that we can send a rescue team. Xiao Runfeng nodded and asked directly, when will we set off? Jiajing frowned. The sooner the better. Xiao Runfeng did not stay idle. She immediately began to make calls and organized a 30-person expert rescue team as soon as possible. Among them were the People's Liberation Army Hospital, Anjin, Concord, the Emergency Center's Sharp Knife team, after the selection of candidates was completed. The secretary could not help but say, Director Xiao, I think we can send more people. Xiao Runfeng frowned slightly. Who? The secretary said seriously, Chen Song, Professor Chen. After the secretary finished speaking, Yu Yonggang also nodded. Yes, Director Xiao, I also think that Chen Song is very suitable. Old Ma nodded. That's right. It might be helpful to have him. Xiao Runfeng picked up the phone and dialed Chen Song's number. Chen Song, where are you? Chen Song was stunned. He heard Xiao Runfeng's voice. Director Xiao, I'm in Ammonium Yang. What's wrong? Xiao Runfeng said directly, there's a secret rescue mission that needs you to participate. The rescue operation this time was still confidential. They could only wait for Chen Song to come. Ding. Triggered a hidden mission, special rescue. Mission tip, complete the rescue work as much as possible. You can obtain relevant points for each successful rescue. After the rescue is completed, you can use the points to exchange for rewards. P.S. I'm late for 2 updates, but I still updated. Please vote. Did they encounter an instance dungeon? Chen Song was slightly stunned. And it was a hidden instance dungeon. Chen Song's instinctive reaction was that it should be very difficult, right? But the rewards should also be very good, right? Hearing Xiao Runfeng say that it was a temporary secret, Chen Song's heart actually had a little more apprehension. This was a secret mission. Suddenly, the difficulty of the mission increased by a lot. Director Xiao, how long will it take? After hearing that it was a secret, Chen Song did not ask for details. Instead, he took the initiative to ask how long it would take. Seeing that they were going to get married in less than 10 days, Chen Song really did not want too many twists and turns. Otherwise, he would not have taken leave so early to go home and prepare. When Xiao Runfeng heard Chen Song's question, she was also a little troubled. How should she put it? Saving patience, this kind of thing, the time needed for this kind of thing was not easy to estimate. It would take at least 1 or 2 days, at most a week. The time is really hard to estimate. There are 7 or 8 patients who need to be saved. Their situation is quite dangerous. It is hard to say if they can survive. I estimate about a week. Xiao Runfeng was telling the truth. Chen Song's main focus was surgery. If it could not be completed in a week, it was possible that the patients would be difficult to save. After Xiao Runfeng finished speaking, Chen Song also breathed a sigh of relief. A week was fine, it would not affect the wedding. It was not that Chen Song felt that the wedding was more important than saving lives, but he felt that he did not want to add to the trouble. After all, from the wedding, to the banquet, to returning home, a lot of things had been decided. After thinking about this, Chen Song nodded and said, "Okay. Where can I find you?" "Go directly to the capital airport." Xiao Runfeng said directly, the faster the better. Chen Song nodded and hung up the phone. Jiaxing looked at Xiao Runfeng curiously. "Director Xiao, the one in the capital is fine. Will it take too long for the one outside?" When Xiao Runfeng thought of Chen Song, she was suddenly filled with confidence. She looked at Jiaxing and said, "Minister Jia, you have to believe that the time waiting for this person is worth it." When Xiao Runfeng said those words, she was unprecedentedly confident. This piqued Jiaxing's curiosity. At the same time, he remembered the name Chen Song. The people in the capital were quickly gathered. Especially the Sharp Knife Group of the People's Liberation Army Hospital and the Emergency Medical Center Hospital. They were the first to arrive at the Health and Welfare Committee. Yu Yonggang had led the Sharp Knife team to carry out similar rescue missions more than once. When they were in the military hospital, they were not allowed to inform their families, and they had to leave. They might be gone for half a month or even half a year. This was never the first time. Even family members were not allowed to ask about it. If they did, it would be classified information. Therefore, after Yu Yonggang received the mission, he immediately recalled the Sharp Knife team, packed his luggage, and set off. Before leaving, they had 2 minutes to inform their families. In fact, as a soldier, there were too many missions. As a military doctor, it was even more so. Yu Yonggang and the others still had 2 minutes to inform their families. Perhaps these people were not allowed to inform their families before they left. As their family members and proud colleagues, they were also worried and helpless. Because they might not even know how many days he would disappear and when he would return. Even when he returned, he would only be in a military uniform and a letter. In the beginning, they would be angry and afraid. But as time passed, they could only pray and wish them well. Zhou Hongguang was one of them. After he received the notice, he rushed over. He did not have time to think too much. Even if he was a chief physician, a famous doctor, and an associate academician, when he was on a mission, his military rank always reminded him that he was a soldier. An hour later, the doctors in the capital had gathered at the Health and Welfare Committee. Jiaxing looked at everyone and explained the mission information. Following everyone was a Sharp Knife team of more than 30 people. After seeing these armed soldiers, everyone seemed to understand the difficulty of this mission. There might be hidden factors behind the seemingly ordinary medical rescue. Otherwise, they could have just informed them openly. Why did they have to do this, around 11 o'clock in the morning? The plane was ready. More than 60 people had boarded. Jiaxing looked at the time. At this moment, another call came in. After hanging up the phone, Jiaxing looked a little anxious. There's no time. Inform the airport to get ready to set off. Xiao Runfeng was stunned. We're not waiting? Jiaxing shook his head. No, there's no time. Let them go first. 10 minutes later, the plane took off. On the plane, Old Ma glanced at Yu Yonggang. Boss, Chen Song didn't come. Yu Yonggang, it's good that he didn't come. This kid is getting married soon. I looked at the time. We can attend the wedding when we come back. Old Ma heard this and felt that it made sense. Hee hee, I've already prepared the gift. The leader was a deputy director of the Asia Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His name was Chen Guotao. He and Yu Yonggang were old acquaintances. When he heard Yu Yonggang say this, he couldn't help but ask, "Old Yu, Chen Song, who is he?" Yu Yonggang smiled. "He's a doctor. His skills are good. It's fine. You don't have to worry about us." Chen Guotao smiled. "It's fine. I heard a lot of people talking about this name and came to ask you out of curiosity." There were quite a few people in the medical industry who knew Chen Song on the plane. Gong Daizhen and Wang Tong from Union Medical College were all here. The country attached great importance to this rescue mission. Actually, when Yu Yonggang saw Xiao Runfeng say that she wanted to hand over Chen Song, it was quite complicated. He wanted him to come, but he also didn't want him to come. Yu Yonggang had actually experienced this kind of mission many times. Basically, if there was a first time, there would be a second time. It wasn't that it was very tiring. The key was that sometimes, safety issues couldn't be completely guaranteed. Just take a look at the armed soldiers around them and you'll know. This time, it was still okay. The last time they went to a war-torn country to rescue someone, they experienced life and death. Chen Song looked at Qin Yu quietly. He felt that Qin Yu would definitely be unhappy. He was about to get married and had to go out by himself. But, he didn't expect Qin Yu to suddenly smile and say, "Aya, go quickly, but, be careful. I knew that you would be sick from staying at home every day. You don't need to worry about the wedding. Uncle, auntie, and my parents will do it. Besides, you can't help. What's with your aesthetic sense? Go, go. You just need to dress up more handsome on the 18th and come to marry me. If possible, remember to step on the colorful auspicious clouds." Qin Yu said with a smile. He pinched Chen Song's face and comforted him. Seeing this, Chen Song was touched. Chen Song understood that Qin Yu did not want him to be in a dilemma. This girl was too sensible. She always thought of him in everything. In the past, when he was suffering, she never despised him. Logically speaking, Qin Yu came from a very good family, but she never despised him. When they were in love, she never allowed him to buy luxury goods. Often, a hot pot and a cup of milk tea could make her happy for a long time. Later, when his conditions improved, Qin Yu never spent extravagantly. After they moved to Beijing and lived together, Qin Yu cleaned up the mess at home herself. He was busy with work, but he would not say that he did not have time to accompany her. This was a girl who was not pretentious, and lived her life sincerely. She kept Chen Song's clothes neat and tidy without makeup all day long. In the small two-bedroom house in Beijing, Chen Song's room was more than Qin Yu's. Moreover, the big wardrobe was neat and tidy. Clothes for meetings, clothes for going abroad, clothes for business banquets, what to wear to work, disposable underwear for surgery, and so on. During many surgeries, blood would seep into the surgical gown and stain the underwear. Therefore, many doctors either did not wear underwear during surgeries or wore disposable underwear. Qin Yu was also very busy. She had her own pursuits and career, but she never let Chen Song's life become casual. Chen Song clearly remembered that Qin Yu left a note on the table after he came back many times. "The rice is in the pot, I'm in bed, waiting for you." This sentence was from Qin Yu. A warm family with a very mischievous and warm-hearted girl. Waiting for you was more than 1,000 words. Chen Song pulled Qin Yu into his arms and kissed her forehead. He sighed. "The luckiest thing in my life is to meet you. Honey, wait for me to come back and marry you." With that, Chen Song got up and left. He carried the backpack that Qin Yu had prepared for him. Inside the backpack was a change of clothes, underwear, socks, ID, and some spare change to top up some money. Sometimes, love didn't need thousands of words. It only needed bits and pieces. Qin Yu did not see Chen Song off. She was afraid that she would cry. To be honest, Qin Yu could have attended every meeting with Chen Song. But, she was afraid that she would disturb and affect Chen Song. She only needed to do her duty as a wife in places where Chen Song couldn't care less. Standing by the window of the Second Provincial Hospital's family building, Qingyu watched as Chen Song went downstairs and left. After Chen Song came down, he turned around and looked at Qingyu. Suddenly, he found that the girl was looking at him from the window. As their eyes met, Chen Song suddenly laughed. Qingyu's eyes were a little hazy. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly shouted, "Don't worry. Qingyu. Wait for me to come back and marry you." Ha ha ha. With that, Chen Song got up and left. Qingyu, who left the window, smiled through her tears. The surrounding uncles and aunties looked at this young man and seemed to see themselves in the past. It was good to be young. Ji Ruyun had also applied for leave for the past 2 days. When she heard Chen Song shout, she smiled and came over to look at Qingyu. "Your father and I used to watch you come back here every day. As we watched, we married you off." As she spoke, Ji Ruyun's eyes welled up with tears. Her daughter was going to get married. Seeing this, Qingyu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and went over to comfort her. "All right, Mom, what are you crying for? Didn't you and Dad say every day that you want to marry me off quickly? How great is it now? Your wish is about to come true." When Chen Song arrived at the capital airport, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He called Xiao Runfeng. "Director Xiao, I'm here." Xiao Runfeng was with Jiaxing at this time. After hearing this, she said to Jiaxing, "Chen Song is here. How about asking him to come over?" Jiaxing nodded. "Yes, let's meet him." Xiao Runfeng said directly, "Come to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." "I'm here. I'll send someone to pick you up downstairs." Chen Song was stunned. Ministry of Foreign Affairs? After hanging up the phone, Chen Song felt that this matter was a bit mysterious. How did it have anything to do with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Could it be a rescue mission abroad? For a moment, Chen Song was actually a little expectant. As a member of the People's Republic of China, Chen Song felt a sense of mission for the first time. Jiaxing looked at Xiao Runfeng curiously. "Director Xiao, is this Chen Song really as powerful as you said?" Xiao Runfeng put down Chen Song's information. "It's all written on the paper. How can it be fake? These international honors were all earned through hard work. To be honest, I have a lot of confidence in Chen Song." Jiaxing nodded with some surprise. "I didn't expect that our country could have such a top surgeon standing at the top of the world." "Good. That's great. You don't know, but in terms of diplomacy now, it's different from before. Medical aid is also an effective means." When Xiao Runfeng heard this, her face suddenly became gloomy. She stared straight at Jiaxing and said righteously, "Jiaxing, don't think about it. Jiaxing, don't even think about it. Chen Song's value is very high. He will play a vital role in improving our country's medical and health standards. This time, the situation is special. That's why I recommended Chen Song. Don't think about Chen Song for dangerous missions." Jiaxing was stunned when he heard that Xiao Runfeng was serious. He smiled. "Okay. Don't worry. I won't dare to do it if I can't guarantee his safety." At this time, Xiao Runfeng suddenly said, "This is personally named by elderly. He thinks highly of Chen Song. Last time, he personally invited Chen Song to eat at the Great Hall of the People." "I'm not kidding." When Jiaxing heard elderly, he was obviously stunned. At this time, Chen Song called. "Director Xiao, I'm here." Xiao Runfeng said to Jiaxing, "He's here. Send someone to pick him up." Jiaxing nodded. "I'm more and more curious about what kind of young man this is." Not long after, Chen Song arrived at the office. He saw Xiao Runfeng and a man with unibrows in the room. "Hello, Director Xiao." Xiao Runfeng nodded. "Professor Chen, this is Minister Jia from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This rescue mission is Minister Jia's." Chen Song nodded. "Hello, Minister Jia." Jiaxing shook Chen Song's hand. "I've heard a lot about you, Professor Chen. Speaking of which, I have to trouble you this time." Jiaxing didn't hide it. Xiao Runfeng's words made Jiaxing realize that Chen Song was qualified to know these things. Even elderly had spoken. What else could he say? "The Muslim Republic has always had a good relationship with us. However, one of their diplomatic officers suddenly had an accident after returning. One of the officers has a close relationship with our recent cooperation. The other party's injury is more serious. The Muslim government wants us to provide medical rescue. P.S. There will be more tonight. Thank you for voting. Thank you very much. After Jiajing finished speaking, Xianxia understood the cause of the matter. However, he was a little worried. A national diplomatic plane crash, was it really a coincidence or an accident? However, Xianxia didn't think so much. After all, he was going to save people, not go to the battlefield. There was no need to worry so much. Jiajing saw Xianxia's worry and said, "Don't worry, Professor Chen, we will ensure the safety of this trip. Your mission is to save people." Xianxia smiled. Okay. Not long after, the assistant came in. Director, the arrangements have been made. There will be 8 special forces accompanying you. There will be the earliest flight in an hour. Jiajing nodded. Good. Let's go down. After that, he looked at Xianxia. Professor Chen, if it's possible, let's go as soon as possible? Xianxia nodded. After coming down, Xianxia also saw the 8 fully armed special forces. Hello, Chief. After Jiajing saluted, he nodded and said, "Hello everyone, thank you for your hard work. This mission is to ensure Professor Chen's absolute safety and escort Professor Chen back to his country safely. Can you do it?" "We swear to ensure Professor Chen's safety and complete the mission." After hearing that, Xianxia was stunned and his heart trembled. Seeing these 8 soldiers, he finally realized that this trip might not be safe. However, after listening to their vows, Xianxia understood that this wasn't a guarantee, but a military order. He was touched, and for the first time, he had an impression of the concept of peace. Peace wasn't something that was born, it was something that was protected by people. An hour later, they passed through a special boarding gate. Xianxia and the others boarded the plane. This was a separate area and was separated from the passengers. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If there was a hijacking on the road, these robbers would be unlucky. These were 8 fully armed special forces soldiers. These small robbers were not even worth mentioning. Islamabad. Vice President Abat personally came to the airport to welcome the rescue team from China. The diplomatic relationship between the Muslim Republic and China was the best among the neighboring countries. Therefore, after this incident, the president personally called China to request for assistance and sent the vice president to greet him personally. As the capital of the Qingzhen Kingdom, Castle was a young city. The medical and health industry was often a test of a country's prosperity and development. However, when faced with such a difficult patient, what was reflected was the country's top medical standards. It was obvious that even universal health care was not guaranteed. In the face of such a situation, they were really stretched thin. After Cheng Guotao led everyone off the plane, Vice President Abate hurriedly led government officials to greet them. "Welcome. Thank you so much." Abate hurriedly wiped his sweat and nodded to Cheng Guotao. At this moment, he really couldn't bring himself to smile. Cheng Guotao was the deputy director of the Asia Division and was very familiar with Abate. "Hello, President Abate. Our rescue team has all arrived." When Abate saw the people coming down, he quickly said, "Thank you for China's help. Let's go straight to the hospital. I don't know how long they can hold on. I hope the professors can help." The two sides didn't exchange too many pleasantries. After all, this was a rescue mission. When Yu Yonggang and the others arrived at the destination, they found that the hospital had long been controlled by the military. There were soldiers everywhere. When they arrived at the hospital, more than 30 people all changed their clothes. They changed into hospital clothes. Then, they walked toward the emergency room. As soon as they entered, they saw a group of people bustling around. At this time, the director came over. "Hello, I'm Siba. Thank you for coming all the way here. Let me explain the situation. We currently have 7 critically ill patients. One of them has multiple second-degree burns all over his body and is now in a coma. We are providing supportive treatment. The surgery to remove scabs is too difficult, and the infected wounds are serious. The facial skin grafting is more complicated. We are now treating the whole body. The second one is, our Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs is now in a coma, but the situation seems to be the most complicated. We can't find the cause of the coma, but his current condition is considered good. I've drawn up a rescue procedure. Director Siba was very professional. He directly drew up a rescue procedure and let everyone quickly get started. The most complicated part of this kind of explosion injury was the mixture. The skin surface was infected by the high-temperature burns and the whole body reaction caused by the burns. Secondly, the metal fragments in the explosion were all sharp weapons. They pierced into the body and caused serious external injuries. The impact of the explosion also caused fractures. Soon, the rescue team was divided into 4 teams according to the focus and joined the rescue team. However, when they came into contact with the patients, they realized the seriousness of their situation. No wonder they had to apply for assistance. Every patient was in a high risk. The hospital's doctors had done their best, but it was difficult to treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Yu Yonggang led the sharp knife team to treat a patient with firearm injury. The metal fragments directly damaged the spinal canal of a few years old, causing a penetrating injury. The patient was a soldier. At the critical moment, in order to protect the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, he pushed him to the ground and suffered a lot of damage from the explosion. The situation was very serious. At this time, the patient was already in a coma. A lot of cerebrospinal fluid flowed out of the wound. Although it was repaired in time, the situation was critical. The internal spinal canal was seriously damaged. Yu Yonggang directly brought the patient into the operating room. At the same time, Wang Tong led a few cardiology specialists into the operating room. One of the patients had a foreign body in his heart, which was a damaged object that pierced directly into his heart. The situation was critical and the surgery had already been performed. At the same time, Gong Daizhen led the plastic surgery team to start the scab removal and skin grafting surgery on 2 severely burned patients. Zhou Hongguang was not to be outdone. He led the team to start first aid on the patients whose liver and spleen were injured by the intraperitoneal firearm. This was a race against time to save him. No one dared to let down their guard. Although there were only 7 or 8 people who were important, that was referring to the officials. The entire plane, including the soldiers, assistants, and other staff, the number of injured people was as high as 82, among them, 38 were critically ill. This rescue was not as simple as imagined. Time passed by minute. 3 hours later, Yu Yonggang's team successfully rescued the first patient and completed the debridement of the spinal cord injury. Gong Daizhen also successfully completed the scab removal and skin grafting of a patient. Zhou Hongguang completed a complicated liver repair surgery. Wang Tong also cleaned up the foreign body in the heart and completed the suture. Director Skibbard and Vice President Abat were suddenly excited. End of chapter 1429. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.